Harry Potter and the Truth of the Traitor by Anonymous Magpie. Chapter 1. Accidental Magic. "Bad timing on my strike," Eris said, her frustration evident. "You'll get better. It still died, didn't it?" "Your venom's working," Harry reassured her. "I need to be faster," she insisted. Harry couldn't help but laugh. "Eris, you hatched a month ago. You probably shouldn't even be eating a mouse that size." For a snake, Eris was surprisingly expressive. Or perhaps it was just that Harry hadn't talked to anyone else in the last month and a half, which meant he had come to know her quite well. Either way, when she lifted her head, he could easily see the glare she directed at him. "Don't choke this time," he said innocently. Electa cried out at them both and dove into her own dinner, a pigeon. Eris huffed at them before cracking her jaw open and starting to work on the juvenile mouse Electa had brought back for her. From experience, Harry knew Eris would spend 5 or so minutes eating and then sleep for a day or two. She could be quite irritable if you woke her up after she'd eaten, so he left her to her business and returned to his reading. One of the odd things about wizarding literature was the lack of a decent selection of fiction books. Harry figured it had something to do with population sizes. Non-fiction books were abundant, but the fiction available was either terrible, thinly veiled plagiarism of Muggle stories, or moving picture graphic novels that held his interest for a few days before he grew tired of the cliched dialogue. Within 2 weeks of returning home from school, Harry had gone back to Muggle fiction and discovered, to his delight, a bookstore just a 15-minute walk away. He wrote to Gringotts, had about 30 galleons converted to pounds, and spent an entire day there. It took him another 2 days of work to configure the library compartment in his trunk to include a separate storage and display section for fiction novels. Between those and the books he periodically ordered from Flourish and Blots, he had plenty of reading material to keep him occupied. Harry needed something to keep him occupied this summer. He opened the book he had left out on his desk before his meagre dinner, and happily lost himself in someone else's problems. Around midnight, Electa's irritation caught his attention. He looked up to see several owls perched on his windowsill or flying toward it. Most carried letters, while a few brought packages. He couldn't help but grin like an idiot. He had friends who remembered his birthday. One letter caught his eye. "Harry, happy birthday. I know you're trying to keep your letter writing to a minimum so you don't irritate your relatives with owls all over the place, but honestly, I wish we could write more. This summer I've been reading about wand lore in light of what you and Theo told me about Neville's wand. My allowance only covered 3 books, and I've read them all cover to cover. It's actually quite fascinating. I really wish I could order more, but I suppose I'll have to wait until we get back to school and use the Hogwarts library." Harry laughed. It was so Hermione. "The point is, Neville really ought to be using a wand that chose him. Some family wands choose a descendant, I read, but it's fairly rare. One book hinted it had to do with magical inheritances, but there wasn't much else on that subject. I will definitely be researching magical inheritances this year too. You should, as it may have something to do with why you're a Parselmouth while no one else in your family is. Using the wrong wand for too long when your magical core is developing can even cause problems with your magic. It can make it harder to call on, since using the wrong wand means you never properly learn how to access your magic, or it can make your magic more volatile. One author suggests that the volatility, or lack thereof, is due to your magical core being semi-sentient, which frankly seems like a load of tosh to me, but I suppose it's not impossible. Stranger things have happened with magic. If you have any books on these subjects, would you be willing to loan them to me? I've been over at Neville's and Blaise's houses a bit with the others, practicing spell work and such. It's a bit frustrating that I can't do magic at my house, but I suppose I'll manage." Of course she would. Hermione is one of the most gifted students in our entire school, as far as I can tell. Blaise's mum's wedding sounds like it will be terribly exciting. I've never seen a wizarding wedding before. My mum and dad were a bit hesitant to let me go, but I showed them pictures of Casa Zabini and assured them that Blaise's mum has staff around, so we won't be unsupervised. They don't really understand that wizarding children tend to be more independent. "Do you know if you'll be allowed to leave your relatives after the wedding?" Hermione asked. Harry scowled. He didn't need reminders that Dumbledore apparently thought the wards needed repairing, which meant Harry had to spend as much of the summer as possible at number 4, Privet Drive. He had no plans of going back after the wedding, but he hadn't put up a fuss about losing 2/3 of his summer. He was 12, 13 now actually, and that meant he had no chance of going toe-to-toe with Dumbledore and James Potter, either legally or otherwise. Not yet. "Happy birthday, Harry. Hope the Muggles are treating you all right. I know you said you were going to scare them with your tricks, but if the trace picks up on anything, it'd be bad. I mean, I know you know that, but still. Be careful, all right? I don't want to be stuck with your brother next year. At least Hermione and the twins make Gryffindor bearable." Harry smirked. Neville didn't need to worry. A few subtle threats and a few things moving without anyone touching him had made Dudley quit bothering him entirely. Vernon still hadn't caught on, and Petunia could never disguise the disgust in her expression. Her eyes sparkled when she looked at him, but their truce had lasted for nearly 2 months. She fed him meagre rations, and in return he took walks and supplemented his meals with trips to the grocery store. They didn't force chores on him, and he kept to himself. Speaking of Hermione, she's been quite insistent about me getting a new wand. Very unsubtly, I might add. She wrote to me saying, "Neville, you really must get a new wand," and went on to list all the reasons why. I think I've been spending too much time with you Slytherins if I'm actually expecting subtlety from my friends. But she did make some interesting points. "Do you really think I should get a new one?" "Gran's been easier this summer. I tried channeling you, and she was shocked the first few times I said something sarcastic, but now she seems to find it funny. Still, I'm not sure about the wand. She's so touchy about my dad. I'll see you at Countess Zabini's wedding. Hermione has been talking about dueling you for weeks. She thinks she can win since she's gotten to practice this summer while you haven't." "Oh, Merlin, that was tactless of me. Well, whatever. Now you know." True, Harry's pleasure in reading his friend's letters was dampened by the reminder that he couldn't practice magic. Still, he had memorized loads of new spells, and transferring that knowledge to practice wouldn't be too hard. Except for charms. He was improving, but unlike transfiguration and curses, he struggled with charms the first few times he tried. "Happy birthday from Theo and me. He still refuses to sit down and write letters. He won't tell me what he got you, so let me know when you write back, especially if it's interesting. By the way, are you the one who got him started on Muggle novels? He wouldn't stop talking about them last month, and I finally agreed to try one. I must admit, this Conan Doyle is quite an admirable writer. I suppose wizards don't have as much time to sit around and come up with. Fictional worlds and the people within them always inspire me to write. There are just too few of us doing it. I'm not sure if Daphne mentioned this to you, but Tracy's parents are moving. They're sending her to Ilvermorny in the States because of her dad's job. So, before you come to Mum's wedding, my Uncle Matteo is planning to take you and Justin out for a day in Venice. It won't be a typical tourist trip, There's a small wizarding community there, not quite on the level of Diagon Alley, but home to some of the finest tailors in the wizarding world. Matteo is going to make sure both of you have a full wardrobe outfitted with 2-year growing charms, suitable for the heir to a noble and ancient house and a Muggle-born who represents one of Muggle Britain's most successful families. By the way, Hermione looked up the Finch-Fletchleys, and I'm quite impressed. His parents may be Muggles, but they are exceptionally clever business people. He even mentioned he suspects his mother would have been sorted into Slytherin. Can you imagine that? At any rate, I understand they can afford the expense. Matteo is also going to teach you both the manners and etiquette expected of you. I know you believe you've done well with integration, Harry, and you have, especially for a Muggle-raised wizard who learned mostly from books. But there's only so much books can teach. Don't argue with me on this. And before you ask, Daphne and her mum are taking Hermione out for a similar trip, but in London, before we all leave. Daphne's parents own a clothing line, and I convinced her to outfit Hermione as a gift. Harry winced at the thought. That could just as likely end with Hermione burning all the clothes in retaliation as it could be helpful. Don't worry, though. I warned Daphne to tone down her usual ice princess demeanour and to be tactful. It would help if you hinted to Hermione to just go with it for once. Not that she's ever been one to do that in her life. I doubt she will start now. Harry thought about how well Blaise and the others understood him, and he felt a genuine smile spread across his face. He and Blaise, along with Daphne and Hermione, had formed a close bond. However, that smile quickly faded. Harry had believed he was managing to present himself as a properly wizard-raised child, but Blaise had made a valid point. There were lessons that couldn't be learned from books. Since Harry had no intention of involving himself with Muggle London, aside from visiting bookstores, he figured it would be beneficial to accept social tutoring from a Zabini. If Matteo truly was a Zabini, that is. Harry had his doubts. He suspected Matteo was just a family acquaintance. Matteo must be one of the few men who could resist Countess Zabini long enough to become close to the family, allowing Blaise to refer to him as uncle and trust him with this task. Harry hoped the man wouldn't be too hard on Justin. Justin's mum has agreed to pick you up, Blaise had written. He said he'd send you the details. August 10th. Be prepared. He told Neville and me last week that his parents ranted about your uncle's nastiness the whole car ride home from the station, and hinted that Mr. Finch-Fletchley plans to do something dramatic when he comes to get you. Harry set that letter aside, filled with curiosity about Theo's gift. He pushed aside the letters from Daphne, Pansy, Justin, Fred, George and Ginny, as well as a few others from his year and the one below, with whom he exchanged birthday wishes. He tore open the parcel that Blaise's owl had delivered. Harry's smile returned in full force as he read the note tucked inside the brown wrapping paper. Maybe you'll teach the Quidditch boys a thing or two yourself this year. Flipping through the book inside, he had a strong suspicion that he would indeed. These spells were anything but light. In fact, he strongly suspected that James might catch him with this. It felt darker. Harry had discovered something far more intriguing than anything he'd found in the Potter library, definitely darker and more useful than anything available at Flourish and Blott's. He'd heard whispers of a bookstore down Nocturne Alley that sold much more captivating tomes. He really needed to find a way to sneak down there sometime if he could manage it. It wasn't the kind of place he could afford to be caught, especially while trying to keep a low profile from James and avoid Dumbledore's scrutiny. Blaise had sent him a silver ring, intricately carved with runes. According to the accompanying card, it could detect most common poisons in food or drink and would heat up to warn the wearer. Harry couldn't help but wonder if this was just a precaution or if he should genuinely be concerned about poison in the wedding toast. The others had sent a delightful mix of gifts: sweets, a specialty broom care kit from the Weasley children he got along with. Ginny's note hinted that Evelyn and Natalie had contributed, while the twins' message made it clear. Ginny was really starting to embrace her inner Slytherin. Justin, Hermione and Pansy had sent him books, and Daphne had gifted him a well-tailored summer robe, along with a somewhat threatening note insisting he wear it while shopping with Blaise's uncle. Harry chuckled at the note. It was so typically Daphne. He sat down to write his replies, making decent progress when another owl swooped in with an irritated flurry of wings. Electa let out a shriek, prompting an enraged bellow from Vernon's room. This sparked a 15-minute argument about that blasted bird, during which Harry deliberately provoked his uncle, ensuring the man was too furious to notice the gifts and letters hastily hidden under his desk. Once Vernon finally stormed off, Harry scowled at the new owl. "And who sent you?" he muttered, stroking the bird's back and offering it a treat before picking up the parcel it had dropped on his desk. Jules, of course. If his brother ever managed to send anything on time, Harry would be genuinely surprised. The gift included a polite note from Jules, along with a pair of Quidditch gloves. Honestly, did he ever think of anything else? Did he not realize that Harry had spent an entire year on his house team without needing a new pair? Alongside that, there was a terse note from James, expressing obviously insincere regrets about Harry missing the boy who lived's birthday gala that year. Harry's scowl deepened as he barely noticed the Potter owl taking off. He had sent Jules an autographed collection of seeker drills, written by the legendary Brazilian seeker Davi Cardoso, and had crafted warm and polite letters to both his brother and his father, though he nearly ground his molars down to stubs while doing so. At least he had made an effort. Suddenly, James's letter burst into flames. Harry jumped and quickly extinguished it before the smoke triggered the detector in the ceiling. He hadn't lost control of his magic like that in, well, a long time. "Spend more time on Occulmency exercises tonight," he told himself firmly. Trust his infuriatingly Gryffindorish father to manage to break Harry's self-control, which was usually pretty good for a 13-year-old. 13. I'm 13 now. Only 4 years left until my majority. Harry began his Occlumency breathing exercises. The books he had managed to get his hands on described a state of meditative calm, where emotions could be acknowledged and examined without affecting him. This was the next step after mastering the art of clearing his mind. He had started attempting that meditative state a week into the summer, even though he felt he wasn't quite ready. It served as a distraction from Dudley's table manners, which rivaled Ron Weasley's in their ability to turn Harry's stomach. It was a great way to stay quiet at the dinner table, but he still couldn't achieve that meditative state in less than 40 minutes of meditation. Breathing exercises would have to suffice. Once he regained his composure, he shoved Harry set aside the remnants of James's letter, along with the gloves and Jules' note, where he wouldn't have to see them again. He turned his attention back to responding to his acquaintances and actual friends. "Your family?" Eris asked sleepily. "Yes," Harry replied. Eris slithered over to his feet, and he gently picked her up, placing her on his desk. The young viper preferred not to climb when she was full. She coiled herself around the base of his desk lamp. "Can I bite your brother when I meet him?" "I'm pretty sure that would land him in the hospital," Harry said, amused. Hospital, where wizards go when they get sick or hurt. Healers work in hospitals to make you better. This seemed to please her. So if I bit him, he'd have to go there to be cared for? You're a Loharian viper. Hannah's book said your venom is really dangerous. You're too small to kill him with one bite. Probably. But it would still make him sick. I definitely want to bite him. Harry choked on a laugh. Eris had a rather bloodthirsty streak, reminding him that while she might be his familiar, she wasn't human. Snakes and humans had very different ideas about morality and killing. If you kill him, I'll take the blame, and then they'll come after you. Not if I'm sneaky about it. He's my brother. I don't want him dead, just irritating. Snakes don't care about killing their nestmates once we're grown. Harry tickled her head in the spot she liked best, and Eris leaned into his hand. It may have escaped your notice, Eris, but I'm not a snake. I should hope not, she said sleepily. Then you wouldn't be able to warm things up for me to sleep on. A few seconds later, she was clearly asleep again. Harry was careful not to disturb her as he wrapped up his replies, which included telling Daphne to stay in line, kindly asking Hermione to at least try to listen to Lady Greengrass, and requesting that Justin bring it was the most impressive car his family owned. After sending them off with a lecture, Harry let out a yawn. It was 1 a.m. He usually woke up around 6, but it had become a tradition for him to stay up until midnight, watching the clock tick as he turned a year older. This habit had started back when the only person celebrating his birthday was himself. Maybe, just maybe, if he stayed up late enough, he could convince his brain to let him sleep in for once. Of course, the Dursleys had to go and ruin Harry's birthday. When he came downstairs at 7:30, he found Dudley glued to the television. He had managed to sleep a full hour past the time Petunia had conditioned him to wake up, which he considered a small victory. The newsman on the screen was warning about a highly dangerous criminal on the loose, but Harry ignored it. Muggle news didn't really concern wizards. Instead, he helped himself to a piece of toast, and with a sly glance at Petunia, who was completely ignoring him, he slipped another 2 slices under his shirt. This summer, he'd been allowed to keep his trunk, and he planned to add the extra toast to his food stash. It lived in the potions compartment, where top-of-the-line preservation charms kept everything fresh. Harry's trunk contained pretty much his entire life, and he hadn't spared a nut. "What's the point of having a TV in the kitchen if it only shows news?" Dudley complained. It was Dudley's constant whining that had led to the television's placement in the kitchen. He'd come home from Smeltings grumbling about the long walk between the living room sofa and the fridge. Harry wished the trace was on wands instead of wizards, so he could use his ash wand to charm the fridge shut. It was disgusting, both Dudley's behaviour and how Vernon and Petunia allowed it. Vernon began ranting about how these useless layabouts could only be dealt with by hanging. Harry thought about Occulmency as he ate his toast quickly, trying to avoid Petunia's glare for leaving crumbs on the counter. "And Marge's train gets in at 10. Harry felt his Occulmency shatter. "Aunt Marge?" "Yes, boy," Vernon replied with a sneer. Harry's heart raced. The Dursleys were already aware of magic. According to the statute of secrecy, they were considered exposed muggles. He could talk about magic around them, technically, though he couldn't perform it until he was of age, and even then under very strict limitations. But Marge didn't know anything about it. That meant the trace would be more sensitive in her presence. It also meant he'd have to be 10 times as careful. which ruled out shoving Petunia's chair out from under her if she made any nasty remarks. "She'll be here for a week," Vernon continued, his expression ugly. "And while we're on the subject, there are a few things we need to clarify." Dudley managed to tear his eyes away from the television. Watching Vernon tear into Harry was one of his favourite pastimes. Unfortunately for all of them, Harry had grown a spine over the past few years. "Like how she's been tormenting me for years," Harry said coldly. "Dogs that attack people can legally be euthanized, Uncle Vernon." As he had predicted, using the family title made Vernon's already red face turn an even deeper shade. "You'll keep a civil tongue in your head while you talk to her." "If she does when speaking to me," Harry replied pleasantly. Vernon continued as if he hadn't said anything. "Marge knows nothing about your abnormality. There'll be no funny business while she's here, or I'll report you to that ministry of yours." "As if they'd take the word of a filthy muggle," Harry sneered, partly because it was true. Even if someone decided to act on it, he could always excuse the Dursleys' lies with, "Oh, I'm so frightfully sorry, but they just treat me so horribly, ma'am. Sometimes my magic slips out, I can't help it. But when they go on about how I'm a freak and my mum was a useless drunk. Tell me I don't get food." It's so hard to control, Harry thought, partly to discourage Vernon from taking that route. This time, Vernon had actually struck a nerve with a threat that gave Harry pause. Not that he would let Vernon know that. "And thirdly," Vernon said, his face turning a deep shade of purple, "we've told her you're attending St. Brutus's home for incurably criminal boys." Under the table, Harry's fists clenched. His magic surged within him, searching for a target, while his expression remained perfectly blank. At that moment, he was grateful he didn't have a wand. He might have turned Vernon into an unrecognizable lump of goo. "And you expect me to go along with this charade?" Harry challenged. "How about I tell Mrs. Sorrel, the neighbourhood gossip, about our old school's inquiries into Dudley's bullying? I know you bribed someone to sweep it under the rug, but I'm sure she'd love to inform the PTA mothers that Petunia Dursley's son was nearly expelled for essentially running a juvenile gang." "You'll say no such thing," Vernon bellowed, standing up so quickly that the arms of his chair got stuck on his hips for a moment before clattering to the floor behind him. In a flash of magic, Harry shoved the chair into the backs of Vernon's knees, causing his uncle to fall back down into the seat. Harry couldn't help but grin unpleasantly. "I certainly won't, as long as you sign this form." He held out the Hogsmeade permission slip, delivered by Owl that morning, along with his schoolbooks. Petunia, who had been watching the confrontation with growing horror and fury, snatched the paper from his hands. "He'll do no such thing," she hissed. "Legally, you're still my testamentary guardians," Harry replied, as lazily as he could manage. "I'd forge your signature, but they have ways of magically checking if it's genuine." He hid the satisfaction that bubbled up inside him at the look of horror on Petunia's face when he mentioned the word magic. Petunia folded the paper tightly in her hands, her expression darkening. Harry moved with jerky movements. "We'll sign it if you're on your best behaviour while Marge is here," Aunt Petunia said icily. Harry couldn't help but think that cold anger must run in his mother's side of the family. Definitely James had a fiery temper, and Jules seemed to have inherited it. Thank Merlin he took after his mother more. The bargain was unpleasant, but he was nearing the limits of the wandless magic he dared to use during the summer. Conjuring fire and ice was particularly challenging, and burning anything larger than a piece of paper felt too risky. Moving objects and locking and unlocking doors were about the extent of what he was willing to attempt. He realized he couldn't scare them into signing the form, and once the week was up, he'd only have 3 more days with the Dursleys before Justin and his dad came to get him for their trip to Italy. At least it would be a good exercise in self-control. "Agreed," he said stiffly. "I'll play along with the school charade and be polite, as long as you keep her from physically harming or interfering with me in any way, which includes sicking the dog on me." "Fine," Vernon growled. Harry smiled at them, sarcasm dripping from his words. "It's been such a pleasant family breakfast, as always. Thanks for making my birthday ever so enjoyable." He turned and stalked out of the room. Dressed in his best Muggle clothes, which wasn't saying much, Harry responded to Aunt Petunia's screech for him to come down and greet their guest. At least they weren't trying to make him act like a bloody house elf anymore. Vernon had once tried to order him to clear the table, and Harry had wandlessly smashed the remainder of Petunia's treacle right onto Vernon's head before leaving the table without a word. None of them had attempted that since. "Get the door," Petunia hissed, shooting him a look full of disgust and fear. Harry forced a pleasant expression onto his face and opened the door. Marge bore a striking resemblance to nothing so much as Vernon's badly cross-dressing younger brother. Her face was the same shade of red, and she was just as grotesquely large as Harry remembered, even sporting a moustache that, while not as bushy as Vernon's, was still quite prominent. "Where's Dudders?" she roared. "Where's my Neffy Pooh?" Harry had to choke back a laugh as he watched Dudley waddle down the hall in his suit, his hair slicked back and a bow tie valiantly attempting to support his multiple chins. If he had to label a photograph of Dudley, it would have read, "Baby walrus stuffed into human clothes and a wig." Honestly, as he observed their embrace, he thought that Marge's hatred and abuse were worth it, if it meant he never had to endure her hugs. Hugs from people he trusted made him cringe, although Dudley was certainly well compensated for his efforts. Harry spotted a crisp £20 note in his cousin's sweaty hand as he broke away from his aunt. Petunia and Marge greeted each other warmly, while Vernon made his way inside, hauling Marge's second suitcase and casting a glower at Harry, who simply smiled back sweetly. "Tea, Marge?" Vernon said jovially. "And what will Ripper take?" The bulldog under Marge's arm twisted around to bare its teeth at Harry. Hidden from Petunia and Vernon by Marge's bulk, he bared his teeth right back and let the damper on his eyes go completely. The dog flinched back, startled. He should have tried that years ago. Smirking, Harry followed them down the hallway. "If you want that permission form, you'll take these upstairs," Vernon hissed, shoving both suitcases at Harry. Harry almost refused on principle, not wanting to let them order him around, but any excuse to stay away from Marge was welcome. So he just started hauling the suitcases up to the guest bedroom without a word. By the time he returned to the kitchen, Ripper was lapping water in the corner, spraying drool everywhere. Harry almost grinned at the pain on Petunia's face, while Marge was busy with her tea and fruitcake. "Who's looking after the other dogs, then?" Vernon asked. Harry slipped into the kitchen and quietly grabbed a teacup and saucer. "Oh, I've got Colonel Fubster watching them. He's retired now, so it gives him something to do. But I couldn't leave Ripper. He pines without me," Marge boomed. Ripper whined as Harry sat down, finally drawing Marge's attention to him. "You're still here, are you?" she asked. With great effort, Harry suppressed a sneer. "Yes." "Don't you say yes with that ungrateful tone," Marge growled. Harry, aware that his tone had been perfectly neutral, struggled to maintain a pleasant expression. The Gryffindors had taunted him as the murderous heir of Slytherin without making him lose his temper, yet his family could get under his skin with barely 20 words. Typical. "It's damn good of Vernon and Petunia to keep you. I wouldn't have done it myself. You'd have gone straight to an orphanage if you'd been dumped on my doorstep." Harry was sharply reminded of what Tom Riddle's shade had said about an orphanage. It was an unpleasant reminder of the similarities he bore to a Dark Lord, if one were to be objective. Honestly, though, an orphanage would be preferable to living with Marge. He ducked his head, attempting to look grateful. "Don't you hide your smirk from me," Marge boomed. "I can see you haven't improved a bit. I was hoping school would knock some sense into you." She drained her teacup and wiped her moustache. "Where is it you send him again?" Harry was sorely tempted to blurt out, "Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry," just to see her reaction. But the thought of the Dursleys' wrath while he was restrained held his tongue. Plus, there was the statute of secrecy to consider. "St. Brutus's Home for Incurably Criminal Boys," Vernon said. "It's a first-rate institution for hopeless cases." "See?" Marge said, glaring at Harry. "Do they use the cane at St. Brutus's, boy?" "Yes," Harry replied quickly. "All the time. I still have some bruises." "Excellent. But if you can talk about your beatings so casually, it's clearly not having the proper impact. Vernon, you must write to them and tell them not to be shy with the cane. Make it clear that you approve of the use of extreme force in this one's case." By this point, Harry was gripping his fork so tightly that he thought it might bend. His fruitcake sat untouched because he was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he'd insult them all. Petunia, perhaps sensing the impending disaster, she had always been quicker on the uptake than her husband, who was denser than cement, asked Marge about the escaped prisoner. Harry took the opportunity to eat his fruitcake and blend into the wallpaper until he could reasonably and politely ask to be excused. 3 days later, he was seriously considering homicide. His usual truce with Petunia and Vernon, where they left him alone as long as he stayed out of their way, didn't seem to apply to Marge. She wanted him under her watchful eye at all times. Despite his best efforts to behave, keeping his face bland, his tone polite, and his hair somewhat neater than it had been last summer, her anger seemed to grow. Even Ripper's sudden and unusual refusal to be anywhere near Harry only added to her irritation. Marge made snippy comments about his clothes, showered Dudley with expensive gifts while glaring at Harry, and lamented that child protection laws prevented parents from using appropriate levels of force. Harry was pretty sure this was the excuse Vernon and Petunia used to justify why they had stopped hitting him, or allowing Marge to hit him. She compared him to Dudley, while singing Dudley's praises, and when none of that worked, she turned to comments about him as a person. "You mustn't blame yourself for the way the boy has turned out, Vernon," she said darkly over lunch. "You see it all the time." "Enough to drink, thank you. If there's something wrong with the bitch, there'll be something wrong with the pups." Harry didn't flinch as he set down his silverware. His mother, well, he'd never really known her, had he? He owed her his existence, but she had made the poor choice of marrying James Potter, which certainly didn't help her case. Still, he didn't like hearing her insulted. As for James, Marge could say whatever she wanted. "If there's something rotten on the inside, there's nothing you can do about it," Marge concluded, and in that moment her wineglass shattered. "Marge," Petunia squealed. "Marge, are you all right?" "Fine, fine, Petunia," Marge replied, dabbing at herself with a napkin. "Must have squeezed it too hard. I did the same thing at Colonel Fubster's just the other week. No need to fuss, Petunia. I have a very firm grip." Petunia and Vernon exchanged suspicious glances toward Harry. He decided it was best to skip dessert and retreat to his room. In the hallway, he leaned his head against the wall. Can't lose control. Can't get in trouble. He was not rotten. He was not sick. He was a wizard, and magic was the opposite of being rotten. How dare she? Breathing hard, Harry climbed the stairs. After that, he combined Occulmency with reciting lists of potion ingredients. He had tried hexes on the first day. He'd been flipping through the book Theo had lent him, but that only left him itching to try a few on the Dursleys. Marge had dismissed his blank expression, calling him mentally retarded. His hand instinctively reached for a wand he wasn't carrying, and laughed at him. Finally, the last day of her stay arrived. Harry kept his head down and his mouth shut. Vernon bored everyone by talking non-stop about his drill company, Grunnings, throughout dinner. Then Petunia brought out coffee, and Vernon poured the brandy. "Can I tempt you, Marge?" he asked, but Marge had already had quite enough to drink. Marge had had quite a lot of wine, and her large face was even more flushed than usual. "Just a smidge," she said, as Vernon poured her another glass, then paused. "A bit more than that. A bit more. That's the ticket." Harry thought to himself, "And you mocked my parents for supposedly being alcoholics." Dudley was already on his fourth piece of pie, while Petunia sipped her coffee daintily, casting a disdainful glance at Ripper, who was curled up in the corner. Vernon sipped his brandy a little slower than Marge, but not by much. Harry wished he could vanish into his bedroom. One look at Vernon told him he had to endure this dinner or risk his temper getting the better of him. Honestly, was Hogsmeade even worth this? "Excellent nosh, Petunia," Marge said, pouring herself more brandy. "It's usually just a fry-up for me in the evenings, with 12 dogs to look after." She burped and patted her stomach. "Pardon me, as I was saying, it's wonderful how you feed us. I always like to see a healthy-sized boy." She winked at Dudley. Harry fought the urge to roll his eyes. "You'll be a proper-sized man, Dudders, just like your father." "Yes, I'll have a spot more brandy, Vernon." "Now this one here," Marge said, jerking her head toward Harry. He lifted his gaze and stared blankly back at her, slowly allowing a hint of the unnatural green to seep back into his eyes. The wandless magic that usually dulled their colour had become a constant, nearly unnoticeable reflex after years of practice. Without that dampening effect, his eyes didn't exactly glow, and most people wouldn't pinpoint what made him seem so unnerving. But there was something about him, and he knew it from experience. Marge scowled. "This one's got a mean, runty look about him. You see that kind of thing with dogs. I had Colonel Fubster drown one last year. Ratty little thing it was, weak, underbred." Harry took steadying breaths, reminding himself of the powdered spine of lionfish, a stabilizing agent used in many potions. Marge continued, her voice dripping with disdain. "It all comes down to blood, as I mentioned the other day. Bad blood will out. Now, I'm not saying anything about your family, Petunia, but your sister was a bad egg. They show up in the best of families. Then she ran off with a wastrel, and look at the result right in front of us." Honestly, Harry couldn't even get mad about the wastrel comment. From what he could tell, James had clung to the head aura position thanks to talented underlings and his son's fame. "What about this Potter?" Marge asked. "What did you say he did for a living?" "He didn't work," Vernon replied, glancing at Harry. "Unemployed." "As I expected," Marge exclaimed, pouring herself yet more brandy. Harry raised an eyebrow as she knocked it back. a no-account, good-for-nothing, lazy scrounger who imposed himself on decent folk. Harry took another bite of pie, trying to tune her out. Probably a good thing they got themselves killed in a car crash, Marge continued. Drunk, I expect. It's amusing that you mock them for being alcoholics while you're quite inebriated yourself, Harry remarked, recalling one of Blaise's clever comebacks. Does that much hypocrisy leave an aftertaste, or is it covered by the brandy? Boy, Vernon snarled, his face darkening. Petunia's expression went pale. You nasty little brat, Marge shouted, outraged. Your parents left you to be a burden on your decent, hard-working relatives, exactly what we all would have expected. When her words failed to provoke Harry, she leered at him. And of course, look at you, no better than they were. 3 years at that school Vernon found, and you still sit there sullen and ungrateful as you please. Probably can't even comprehend what I'm saying, can you? Such a nasty, thick little freak. I've heard all about those terrible things you did to Dudley growing up. At last, Harry felt his anger awaken, cold and heavy coursing through his veins. He dropped the rest of his pie. Harry removed the damper from his eyes and regarded Marge thoughtfully, not really hearing her rants as she continued her tirade against him. Then, without even realizing it, he let his magic flow. Technically, it was accidental magic. It fell within the bounds of the statute of secrecy, at least under the clauses that would prevent him from being expelled, since he didn't have a wand, and memory would show he had been provoked. Technically, he wasn't aiming to do anything specific with his magic. But in practice, well, in practice, he was thinking about a certain curse he had seen. Marge suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Her small eyes widened in disbelief. She seemed to swell with anger, but that swelling didn't stop. Fury shifted to fear, and then panic etched her features. Harry took it all in without moving an inch. Her face stretched, her eyes bulged, her mouth grew too wide for speech. Then, with a loud pop, several buttons flew off her tweed jacket and ricocheted off the walls. She began to inflate like a monstrous balloon, her fingers transforming into thick sausages, her stomach straining against the seams of her slacks. The cold rage coursing through Harry had taken over nearly his entire body. He felt nothing but that icy fury as her body lifted off the chair. He raised an eyebrow, surprised. It seemed his magic had taken on a life of its own. "Marge!" Vernon and Petunia screamed, lunging for her, but they were too slow. Marge hit the ceiling and let out a shriek as she bounced slightly. Harry leaned back in his seat, watching the chaos unfold. Vernon grabbed her ankle, attempting to pull her down, but he was lifted off the floor himself. Petunia turned on Harry, her eyes filled with fury and terror. With deliberate movements, Harry finished the last 3 bites of his pie, while Vernon struggled to bring Marge back down from the ceiling. Then he looked up, smiled politely at Petunia, and walked out of the room. He made it upstairs just before the first bellow of, "Boy!" "What's going on?" Eris demanded. Eris popped out from her favorite hiding spot near the radiator. "I felt your magic." "We're leaving," Harry said grimly. "I've had enough of this place." He began tossing his belongings into his trunk. Finally. Harry glanced at her as he continued to pack, knowing he could organize everything later. "What? They're not nice to you. I don't like seeing you unhappy. Can I bite any of them before we go?" "No, I'm in enough trouble as it is without one of them dying. Besides, they'd probably taste awful." "I don't have to lick them. I don't taste things with my fangs." "But you'd still have a bit of them in your mouth." Eris considered this for a moment. "True. Okay, no biting. Did you use your magic on them at least?" "I blew up Marge." Oh, good. Harry found himself smiling impossibly as Eris wound up his arm and curled around his waist beneath Dudley's oversized clothes. She enjoyed riding there, he had discovered, often accompanying him on walks or trips to the bookstore, nestled warmly against his skin. Harry checked his room one last time, then peeked inside his trunk. His holly wand sat securely in its holster, resting on top of his Slytherin team Nimbus 2001 and his broom-cleaning kit. Making the decision took no time at all. He pulled out the holster and held it to his arm. The straps adjusted themselves, and the sensation faded away as if by magic. He slammed the trunk closed, shrunk it down, and packed it into his grey bag. Throwing the pack over his shoulder, he shoved the door open. Vernon stood at the top of the stairs, his trouser leg in tatters. Ripper, probably. "Boy, get back down there and put her right." "I changed my mind. I still want to bite him." "She got what she deserved," Harry said, placing a hand over Eris's head through his shirt. "If you're smart, you'll get out of my way." "You will not order me about in my own home." Petunia appeared, her face pale with rage. "How dare you," she hissed, "working your freakishness in our normal house. You've contaminated this entire place after we took you in and gave you a home." "This is not my home," Harry replied firmly. He was never coming back here. Never. He shouldn't have had to return in the first place. He didn't care about the wards, as if they were any better than the centuries-old wards around Potter Manor. "This has never been my home. You've made sure of that since I was 1 year old. Now, for the last time, get out of my way." Vernon took a threatening step forward, his face turning purple. But with a sudden bang, he was hurled backwards, tipping over the railing and crashing to the front hall. He landed with a thud and a groan. Eris let out a quiet hiss of laughter, audible only to Harry. From somewhere downstairs, Dudley emitted a squealing scream. Harry walked forward, and Petunia took a trembling step aside, seemingly speechless. He descended the stairs and paused by the front door. Vernon was moving. His massive body had cushioned him somewhat, at least enough to avoid a serious head injury. He was conscious enough to let out a bellow of pain. Anyone who could yell that loudly didn't have a punctured lung, so Harry pushed those thoughts aside, opened the door, and left Privet Drive for the last time. If he had to, he'd hop on a broom to Italy next summer and stay at Blaise's house for 3 months. He was not coming back. Chapter 2. Past and Future. Harry walked 2 blocks before his anger began to fade. He found a low garden wall to sit on, lost in thought, absent-mindedly rolling his wand between his fingers. When had he even drawn it? This was definitely one of the tougher situations he had faced. He knew he could make it to the Leaky Cauldron without too much trouble. As long as he avoided Jules's swaggering behavior, the night bus conductor would be too thick to recognize him. But once he arrived at the inn, he would be on their radar. He had to carefully consider his next steps before getting there. "What are you going to do?" Eris asked, poking her head out from under his collar and winding comfortingly around his neck. "The Ministry can't just track me down," Harry replied. He had read a bit about tracking magic the previous year, just in case he needed to boat during the summer. He knew that proper tracking spells required a rune-based ritual and a bit of the person being sought. He had been meticulous about cleaning his hairbrush and incinerating the hair, and he'd burned all his nail clippings. Not to mention such practices were legally questionable. As long as he stayed in Muggle London, he felt safe. His Gringotts bag would give him pound notes, and he could shrink his trunk without activating the trace, since the magic was part of it, and only activated by a wand tap. I can disappear into Muggle London if I need to, but only as a last resort. If I get expelled and they want to punish me further, I think I can avoid expulsion, and I'm fairly certain I can dodge worse charges. It's good to have a backup option, Eris agreed. Harry's instincts suddenly pricked at the same moment his familiar retreated beneath his clothes. Something's watching us. He looked up sharply, scanning his surroundings with his wand at the ready, the incantation for a basic guard spell hovering on his lips. It wouldn't block anything more than a simple jinx or low-power charms, but he still lacked the core strength for a proper protective spell. Eyes gleamed in the shadows. Harry shifted into action. Harry dropped into a defensive crouch, training his wand on the figure before him. It was just a dog. A big one, to be sure, and somewhat frightening if he was honest with himself, but there was nothing malicious in its body language. "It smells weird," Eris hissed, "and hungry." In the glow of a nearby streetlight, Harry noticed the dog's ribs protruding sharply beneath its matted fur. He lowered his wand. "Hey, boy," he said softly. "Or girl?" The dog approached cautiously, its gaze fixed on his wand. "No, you can't play with it," Harry reassured, sitting down to appear less threatening. "This is a wand, see? It's special. I can find another stick if you want to play." He waved his wand aimlessly, pointing it away from them, but the dog flinched all the same. Harry's heart ached painfully. It struck him that he seemed to empathize more easily with animals than with people. This dog had clearly been starved, and, judging by its reaction to the wand, had likely suffered physical abuse too. He tucked his wand away. "Want some food?" he asked gently, pulling out his trunk and enlarging it to its normal size. "Why are you feeding it?" Eris questioned. "Because I've gone hungry before." "Okay." Harry could sense that Eris wasn't keen on this idea. She got along fine with Elector, the wizard's owl, who was clever enough to know not to eat her wizard's familiar. Elector had even brought Eris mice a few times, which she begrudgingly accepted, despite claiming that being fed took the fun out of hunting. The dog's ears perked up, and it crept a little closer. Harry opened the trunk to the potions section, rummaging through his supplies until he found his food stash. He pulled out a half-eaten meat pie he had bought at the grocery store 3 weeks ago and saved for later. Harry unwrapped the meat pie and placed it on the ground. "Here you go," he said, sliding it toward the dog. Keeping a cautious eye on the animal, he watched as it ate hungrily, like a creature that hadn't had enough to eat in a long time. "It looks hungry," Eris remarked. "Maybe feeding it was a good idea." "Maybe if I talk to it, it'll relax," Harry replied. "Can you speak dog?" "No, but I read somewhere that dogs like the sound of people's voices, especially if they're nice." "You're still mine," Eris said. "Of course," he agreed, rubbing her tail where it draped across his chest. He turned his attention back to the dog. "I know that feeling," he said softly, "being hungry. I wonder who did this to you. I'd like to hex them, except I'm already on thin ice. I kind of accidentally, on purpose, blew up my uncle's sister for making fun of me. I think I might be in legal trouble." The dog finished the meat pie and watched Harry intently. He slowly reached out, allowing it to sniff his hand before cautiously moving to rub one of its ears. The dog leaned into his touch just a little, but it still didn't fully relax. Harry couldn't blame it. "I think I can talk my way out of this," he said. "I'd better. My dad doesn't like me. He'll take any chance he gets to disinherit me, I think. Too bad for him, I'm quite good at talking my way out of things. Being in Slytherin helps with that." The dog sneezed, and Eris flinched. "Ew," she said. Harry laughed as the dog sat down slowly. He resumed scratching its ear, which seemed to be a favourite spot. They sat in silence for a little while. With a sigh, Harry shifted and sat up straighter. The dog mirrored him, sensing that the quiet moment was coming to an end. "I've got to get going," Harry said. "I hope you find a family that will treat you right. Merlin knows I'm still looking for one." He paused, looking at the half-starved dog. "But once you get some regular food—" Harry took a deep breath and sniffed his hand, grimacing at the smell. "Definitely a bath," he muttered to himself, imagining the dog looking much better after a good wash with plenty of shampoo. He thought about how easy it would be to earn the dog's loyalty, just as Dumbledore or Snape might have done, if only they had treated him better. They had left him to fend for himself, and now he couldn't trust any of them, and maybe he never would. Lately, he had begun to wonder if he was even capable of real trust anymore. But the dog might still be open to it. After all, no one had helped Harry when he was in desperate need. Perhaps he could extend a helping hand to the dog instead. "Actually," he said, "you could come with me." "What?" "Eris, calm down. It's starving. You get along fine with a lector." Eris huffed in response. "Only because it clearly needs a wizard. Hogwarts doesn't allow us to bring anything other than a cat, rat, or toad," Harry continued, noticing how his voice seemed to soothe the dog. "But I bet I could convince them. If I say I adopted you, I'd feel terrible if I couldn't keep you around. If nothing else, I think I know a woman who would take you in. The Weasleys are great, and their parents at least love me. Probably helps that I saved their daughter's life last year. Well, Jules helped too. He actually killed the basilisk. What a hero. The point is she'd take you, and she'd love to feed you every day." The dog whined softly. "Come on," Harry coaxed. He'd pay extra to get them both on the night bus if he had to. "I've never had a dog, but I promise I'll be better than whoever had you before." With a quiet bark, the dog took off running and vanished in an instant. Harry sighed and stood up. So much for that. "It smelled funny anyway," Eris commented. He picked up his trunk and prepared to leave. "Bad? Sick? Dirty?" "No, just funny. Not just the hunger," Eris said. "Huh, okay. I'm about to call the night bus. Remember what we talked about?" Harry asked. Eris sighed. "I have to stay hidden, and we can't talk when other people are around." "Right." He gently stroked her head and lifted her chin, making sure her dark eyes met his. "I don't like it, and maybe someday you won't have to hide. But they'll try to take you away. They'll shun me for this. People don't like speakers. They think it makes me dark." "Your skin's a little darker than your aunt's," she offered. "Still not very dark-coloured, more of a medium brown." Harry snickered. "That's from my dad. His mum was from a region called Southeast Asia. I meant dark, as in a user of dark magic." "What does dark magic smell like? I've only ever smelled yours. I only started picking up on it a few weeks ago. Your trunk smells like magic too, but bland. I don't know. Humans can't smell magic. I'll track down something dark sometime and let you have a go. How's that sound?" Eris considered for a moment. "Interesting. And people think this dark magic is bad? Why?" "Some of it disfigures your body or soul," Harry shrugged, "and some of it's just dangerous and powerful, so they label it dark as an excuse to control it. People think it's inherently evil or bad, which is honestly rather stupid. What matters is how you use spells, not what they do." He paused. realizing that Slytherin had influenced his opinions more than he'd thought. "So I have to hide now. Sorry. Can I go in your trunk, with the clothes, if you make them warm for me?" Harry laughed. Of course. Eris slept a lot. Apparently vipers from her part of Africa tended to be fairly lethargic, especially in the cold. Her favorite place to sleep was in a pile of worn cotton t-shirts that smelled like Harry and had a wandless warming charm on them. He got her set up, ensuring she was comfortable. He locked his trunk again, shrank it down, and raised his wand. With a loud bang and a flash of light, the night bus appeared. Stan Shunpike popped out of the door. "Hey, I recognize you," he said, squinting at Harry. Harry felt a jolt of panic. "You rode the bus last year on the way to Hogwarts." Yeah," Harry replied, letting Stan hold the door for him. "What's your name?" Stan asked, curiosity in his voice. "And where you going?" "Seamus. Finnegan. Seamus Finnegan. The Leaky Cauldron, please." Harry wanted to kick himself. He was usually a much better liar than this. But Stan didn't seem to notice anything unusual. Harry climbed onto the bus and handed over 11 sickles. It was much less crowded at night in late July than it was at midday on September 1st. He managed to claim a seat, well, more like a bed, near the front of the bus, where he could keep an eye on the passengers getting on and off. "This is our driver, Ernie Prang," Stan said, sounding a bit bored but eager to chat. "This is Seamus Finnegan, Ern." Ernie nodded at Harry as he settled onto his chosen bed and grabbed a railing. "Take her away, Ern," Stan said. The bus banged again and Harry glanced out the window. They were speeding down a completely different road. "Somewhere in Wales," Stan commented. "Best go wake up Madame Marsh, Stan," Ernie said. "We'll be in Abergavenny in a minute." Stan headed toward the back of the bus. Harry braced himself as Ernie slammed his foot on the brake, and the bus screeched to a halt outside a small house, its windows glowing with yellow light. Stan reappeared, leading a faintly greenish witch with a handkerchief over her mouth. "Here you go," Stan said cheerfully. She tottered down the steps, and Stan tossed her bag out after her before the bus took off again. Honestly, Harry thought, why did people ride this thing instead of using flue? Harry wondered if Eris could feel the jolting inside his trunk, or if the layers of spells protecting it kept her undisturbed. He'd have to ask her later, but he was careful when opening it, knowing that movement could wake her. She was always cranky when she didn't get enough sleep. He was certain he wouldn't be sleeping any time soon. He was still too wired, and even if the adrenaline had faded, the night bus was hardly a place for rest. Stan chattered away for a bit before pulling out a newspaper and starting to read. Harry squinted at the cover. A gaunt man with greasy, unkempt black hair and hollow cheeks glared back at him from the front page. "Who's that?" he asked, pointing. "Who? Oh, yeah, that's Sirius Black," Stan replied, clearly eager to share the gossip. "He escaped from Azkaban. Where have you been, Seamus?" Harry's stomach lurched. He had done his homework. He knew his family history. Sirius Black had betrayed his family to Voldemort, leading to his mother's death. "Can I read it?" "Sure. You ought to read the papers more, Seamus." Harry held back from snapping at Stan about how he couldn't subscribe to the Daily Prophet, or his uncle might actually buy a pellet gun and try to shoot a lector. "Thanks." The article didn't reveal anything urgent that he didn't already know. It was interesting, though, that Fudge had a line of communication with the Prime Minister. He hadn't known that. He snickered at the Prophet's definition of a gun and handed the paper back. "Scary-looking thing, isn't it?" Stan said. "I imagine Azkaban could make anyone look rather frightening," Harry replied absently. Sirius Black escaped, his parents' betrayer. As Theo had pointed out last year, there was a significant difference between an attack from an enemy and one from a trusted friend. Perhaps they should have killed Black instead of tossing him in prison. It looked like he'd have to do some more research on this. Harry lay back on his feather bed, closed his eyes, and focused on Occulmency. Even after an hour of effort, he couldn't reach his usual meditative state. The noise of the bus was too distracting. Still, he managed to keep his mind calm and empty amidst the chaos, which felt like a step forward. It also helped pass the time without dwelling on Black or his legal troubles. Finally, Stan mentioned London, and Harry pulled himself back to the present, sitting up. "My stop?" he asked. "Sure thing, Seamus," Stan replied. Harry offered a brief goodbye to both of them and stepped off the bus, which roared away with a bang. A sense of déjà vu washed over him as he approached the door of the Leaky Cauldron. "There you are," a voice said. He instinctively took a defensive stance, wand drawn. "No need for that, Potter. Get yourself together," the voice continued. To his shock, it was Spencer Wright stepping out of the Leaky Cauldron. He looked cold, exhausted, and irritable. "You've given everyone fits in the last hour," Spencer said, grabbing Harry's shoulder and guiding him inside. Still stunned, Harry allowed himself to be led, not reacting as he normally would to someone touching him. "And of course no one important was going to come after you, so they sent the youngest person in the minister's office. Typical. Sit down. Tom, grab us some butterbeer, would you?" Harry said, caught off guard. "You work in the minister's office? Why are they sending you after a delinquent case?" Spencer smirked and paid old Tom, the barman, for the drinks that floated over to their table. Harry took a sip, savouring the warmth. "See, they're in quite a state. Between you and me, it would be horrific bad press if the boy who lived's war hero father turned out to have abandoned his heir with some of the nastiest muggles to ever exist, wouldn't it?" "Don't look at me like that. Everyone in Slytherin knows." "Anyone with a keen eye could see you were underfed and incredibly tense when you arrived. We know the signs. Our house tends to attract more than our fair share of those with difficult childhoods." "Ah," Harry replied, feeling a mix of relief and discomfort. "They're covering it up." "There's a team of obliviators and spellbreakers at your house right now," Wright said, draining the last of his butterbeer. "Minister Fudge is not pleased, let me tell you, but be grateful it turned out this way. Your father's lawyer friend, Ethan Thorne, he wanted to spin this story, painting you as the delinquent, evil, bigoted Slytherin who hexed the Muggles just for fun. You should thank Rufus Scrimgeour for shutting that down at some point." "Please convey my gratitude to him the next time you see him," Harry said, even though he had no idea who Scrimgeour was. Wright grinned. "I will." Harry raised an eyebrow. "And I suppose this has nothing to do with Sirius Black being on the loose?" "Nothing," Wright replied innocently. "Absolutely nothing to do with the Ministry being terrified that he'll kill you while you're vulnerable out on the streets, away from your Muggle home. That would lead to even greater public outcry if a Potter were to die because the Ministry can't do their jobs." "Right," Harry said, recalling how refreshing it was to talk to a fellow Slytherin. "Does the Ministry's concern for my well-being extend to criminal charges?" "Indeed it does," Wright said. "They're all convinced it was just accidental magic anyway, so it's not technically a cover-up, just normal procedure for Muggleborns who lash out in front of non-exposed Muggles." Harry narrowed his eyes. "They're all convinced?" Wright smirked. "I've seen you work magic, Potter. You're skilled. I'm not convinced you can't, well, control your magical outbursts when you're angry enough. But of course, no one would listen to a junior undersecretary, even if he cared. Enough to say anything, so what does it matter? Very little, Harry agreed with a smirk. I hear you're invited to the Zabinis this month. Old Tom says room 11 is free. You can stay here in the interim, Wright said. Or somewhere else, frankly, I don't care. Just try to stay in Wizarding London, all right? As if I'd want to leave it, Harry replied earnestly. Wright snorted. Good to see you, Potter. Oh, and keep up the good flying this year. He almost clapped Harry on the shoulder, but stopped himself halfway through the motion, settling instead on a nod, which Harry appreciated, before sweeping out the door. Harry finished his butterbeer and let Tom help him settle into his room at the Leaky Cauldron. He felt exhausted and numb with relief, and the only thing that pierced the fog of his thoughts was a pleasant surprise at finding Electa already in his room. He locked the door, dug Eris out of his trunk, and lay down with her coiled loosely on his back beneath the blankets. Within minutes, he was asleep. The next morning, Harry wrote a set of letters and sent them off with Electa. Then he walked to Flourish and Blots, where he spent quite a bit of money on books. 4 of them detailed the history of the War of You-Know-Who, its end and its aftermath. He couldn't explore Nocturne Alley, not with the Ministry keeping an eye on his movements, and Ethan Thorne apparently waiting for an opportunity to strike. Instead, he could do some research and find out exactly what made Sirius Black tick. Know thine enemy. It was the perfect opportunity. Harry crept up behind Pansy, putting a finger to his lips with a smirk as Theo and Blaise, sitting across from her, noticed him. They pretended nothing was out of the ordinary. He waited until he was close enough, and then dropped his hands heavily onto her shoulders. Pansy shrieked and jumped. "Harry!" she exclaimed, grinning as he pulled back. Harry pulled out a chair and sat next to her. "Miss me?" he asked. "No," she replied, scowling at him. He placed a hand over his heart. "You wound me." "Good. You deserve it." "I do not." "So, Harry," Theo said, leaning forward, "your letter was a bit short on details." "I had to write it 7 times, Harry explained. Theo nodded. "I forgive you, but now you need to spill." Harry checked his watch. "Can we wait until the others get here?" "Why must you torment me so?" Blaise exclaimed dramatically. Harry smirked. "Because you deserve it." "In the meantime," Pansy said, lowering her voice, "you've all read the papers, right?" "About Black?" Harry asked. She nodded. Theo's expression shifted towards studied boredom, his usual defense mechanism. Harry knew that this was just as much a giveaway of his discomfort as actually showing it. "I wonder how he did it," Blaise said. "No one's ever broken out of Azkaban before." "They say the Dark Lord taught him loads of dark magic," Pansy added, "that he was supposed to be second in command." Harry had meant to keep his questions to himself. He thought it could wait until after the wedding. He didn't want to ruin anyone's summer. But when they gave him such a perfect opening... "Hey, guys!" Justin dropped into a seat at Harry's right, and the moment was lost. "Justin, hi," Harry greeted him. Blaise nodded briefly. "Everyone got their school books?" Justin asked. "I flipped through the defense text for this year. It looks like we're going to be working on magical creatures that pose threats. Should be interesting," he continued. "The Care of Magical Creatures book is a beast," Blaise remarked. "Literally. It's covered in fur and it bites. I had to hex it with that spell the twins taught Harry to keep someone's books closed." "Didn't Kettleburn retire?" Theo asked. "Who's the new care teacher?" They all looked at Pansy, but she just shrugged, keeping it quiet. I asked around, but no one would say anything, although Snape looked even more annoyed than usual when I asked him, so I suspect he's not happy with the appointment. Bets on whether Daphne or Hermione threw the first hex today? Blaise asked. It's nearly time for them to be back. Neither. They can't use magic, Theo replied. Idiot. Blaise, who's Matteo? Justin inquired. You've been annoyingly tight-lipped. Blaise smirked. Family friend. You called him uncle, Harry pointed out. So I did. Is he one of your stepfather's brothers? Justin asked. The Slytherins winced. What? I can be subtle when I want to, but honestly, this is faster. Hufflepuffs, Pansy remarked, though without any real rancour. Justin grinned. No, Blaise said. He's no blood or marriage relation of mine. Ask him yourself when you see him tomorrow. Fine, Justin huffed. Theo looked over Harry's shoulder, his eyebrows rising. Merlin's balls, they're both in one piece. Colour me amazed. Harry, Pansy, and Justin all turned to look. Daphne and Hermione were walking into the Leaky Cauldron, followed by Lady Greengrass, who scanned the inside of the pub with a faint sneer of distaste. Daphne's expression mirrored her mother's, though it was less refined. Hermione, on the other hand, looked shell-shocked. Harry's eyebrows lifted in surprise. She was dressed in typical wizarding attire rather than the muggle clothes she usually wore when not in school robes. The fitted burgundy robe suited her surprisingly well. Hermione, Theo said, grinning like a cat that caught a canary as the other girls joined them. You look like a proper witch now. Hermione scowled at him, but managed to turn it into a passable smile. Well met, Nott. Blaise burst out laughing. You needn't be so formal with us. Practising, Hermione said stiffly. Lady Greengrass nodded coolly at them. I have other matters to attend to. Zabini, I entrust my daughter to your family's care. In the name of House Zabini, I accept, Blaise replied, his voice suddenly formal. Please convey my congratulations to the Countess. With that, Lady Greengrass departed. Someone explain that, Justin said, looking puzzled. Pansy leaned around Harry. Go on, Hermione, show us what you learned today. Hermione glared at her, chin lifted, a gesture that was distinctly Greengrass-like. Not that Harry, who was doing his best to stifle laughter, would ever mention it. It's about minor heirs of noble houses, Theo said, sounding bored. Lady Greengrass is entrusting her heir to another house. Technically, if someone burst in here and killed Daphne right now, the Greengrasses could declare a blood feud against the Zabinis. I thought it was horrifyingly chauvinistic, Hermione remarked, but evidently it applies to male and female heirs alike. Daphne shrugged. I'm fairly certain my parents wouldn't declare a blood feud, especially if only Blaise is around. He's 13. They can't expect him to sacrifice his life for mine. Although, technically, in the old days, they legally could have. It's more of a formality now than anything else. Did your dad do it, Harry? Justin asked. Harry snorted. Hardly. In fact, if there's an assassination attempt at this wedding and I get caught in the crossfire, he'd probably send the killer flowers. The Zabinis, too, if he could stomach it. I've heard from reliable sources that his lawyer friend is trying to disinherit me. Ethan Thorne, Pansy said with distaste. New money. His father's family is from somewhere in Eastern Europe. Is there anyone you don't know? Justin asked, incredulous. Pansy smirked. The new care teacher, Theo pointed out, eliciting a laugh from the group. Pansy shot a murderous look in their direction. We're only waiting on Neville now, right? Hermione asked. Since Hannah can't come. Harry nodded. Does his grandmother follow these old traditions? And what about your dad, Theo? Hermione continued. Just as strictly as Daphne's, actually, Blaise replied. Both of them. Lord Nott did it in person this morning, and so did Lord Parkinson. Augusta Longbottom sent a vaguely threatening letter to my mum last week, entrusting her grandson and heir to our care, starting today. Hermione looked startled. Neville never said anything. He was afraid to, Theo said quietly. You've likely seen how the other Potter and his friends treat Neville. If he admitted his family still clings to some of the old ways, they'd be even harder on him, and he might lose you in the process. Harry watched Hermione closely as Theo spoke. Guilt flickered across her face. They still hadn't had a serious conversation about everything that happened last year, their fight. Harry wasn't going to apologize unless there was literally no other way to salvage their friendship, because he loathed apologies. In fact, he would have preferred to say nothing at all and just move on with their lives, cautiously re-evaluating his trust in their friendship if she managed to change her behavior. But Hermione wasn't like Theo or Daphne. She liked to talk things out, and she kind of needed to. He had been bracing himself for that conversation all summer. It seemed, though, that the Greengrass interference might make things a bit easier. There he is, Daphne said, late as usual. Neville frowned at her. It's 1 minute to noon. You lot are just early. You've grown teeth, Daphne teased. Where's Eris? Neville asked. Harry grinned. Sleeping as usual. How's your gran been? Hermione inquired as Neville took the last spot at their table, looking at him with a bossy concern. Harry winced. Clearly her tact still needed some work. Neville shrugged. At least, easier, Neville said, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. She was kind of overbearing when I was growing up. We had a bit of a fight during the first week back at school. I think I accidentally guilt-tripped her. Guilt trips can be remarkably effective, especially if applied at the right moment and not overdone, Pansy mused. The second the target realizes it's deliberate, it loses its impact. What? Neville and Hermione stared at her, puzzled. Justin burst into laughter. You guys should be used to the Slytherins by now, he said, shaking his head. What, and you are? Hermione retorted. Hufflepuffs aren't like this. My parents are business people, Justin replied, still chuckling. Hermione, they're both CEOs of different companies. I grew up learning 2 things, how to manipulate people, mostly from my mom, and how to be ethical about it, mostly from my dad. I suppose, Hermione said thoughtfully. Still, like you've never guilt-tripped anyone, Harry teased, a smirk playing on his lips. Hermione blushed. Only to get my parents to buy me books. That is the most Hermione thing you have ever said, Theo snickered. Let me guess, you still feel guilty about it? Blaise chimed in. Hermione looked slightly embarrassed. I guess, well, no. Mostly I'm guilty about the fact that I don't feel guilty for it. Oh no, Pansy said, her gleeful expression completely at odds with her words. We're rubbing off on her. Joy, Hermione muttered, though she didn't seem truly upset. Now, will you tell us the story? Blaise turned to Harry expectantly. Everyone perked up, and Harry grimaced. Fine, he said, keeping it brief. He described Aunt Marge and the deal he'd made with Vernon, summarized the verbal abuse she hurled at him, and recounted the events that led to him leaving the house. When he finished, the others stared at him in shock. Harry, Hermione said, her voice full of concern. I'm amazed you weren't expelled. Forget expelled? He should have been up on charges, Pansy said. Harry shrugged. If my last name was anything other than Potter, I definitely would be. Apparently they're worried Sirius Black is out to murder me and Jules as revenge, so they had a task force looking for me. When I showed up at the Leaky, Wright was waiting for me. Did you know he works in the minister's office now?" Pansy seemed to file that information away for later. "Ethan Thorne wanted to paint me as a heinous, muggle-hating Slytherin bigot, but predictably someone jumped in and covered the whole thing up. Technically, it was accidental magic anyway, so I was protected by exemptions from the decree for the restriction of underage magic, which kept me from facing further charges or expulsion. The ministry can't legally expel me. The headmaster is the only one who can do that. Not that I'd expect Dumbledore to swoop in and save me, but still." "Of course he would," Hermione replied. Harry raised an eyebrow at her. "Hagrid, Stone, Cerberus, Basilisk?" She winced. "Fair point." "You've got all the legal stuff down," Neville said, clearly impressed. Harry shrugged. They all knew he had experienced wilder accidental magic as a kid than most, and they mostly attributed it to the open secret of his terrible home life. Only Pansy, Neville, Blaise, and Theo were aware of his wandless magic capabilities. "They push my buttons. Sometimes my magic just gets away from me. I looked it up last year so I'd have my bases covered in case something happened this summer." "Good thinking," Hermione said, still frowning. It was likely because her blind faith in authority was clashing with all the evidence suggesting Harry had no choice but to handle it himself. He idly wondered when she would come to terms with something he'd known since he was a toddler, that in the end you couldn't rely on anyone but yourself. "Glad to see those muggles get what they deserve," Blaise muttered. Pansy glared at him. "Blaise?" "They're awful people," he replied, looking down his nose at her. "Not because they're muggles, but because of how they've treated Harry. And it's not as if muggle or ministry officials were going to do anything about it." Hermione bit her lip, took a deep breath, and nodded. "I suppose. I really wonder what Daphne said to her." "Wonderful that we've gotten all the gossip out of the way," Theo said sarcastically. "Can we get going?" "Please," Hermione said, visibly relieved. "I can't wait to see the Zabini library." "No, you promised you wouldn't disappear into it until after the wedding," Blaise said, frowning. They began collecting their bags. Those without shrinking charms on their trunks had to fetch them from the racks by the fireplace as they prepared for the flu. "I promised I wouldn't disappear," Hermione insisted. "I never promised I wouldn't look." "We're definitely rubbing off on her," Theo declared. Neville shook his head. "I can't wait to see her go up against Ronald this year." Harry pulled Daphne aside while the others arranged their trunks and bags by the fireplace, and old Tom got the flu ready. "How'd she do?" he asked. "Mother nearly reduced her to tears at one point," Daphne replied bluntly. "It wasn't the clothing. She seemed mostly overwhelmed by it all. I believe it was having her occasional shocking narrow-mindedness pointed out that did it. But I think the message got across. I got her to admit before we came in that the old ways aren't inherently bigoted." "Progress," Harry said. "You need it too," Daphne said, eyeing him. "You've done much better than Hermione, but I certainly approve of Blaise roping his uncle into instructing you and Justin. I would have had Mother do it, but it wouldn't be appropriate for a lady of a noble house to instruct young wizards in such things." He shrugged. "Notice that I didn't argue when Blaise brought it up. At least you admit you need assistance," Daphne sniffed. Matteo was not what Harry had expected. He wasn't sure what he had been anticipating, but Matteo was definitely not it. Justin and Harry were waiting on the terrace of Casa Zabini, sipping tea and debating their arithmancy book. Harry had read half of it, while Justin had only gotten through the first few chapters. When Matteo finally found them, he turned out to be completely unassuming in every way, except for one detail. He had fangs that showed when he smiled. "Hello, fellow Parseltongue," he said. Harry flinched so hard he nearly dropped his teacup. Make that two. Hidden inside his robes, Eris stirred. "What?" He coughed, remembered his manners, and switched back to English so Justin could understand. "How did you—" "Blaise informed me of your ability," Matteo said, a smug smile on his face. "I thought to test you, to discover for myself if he spoke true." "How are you a Parselmouth?" Justin stared between them. "Was that Parseltongue?" "It is an ancestral magic of my kind. You do not recognize your friend's language when it is spoken?" Matteo asked, his tone disapproving, though faintly so. "I don't use it often," Harry replied, "in front of them." "How foolish of you," Matteo said dismissively. "It is always proper to remind one's vassals why they are vassals and one lord." Harry winced. Justin coughed, probably trying to stifle a laugh. "Sir, they're not my vassals," Harry said. "Just friends." "Nonsense. You're the heir of House Potter, are you not? And my friends include the heirs of Houses Zabini, Nott, Greengrass, Parkinson, and Longbottom," Harry countered. Matteo's eyes widened just a fraction. For someone so inexpressive, this was practically a shout of surprise. "I will be having words with Master Blaise for neglecting to inform me he had—" Matteo observed Justin with a critical eye. "So, you've cultivated quite an interesting social circle. Heir Longbottom, you say?" "Yes," Justin replied, a bit taken aback. "A Gryffindor family. Fascinating. And who might you be?" Justin blinked, slightly flustered. Justin Finch-Fletchley." "Incorrect," Matteo interrupted, his gaze sharp. No, that's my name." Matteo glared, and Justin fell silent under the weight of his intensity. "Blaise has informed me that while your family is mundane, they command impressive prestige, influence, and financial resources in the non-magical world, yes?" "I suppose," Justin stammered. "No. Bone and blood. This task will be harder than I expected. You are not the eldest son, but you have a family to represent, Mr. Finch-Fletchley. You will introduce yourself with confidence as Justin of House Finch-Fletchley. I don't care that your family isn't a wizarding house. If you wish to be taken seriously in this world, you must follow wizarding customs and conduct yourself in a way that does credit to yourself and your family. Am I clear?" Justin blinked and straightened his spine. Even Harry felt a bit intimidated by Matteo's tirade, although he found his usual instinct to distrust unfamiliar adults strangely misplaced in this instance. The more time he spent with Matteo, the more he wanted to trust and like him. This realization set off alarm bells in Harry's mind, and he made an effort to remind himself not to trust him, not to like him. "Yes, sir," Justin responded firmly. "Excellent. Try again. Who might you be, boy?" Matteo sipped his tea, embodying the elegance of high society as he coolly met Justin's gaze. "Justin of House Finch-Fletchley, rising third year at Hogwarts," Justin declared, lifting his chin and hardening his eyes with determination. The transition was too swift for it to be new to him. Harry suddenly had the distinct impression that Justin had grown up in the Muggle equivalent of Daphne Greengrass's world, and simply hadn't realized it until now. Harry began to realize which elements of their conversation applied to the Wizarding Society. Matteo nodded in approval. "Improvement. And you?" he asked as he turned to Harry. "I am Hadrian, heir of House Potter," Harry replied simply. On a whim, he let a hint of Parseltongue slip into the S of house, causing Eris to tighten her grip around his waist. Matteo smiled, clearly pleased. Improvement in both cases. The introduction is a delicate art and vital for creating a positive impression in others' minds, as well as demonstrating one's mastery of the laws that govern your culture. For example, "Well met, Herr Potter, Mr. Finch-Fletchley. Matteo Baresi, bloodbound of Casa Zabini." He took another sip of his tea. "Herr Potter, dissect that statement for me." "You listed me first because, as an heir, I technically outrank Justin," Harry answered promptly. "You stated your name first, followed by your house affiliation, which indicates you are neither a wizard nor a member of another house or line that you would need to inform us about." "Very good. And what, Mr. Finch-Fletchley, would you logically need to know at this point?" "Form of address," Justin said, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. For some reason he seemed to enjoy this. Harry didn't. Well, actually, that was a lie. He did enjoy it, though he'd never admit that to Hermione or Blaise. Matteo nodded again. "Any sentient non-wizard sworn to a wizarding noble house goes by the prefix Remus, a derivative of the French word promesse, meaning promise, from which the tradition originates." Harry studied Matteo closely. "If I may be so bold, Remus Baresi, you resemble wizards more than any sentient non-wizard species I know of." "Oh, skilled indeed, Herr Potter," Matteo replied, flashing a Cheshire grin. "Mr. Finch-Fletchley, can you deconstruct his inquiry?" "Yes," Justin said. "Technically it wasn't—" Harry framed it as an inquiry, but it came out more like a simple statement. "I would say, of fact, but we had discussed vampires, succubi, ghouls, phantoms, and banshees in our first-year defense class, along with a few other species classified as sentient non-wizards by the Ministry." Harry has a good memory, so I assumed he was leaning on his status as a student to excuse his supposed ignorance, and hoping to get you to clarify which species you belong to. He and Harry exchanged grins. "I take back my earlier frustration. You are both quick learners." Matteo's grin widened, revealing his fangs. "As you might have guessed, I am a vampire. I cannot work magic in the way wizards do. However, I do possess some natural gifts that come with being me, one of which is Parseltongue. Another, Herr Potter, is your admirable resistance. Both wizards and mundane humans feel a subtle compulsion to like, trust, and befriend a vampire, valuing their opinion." Justin blinked in surprise. "Oh, I thought you were just nice." "That you noticed at all is impressive," Matteo replied. "Many grown wizards and mortals never do. Herr Potter, forgive me if I offend, but you have an unusually strong resistance to this compulsion. I wonder if I have specifically earned your distrust, or if it's a general response." Harry pondered how to respond. It was more than he usually admitted, at least out loud, but he trusted Justin, and it seemed like Matteo had already figured him out. Blaise had probably told him. "My childhood was less than ideal," he said. "I've developed an ingrained habit of distrusting adults, especially strangers. I noticed that I wasn't automatically distrustful of you. In fact, it was quite the opposite, and that raised some red flags." Matteo fixed him with an unreadable gaze. His inexpressive brownish-grey eyes felt more threatening than usual. Snape said, "That's a fair response, Herr Potter. However, if I may, you revealed rather more than you needed to. If Blaise hadn't already hinted to me about the nature of the mortals who raised you, I might still have made the same inquiry. You could have given away information that could be used against you in the future." Harry blinked in surprise. Matteo smirked and added, "You dance well for your age, but there are more experienced performers on the stage than you, Herr Potter. It would be wise to watch your step among your elders." Justin snickered, and Matteo continued, "I will be instructing you in etiquette, tact, and verbal wordplay throughout our time together. The Italian equivalent of Diagon Alley is the height of wizarding society. You are to keep silent unless we address a given situation. Be polite, mind your manners and words, remember what I tell you, and observe the interactions around us. I will question you about them whenever the opportunity arises. All of this will occur while we fix those wardrobes of yours." "These robes are gifts from the Greengrass family," Harry replied. "They are perfectly adequate for casual affairs. Mr. Finch-Fletchley, you've managed to pick up on wizarding dress styles better than most raised by mortals, but it's not a perfect integration." He set his teacup down and grinned at both of them. "Do try not to offend anyone too important today." "Well," Justin began. Harry glanced at the boxes and parcels scattered in the hall outside the Zabini guest suites. "Yeah," he agreed. "Matteo was something else." "I don't think I can remember all that," Justin admitted, looking as dazed as Harry felt. "All the titbits and the names." "I really doubt we'll be expected to," Harry said, hoping it was true. "He's bloodbound to House Zabini for almost 3 centuries now, remember? He's probably forgotten more social tricks than either of us will ever know, and I'd bet good money that a lot of what he teaches us has been let slip with time." "Time?" "I hope," Justin replied. Harry kicked one of the parcels beside him. "I had no idea we'd need this many clothes." "Me neither," Justin agreed, suddenly groaning. "Oh, no. Mum said she wants to see me in all of them." "She's fascinated by wizarding culture. She's going to make me try on the whole lot when I get home." "Just try on maybe half of them and say that was all," Harry suggested. Justin shook his head. "She always knows when we're lying. It's creepy. I'll have to do all of it." "Have fun with that," Harry said solemnly, trying not to laugh as he started moving his packages into his room. Grumbling, Justin followed suit. The room Harry had been given was opulent without being garish, tasteful and elegant without overtly flaunting wealth. The decor was very much in keeping with the Slytherin dorms. Dark wood furnishings accented with muted green and occasional silver fittings, showcasing elegance and simplicity. Blaise had clearly suggested to his mother that the house elves give the guest rooms a makeover in the style of the house dorms. Harry wondered what Neville's rooms looked like. For that matter, he was curious about what the inside of the Gryffindor common room was like. As far as Harry could tell, Slytherin was the only house with an official rule about bringing other students into the common room. He could almost definitely convince Justin and Hannah to let him into Hufflepuff sometime, even if half of their upper years still disliked him. For Gryffindor, he'd have to get sneaky. Maybe brew some polyjuice in the chamber and use that. For a moment, he considered not telling Hermione and seeing how she reacted. But no, that would just reignite their feud. Speaking of which, Harry checked his watch. 8:13. He still had time. "Are we going to talk to the bushy-haired girl?" Eris asked. "Yep." Harry walked down the hall. Eris wriggled, and Harry adjusted her into a more comfortable position. Harry found himself in a more comfortable, yet less concealed position. He knocked on Hermione's door 4 rooms down the hall. No answer. He couldn't help but snicker. Either she was asleep or tucked away in the library. He had missed the official tour of Casa Zabini that the others had enjoyed that morning, but that didn't mean he couldn't explore a bit on his own. After 15 minutes of wandering, reluctantly impressed by the stunning interior of the Zabini family manor, Harry finally discovered the library, cleverly hidden behind a tall blue vase on the 3rd floor. He stepped inside and took a deep breath. There was something comforting about the scent of all those books. Libraries held knowledge, and knowledge was power. Therefore, libraries equaled power, prestige, and advantage. Not to mention, they served as a safe haven. Harry felt the sanctity of such a valuable place more acutely than most, especially after having grown up hiding in the public library from Dudley. Not that the Muggle public library could compare to this one. The shelves towered 2 stories high, lined with rolling ladders, and extended nearly 10 meters deep. It might not have been as large as the library at Potter Manor, but the atmosphere here was distinctly different. It felt more secretive, more powerful. Harry liked it. He drew his wand and said, "Homenum revelio." "What does that one do?" Eris asked, peeking out from under his shirt. She was aware he was looking for Hermione, who already knew Eris. Harry absent-mindedly ran a hand over his familiar's head. "Watch." His wand shifted in his hand, responding to a faint tug in his awareness, a pull toward anyone nearby. The spell was more attuned to wizards and witches than muggles, and at only 13, with an immature magical core, Harry's range was quite limited. But it would save him a few minutes of searching. He followed the tug. "Hermione." Her bushy head snapped up. "Oh, Harry, hi. I was reading." "I can see that," he replied. Hermione gestured toward the 2nd padded chair in the cozy reading corner she had discovered. "May I?" "Of course," Harry replied. "What are you reading?" he asked, curiosity sparking in his voice. She held up the book for him to see. "It's a 4th edition of Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts. Did you know there have been at least 4 Gryffindor Dark Lords and Ladies from England since Hogwarts was founded?" Harry didn't see any reason to deny it. "Theo told me." Hermione frowned. "Of course he did. I wonder why this isn't included in the current edition of the book." She flipped through another copy, which was larger and in much better condition. "They completely skipped at least 16 key players in the last 2,000 years of dark magic." "Interesting," Harry said, his mind racing with thoughts. "Hermione, I didn't want to bring this up in a letter." She closed the book, her expression suddenly serious. "What happened last year?" "Yes." "Look," she continued, "that fight was stupid, and I'm sorry. I was narrow-minded and prejudiced. Neville really let me have it after school let out. It was a rude awakening." "I didn't handle it well either," Harry admitted, forcing the words out. "It's been difficult for me. My aunt and uncle treated me poorly for being a wizard. I know not all muggles are as awful as they are. Justin's parents are living proof. But that doesn't change how I feel about separatism. I think our worlds are better off staying apart." Hermione frowned, her brow furrowing in thought. "I really want to argue, but I can't." He smiled a little at that. "I find that hard to believe. You could argue with a rock if you put your mind to it. Much like Theo and Pansy, actually." "Enough out of you, Potter," she said, grinning. "And I'll agree to be more suspicious of authority figures if you'll agree to be less suspicious of them." Harry considered this for a moment. "How about I agree to objectively assess my reflexive distrust on a case-by-case basis, and keep an open mind about whether we might be able to trust an authority figure?" "Fair enough," she replied, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. "Enough." Eris poked her head out of Harry's shirt. "Tell her I say hello." "Eris says hello," Harry replied, snickering. Hermione stared at the snake. "I will never get used to that." "You'd better," Harry said with a smirk. "Oh, fine," Hermione huffed. "I presume you're going to keep her a secret?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "I spent all of last year deflecting curses because people thought I was the heir of Slytherin. The only thing that shut them down was helping the boy who lived kill a basilisk and save 2 first years. You really think I'm going to blab about my deadly viper familiar?" She winced. "Okay, point taken." "Can she rub my belly? She has warm hands," Hermione said. Harry smiled. "She wants you to hold her and rub her stomach. Apparently your hands are warm." "Oh, I suppose." Hermione looked a bit nervous, but steeled herself and took Eris from Harry. The snake was about 1.5 feet long now, heavier than when Hermione had first met her on the train last year. She curled up in Hermione's lap and twisted partly onto her back in a silent, imperious order. Hermione began to pet her gingerly, while Harry tried not to laugh. "And I'll think about Dumbledore," Hermione added grudgingly. Neville pointed out all the suspicious circumstances surrounding the stone in first year." "Go, Neville." Harry wondered what the Gryffindor boy really thought of Dumbledore. He'd never heard Neville express his opinion about the old man, one way or the other. "And then, Hagrid, it's just so hard to believe." "Belief involves faith without evidence," Harry said, recalling something his 3rd-grade science teacher had taught the class about religion versus science. "You don't have to believe when there's evidence. Just look at the facts." "I will. I have." They sat in silence for a while. "I'm not going to change my principles," Hermione said. Harry said firmly, "If people call me Mudblood, I'm going to get angry." "You have every right," he replied. "Theo and Pansy keep saying blood matters, but ability matters more. For what it's worth, I haven't exactly reacted well to mudblood being thrown around in my own house." "I know," Hermione said. "Malfoy?" "He's a git," Harry frowned. "I'm working on him. I scared the daylights out of him last year after the polyjuice incident, and he's been easier to handle since." "So you're the reason he was in the hospital wing?" Hermione's eyes widened. Yeah?" She shrugged. "Lavender has a peanut allergy, and Ronald forgot about it and ate peanut fudge in the common room. She was in the hospital wing for treatment when Malfoy came in, reportedly bald and with a large set of antlers." Harry smirked. "Yes, that was me. Anti-oculatia. I do know the counter-curse, but, undoing it myself wouldn't have made my point, would it?" "Isn't that a bit of a dark spell?" Hermione asked faintly. Harry paused. He supposed it was, but the thing about Slytherin was that you quickly stopped caring about the distinction between light and dark spells. Ravenclaws tended to get caught up in their studying or their research or their curiosity and completely forget about laws that deemed interesting spells illegal. "It's a bit questionable," he finally admitted. "More grey than dark, really. But I don't know if being in Slytherin is the cause or the effect. I tend to look at spells as good or bad, depending on how you use them. Muggle chainsaws can cut trees for firewood to keep a family alive during a harsh winter, or they can be used to violently murder someone. The chainsaw isn't evil, is it?" "Oh," Hermione said, making a face, "I take your point." "You hate feeling wrong, don't you?" he grinned. "Yes." She waved her hands in the air. Eris squirmed down and made her way back toward Harry. "You don't, understand?" Harry shrugged. "I might not. We're definitely very different people. Neville or Justin would be a more sympathetic listener than I am." "I think that's why I want to tell you this," Hermione said, scowling. "Platitudes are useless, And I'm not asking for pity, so don't you dare give it to me." Harry leaned back in his seat and lazily gestured for her to continue as Eris climbed into his lap. "My parents weren't around much when I was a kid," Hermione began. "School was hard for me. Mum, Dad, my teachers, and the other students all expected me to be brilliant, and the other students resented me for it. I ended up reading a lot. Books were just easier than people. I love reading, and I love learning, and being wrong is like everything you've built your identity on is cracking," Harry interjected. She blinked. "Yes. In another life he might have built his identity on being a good little Gryffindor, if he'd been 10 minutes later or earlier buying a telescope and had never met his first best friend. If James Potter hadn't abandoned him, if Dumbledore hadn't been such a manipulative ass, if. When Harry said nothing else, Hermione shrugged. "So when Justin told me point blank that I come across as a bossy know-it-all with no sense of other people's privacy, I thought he was just being melodramatic. Daphne was cruel about it, but she got the point across. What I'm saying is, I'm going to try, okay? And I'd like to ask that you try to see things from my perspective. Can you understand why I would have suspected Malfoy last year?" Harry considered it for a few seconds, then caught the expression on her face and grinned. "You were expecting an 'of course', weren't you?" "Maybe. It's just hard for me to see how anyone could think he's capable," Harry said. "But I guess I live with him." "You lot don't. Theo had it right, though. He's an artistic and book-smart little troublemaker. I'll give him that much. But cunning? Not yet. And that's exactly what you need to be to open the chamber and run around attacking people with a basilisk at your command without getting caught. Besides, he was only 12. Even Tom Riddle didn't manage it until his 5th year, and Dumbledore called him the most brilliant student Hogwarts had ever seen. But I suppose, looking at it from a Gryffindor perspective, it makes a bit more sense." "A bit," Hermione muttered. "I'll take that. I would appreciate an apology, you know. It's polite to apologize when someone says they're sorry after a fight." "Damn. Hermione, but you don't like apologizing, so let's just pretend you said the words instead of merely implying it and move on." He snickered. "Agreed." Eris flicked her tail. "The nest-haired girl is cleverer than I thought." Harry actually laughed. "What did she say?" Hermione asked. Something not very flattering about your hair," Harry admitted, grimacing. "But she also said you're clever." Hermione rolled her eyes. "I don't see why everyone's so worried. It's just hair. Daphne's mum gave me a book of hair, clothes and makeup charms, along with a doll to practice on, so I don't accidentally light my own head on fire or make myself bald the first few times I try." "I wonder if someone came up with the antler jinx from a hair charm gone wrong," Harry mused. Hermione's eyes sparkled, signalling the start of a new research project. "Hermione," Harry said, trying to gather his courage. "Yes?" Could you do me a favour and look into Sirius Black and the histories of how the last war ended? If he could get a neutral party, rather than a Slytherin friend with questionable ties to the Death Eaters, to corroborate his suspicions without prompting, it would be a lot more effective." Hermione frowned. "Harry, you're not planning to rush off and try to kill Black, are you?" "What? No. Why on earth would I do something that reckless?" Hermione bit her lip. "Well, Parvati mentioned she's worried about Jules doing just that. She's been spending a lot of time with Jules and Ron this summer, and we're casual friends or something. English really needs more words to describe different levels of friendship." Harry scoffed. That's because my brother is a reckless Gryffindor and I'm not. Definitely not, Hermione said, casting a pointed look at Eris. Harry smirked and picked up his familiar, who wound herself easily around his right arm. Thanks, Hermione. I'll see you tomorrow. I can't wait to meet the Countess Zabini, Hermione muttered sarcastically. Harry grinned at her over his shoulder as he walked away. Maybe try one or two of those hair charms, yeah? He dodged the quill she threw at him and left the library, still smirking. Hermione was fantastic. He thought to himself, maybe if he had grown up with a sister or a cousin in a decent family, this was what he could have had all along. Welcome to Casa di Angeli. The conversation at the breakfast table came to an abrupt halt as Countess Zabini breezed in. And when Harry looked closely, he noticed she was gliding on a carpet of enchanted air. Probably just for shock value. It was certainly working on Neville, and surprisingly, even on Daphne and Pansy. House Nott is grateful for your hospitality, Countess, Theo said formally. Harry recalled Matteo's lessons. The ancient and noble house heirs at the table could introduce themselves in any order they wished, followed by the heirs of houses that were only noble, and then Hermione and Justin. As is House Potter, Harry added. Pansy and Neville finished the introductions for the ancient and noble heirs, and then Daphne chimed in. Finally, Hermione introduced herself as the non-magical family Granger, followed by Justin. Countess Zabini stood at the head of the table, wearing a gracious smile. Welcome everyone to my home as Countess of House Zabini. It's always a delight to meet my son's friends. Beneath her carefully crafted warmth, Harry detected a hard, calculating edge. She was undeniably beautiful. High cheekbones, large, expressive eyes, rich brown skin, and sleek, perfectly styled black hair, giving her the impression of a statue come to life. However, Harry wasn't oblivious. He could tell she was assessing the situation, likely considering how to leverage Blaise's friendships with the heirs of several powerful families to her advantage. Blaise's earlier rant in the Knight's Room about not being able to trust her suddenly made a lot more sense. I only ask that while you are here, you respect my ancestral home and possessions, as well as the Italian laws regarding underage magic. Harry remembered breaking that law just the night before, and judging by the Countess's tone, she didn't genuinely expect them to adhere to it. Blaise had warned them that the Italian ministry was lenient about underage magic, as long as no one was seriously harmed, but his mother would still make a formal statement. Once everyone nodded in agreement, she smiled beatifically. Wonderful. Unfortunately, I have wedding preparations to attend to, so you may make yourselves at home. Please take advantage of the many attractions our glorious city has to offer. Blaise, perhaps a ride in a gondola. I'm sure Louis would be happy to oblige. Of course, Mother, Blaise replied, his eyes cast down. With a regal nod, she swept out of the room. A few seconds passed in silence before Justin broke it. Damn, Blaise, he said, shaking his head. So that's where your dramatic flair comes from. Chapter 3. Summer Drama. The following 2 weeks were some of the strangest and most incredible of Harry's life. He decided that Italian food was his new favourite thing, but even the food couldn't compare to the delights of the foreign city and the Zabini library. Having never travelled before, seeing Venice felt like stepping into an entirely different world. Harry convinced Blaise to start teaching him Italian, and he discovered he loved trying to communicate in the foreign language, even though Blaise, with a perfect poker face, informed him that his accent was terrible. So is your transfiguration work, Harry replied innocently. This comment nearly tipped him out of the Zabini powerboat and earned him a glare from Matteo for their lack of decorum. "If you think this is a culture shock, you should try the Saharan wizarding tribes," Neville chimed in with enthusiasm. "Gran and I spent a few weeks with them last summer, remember? It was so interesting, but bloody insane. Why anyone would want to live in a desert." Matteo continued to tutor Harry and Justin, although he insisted that they were both doing quite well already and didn't really need much help. Harry took this to mean he would manage just fine by the expectations set for a 13-year-old and decided not to worry about the upcoming wedding. Hermione, when she remembered, did remarkably well with the traditional mannerisms, though she dropped them as soon as they got anywhere near a bookstore. To her credit, she made a genuine effort to be less of a know-it-all about schoolwork. Even Daphne reluctantly acknowledged the difference and begrudgingly accepted Hermione's help with history, which she had previously refused on principle. The day after the wedding, which, to be honest, had been rather boring aside from the magical decorations, Eris's sarcastic commentary, and the bets they placed on whether Countess Zabini's patience or her new husband's tolerance for alcohol would wear out first, as the dancing continued, they found themselves hanging out in the library. Theo pulled out a book with very grey. Harry handed Hermione a collection of spells, wearing a suspiciously innocent expression. To her credit, Hermione paled slightly, but she took the book and opened it with determination. Half an hour later she was absolutely hooked. Harry exchanged a knowing look with Theo over her head and shared a smirk with his friend. "Are you sure you don't want to stay with us for the rest of the summer?" Blaise asked. "Or me," Neville chimed in. "My Gran doesn't mind. She doesn't like your father much anyway. I think she'd love to irritate him by taking you in." "Tempting as that is, Neville, I'm going to stay at the Leaky Cauldron," Harry replied. His 3 days there, between the Marge disaster and leaving for Italy, had been delightful. Independence, a bag full of gold, and all of Diagon Alley right outside his door. "I'll see you all on the train, all right?" Blaise sighed theatrically. "If you're certain." Harry studied him, suspecting Blaise might be rather bored with his mum on her honeymoon in Abu Dhabi with her new husband. "You could stay too, Blaise," he suggested suddenly. "The trace doesn't work well around Diagon anyway. The whole area's smothered in wards, and it messes up the detection." "Stay at the Leaky Cauldron?" Blaise said, his lip curling. Harry shrugged. The rooms at the Leaky weren't quite like the Zabini Manor or the Slytherin dorms, but they were certainly better than a cot in a broom cupboard. "Might do you some good, Mr. Spoiled Pure-Blood Prince. If you can't handle it—" "Excuse you," Blaise said, lifting his nose in the air. "I believe you've confused me with Malfoy. How much is it per night?" "4 sickles," Harry replied. Blaise marched up to old Tom, and Pansy remarked, "Well played," while Theo snickered and Neville shook his head. "I've no idea what you mean," Harry said, taking a sip of his tea. Blaise returned to the table, a smug expression on his face. He glanced around at the Slytherin's smirks, Neville's exasperation, and Justin's wry amusement. Hermione, as expected, was engrossed in her reading, completely oblivious to the banter around her. "Wait," Blaise said, narrowing his gaze on Harry. "You played me." "Oh, bravo," Pansy chimed in. "Such a genius you are." "I'll get you for that, Potter," Blaise vowed. Harry raised an eyebrow, unconcerned. "I'm sure." "It's only for a week," Justin added, trying and failing to sound sympathetic. He clearly found the whole situation amusing. "It's not like you'll catch anything." "I might," Blaise retorted, glaring at an elderly wizard at a nearby table who had been sneezing throughout their goodbye lunch. The next day, Harry returned from a leisurely morning spent browsing one of the used and new bookstores near the boundary between Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley. His pack was loaded down so heavily that even the high-end expansion charms were straining, and he could feel its weight pressing against him. A few of the books were ones he definitely shouldn't be caught with at school, but he hadn't dared to venture into Nocturne Alley, so none of them were truly illegal. "Harry." He turned around and forced a smile. "Jules, Ron, good to see you." His smile became genuine when he noticed Ginny, Fred and George behind them. "Ickle, snaky Potter," George said with a grin. "Long time no see." "Blow anyone up lately?" Fred asked innocently. Jules shot him a glare, while Ron muttered something about Muggle haters. "What was that, Ronald?" Harry asked politely. "I can't hear you over the sound of my dear Aunt Marge calling my father a drunk, useless layabout, my mother an addict who sold herself for drugs, and me a useless freak." Ronald sputtered, and Jules turned pale. "Sounds like you had a fantastic summer then," Ginny remarked, her tone light yet sympathetic. Harry smirked. "Oh, it was excellent," he replied, returning the expression. "The Zabini wedding didn't even end in an assassination. Are you buying your school things?" "Here's hoping Lucius Malfoy doesn't slip anything into our bags this year," Molly Weasley snarled with unusual venom. "Come along, boys, come along." In the chaos, Harry found himself swept along. The twins held him back, and they quickly began discussing the hints they had dropped in their letters all summer. They thought their mum suspected them of something and was checking their mail, so they were trying to be discreet. Harry listened, impressed, as they shared the results of their experiments. "Why aren't you better in potions?" he asked, astonished. "Frankly, we think there are better uses of our time," George replied. "And Snape doesn't deserve the credit for proving we're any good at his subject," Fred added. Harry couldn't argue with that, so he let it go. After 5 minutes of Ginny and Ron bickering in the bookstore, Harry, who was browsing the defence section with the twins in hopes that Flourish and Blots had added something interesting to their stock, raised an eyebrow at George. "What's going on over there?" George and Fred glanced over at the student book section. Ginny was glaring at Ron, while her brother seemed to be mocking her for something. Jules stood nearby with his arms crossed. "They've been at it all summer," Fred said darkly. "He didn't take her sorting well, you know." "I noticed, funnily enough," Harry replied. "But they seem to have sorted it out at the end of the school year." "They did," George said. "For about a week. Then Ron got over being grateful she's alive and decided he doesn't like our sister acting like a slimy Slytherin prat." Harry scowled. "Pretty much," Fred agreed. "I mean, she's always been sarcastic, but she kept it in check around everyone except us. And Bill. We thought she was just worried they wouldn't find it funny. But Bill and the two of us have a much better grasp of humour, see? But since she came back for the summer, she hasn't bothered. This leads us to suspect she used to be afraid they wouldn't like her for biting back or some hogwash, but doesn't anymore. Ron thinks it's a sign she's been corrupted. We think it's hilarious. Partly because it drives Ron and Percy up the wall. And partly because this family could do with a little less goody two-shoesing, in our esteemed opinion. Harry sighed. Thank Merlin for Gryffindor oversharing. He had been considering all the angles and subtle inquiries he might need to gather the information they'd just freely spilled. "You don't have a problem with her being more Slytherin?" "Are you joking?" Fred said. "Did you not listen to what we just said?" "It's bloody fantastic," George added. "A little extra chaos never hurt anyone, and if Slytherin helped Ginny grow some teeth, good. Ron ought to have someone near his age pushing back." "Bill yelled at Charlie last week," Fred confided. for worrying about little Ginny in Slytherin. Harry adjusted his opinions of Bill and Charlie accordingly. "Huh," was all he managed to say. A few minutes later, Ginny stalked over to them, still scowling. "Thank Merlin for the trace, or I suspect Ron would have bats flying out of his nose by now," Harry said as she joined them. The fiery 12-year-old threw up her hands. "Trust me, I was tempted. If he says a word to me during school—" "Don't get caught," Harry, Fred and George all chimed in simultaneously. They exchanged glances, and the twins burst out laughing while Harry broke into a wide smile. "Whoa there," Ginny said. "Harry Potter smiling? A rare sight. I doubt Evelyn and Natalie will—" "Believe me, if I told them," Ginny replied. "You've been entrusted with a secret of the greatest importance," Harry said solemnly. "Do not break my faith, Ginny Weasley." She mimed zipping her lips shut. "Okay," Fred said. "The sarcasm is making more sense now." "Did the hamster wheel powering your brain finally catch up to the rest of us?" Ginny said sweetly. George cackled at her remark. A few minutes later, Harry noticed Ginny gazing longingly at a collection of offensive and defensive jinxes. "Been interesting our little sister in mean magics, Potter?" George muttered, grinning. Harry shot a mock glare at the twins. "I know you lot know nastier magic than anything in that book. You taught me some of my first hexes 2 years ago. Mum would have kittens if she saw Ginny reading that," Fred said gleefully. George looked meaningfully at his brother. "We made a load of money last year off the enchanted pens," Fred grinned. "I thought you were saving up to start a shop." George shrugged. "It's like 3 sickles. If she wants to learn jinxes, we're not going to stop her." "Fair enough. Need a distraction while you buy it?" "I knew we liked you for a reason," Fred said. Harry wandered over to Mr. Weasley, who was amiably sifting through a stack of 6th-year Muggle studies books. Next to him sat a large cage of furiously squabbling, furry books. Just the sight and the noise made Harry grateful he'd chosen not to take care of magical creatures. Mrs. Weasley had followed Jules and Ron into the Quidditch section. Harry could hear her scolding, but she was completely out of sight. "Hi, Mr. Weasley," Harry said. He didn't really have a plan for this conversation, but he was good at improvising, and Mr. Weasley was a nice enough person that he wasn't worried. Harry positioned himself so that when Mr. Weasley turned towards him, the man's back would be to the checkout clerk. "Harry!" Mr. Weasley exclaimed. Mr. Weasley beamed at Harry. "I didn't get a chance to say hello in the pub. I was dreadfully sorry to hear about your altercation with your aunt. Accidental magic can be quite nasty." "Oh, good. They still believe it was accidental. I ought to thank Wright the next time I see him." "Yes, well, I'm grateful the Ministry was so understanding," Harry replied with a smile. "Well, we all know how it is. You teenagers do tend to overreact a bit. I've raised my share of boys, so I would know. The stunts Charlie and the twins pulled when they were annoyed with Molly or me." He laughed, not noticing that Harry's smile had become somewhat strained. Nor did he see that the twins were at the counter behind him, buying 4 books on defensive magic for their delighted younger sister. Yes, I suppose teenagers do tend to be a bit impulsive," Harry said. "Right. Speaking of which," Mr. Weasley suddenly looked rather nervous. "I've been meaning to ask, that is, if you can't get the profit at your relatives, then has anyone, mentioned—" "Sirius Black," Harry finished, deciding to put Mr. Weasley out of his misery. Mr. Weasley looked immensely relieved. "Yes, him. There's some fear among certain people that you'll perhaps go running off after him to—" To kill him. I have no desire to do so, Harry said truthfully. I'm 13, and he is a grown wizard who fought in a war. I wouldn't stand a chance. Catching criminals is best left to auras. Oh, good, Mr. Weasley said. Excellent to hear that. I already gave Jules the same talk, of course. He didn't seem nearly so understanding. Well, of course not. He's a reckless Gryffindor like all your brood, except Ginny. Mr. Weasley, while we're on the subject, I had a few questions and I wondered if you could answer them. Certainly, Harry, I'll do my best. Well, Harry began. Harry hesitated, trying to temper his eagerness. It's just that I was curious about Black, you know. So I wrote to the Ministry archivists asking for the trial scripts. I wouldn't be surprised if they'd been sealed, Harry, Mr. Weasley replied. The information contained within— That's the thing, Harry interrupted, his voice wavering slightly. The records weren't sealed, Mr. Weasley. They're missing. Mr. Weasley blinked in surprise. Missing? Yes, completely. They said they suspected a filing error, but, well, I was wondering, how plausible is that? I suppose, well, it's a magical system. Someone could have cast the sorting charm or the summoning charm incorrectly. Or maybe it was deliberate sabotage. I've never heard of such a thing before, but the Ministry archives are vast, and I don't typically access files that aren't relevant to my own cases. Well, I looked up the script in the first place because I noticed something a bit odd, Harry said, hesitating, about the timing of the last war. Mr. Weasley leaned in. Yes? Sorry. Harry quickly glanced down at the floor. It's a bit hard to talk about, you know. Oh, of course, Mr. Weasley said, his tone understanding. If you'd like to postpone this discussion, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. No, Harry said firmly. No, it's all right. It won't happen again. I was just wondering, well, all the books say Black spied on the light for years. He felt it unnecessary to reveal he was aware of Dumbledore's somewhat hidden, secret Order of the Phoenix just yet. But my mum and dad went under the Fidelius weeks before they were betrayed. If Black was a traitor all along, then why weren't we attacked the day after the charm was cast? Mr. Weasley looked flabbergasted. That's certainly an interesting theory, Harry. My word, I'd never considered— Yes, but it makes some sense. It's really not my department, but I could make some inquiries if that would help ease your mind. I'd really appreciate it, Mr. Weasley, Harry said with a vulnerable smile. I didn't grow up hearing my dad's stories, and it's just a bit of closure, you know, to understand what happened. Of course, Mr. Weasley replied. I'm happy to help. It's so reassuring that Ginny has such a friend in Slytherin. Harry hid a smirk as Mrs. Weasley pulled Jules and Ron away from the sports section to buy the student books. Meanwhile, the twins had cleverly hidden Ginny's new books in their Gamble and Japes bags. Honestly, you could play Gryffindors like a tune. One advantage of staying at the Leaky Cauldron was that Harry could use the Flu network to get to the station. He had no idea why the Weasleys drove every year. Perhaps Molly was worried about losing one of her children, especially after Jules had somehow managed to breathe in soot and ended up in Nocturne last year. Or maybe Arthur preferred the Muggle way for some sightseeing. Either way, Harry wasn't interested. He had had enough of Muggle life for a lifetime. He and Blaise popped out of the Flu at the station, brushing soot off their robes, Harry careful not to disturb Eris, who was asleep wrapped around his waist, and made their way to the train, with their collapsed trunks tucked in their pockets. They found several friends already on board. Neville was holding a plant in a pot and arguing passionately with Theo, much to Harry's delight. He had been quietly trying to encourage the Gryffindor to come out of his shell for a while now. Pansy had managed to strike up a conversation with Hermione about hair charms, of all things. Hermione looked grudgingly interested, at least in the theory and design of the spells. Harry chuckled to himself as he settled down between Justin and Blaise. The train blew its whistle and set off 30 minutes later. Harry tried, and failed, to contain his excitement. Many of his classes were a bit dull, especially potions and transfiguration, since Harry had been working ahead of the curriculum for 2 years. Still, even those subjects had their entertaining moments. He couldn't wait to dive into arithmancy and ancient runes. And let's be honest, Hogwarts was where his friends were. It was his escape from the Dursleys. Hogwarts felt like home. He had a whole year to figure out how he would spend the next summer, because he was certain he would not be returning to Privet Drive. Just a few minutes into the train ride, Fred and George found them, bringing along a large package of custom sweets. Harry eyed the treats suspiciously and quickly had Theo cast a variety of detection charms on the entire batch. George insisted that the sweets were harmless, and they began to munch on them eagerly. After a while, Harry relaxed and pulled out a 6th-year potions textbook, reveling in the comfort of being surrounded by his friends. He became so engrossed in the book, annotating the margins with a disguised gel pen. Admittedly, he still struggled with quills, having not grown up using wizarding writing tools, that he didn't notice Hermione watching him for a while. "Harry," she finally said with a huff. He looked up, startled from his reading of Golpalot's laws. "Yeah? Remember the thing you asked me to look into?" The others fell silent, listening with interest. Harry sighed. Hermione's timing definitely needed some work. "I'll explain in a second, guys. What did you find out?" Hermione glanced around, noticing everyone's curiosity, and straightened as if preparing to lecture. Blaise rolled his eyes. "I was looking into Sirius Black," she said, "and the end of the last war." "Harry, you're not going to take off after him, are you?" Neville asked, worry etched on his face. Harry frowned. "For the last time, no. I'm not an idiot, although Neville, George, Fred, Jules just might." "I'd appreciate it if you could just keep an extra eye on him," Harry said. "Are you calling your brother an idiot, Harrykins?" Fred smirked. "What do you think?" Harry replied, grinning. Pansy studied Harry closely. "Why were you curious about Black?" "I'll explain in a minute," Harry said. "I want to hear what Hermione noticed first." He hadn't wanted to have this conversation with everyone, but it couldn't be helped. Hermione lifted her chin. "At first it was just what I'm sure we've all heard. Black was the Potters' secret keeper. He betrayed them to you-know-who. Lily Potter died on Halloween 1981, and then James Potter somehow destroyed you-know-who. Black's trial revealed he'd been a spy for years, feeding information to the dark, and his crowning achievement was handing the Potters over." "But?" Theo asked, watching her intently. Harry tried to keep an eye on his best friend without making it obvious. "But," Hermione bit her lip, "I was curious. I wrote to the archives asking for the trial transcripts. They told me they couldn't send me a copy. I asked why, but I didn't get a response." "They told me they'd lost them," Harry said grimly. "They probably started looking after you wrote, and by the time I inquired, they'd determined the records were gone." "That's odd," Pansy said, frowning. "My family's been in the ministry for generations. The archival system is ancient and time-tested. My great-aunt revolutionized it about 150 years ago, and my parents used the same system for their files at home. I doubt they could just lose something, especially as important as Black's trial script." "Well," Hermione bit her lip, "Harry, I'm guessing you noticed this too and didn't want to tell me so you wouldn't cloud my judgment, but something doesn't make sense." Theo's expression grew thoughtful. The Potters went under the Fidelius weeks before they were attacked. If Black was a dark spy all along, why would he have waited? Neville's eyes were wide with concern. Merlin, he breathed, astonished. I never thought of that. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Okay. It's good to know I'm not making things up. You talked to our dad about this, didn't you? Fred suddenly asked. In the bookstore. I did, Harry said, smirking. Why? We eavesdropped on someone fire-calling him the other day. He was asking about the archival system. Most of their friends laughed at the twins' daring. Theo, Harry said, turning to him, what do you think? Theo paused as the attention shifted to him, choosing his words carefully. It's definitely odd. I confess I never heard Black mentioned in my household when learning about how the war ended. That was telling. Translation: Theo's father, the supposedly imperious ex-Death Eater, had never informed him about Black being a spy. It could mean Lord Nott was keeping secrets, or it could indicate something more was going on here. Hermione's gaze sharpened on Theo. She opened her mouth to speak, but Neville silenced her with a gentle kick. Harry was grateful he'd found one of the few Gryffindors with any sense. You'll just have to hope Mr. Weasley turns something up, Justin said. I agree it seems odd, but it could just be a conspiracy theory, Harry. I know, Harry replied with a grin. Might be the Slytherin in me, seeing plots where they don't exist. The atmosphere relaxed, but he didn't truly believe his own words. He could tell Pansy, Neville, Blaise and Theo weren't convinced either. Harry returned to his book. George and Fred left not long after, saying they needed to track down their own yearmates. Harry forced Sirius Black out of his mind. Whatever secrets from the past lingered, they had waited 12 years. He needed to focus on his studies. His long-term goals weren't set in stone yet, but one non-negotiable was clear. He intended to stay at the top of his class and outshine Jules in everything. The train clunked as it began to slow down. Harry blinked and looked up. It was getting dark outside. They had been on board for about 5 hours of the 6-hour journey. What's going on? Daphne asked. The train never stops between King's Cross and Hogsmeade. Just then it stopped with a jolt, and the lights went out. Lumos, Harry said, and several other voices joined him as wand light filled the compartment. They exchanged worried glances. Maybe we're picking someone up, Neville suggested uncertainly. Hermione leaned closer to the window. It's the middle of the woods. Wait, never mind. I see someone moving out there. Neville and Blaise hurried over to look with her. In a hood, Blaise added. Harry and Theo drew their wands almost in sync, while Daphne and Justin followed suit. The door wasn't locked. Harry had made sure of that. He wanted to ensure the twins could get back in if they needed to, and if Jules and Ronald decided to drop by and stir up trouble, he could use the distraction. Justin reached around Harry and slid the door open, peering into the hall before the Slytherins could stop him. All clear, he said quietly. Harry stepped up next to him. Several other heads poked curiously into the aisle, wands held out, casting yellowish light that danced across the walls. "Why is it cold?" Theo asked, just as Harry was about to retreat back into the compartment. A tall, hooded figure appeared at the far end of the car, emanating an unmistakable aura of dread. The wands near it flickered and extinguished. Harry felt his stomach drop. "Merlin," Justin breathed. Theo elbowed Harry aside and paled. "Dementor!" he exclaimed. The word sent a wave of fear through the compartment. Everyone except Justin flinched back. Harry had read about the horrible guards of Azkaban, but this was beyond anything he had imagined. Theo quickly pulled Justin back inside. Harry slammed the door shut, pulled the curtain closed, set a ball of wizard light blazing on the ceiling, and began casting every locking charm he could think of, and the warding spells he knew. Blaise and Daphne joined in, layering their incantations on top of Harry's. "Hermione," Theo said. "Neville, warming charms, now." The temperature was dropping rapidly. One after another the three of them cast warming charms, but it barely helped. Something felt off. Harry had taken comfort in being surrounded by the only people he trusted, but that sense of security was slipping away. A sick, bottomless despair began to rise in his stomach. He recognized that this feeling was unnatural, and he fought against it with all his strength, but it felt different from his usual emotions. Even his Occulmency offered only a slight reprieve. He realized he had stopped casting spells. So had Blaise. Daphne managed to get out another colloportus before she too seemed unable to raise her wand. The door slid open, as if their spells were mere cobwebs easily swept aside. A hooded figure loomed in the doorway, and Harry's knees buckled. He struggled to stay awake, glaring at the figure and clinging to all his fury and hatred, refusing to let anything influence his mood or mind. It was an unpleasant emotion, but it kept him conscious, at least until the Dementor leaned down toward him. I'm sorry, please." The belt cracked across his shoulders again. Apologies would do no good. He felt helpless on the floor. He stuffed his arm into his mouth and bit down hard as the belt descended 4 more times. "That'll teach you to steal food," Vernon said, satisfied. "Get back in your cupboard." Harry fled, later finding bruises on his arm where he had bitten down to keep quiet. "Wash the dishes, do the laundry, weed the front flower bed, iron Vernon's work pants, and if I see a single wrinkle, you'll be in the cupboard for a week. Understand?" "Yes," Harry replied. "Aunt Petunia," he muttered as he trudged out to the front yard, wishing desperately to be at the library, anywhere but here. "Get him! Get him!" Harry ran as fast as he could, but he was small for his age, his lungs burning. Piers Polkis and Jared Barclay were both taller, leaner, and faster. They had regular meals and shoes that fit. They caught up to him by the park and threw him to the ground. Dudley, Samwell, and the others skidded to a halt moments later. Dudley's big, red face was flushed with exertion and excitement. "Harry hunting! Harry hunting!" the others jeered. Harry closed his eyes and curled into a ball as the first kick landed on his leg. He had to protect his head, his glasses, and his stomach. Those were the places that hurt the most. "You must have cheated," the teacher said dismissively. Harry stared at her in dismay. I wouldn't." "Your aunt told me all about you." The teacher shook her head sadly. "I'm sorry, Harry, but there's simply no way you could have gotten this grade without cheating. I'm afraid I'll have to take away snack privileges and recess for a week and write home." Horror didn't begin to cover what he felt. It was a mixture of horror, despair, and a sudden vicious anger that chilled his veins and turned his eyes ice cold. But he took that anger and stuffed it away, because being angry made freakish things happen. Above all else, he couldn't let anyone see how much of a freak he was. Even when the teacher's hair turned blue the next day, it didn't help lessen the hunger pangs in his stomach. He hated her then for taking away snacks, one of his few steady sources of food. "Harry! Harry!" His eyes opened. For a few seconds before the memories flooded back, panic overtook his mind. But his limbs wouldn't listen. They felt cold, not the cold of anger, but a numb despair that made them sluggish. He couldn't sit up properly. And then he remembered. The Dementor loomed over him, and Harry finally stopped struggling. "What happened?" he croaked. Neville's worried face swam into focus above him. "You passed out, mate." Harry groggily sat up. Blaise slumped back in his seat, his face taking on a greyish pallor. Daphne was watching him, unable to hide her concern. Theo was furiously casting locking hexes at the door. Harry knew it wouldn't do any good, but if that was how Theo wanted to cope, he wouldn't say anything. "Eat this," Pansy said, holding out a bar of chocolate. "My mum went to Azkaban once, and when she came home, she ate an entire chocolate cake." At that point, Harry was willing to try anything, so he stuffed the chocolate into his mouth without a second thought. It didn't take long for a bit of warmth to return to his fingers, and he managed to pull himself up onto the bench. "What in Merlin's name was that?" Justin asked, looking pale and shaky. Harry knew that if he looked in a mirror, his medium brown skin would probably be nearly as grey as asphalt. Hermione's eyes were wide and owl-like. "A Dementor," Neville said. "I've only ever read about them. They feed off of your worst memories." Oh. Harry felt suddenly sick and looked away. Theo sat down next to him, not touching but providing a steady presence. "No wonder they affected you so badly, Harry," Hermione said, and then she clapped a hand over her mouth as Daphne, Theo and Neville all turned to stare at her in shock and anger. "Sorry," she exclaimed. "Tactless," Daphne sneered. "It's okay," Harry said wearily. "She's right, you know." Suddenly the door rattled. "Hello? Is anyone in there?" "It's an adult," Blaise hissed. "Theo." Theo threw a finite at the spells he'd layered on the door. Since he had cast them, they flaked away easily. The door banged open, revealing a travel-weary, sandy-haired man in his 30s, wearing worn clothes. Harry took a deep breath, his robes clean and his wand at the ready. "Is everyone all right?" he asked, his gaze landing on Harry. He froze. "We're fine, thanks," Blaise drawled, sounding as if he had fully recovered. The man quickly shifted his attention away from Harry. Right. Did a Dementor come near you?" "Yes," Hermione replied. "We tried to lock it out, but it got past our spells. It came in, looked around, and then left." Thank Merlin she hadn't mentioned Harry's collapse. "Chocolate," the man said. "Chocolate will help." "We've already had some, thank you," Neville interrupted. Finally, Harry found the energy to speak. "Excuse me, sir, but who are you? And what was that thing doing here?" "Ah, right, sorry. I'm Professor Lupin, and I'll be teaching you defense this year. I believe the Dementors are searching for Sirius Black." Lupin smiled, but the expression didn't quite reach his eyes. He seemed to be making a conscious effort to avoid looking directly at Harry. "I've encountered Dementors before. They woke me. I thought it best to check on the students and make sure everyone is all right. Forgive the intrusion." With that, he left as quickly as he had entered. "Well," Pansy said, breaking the silence, "he was awkward. I wonder why a professor is on the train." "Scratch that. Why are there Dementors on the train?" Theo demanded. "As if we're hiding Sirius Black in our pockets." "Harry?" Neville's voice barely rose above the sound of the train starting up again. "You all right?" Harry took deep breaths through his nose, clinging to his Occulmency. Between that and the chocolate, he was slowly recovering. "I will be. Thanks, Neville." "Yeah." Neville seemed to struggle with what to say next. Did you see my Mimbulus Mimbletonia earlier?" "No," Harry replied. "Not really." Neville pulled out the little cactus and began to explain its properties and growth cycles. Harry focused on the stream of mundane, academic information and gradually began to calm down. 5 minutes later, Harry felt more or less back in control. He shot a grateful glance at his friend before checking on everyone else. A few quiet conversations had started, but the atmosphere remained subdued. "No one hears that I passed out," he said firmly. The thought of Malfoy, Jules, or the Slytherin upper years finding out sent a shudder down his spine. "Of course not," Daphne replied disdainfully. The rest of the ride to school passed mostly in silence. Harry spotted Ginny on the platform, surrounded by a group of friends that included Luna, Demelza Robbins, Terry Boot, Natalie, Evelyn, Alex Rowell, Finn Sullivan, and Arya Cross. Most of them were Slytherins, but he felt a sense of relief seeing her reach out to the Ravenclaws and even Gryffindors. "Potter," Finn said with a nod. Ginny waved at him while Natalie beamed and Evelyn tilted her head slightly. Luna smiled in a vaguely happy way, and the others showed varying degrees of caution and interest. "Harry Potter," he introduced himself to Robbins and Boot. "Pleasure to meet you." "You as well," Boot replied. Robbins grinned at him. She had a gap in her teeth and a mischievous sparkle in her eye that reminded him a bit of the twins, though not as malicious. "Just wanted to check, you've all gotten chocolate?" Harry asked. This was the entire Slytherin second year, and their friends. He felt a responsibility toward them. Natalie nodded. "A professor came around and gave it to us." "Remus Lupin," Ginny added, eyeing him. "My parents talked about him sometimes." "Oh, that Lupin. A friend of James Potter, Harry's namesake and godfather." A surge of icy fury coursed through his veins, and he struggled to contain it. The man he'd met on the train had abandoned both Harry and his responsibilities as a godfather when he ran off and did his own thing for 12 years, leaving Harry to suffer with the Dursleys. "May know, our school year is filled with new opportunities and challenges. Before we dive into the festivities, I have a few important announcements to make." Harry leaned back, absorbing the atmosphere. He couldn't shake the thought of how a godfather should support him. "Interesting," he remarked, giving Ginny a faint nod of approval for her insights. She was really growing into her role as a Slytherin. "Glad you're all right. Remember, Slytherins, you'll be welcoming the first years after the sorting at your end of the table." He glanced at Natalie, who naturally commanded the group's attention with her strong personality. "And remember the rules." They all nodded, eyes wide with a mix of excitement and nervousness. Robbins and Boot looked a bit confused, while Luna seemed lost in her own thoughts. Harry nodded at the Slytherins once more before making his way back to his friends, who were animatedly discussing honeydukes. "I heard they sell all sorts of sweets there. Acid pops, cockroach clusters, some really weird things," Justin was saying. A sinking feeling hit Harry as he recalled that he hadn't gotten the Dursleys to sign his permission form. Maybe he could ask James to sign it instead. That should work. While legally his guardians were still the Dursleys, James was his blood father and Lord Potter. Surely that would suffice. Harry resolved to visit the Owlery first thing in the morning. This year, Slytherin welcomed 11 new students, including Astoria Greengrass and a half-blood she'd met on the train named Romilda Vane. Harry clapped along with the rest of his house, mustering the energy to smile politely at their direction. But before the feast began, Dumbledore stood, and the hall fell into a hush. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts," he said, beaming at them. "I have a few things to share, and since one of them is quite serious, I'd like to address it before you become too distracted by our excellent feast." "The only thing that might distract us is that garish orange," Theo muttered under his breath, glaring at Dumbledore's robes as if they had personally offended him. Harry couldn't help but grin. Pansy and Blaise snickered beside him. Dumbledore cleared his throat, preparing to continue. "Many of you are aware that following the search of the Hogwarts Express, our school is currently playing host to some of the Dementors from Azkaban, who are here on Ministry of Magic business. They are stationed around the edges of the grounds, and while they are with us, I must make it clear that leaving the school without permission is absolutely forbidden. Dementors cannot be fooled by tricks or disguises, or even invisibility cloaks," he added blandly. Harry noticed Jules and Ron exchange an angry glance. "They do not understand pleading or excuses, and will not hesitate to attack. I look to our prefects and head boy and girl to ensure that all students remain safe this year. On a happier note, we must welcome 2 new teachers this year. First, Professor Remus Lupin, who will be instructing you all in defense against the dark arts." Lupin stood up, appearing even younger than he had on the train, despite the grey at his temples. He looked particularly shabby compared to the other teachers. Harry quickly looked away to hide his glare. "Look at Snape," Blaise hissed. Harry glanced at his head of house and raised his eyebrows. The potions master looked absolutely livid. "Now that's interesting," Theo said. "And second, Rubeus Hagrid will be taking over as Professor of Care of Magical Creatures after Professor Kettleburn's retirement." "Merlin," Blaise muttered. Of course, the oaf assigned a biting book. Harry struggled to suppress a laugh. "And with that, let the feast begin," Dumbledore announced, and suddenly the tables were laden with food. Pansy tilted her head as they all began serving themselves. "Harry, your father and Snape came to school at the same time, right?" she asked. "That's why they hate each other," Harry replied. "Jules and James won't tell me much. James only said Snape was a greasy, snivelling, untrustworthy slime ball. He seems to think that about every Slytherin, though, so I took it with a grain of salt." "A shipload of salt," he said, prompting a few blank stares from his audience. "Sorry, that's a Muggle expression." Daphne curled her lip slightly, unimpressed. "Regardless," Pansy interjected, "I believe I've heard the name Remus Lupin in connection with James Potter before. They were friends in school, which might explain the rivalry." "He's my godfather," Harry replied darkly. "Hadrian Remus Potter." Pansy's eyes widened as she nodded. "Heirs' middle names are typically for their godfathers. Have you ever met him?" "I asked James about him that first summer," Harry explained. "Lupin's been travelling, I think. James said he didn't want to stay here after the last war. Black's betrayal and all. Black was my godfather, but James changed it to Remus after everything happened." He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. "Who is Jules' godfather, then?" Pansy asked. "Jules' middle name is Charlus, named after James' grandfather, I believe. His godfather was Peter Pettigrew, but he died, so I think James replaced him with Ethan Thorne." Pansy eyed Lupin speculatively as they continued to eat. Harry discreetly slipped a few cut-up pieces of plain grilled steak into his pocket, wrapped in a napkin for Eris. She'd sneak off to hunt and make friends with the other castle snakes later, but she'd be hungry when he returned to his dorm and let her out. "What's the deal with godparents?" he asked. "I mean, Muggles do it, but it doesn't seem to hold the same weight for them." Theo took a moment to swallow a bite of steak and kidney pie before responding. "Godparents are important to us. While there might often be only one godparent, if you have a godchild, you're expected to be a major part of their life and take them in if their real parents won't or can't care for them. So, with Black and Pettigrew out of the picture, James needed living people willing to step in for him, Harry concluded. Is it common for twins to have different godfathers? Pansy frowned. No. Huh. Harry decided to let it go, and to his relief, the conversation soon shifted away from his ongoing family drama. Finally, the feast came to an end. Normally, Harry enjoyed the Hogwarts feasts. The thrill of being able to eat as much as he wanted still hadn't worn off. But tonight, he felt exhausted and missed Eris. As soon as he took her out of his trunk, his familiar seemed to sense his bad mood. What's wrong? Do I need to bite anyone? No biting, Harry replied, managing a small grin. He carefully turned his back to Malfoy as he crawled into bed, holding Eris in a way that kept her hidden. Once settled, he pointed his wand at the curtains, which swished shut. He then began casting silencing and protection wards around his bed. He had practiced both extensively at the Leaky Cauldron and could cast a ward linked to a plain silver ring on his right hand. The ring would heat up if someone tried to get into his belongings, and he could immobilize the intruder with a body bind spell. Unfortunately, it only worked once per casting, as he still wasn't strong enough for long-term wards, nor did he know how to use runes to stabilize a lasting ward. Eris wound her way up and settled into her favorite position across his shoulders. But something did happen, didn't it? Harry spoke to her in a slightly hesitant tone, sharing the encounter with the Dementor, the visions he had seen, and finally, Lupin. No one else would hear about his visions, but Eris was his familiar. He could trust her when he couldn't trust anyone else. She had been there after every one of his nightmares this summer. When he finished, Eris wrapped herself tightly around his shoulders and neck. Those stupid muggles. And that godfather of yours, he's stupid too. I'm never going back, Harry said firmly. Ever. Good. I might have to break your no-biting rule if you did. Harry grinned again. She always knew how to lift his spirits. Do I smell food? Harry asked, his curiosity piqued. You do indeed, Eris replied, a playful glint in her eyes. He pulled out the wrapped pieces of steak from his pocket and handed them over. Eris eagerly snatched them up, careful not to accidentally bite him, then rolled over with a satisfied hiss. Will you hunt tonight? She inquired. No, this was enough of a meal. Tomorrow I'll explore the castle while you go to your classes. I'm curious. This place feels like old magic. I like it. Good, because we're going to spend a lot of time here, she said, her laughter soft and comforting. Harry lay down to sleep as he usually did, curled on his side, a habit formed from the cold nights in the cupboard. Eris nestled into the curve of his torso and knees, seeking the warmth. He rested his left hand on her back, allowing her presence to soothe him. Helpless, weak. He thought of the mornings spent cooking, the days hiding in the library, the afternoons working until his back ached, and the nights locked away in the cupboard. No matter how hard he tried, his magic wouldn't come. He couldn't unlock the door, couldn't move a quill, couldn't even light a fire to keep himself warm. He felt alone, devoid of magic, like a failed, useless freak, an abomination, a waste of space. Master, Master, wake up! Harry jolted upright, the echoes of a scream still choking his throat. Eris, he murmured, curling his hand around her. Eris. You were dreaming, she said gently. I know. I couldn't wake you. He wanted to apologize, but the words stuck in his throat. Eris nudged his jaw with her nose. "I'm here," she reassured him. "Thank you. Always, you're mine." He slowly lay back down, trying to regain control of his breathing. The nightmares had subsided during his second year as he focused on Occulmency. Without a legilimens to guide him, Harry knew advancing to an intermediate level would be much more difficult. Occulmency focused primarily on managing emotions, clearing thoughts, and calming the subconscious. It was particularly helpful for warding off bad dreams. That blasted Dementor had brought everything rushing back. He spent 30 minutes meditating in bed, soothing his mind, before finally allowing himself to drift off to sleep once more. Chapter 4. New Year, New Teachers. Harry didn't remember any other dreams, but he woke up feeling grouchy and far from well rested. Eris vanished into one of the many cracks in the floor, eager to explore the castle, a plan she had been talking about for months. As her tail disappeared into the stone, Harry found himself half hoping someone would give him a reason to hex them today. The familiar weight of his school robes settling over his shoulders provided a bit of comfort, but he remained stone-faced and silent at breakfast, even when Snape passed around their schedules. Harry glanced at his. Potions with Gryffindor, herbology with Hufflepuff, defense on their own, history with Ravenclaw, charms and transfiguration alone, and then arithmancy and ancient runes with whatever other third years had chosen those subjects. Care with Gryffindor? Brilliant, Blaise complained, glaring at his paper. Even Blaise's plight, which usually would have made Harry smile, couldn't lift his mood. Blaise was stuck in care of magical creatures, with only Pansy for backup against Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, Bulstrode, and the Gryffindors. "At least I have runes with you, Harry," Blaise continued. Harry nodded jerkily and returned to his eggs and toast. Theo watched him with a faintly concerned expression. After breakfast, they made their way to their first arithmancy lesson. Harry, Theo, and Daphne were the only first-year Slytherins taking it. The rest had either divination or care that period. So it was just the three of them heading for the base of the astronomy tower. "You all right?" Theo asked quietly, dropping back next to Harry. "What do you care?" Harry shot back, a sneer in his voice. Theo raised an eyebrow, and Harry winced. Nightmares. It's not aimed at you." It was as close to an apology as he could muster. Understanding flashed across Theo's face. Not pity, thank Merlin for that. "Bloody Dementors. You should ask Hannah. Is there a spell you can use to defend against them?" "Good plan." Harry added it to his mental to-do list, right behind finding an excuse to hex someone and getting on a broom. Daphne caught up with them, dragging Hermione and Justin along. "I am not going to sit with idiots in arithmancy," she declared, glaring at all four of them. "Certainly not that imbecilic Macmillan or the Patil Priss. Are we clear?" "Which Patil twin is this?" Hermione asked. "Does it matter?" Daphne snapped. "They're both irritating." Harry let his friends bicker as they filed into the arithmancy classroom. His interest began to spike through his bad mood. The room occupied the entire bottom level of the tower, its round walls lined with alternating windows and chalkboards. The desks, with chalkboard surfaces, were arranged in groups of 6 by each large wall chalkboard, all facing the centre of the room. Harry, Theo, Justin, Hermione, and Daphne quickly claimed the desk nearest the door and watched as other students trickled in. To Harry's surprise, several upper-year students were among them, including Hestia Carrow, Miles Bletchley, and Noah Bowl. Noah, who was on decent terms with Harry, grinned at their group. Bletchley nodded in their direction, while Hestia ignored them completely. The older Slytherins settled into the cluster next to Harry's. "What are you lot doing here?" Theo asked, raising an eyebrow at them. "I dropped history and herbology after the OWLs," Bletchley replied. "I figured it couldn't hurt to get a few years of arithmancy and runes in, even if I don't test in them." "I'm taking the arithmancy and ancient runes OWLs as a 6th year," Noah added. "Usually when someone starts OWL classes late, they have a separate group, but there are too few students in arithmancy or runes for that to work. So, here we are." Harry nodded. It made sense. Noah had a point. The classroom was bustling with a mix of students, and he could feel the anticipation in the air. The classroom was barely half full when the clock signalled the start of class. Harry spotted Anthony, Sue and Lisa from his year. They all smiled and waved as Hermione, Harry and Theo looked their way. The trio was seated with Alice Park, Jessica Banderos and Stephen Cornfoot. Ernie Macmillan and Susan Bones were with a few older Hufflepuffs, while a cluster of older Ravenclaws gathered nearby: Aaron Jigger, Cho Chang, Mason Goshawk and Liam Linus. Harry also noticed a group of 4 older Gryffindors, including Alicia Spinnet, though he didn't recognize the others. He pulled out his textbooks: Numerology and Grammatica, A Study of Number Properties, and Practical Applications of Runes. All 3 were dense and complicated. He had managed to get through the first 2 over the summer and would have finished the third if he hadn't gotten sidetracked by its discussions on the use of arithmancy in spell creation. He'd even ordered 4 other books on related subjects, because arithmancy seemed incredibly useful. Suddenly, the door swung open with a bang, and a short, middle-aged witch with a black bob cut and silver wireframe glasses marched in. "Good morning, class," she announced. There was a general mumble in response. "No, no, no, that will not do. You will respond, 'Good morning, Professor Vector,' when I greet you. Precision, efficiency. We waste no time in my class. Try again. Good morning, class." "Good morning, Professor Vector," they chorused in near-perfect unison. Harry found himself sitting up straighter. He liked Professor Vector. "Much better," she said, stopping in the centre of the room. She began to pace in a circle, her sharp brown eyes scrutinizing each student one by one. Harry sensed that she was quite brilliant, missed little, and perhaps didn't have much patience for nonsense. "First things first, there will be no slacking in my class. You are here to work hard and learn. Arithmancy, the use of numbers in magic, is neither easy nor safe. If you fail to pay attention, you may lose a finger, or you may die. I require spelled glasses as a result of an experiment in... 4 years ago, I created an arithmantic spell, and I consider myself lucky to have kept my sight. If any one of you becomes a danger to yourself or those around you by neglecting your studies, you will receive 1 warning. Only 1. After that, you're done. I don't care what it does to your owls or newts. My priority is to ensure no one gets splattered across the ceiling, because that means more work for the house elves and more paperwork for me. Are we clear?" "Yes, Professor Vector," the students replied. Harry couldn't help but smile. This was much better than history of magic. "A few housekeeping items before we move on to your preliminary exam. And no, don't panic. It won't count towards your grade. It's just for me to see where you are." Professor Vector's piercing gaze swept over Harry's group again. He sat up a bit straighter under her scrutiny, wondering which house she'd belonged to at Hogwarts. He guessed Slytherin or Ravenclaw. "First, if anyone here needs help, My office is open from 5 to 9 p.m. on weekdays and 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturdays. I will either assist you myself or connect you with a tutor from a previous class. If anyone is interested in private tutoring or specialized study, come to me and I'll see what I can do. Second, if anyone wants to drop this class, you have until November to transfer into care of magical creatures or divination. After that, you won't be permitted to join another class and will have to wait until next year. Third, I do not accept late work and do not allow retakes of examinations except under extenuating circumstances, which I reserve the right to grant or deny. Fourth, many of you may have heard of the study of the future using numbers. That is nonsense and will not be taught in my class. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. If you want to indulge in wishy-washy predictions about the future, go take divination and stop wasting my time. The future is what you make of it. Harry thought it was very possibly Slytherin. And finally, many of you might not want to hear this, but if you can't accept it, your mindset is narrower than the eye of a needle, and you shouldn't even be in this class. So listen closely, she said, crossing her arms and directing her gaze toward the Slytherins. We will be using a number of Muggle texts and discoveries in this class. Wizards tend to disregard mathematics beyond basic arithmetic as useless unless you're an arithmancer or a spellcrafter. In contrast, Muggles rely on mathematics to create devices that compensate for their lack of magic, so they've focused much more effort on it than we have. The mass disregard for mathematics in the magical community is both ridiculous and outdated. If I had a week, I couldn't list all the reasons why, so we'll save that for a later lecture and focus on the practicalities instead. Muggle-born students have a distinct advantage in this class, as do half-bloods who were raised in Muggle school systems. Muggles grow up attending yearly math classes, wizard children do not. Those of you with some exposure to mathematics, I expect you to work hard to advance your knowledge and to be respectful about not holding it over others. For those of you who do not have that background, I expect you to work just as hard, if not harder. By the end of this year, you will all be on equal footing. Harry sneaked a glance at Hestia. She looked as if she had just bitten into a rotten apple. Theo appeared mostly curious. Daphne was icy cool. Hermione looked excited, and Justin seemed interested. Vector spun around once more, and when there were no objections, she waved her wand. A packet of magically bound paper appeared on everyone's desk. "Begin," she instructed. Harry pulled out a disguised gel pen and opened the packet. His stomach plummeted. He really should have paid more attention in math class, even though he had to fail all the tests and worksheets to keep up with Dudley. This was vaguely familiar math to him, but at the same time he felt far from confident about being able to find the answers. For an hour and a half, Harry wrestled with one problem after another. He lost his way several times, using a quick charm to erase his mistakes and start over. Over half of the problems he attempted ended up only halfway complete, leaving him frustrated and unsure. Of the ones he did finish, he felt confident about only 3 answers. "That was horrible," Theo muttered as they handed in their tests. Harry nodded, grimacing in agreement. Justin shrugged when they turned to him. "Math is important in business. My parents always told me to focus on it. I mean, it wasn't easy, but I've at least seen most of that material before." Hermione opened her mouth, then shut it again. After a moment she said, "I thought it was rather easy, but my school had a strong focus on science and math fields." She seemed to choose her words carefully. "So I have a solid background in maths. How about you, Harry?" By Merlin, she was really holding back her know-it-all tendencies. I'm not confident," he admitted. He paused, realizing these were his friends. No one was close enough to overhear. Maybe he could share something small. "My Petunia and Vernon got angry if I outperformed Dudley on exam scores. It was hard to pay attention in class while trying to get bad enough grades to avoid punishment at home for cheating." "That's horrible," Hermione said, her eyes wide with disbelief. "That's denying you an education. How dare—" "My parents thought my accidental magic was just random weirdness," Justin interjected, looking at Harry with newfound understanding. "But your aunt and uncle, just because of magic?" Harry shrugged, attempting to mask how much it affected him. "Suddenly I understand the statute of secrecy a lot better," Justin muttered. In that moment, Harry realized that most of his friends were unaware of the extent of his struggles, that he hadn't always had enough to eat, that he wore Dudley's old clothes, and that the twins, Blaise, Pansy, and Theo, had once had to break him out after a particularly rough encounter. Harry felt the weight of unspoken truths pressing down on him. He thought about the years of neglect, the hidden scars that came from living in a cupboard. His friends had no idea what that really meant, how it felt to wear hand-me-down clothes, or to endure skimpy meals and endless chores. He had never shared the details of his past. It was his private shame, his battle to fight alone. But as he pondered, a nagging thought crept in. Maybe they should know. After all, they were his friends. "Everyone, I expect you to be well versed in Chapter 1 of Numberology and Grammatica by Thursday," Vector announced, breaking into his thoughts. "In this class, we'll focus on reading and independent study during your own time. Here, you can practice problems, and I'm available to help. You may collaborate as much as you like, both in and out of class, except during tests. If you want to sit in the corner and cast silencing charms to work alone, that's perfectly fine. Or, if you prefer to gather 7 others for a verbal quiz challenge to tackle the problems together, that works too. I've seen both methods succeed for different students. My goal is to teach you, and I won't force you into a learning style that doesn't suit you. Questions are encouraged. There are no stupid inquiries. What may seem like a simple, should that be positive or negative, could save your life." She paused, scanning the room to ensure her message was sinking in. It was. Harry had never experienced such silence in a class, except perhaps in McGonagall's or Snape's. "Dismissed," she concluded. The students hurried out, and Harry's mind was racing. "Of course Muggle-borns have an advantage," Daphne muttered. Justin glanced at her, looking a bit disappointed. "You lot have an advantage in everything else. With all the summer practice you do, how could Hermione or I keep up if we weren't your friends and invited over to study? It hardly seems unfair for Muggle-borns to have one class where our heritage isn't a drawback." Daphne seemed taken aback by Justin's unexpected rebuttal. "He's got a point," Theo chimed in. "I wonder," Harry mused, his thoughts drifting as he contemplated the dynamics of their group. Harry pondered how they might balance the scales between purebloods and Muggle-borns. It was a complex issue, but he felt reasonably equipped to tackle it, being a half-blood heir to an ancient and noble house raised in the Muggle world. Although he might be a bit biased when it came to assessing how well Muggle parents could raise magical children. Thankfully, he had met Justin and Hermione, which helped broaden his perspective. "Herbology next?" Justin asked. "Yep," Theo smirked. "Time to go laugh at Malfoy trying to keep dirt out from under his nails." "I wish I could see that," Hermione chimed in. Tell me later. I've got transfiguration. See you." She hurried off. Harry's first Ancient Runes class was just 2 days away. He entered the classroom in the Transfiguration Hall alongside Blaise, Theo, Hermione, Neville, and Pansy. The setup was much more traditional than Vector's class. All the desks were arranged in neat rows facing a chalkboard covered in white chalk symbols. Harry squinted at the board, thinking he recognized a few of the symbols, or maybe more than a few. Wait, wasn't that the same alphabet from that ridiculous dragonology book Dudley had received for his birthday 2 years ago? As more students trickled in, Harry noticed the class was a mix of upper years and third years. He spotted both Carrow twins among them, and a wince escaped him. He'd have to be extra cautious. Neither of them had any fondness for him. "Welcome to the study of ancient runes," a voice echoed, seemingly coming from everywhere. The students looked around, trying to locate the source. Harry, out of habit, scanned the room and realized the professor wasn't present. Suddenly there was a bang, and a plain-looking witch with salt and pepper hair appeared on the desk at the front of the classroom. Several students jumped in surprise. She grinned at them, exuding an energy that seemed almost contagious. "Does anyone know how I did that?" she asked. "Apparition?" someone suggested. Hermione rolled her eyes so dramatically that Harry wondered if she'd given herself a headache. "Honestly," she hissed, "it's not that hard to read Hogwarts a history." "No, apparition is impossible in Hogwarts. Anyone else?" "Disillusionment charm," Hestia offered. The professor pointed at Hestia. "Good guess, but no. I'm not carrying a wand. No charms." Silence filled the room. "A rune word, children," the professor continued, pointing at her feet. "Drawn on this desk in plain old ink with a quill 10 minutes ago. I stood up here, activated the runes by stepping into them, and waited invisibly while you all sat down. Homenum Revelio would have skipped right over me, as would all other ministry-approved spells meant to find the hidden." Many wide eyes stared back at her, Harry's included. He knew that runes were used to anchor wards, and he had a good grasp of the theory, but seeing it in action was still impressive. "Runes are the basis of portkeys. They are sunken into the handles of your brooms. Runestones secure Hogwarts from the outside world, prevent apparition and portkeys from working within its bounds, protect those inside, and block outside spying. Rune-based spells can hold their power for years or even centuries. They can be used to create new spells and rituals, do not require wands, and are limited only by your imagination and creativity." She grinned at them. "My name is Professor Babbling. I'm sure you've heard this several times before, but this class won't be easy. I have no qualms about telling you that at first it won't even be fun. Between now and Christmas, you'll learn the alphabets and fundamental principles of runes derived from Tamil, Sanskrit, Ancient Greek, Ancient Egyptian, Gaelic, Arabic, Chinese, Anglo-Saxon, and Hebrew. Each has its own unique properties and can be used and combined in different ways. For example, the spell I created today draws heavily from a runic concealment spell written in Greek runes, but I modified it with Tamil and Gaelic symbols to adapt it to modern charm casting and deflect spells like Homenum Revelio. A tentative hand crept up. "Yes?" Professor Babbling looked delighted, but Susan Bones appeared terrified. Ma'am, it doesn't seem possible to memorize all that before Christmas." "You'll have the properties memorized," Babbling reassured her. "You'll have the runes in your mind, at least familiar enough to draw them, but that's what this is for. She kicked at her copy of A Dictionary of Runes. Most witches and wizards find one or two runic languages they work best with and stick to those after their first year. This year's exams will cover the foundations of the course, a basic exposure to and ability to discuss and attempt using runes from all the major languages. After that, you'll be assigned a task, and you can use whatever runes and chains you wish to accomplish it. But I get ahead of myself. For today, open ancient runes made easy. To clarify, this book should really be titled Ancient Runes Made Slightly Less Terrifying, to page 17. I expect you've all done the assigned reading. Spend 5 minutes going over the discussion questions listed in the text, and then we'll have a class debate. Participation points will be part of your final grade. Harry had been looking forward to runes for a while, and so far it did not disappoint. Rune rituals formed the basis of wards and curse-breaking, not to mention crafting one's own magical tools, as most potions masters did. They were also vital to the creation of new spells. He had done a lot of summer reading at Blaise's house. Runes were neither light nor dark in the Ministry's eyes, thank Merlin, although the rituals one performed with them could be, and runic blood rituals were definitely dark. The class debate was interesting and proved he was already at the top of the class, with Hermione maybe a bit ahead and Hestia right on his heels. Hestia frowned whenever Harry or Hermione jumped in with a clever insight or interesting question, which wasn't all that often. Harry preferred to observe such discussions, while Hermione was clearly biting her tongue to keep herself from dominating the conversation. With all her encyclopedic knowledge, Harry really needed to ask her if she had a photographic memory one of these days. Just 3 days into the term, Malfoy swaggered back into the common room with a bandaged arm. Blaise dropped his quill. "Oh no," he muttered. "What?" Harry asked, but before he could get an answer, Malfoy threw himself dramatically onto a sofa opposite them. "It nearly killed me," he moaned. Blaise opened his mouth, and Theo looked like he was preparing for a verbal battle. Harry quickly silenced Blaise with a look and kicked Theo under the table. If Malfoy wanted attention, he could seek it elsewhere. They weren't about to fall for his obvious ploy. When no one responded, Malfoy sat up a bit straighter. "Don't you want to know what happened?" he asked. "I presume it was a hippogriff, since I hear those were in care today," Harry replied, trying to sound as uninterested as possible. "Yes, it nearly took my arm off," Malfoy exclaimed. "Oh, so we've gone from nearly killing you to nearly taking off your arm," Pansy said innocently. Theo coughed to stifle his laughter, and Malfoy flushed slightly. "Yes, well, it certainly attacked me. Great big bloody monster it was. The oaf should never have let those things loose near students." "Jules Potter handled it quite well," Blaise interjected. "He even went for a flight, in fact." "Really?" Harry said, feigning interest as if they were discussing the weather. Blaise replied, glancing critically at his potions notes. Their first double potions with Gryffindor was the next day, and none of the Slytherins dared to be unprepared. Harry had already sent Finn Sullivan, a gifted potions student, to give the first years a good talking to about the subject, and they looked properly terrified. Hagrid's instructions were specifically to not insult the beast, I believe. He may not have wand rights or any idea how to teach, but the man certainly knows magical creatures. "Harry, what does calcite do again?" "In the shrinking solution we'll be doing, it reacts with the flour to neutralize the caustic properties resulting from a combination of 3 parts powdered griffin claw and 1 part Merilope egg white." "Thanks," Blaise said, starting to write again. Malfoy shot them all a glare. "I'll have that beast up on charges." "Why?" Harry asked, feigning indifference. "Well, it attacked me, obviously." "Did you do something to provoke its attack?" Harry flipped through his rune dictionary, working on the Tamil script translation he needed to hand in on Monday. Pansy snickered softly. "He insulted it first and disregarded the instructions." "Sounds like you rather deserved it," Harry replied. "Malfoy, stop whining," Flint said, cuffing Malfoy on the back of the head as he walked by. "We need you on a broom so we can show up Gryffindor." Pomfrey regrew the other Potter's entire set of arm bones overnight last year. She can fix the little scratch I heard about from Care in a second. "The match is going to be in nasty weather anyway," Bletchley chimed in, drifting over. "Can't we just use Malfoy's injury to skip out?" Flint leered. "No. Oliver Wood claimed in front of my entire Transfiguration class today that Slytherin would take any excuse to get out of the match because we can't handle flying in bad conditions. We've got to prove them wrong. We're bloody well taking the cup this year." "Ah," Bletchley said. "In that case, Malfoy, get over yourself or I'll hex. On second thought, I'll let Potter at you." "Potter, weren't you learning some interesting spells this summer?" "Why, yes," Harry replied with a wicked smile directed at Malfoy. "Yes, I was." Malfoy glared at both of them before flouncing off to the dormitories. "Prat," Bletchley muttered. Harry couldn't stand Professor Remus J. Lupin. The man was even-tempered and polite, smiling kindly at the Slytherins as they filed into his classroom. As the class entered the room, they settled into their seats. "No need to take out your books," the professor announced. "Today's lesson will be practical." Theo grinned, but Harry remained expressionless. It was infuriating how the man could stand there, smiling and acting all kind and caring, as if he weren't the same negligent coward who had run off to the continent, unable to handle grief. He had left his godson to endure 12 years of misery, and still made no effort to discuss it with Harry. Quirrell had occasionally conducted mild, hands-on challenges, pitting one student against another in tightly controlled settings. But this felt different. Hermione and Neville had been annoyingly tight-lipped yesterday about what the lesson would entail. At least the word practical hinted at something interesting. "Follow me, please," Lupin instructed. Harry observed the professor's shabby robes as he led the class through the hallways. He looked better than he had on the train, at least. "I wonder what we're doing," Theo mused, watching the professor's back. Blaise shrugged. "Antagonizing Professor Snape?" Lupin's shoulders flinched slightly at the mention of Snape's name. Harry tilted his head, wondering if the professor had overheard them. They should have been out of earshot, but perhaps he had some sort of hearing enhancement charm. If that were the case, why had he reacted like that? Were they actually going to see Professor Snape? To Harry's surprise, Lupin led them into the staff room. He had been in here once before, but he looked around with the same curiosity as everyone else, and Theo did too, ensuring they didn't reveal their spying from the previous year. The wardrobe where he, Theo, Ron and Jules had hidden was now shaking. However, there was no sign of Professor Snape. The wardrobe jumped and banged against the wall, causing only Crabbe and Goyle to flinch. The rest of the Slytherins eyed it warily. "No need to worry," Lupin said. "It's just a boggart." Harry thought that was a perfectly good reason to worry. He had only read about boggarts a few times. Harry recalled Hannah mentioning boggarts before. "Who can tell me what a boggart is?" Professor Lupin asked, and Theo's hand shot up. "Mr. Nott?" There was a hint of displeasure in the professor's voice, though it was hard for Harry to tell, given Lupin's usually calm demeanour. "Shapeshifters," Theo answered, glancing nervously at the wardrobe. He didn't seem overly anxious, but he wasn't completely at ease either. They take on the shape of whatever you most fear. Excellent, yes, that's correct. Boggarts prefer small, dark spaces. Harry thought to himself, so the opposite of me, then. Like wardrobes, gaps beneath beds and trunks. I once encountered one that had lodged itself in a grandfather clock. This one moved in a few days ago, and I asked the headmaster to leave it here for some practice. With so many of us present, we have an advantage. Have you spotted it, Harry? It almost seemed to pain Lupin to look at him, which Harry found immensely satisfying. He kept his expression neutral. There are a lot of us here, and the boggart won't know what to turn into. Precisely. Lupin drew his wand. The charm that repels a boggart requires a strong force of mind. The incantation is ridiculous, and as you say it, you must force the boggart to become something you find amusing. What will truly defeat the creature is laughter, the antithesis of fear. Interesting, Harry thought. He had read something quite different in a rare old tome titled Esoteric Incantations during the summer at the Zabini library. He would need to ask Blaise if one of the Zabini house elves could bring it to Hogwarts so he could do a bit more research. Now, Lupin began, but Theo raised his hand again. "Excuse me, sir, are we going to have to face that thing in front of the entire class?" he asked, "and reveal our worst fears to our classmates?" Oh, surely he wouldn't. But judging by Lupin's expression, Harry feared the worst. Lupin's expression showed that he understood exactly what he was doing, and Harry felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He had a pretty good idea of what his boggart would look like, and he definitely didn't want anyone else to see it. In fact, he didn't want to see it himself. "The Gryffindors were willing," Lupin began. "We are not Gryffindors, Professor," Harry replied, trying to keep his tone as polite as possible, though he feared he didn't quite succeed. He didn't care, though. He was too focused on his anxiety. Lupin's expression shifted slightly. "No, I suppose not." "Very well. If you all would wait outside, you may enter one at a time. As your teacher, I promise that whatever I see here will remain confidential. Will that suffice?" "Thank you, sir," Blaise said. Malfoy sneered at the shabby professor before leaving the room, followed closely by his friends. Harry noticed that Malfoy had been in a terrible mood ever since Flint had reprimanded him in the common room about his arm. He sensed that the hippogriff drama wasn't over yet, but at least Malfoy had stopped complaining and taken off the bandage. "Who would like to go first?" Lupin asked. The group exchanged glances. Harry sighed. He might as well get it over with. "I will, sir." "Very good, Harry," Lupin said, smiling. The rest of the Slytherins filed out the door. Harry eyed Lupin cautiously, and Lupin returned the look. "Harry, Mr. Potter," Harry interrupted. "What?" "I'd prefer if you called me Mr. Potter, Professor. It's more appropriate." Lupin looked taken aback. "I'm your godfather." Harry smiled thinly. He had written to James and received some answers, albeit limited ones. He wasn't going to give this man an inch. "Only because Sirius Black betrayed you, us, and forgive me, Professor Lupin, but we've never met. If you wanted to be on a first-name basis with me, you should have perhaps made an effort to do your job." Duty as a godfather and being a part of my childhood. Lupin seemed to age years before Harry's eyes. "I am truly sorry, Mr. Potter. Had I known what you endured—" "Do you know now?" Harry asked, genuinely curious. No one knew all the details, not even Theo. "Well, James and Albus both told me what they know." Harry snorted. That told him all he needed to know. I see. I'm sure it was an entirely accurate account and not at all biased or altered. Well, in that case, Professor, shall we proceed? Practice the incantation and wand movement for me, if you would, Mr. Potter. Harry swished his wand, just as he had seen Lupin do. Ridiculous! Excellent! Harry's stomach churned. He wished Eris was here, but she had gone off with some of the other castle snakes to learn how to hunt rats. The only thing he could think of to deal with his probable boggart wouldn't be appropriate in front of Lupin. Wand at the ready. Aperio. The wardrobe opened with a bang, and Harry stepped out. His fist tightened around his holly wand unconsciously. His heart pounded in his ears, drowning out all other sounds. The boggart Harry inched closer. Its face was bruised, and it wore Dudley's old clothes, too big, stained, and torn in places, worn down to bits in others. 2 broken halves of a holly wand were clutched in its trembling fist. Desperation and tears marred its face. The fear threatening to overwhelm Harry at the thought of ever looking like this, ever being this, was offset just a little by disgust. He snapped to attention and concentrated fiercely on the only thing he could think of, turning this creature into something that amused him, something that didn't have power over him anymore. Ridiculous, he managed to say. The spell hit the boggart, and for just a second, the briefest moment, the boggart Harry stood there, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. Now he was facing boggart Jules. Merlin. Ridiculous, he said again, focusing intently. He forced the boggart to transform into a life-size, pink and yellow cartoon version of his battered, bruised and helpless, Dursley-owned self. He could only hope Lupin hadn't seen the initial transformation. Lupin waved his wand and banished the boggart back into the wardrobe, which slammed shut behind it. Good work, Mr. Potter. If I may ask, why did you cast the spell twice? Harry feigned a puzzled expression. It didn't work the first time. The boggart was still me. He lowered his head, letting his shoulders tremble slightly, trying to convince Lupin of his vulnerability. Of course, Lupin replied, relaxing. How silly of me. Yes, you've done well, Mr. Potter. You may go. Until next time. Harry nodded and left the classroom as quickly as he could without running. Lupin was surprisingly easy to deceive. Goyle went in next. Harry braced himself and leaned against the wall, ignoring the curious looks from his classmates, fully aware that he couldn't reveal just how challenging that had been. Crabbe entered next, followed by Bulstrode, and then Pansy. She emerged looking a little pale, but still smirking. "Strings," Theo whispered. Harry glanced at his friend. Theo's eyes were closed, and his brow was furrowed tightly. Blaise stepped into the staff lounge. "Theo?" Harry asked softly. Theo opened his eyes and looked at him. "I think I know what it'll be, but I don't know how to make it funny, or at least not something he'd find amusing." "If it amuses you, it'll work," Harry replied quietly. "And I think it's less about actual laughter and more about forcing it into a shape that doesn't hold power over you anymore. Disgust was what helped me get past mine." Theo nodded slowly. "All right." Blaise returned from the staff lounge, breathing a bit hard but otherwise unscathed. "You got this," he told Theo. You'll be fine." Malfoy went next, followed by Daphne and then Bulstrode. Now it was Theo's turn. "He needs to keep it to himself," Harry reminded him, as much for his own sake as for Theo's. "Whatever he sees, he can't tell anyone." Theo squared his shoulders. "Right." Blaise took his place against the wall beside Harry. "Want to talk about it?" Harry asked, keeping his voice low. He didn't really want to, but he was willing to listen. Blaise glanced to his left, ensuring the rest of the group was too far away to overhear. Daphne and Pansy sat against the wall, their cautious truce from the previous year slowly blossoming into genuine friendship as they chatted quietly. Malfoy's grey eyes appeared distant, while Crabbe, Goyle and Bulstrode had pulled out a pack of cards. Blaise shook his head. "Not here. Later." They both looked up sharply when the door cracked open, and Theo stalked back out. His face was set as hard as the stone walls of the corridor. Lupin followed him, closing the staff-room door behind him. Everyone stood up a little straighter, giving Lupin the respect due to a teacher, except for Malfoy, who slouched and sneered as if it was second nature. Blaise snorted softly. "You've all done well today," Lupin said, smiling, yet the smile didn't quite reach his eyes. He appeared weary and older than his years, and he avoided looking at Harry. "For homework, please read the chapter in your textbook about boggarts and summarize it. It's due Monday." That will be all. Blaise was the first to step away from the group and head back toward the dungeons. Harry and Theo followed, along with the rest of their class, everyone engaging in quiet conversations about anything but boggarts and fears. Yet Harry's mind remained filled with the image of Jules Potter, every bit as bruised and helpless, desperation he had once felt. It was easier to think about that than to confront the memories of who he used to be. "I'm never going back." Malfoy and Bulstrode pulled out their Care of Magical Creatures textbooks as they settled into the dungeons, grumbling about something. Crabbe and Goyle sat nearby, doing nothing that resembled homework. Blaise headed straight for the dormitory, while Theo marched in and threw himself onto his bed, burying his face in the pillows. Harry watched him closely. "Duel?" he asked. A duel actually sounded appealing right now, a chance to burn off some excess energy. Theo rolled over onto his back. "Maybe later." "Master?" Harry turned at the sound of Eris's voice, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "Eris, I could feel you're upset." The snake slithered out from under his bed and he picked her up. She wound around his shoulders as he climbed onto Theo's bed, settling down by his friend's feet while leaning against the headboard. "What happened?" "A boggart," Harry replied. Blaise crossed the distance to join them, crawling up beside Theo's pillows and leaning against the headboard. "It shows what you most fear," he said. Eris fell silent, but her presence was comforting. Blaise took a deep breath. "What did you see?" A few seconds of silence passed before Theo spoke, almost too quietly to hear. "A puppet," he said, staring at the ceiling, "of myself, dancing on strings." "Who was holding them?" Harry asked. Theo shrugged slightly. "Didn't have a face. The fear was the strings, not the puppeteer." "How'd you know?" "Made the puppet strangle the puppeteer with the strings," Theo said, a smirk creeping onto his face. It looked a little forced, but it was an improvement over the dead-eyed expression he'd worn moments earlier. Lupin definitely looked a bit startled by that one. Harry nudged Theo's leg lightly. Not for long, he was still grappling with that horrifying image from the mirror universe. Blaise hugged his knees to his chest, the broken wand and dull eyes haunting him. The thought of touching others felt unpleasant, but he pushed through, just as Theo had done for him before, a silent way of showing he was there. "I saw my mother," Blaise said, his voice trembling slightly. Theo tilted his head back, looking up at Blaise. "What happened?" "She was holding a knife. She told me..." Blaise paused, pulling his knees tighter. It was the first time Harry had seen Blaise's usually composed demeanor crack, revealing a vulnerability he rarely showed. She told me she had to do it. She was pointing the knife at my throat when I cast the spell. I'm sorry, mate, Theo said softly. She wouldn't, Blaise replied, his tone desperate, as if he were trying to convince himself. She wouldn't. Boggarts are powerful, Harry said quietly, surprised by how real the experience had felt. How did you get past it? Theo asked. Blaise's expression brightened a bit. I made the knife into a handful of cooked spaghetti. It was all I could think of. Theo chuckled softly. Nice one. Harry? Blaise prompted, turning his attention to him. Harry wrapped his arms around himself. He didn't know if he could share. If you don't want to talk about it, don't, Blaise said gently. You two keep a lot to yourselves, but sometimes it helps to let it out, you know? The words wouldn't come for a long moment. I can trust them. I can trust them. I can trust them, Harry told himself, as Eris nudged his pulse point with her nose. Finally he said, I saw me. He looked down at the bedsheets. Me, holding my broken wand, wearing my cousin's old, worn-out clothes, bruised again, like I was back with the Muggles. Theo lightly tapped Harry's ankle with his shin. It'll never happen, even if your wand breaks, remember? Wandless magic, because you're a bloody prodigy. And I would bite them if they hurt you again, Eris said. A small grin spread across Harry's face. She was making impressive progress in her understanding of English. Blaise raised an eyebrow. She said she'll bite the Dursleys if they try to hurt me again, Harry explained. Theo pointed at Eris. I like you. Eris let out a hiss of laughter. Blaise and Theo had grown accustomed to the unique sound of her laughter, even without translation. What did you do? Blaise asked. I kind of turned it into jewels. Theo burst out laughing in surprise. You what? In front of your father's best friend? Only for a second, Harry replied. It was the first thing that popped into my head. Then I changed it to a plastic blow-up cartoon version of me. Did Lupin notice? Blaise asked. Harry scoffed. I don't think so. He's as observant as a bloody brick. Good, Theo said, still grinning. That one might have been a little hard to explain. I'm so glad my boggart brings you such amusement, Harry said with a teasing drawl. Theo kicked him playfully, accidentally knocking his elbow against Blaise's hip in the process. Blaise retaliated by yanking the pillow out from under Theo's head and whacking him with it. When he went for a second hit, Theo deflected, and the pillow smacked Harry right in the face. Oh, it's on, Harry said, grinning as he grabbed a pillow of his own. What followed was a friendly three-way pillow fight that soon turned into a chaotic duel, leaving all of them breathless and exhausted. Eventually, Harry crawled into bed, positioning Eris against the curve of his torso as he usually did. He settled into his Occulmency exercises, focusing on clearing his mind and sorting through his emotions. He visualized each feeling as a complex tangle of colored liquids, carefully teasing them apart until he could separate them into jars and examine them one by one. Only when his mind felt smooth and still, with the memories of his friend's laughter close to the surface, did he finally relax and drift off to sleep. Surprisingly, he had no nightmares. As usual, Snape paired Harry with Neville in potions, the professor announced. This year we will be brewing separately instead of using shared cauldrons. I need to get a better sense of your individual work, now that I'm confident you have some level of fundamental instruction drilled into your stone-thick skulls." As Harry settled into the meditative state that good brewing required, he instinctively called on his Occulmency exercises. He had only mastered this state consistently at the end of last year. It was all about finding the right balance, relaxed enough to feel the potion's magic, yet alert enough to process the changes as quickly as possible. This was slow magic, ritual magic, a delicate equilibrium. You could make good potions by simply following a recipe, but to create stellar potions, you needed to brew by feel. Suddenly, Harry wondered what would happen if he combined potions with runes. Perhaps he could inscribe runes on the inside of his cauldron or on the outside of solid ingredients like moonstones. Maybe he could even trace runes in the air above the potion with his wand. But that was a problem for another time. He pulled his attention back to the potions classroom and noticed Neville about to add his calcite too early. With an absent-minded explanation of why he should wait, Harry intervened. As he assessed his own potion, he realized it felt a bit pasty. He needed to give it one counterclockwise stir to separate the solids. "Time," the professor announced. Harry blinked and fully settled into his body. He'd never spaced out quite that much while brewing before. Oddly enough, he felt well rested, at least mentally. His magic felt somewhat drained, but not unpleasantly so. As he poured a bit of his potion into a vial for grading, he realized with a sense of pride that he had done quite a good job. In fact, it was one of his best potions, and he had always been an exemplary potion student. It seemed that Occulmency helped with more than just guarding your mind. Checking on Neville's potion, Harry noticed that the Gryffindor was still slowly but steadily improving. It was far from perfect, but Harry could feel the balance within it, and knew it would at least work. That was also new for him. Harry realized he could sense someone else's potion with surprising accuracy. After handing in their potions, Snape picked up Harry's and scrutinized it before turning his gaze on Harry, showing more interest than he had since early in their first year. "An excellent potion, Mr. Potter. 3 points to Slytherin," he announced. Stunned, Harry nodded his thanks and walked out, joining Neville, Theo, Pansy, Blaise, Daphne and Hermione along the way. Hermione was deeply engaged in a spirited debate with Pansy and Daphne about fashion of all things. Harry couldn't help but wonder if she had decided to apply her formidable intellect to fashion trends, perhaps even creating a trend-predicting algorithm. He wouldn't put it past her. Suddenly he heard, "Petrificus totalis," but couldn't spin around in time to block it. The spell struck him between the shoulder blades, and he felt himself falling, stiff as a board. Neville rushed to catch him, but every nerve in Harry's body screamed in panic. He hated feeling trapped, helpless and bound. Just then, someone cast the counter-curse, and Harry scrambled to his feet, breathing heavily, his eyes scanning for the culprit. He barely registered that he had dropped the damper on their colour and didn't care. Seamus Finnegan and Ron Weasley were laughing from the Gryffindor group. Harry's grip on his holly wand tightened until his bones creaked. No dark magic, no curses, nothing too nasty. "Absidue dentis ampla," he hissed through gritted teeth, barely noticing the hint of Parseltongue creeping into his voice. Just then, Theo whipped out his own wand and cast Incarne tous ongles. Seconds later, Ronald and Seamus's shrieks echoed through the hallway as Ronald's front teeth began to grow uncontrollably. Not his molars, thankfully. Harry hadn't been that cruel, as those would have punctured his skull. Meanwhile, Seamus's fingernails and toenails began to grow into his hands. Jules whipped around, his hand already reaching for his wand. "I wouldn't," Harry warned, his voice icy cold, projecting just enough to carry across the distance between them. The other Gryffindors were clustered around Ronald and Seamus, paying no attention to the confrontation. "You're outnumbered," and they had it coming. "Slimy git," Jules snapped back. "You really should come up with a new insult at some point," Blaise chimed in. "That one is losing its impact." They started walking again, and Harry ignored the worried glances from his friends. He knew his eyes looked distant, but he didn't care. He wished Eris were with him, but she was still off with Mariko and Neddy. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, causing Harry to jump about 4 inches, his wand halfway drawn, before he realized it was Neville. "Harry," Neville said, lowering his hand as if it had been burned. I'm fine," Harry replied flatly, using the tone Snape employed when he didn't want to hear any arguments. He was still trying to shake off the feeling of being pinned in place. He really hated the body bind. Maybe he could ruin his robes to block it, or use other spells, or even hold a shield charm once he could actually cast one. By the time dinner ended, he had more or less calmed down and managed to rejoin the conversation as he walked with his friends to the Knights' room for their Friday night dueling practice. He would have to run to make it to Quidditch afterward, but it was worth it. "Potter!" Harry turned around to see Noah Bowl approaching. "You guys go ahead," he muttered to his friends. Theo eyed the approaching Bowl. "You sure?" "Go." Theo shrugged and moved on with the others, though Harry suspected he'd be eavesdropping from around the next corner. "Yeah?" Harry said when Noah caught up to him. "Look, I know your lot goes off to practice dueling," Bowl said bluntly. Harry raised an eyebrow. "And?" "I want to come." "Why?" Harry asked, genuinely curious about his intentions. Bowl had pegged Harry as the one in charge, but he wasn't. In fact, if he thought about it, Blaise or Theo, Daphne or Pansy would have come to him first to ask if someone else could tag along. Harry suddenly felt that he could take Noah Bowl straight into the Knights' room and declare, "He's going to join," and the rest would go along with it. Sure, there would be questions later, but they would accept it. It was a strange feeling, half unpleasant, half not. Noah shrugged. "You might have noticed I need the help. Charms and defense are my weakest subjects, and dueling relies mostly on those two. Also, my brother likes you." That was interesting. Aunt Bowl had never given Harry much indication of that during Quidditch practice. Then again, Alton was nearly as fanatic about the game as Flint. Everything took a back seat to his intense focus during practice, including whether he actually liked someone. Alton treated Flint with the respect due a captain, and everyone else equally, from Bletchley to Harry to Malfoy. "Can you work with Gryffindors?" Harry finally asked. "As long as they're your sort of Gryffindor," Bowl replied with a sharp smile. "All right then. Expect one of the Weasley twins to throw you arse over tea kettle." Bowl looked a bit apprehensive, but Harry ignored him and continued walking. He also brushed aside Bowl's impressed whistle as he said, "Rapier," and then "Tiger Falcon," to get past the knights and the door ward. They squeezed into the Knights' room. "Noah Bowl!" George exclaimed, grinning when he saw him. "What a surprise!" "What are you doing here?" Fred added. Blaise and Theo raised their eyebrows at the exchange. Harry shrugged. It wouldn't hurt to have a closer ally among the fourth years. Bowl was fairly middling on the house-wide social ladder, but he had connections with his brother and the other purebloods, even though his family wasn't ancient or noble. "Right," Harry said. "We had some fun with Weasley and Finnegan today. Who wants to practice that hex Theo used?" "Me," Daphne replied. "What hex?" Fred frowned, looking confused. Theo quickly filled him in on the story from outside potions. George let out a sigh. We'll talk to him. Speaking of which, Harry, if we're going to keep adding people to this little dueling session, how about we make it an unofficial dueling club and bring in more people? Harry blinked at the twins, then glanced around at the rest of the group. Most of them looked deep in thought. Even Theo seemed to be waiting for Harry to take the lead. Well, hell, Bole was right. They did look to him. In that split second, Harry had to decide. Should he make the call on his own and set himself apart, or ask for input and risk looking weak? Unless he could do both. Thoughts, he said evenly, surveying the other third years. It'd be good to practice with older students if we can get them, Justin said, flipping his wand casually. He didn't seem to care much, but Harry knew better. Justin could be just as cunning and deceptive as a Slytherin when he put his mind to it. Hermione nodded in agreement. And we can work with any of the younger students who are struggling. Anyone who's being bullied, Neville added quietly, they might need help to deal with it. Harry raised an eyebrow at the twins and Bole. Fred and George nodded, while Noah looked a bit surprised to have his opinion asked. He hesitated before speaking. It'd be hard to keep a bigger group a secret. We'd take it slow, Pansy said, clearly warming to the idea. She probably saw it as a chance to network and spread gossip. Harry was sure she'd make the most of the opportunity. Just add a few at a time, people we know. The Gryffindors are picking on Vasily Sitch from the Slytherin first years, Daphne said. Astoria mentioned it. Have Astoria bring him along next week, Harry suggested. Then, Harry said. Fred and George exchanged a glance. We were thinking Ginny, Fred said. She doesn't need the dueling help as much as a support network. Ron, Charlie and Percy are all giving her the cold shoulder, George added. I think they were offended when she came home last summer with better manners than they have, Fred continued. Harry resisted the urge to rub the bridge of his nose. Bringing Ginny into this meant involving Natalie and Evelyn too, which would likely lead to Luna, Terry Boot, Demelza Robbins, and the other second-year Slytherins getting dragged in as well. I can bring Jordan Harper and Anita Strickland along, Noah said. They're both good with a wand. Maybe Alton later. Oh, and Iris Viridian, a Ravenclaw from my year. Her great-grandfather was a nasty piece of work, and she gets heat for it. Zoe might be interested, Justin chimed in. Hughes. Hannah won't, she's not much for dueling. But some of the older Hufflepuffs don't like Zoe. He didn't elaborate, and no one pressed him for details. I can think of 2 boys in Gryffindor, Neville said. Hermione looked at him, her expression grim. Jordan and Charlie? Neville nodded. What's up with Charlie? Fred asked. We heard about the thing with Corner going after Jordan. Apparently, Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas used a first year as a test subject for a hex last week, Hermione said angrily. I told both of them off for it, and then I scrambled their astronomy star charts when they weren't looking. I'm impressed, Hermione, Theo said with a smirk. Getting a little payback? I scrambled the letters to read bully, so it wouldn't be erased, written over or spelled off, Hermione explained. If they tear the paper, it'll just reappear somewhere else. And Sinestra doesn't give duplicate charts anymore, not after that group cheated on the exams 2 years ago. Brilliant, Blaise said. Noah stared at Hermione in shock. That's really advanced magic. Hermione looked pleased, but Noah tried to hide his feelings. Yes, well, I suppose I like charms, he admitted. Harry shook his head. This was a good decision, he barely heard Noah mutter. Bring anyone along who's interested next week, Harry suggested. I'll set the password to Don't Mess With Me on Fridays after classes. I have to get to practice, so can we get started? The response was a resounding yes. Chapter 5. School Drama. Professor Vector was already in the classroom when Harry arrived for his second period of arithmancy. After the first week and the preliminary exam that had nearly fried his brain, he'd decided to add focused study of arithmancy and runes to his independent study time, alongside potions, transfiguration, and charms. He was fairly certain he'd score at least 2 or 3 more problems correctly if he retook the preliminary test. Once he mastered that material, he could delve deeper into the textbook. With a wave of her wand, Professor Vector sent the stack of preliminary exams sailing from her desk to every student in the classroom, face down. Take 5 minutes to review your scores and where you made errors, she instructed. Harry stared at the back of the test for a few seconds before flipping it over. He winced. A large 57% was written in green ink at the top of the page. He hadn't received a score lower than an 85%, or an E, for any assignment outside of astronomy and history of magic, which he cared far less about than his other classes. A 57 was... "Harry," Theo said, staring at his paper, "how did you do that?" "I don't know," Harry replied, flipping through the pages. Green ink bled across them, marking his every error and misstep. "Looks like being muggle-raised isn't as much of an advantage as she thought." "What are you talking about?" Daphne hissed. "Harry, I got a 32. Harry stared at her. Daphne's grades were consistently among the top 10 in their year. If he remembered correctly, she had ranked 7th the previous year on their exams. 35, Theo confirmed. "Hermione, what did you get?" Hermione blinked and looked up at him, clearly upset. "Oh, sorry, a 79. I don't remember the last time I did this poorly on a maths exam. My parents are going to be furious." "Have you been listening to a thing we've just said?" Theo said, rolling his eyes. "Hermione, that test was designed to—" "That's going to be difficult. Daphne and I scored in the low 30s, said one of the students. "But—" Hermione glanced at her paper, then back at them. "Harry?" "I guess," he replied, showing her his score of 57%. By the time they turned to Justin, he was grinning. 68. I'll have to write home and thank my parents for insisting I focus on math." Hermione visibly struggled to reframe her score in light of this. Harry flipped back through the test, recognizing several of his mistakes without the green ink, thanks to the work he'd been doing on his own. The notes, formulas, and suggestions that Professor Vector had scribbled in the margins would be extremely helpful. "Time!" The conversation in the room came to an abrupt halt. Professor Vector looked around with a grin. "There are 26 of you in here, and your class average was 1.3% higher than the previous best average on this preliminary exam. Well done." Several students looked startled. "I would particularly like to commend Hermione Granger, Libby Borridge, Mason Goshawk, Sue Lee, Justin Finch-Fletchley, and Hadrian Potter, all of whom scored above 55% on this exam. You are in the top 10% of all the students who have ever taken it." Harry felt his composure slip, revealing his surprise to the class for a few moments. That was, well, maybe he needn't have worried quite so much about how challenging this class was going to be. "I hope you've all done your assigned readings." Vector waved her wand again, and papers appeared on all their desks. She used parchment cut into rectangles, neatly folded into packages instead of rolled long sheets. Perhaps if Harry got on better terms with her someday, he could suggest gridded composition notebooks. "If not, this assignment is going to be much more difficult for you than for your peers. Work on these problems as you like. You may reference your textbooks and your classmates. I will answer any and all questions relevant to the subject matter. And if no one else needs me for a relevant question, I'll take a shot at irrelevant questions as well. All right, everyone. The last 15 minutes will be spent reviewing any consistent errors or misunderstandings I notice while you work. Go! Harry quickly turned his desk, and his friends followed suit until they formed a circle. "Let's do this," Hermione said, determination in her voice. Even though the shadow of Sirius Black lingered in Harry's mind, he managed to push it aside and focus on his studies. The Dementors, too, faded into the background, lurking at the edges of the grounds. After all, he was here to learn. Someday he would inherit his family's seat on the Wizengamot and a lordship, both of which required him to achieve the best possible grades and seize every opportunity. Gaining the respect of his peers and adding to the Potter family fortune was essential. Every lord or lady aimed to build upon what had come before, and Harry was determined not to be the Potter who left the vaults emptier than he had found them. Not to mention he was motivated by the personal satisfaction of outshining jewels. Lupin seemed odd and stilted around the Slytherins in general, and particularly around Harry. Though he didn't overtly show favoritism, Hermione and Justin pointed out that everyone who successfully defeated the boggart in their classes had earned house points. Not a single Slytherin received any. One incident might have been excused as payback for the Slytherins' refusal to tackle it as a group, but the trend continued as September slipped into October. Most of the Slytherins grew to appreciate the interesting subject matter while disliking the professor. Harry kept his head down, immersing himself in his studies of redcaps and cappers, never indicating to his godfather that their relationship was anything other than that of professor and student. Most of his other classes were going well. He continued to excel in arithmancy, regularly topping the class alongside Justin, Hermione, Borridge from Hufflepuff, Goshawk from Ravenclaw, and several older students who worked hard to catch up, despite their lack of previous math exposure. Hestia Caro and Aaron Jigger both proved to be quite capable. Harry stifled a snicker as he watched Ernie Macmillan and Susan Bones struggle with their work. He hadn't been fond of either of them since the rumours they spread about him in their second year. As usual, he was ahead of the potions curriculum, but the class itself was rather dull, except for the amusement of watching Snape sneer at the dismal brews made by Jules and Ronald. Harry was steadily improving in charms, and his understanding of transfiguration theory was finally catching up to his practical skills. With the Gryffindor versus Slytherin match on the horizon, Quidditch was demanding more of his time. He had to carefully balance his schedule between practice, studying, and spending time with his friends. His independent studies were advancing beyond the potions, transfiguration, runes, and arithmancy curriculums, along with his participation in the dueling club. Remarkably, the dueling club had grown from just 10 members to over 30 in just a few weeks. Several younger Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs joined, including Justin, Neville, and Hermione, all eager to learn how to handle bullying better. Ginny and Nat, as Harry had predicted, managed to rope their entire friend group into attending. Luna was also part of the group. She often seemed vague and silly, but when she focused, she revealed herself to be a powerful witch, capable of leaving behind her ramblings about strange magical creatures to participate effectively. Noah Bowl came regularly, sometimes accompanied by either Jordan Harper or Anita Strickland. One day, he brought along Iris Viridian and Mason Goshawk, 2 Ravenclaw 4th years, who soon became regular attendees as well. Fred and George were almost always there, stirring up chaos and occasionally setting off random explosions in the Knights' room. They often found themselves in heated arguments with Aaron Jigger, a Ravenclaw from their year, who came from a family of potions masters and took offence at how the twins treated the sacred art of potion-making. Harry let them go at it, and occasionally Alton Bole and Miles Bletchley would show up, trouncing everyone in turn. Left them to look up the spells used by the Slytherin sixth years. Some of the best hours of Harry's life were spent in the Knights' Room, practicing with the others. He soon noticed that challenges from the Slytherin upper years had stopped altogether after Noah, Anita, Bletchley and the older Bole informed them that Harry, Theo and Daphne were among the best duelists in their year and could even hold their own against the fourth years most days. Despite this, they only met for 2 hours on Fridays, keeping the club unofficial. During the week, the Knights' Room returned to being just a study spot and a quiet place for Harry's close friends to hang out. Eris mentioned she was having the time of her life, exploring Hogwarts and making friends with the other snakes. However, she noted that, with a few exceptions, they weren't intelligent enough to hold interesting conversations. Harry became skilled at casting powerful "notice me not" charms on her, allowing her to discreetly wind herself around his left arm and shoulder beneath his robes during the day, accompanying him to classes. He quickly learned to miss her when she didn't come along, as her sarcastic commentary often provided the only entertainment during history, herbology, or potions. The announcement of the first Hogsmeade visit was the first thing to cast a shadow on his third year. Well, second if you counted Sirius Black and the ensuing Dementors, but Harry didn't. That had technically happened before term started, and the Dementors weren't a problem as long as he kept a healthy distance from the edges of the grounds, which he made sure to do. "I can't wait to visit Tomes and Scrolls," Hermione said, eagerly reading the notice. "I hear they've got an exclusive deal with a few publishers and get new titles out early." "I'm loading up on Zonkos," Theo replied, a wicked grin spreading across his face. He clearly had plans to turn the results of his shopping spree on Jules, Ronald, Finnegan and Thomas, who had been particularly loud and obnoxiously anti-Slytherin lately, more so than usual. "They say there's a new line of hallucination-inducing peppermints." "Harry, you all right?" Neville asked. "I'm starting to detest that question." Blaise raised an eyebrow. "Judging by the look on his face, Neville, I'm going to guess no." "I haven't got my permission slip," Harry replied. "The Dursleys wouldn't sign it because they were too busy letting Marge merrily insult her way through the Potter family tree and the nightmare that was my childhood." "James?" Daphne inquired. "I wrote to him. He said he's not officially my legal guardian." Harry rolled his eyes so hard it hurt. "I'm quite sure that between him and his best buddy Dumbledore, they could make it work. But no, James doesn't like me enough to help out." Hermione bit her lip. "Maybe go to Professor Snape? He's your head of house." "He hates the Potters," Neville interjected. "You've heard Jules ranting in the common room, Hermione. You know about the bad blood there." "He only leaves me alone in potions because I'm one of the best in the class," Harry said. "He'd never do it. And the headmaster's not any fonder of me." "Lupin?" Hermione started, but then she shook her head. "No, I know what you'll say, and you're right. He's nearly as biased as James, just subtler about it." Harry sighed. "You and Theo will just have to let me know if you spot any books I might be interested in, all right?" "Deal," Theo said. "I'll bring you something from Zonkos. We can plot a bit of a mishap for Weasley and Finnegan. Things have been a bit boring lately." "I'll help," Hermione said darkly. The Slytherins all stared at her. The closest she got to involving herself with the ongoing spat between them and Jules' friends was keeping any Slytherin plans or frustrations she overheard a secret. Sometimes Neville joined in the planning, or let slip a location, like when Blaise and Daphne had used his reports of a joint detention. Harry had planned to ambush Weasley and Finnegan 2 weeks ago and turn their robes green, but he never went through with it. Everyone knew that if he did, the other Gryffindor boys would make his life miserable. There was only so much he and the other Slytherins could do from the dungeons. Even Hermione lived in the girls' dormitory instead of the boys. She shrugged off their attention, still looking fierce. "He's been going on for ages about Crookshanks, my cat, hating his stupid rat. As if Crookshanks isn't just being a cat. It's in his nature to chase rodents. But no, apparently he's an evil monster out to get the rat, and it's all my fault for not keeping a closer eye on him. Probably the nasty Slytherins I hang out with are corrupting me too. Ugh. Yes, I'll help." "There you go," Pansy said, wrapping her arm around Hermione's shoulders with a predatory smile. Hermione's eyes hardened, the way they did when she was determined to tackle something, and she grinned back. That lifted Harry's spirits a bit, and he headed into the Great Hall for breakfast feeling somewhat better. It was Halloween, after all, Harry reminded himself. He didn't want to be in Hogsmeade celebrating. Just because he didn't enjoy the feasts didn't mean he couldn't find a way to have fun on a day that marked the anniversary of a woman he'd never known. It was still infuriating that the Dursleys, who were gone from his life for good, still held this power over him. He had been quietly planning for 2 months how to evade everyone throughout the summer if he needed to. "Master," Harry grinned, ensuring no one was around and checking for nearby portraits. He bent down to pick up his familiar from the cold stone floor. She nestled contentedly into his robes. The colder weather was making her even more lethargic than usual, and she'd probably slip into quasi-hibernation soon, but for now she was happy to be with him. Eris was determined to memorize every inch of the castle. "Lloyd says there's a way out if you want to sneak into the human village," she said. Harry froze, his heart racing. "Where?" "On the 3rd floor. There's an incantation that can make it open, but Mariko doesn't know it." "Fascinating," Harry mused. "I'll definitely look into it. With a bit of experimentation, I might figure out the incantation by the next Hogsmeade trip. Very clever." Eris flicked her tail, clearly pleased. "I know." With a smile, Harry headed toward the dungeons. If he was going to be stuck here, he might as well do some joint brewing and practice Occulmency. His only consolation was that Jules was also confined to the castle for safety, and was furious about it, according to Neville and Hermione, who had been trying very hard to hide their smiles when they shared that news. But his smile faded when a voice called out, "Harry!" "Into the pack," Harry whispered urgently. Eris slipped out from under his robes and into the top of his pack as he turned around, putting on a pleasant expression. "Harry," Lupin said, offering a pained smile. "How are you?" "Fine, thank you, Professor." Harry emphasized the title, hoping to remind his so-called godfather that they weren't on a first-name basis. "Glad to hear it, glad to hear it. Would you care to join me for a cup of tea?" Harry couldn't quite express how much he didn't want to join Lupin for anything. "Thank you, sir, but I have homework to do." A lie. He had finished it yesterday and that morning. Lupin laughed, though it sounded forced. "So different from your father. It's a Saturday, Harry, surely, and I think we might need to clear some things up." Clearly he wasn't going to let this go. "All right." Lupin led the way to his office, making awkward small talk as they walked. Harry responded as best as he could. Harry responded politely, using just enough words to get by, making no effort to extend the conversation. He found a small satisfaction in the long, strained silences he chose not to break. Luckily, They were on the 4th floor, and the defense suite was just 1 floor down. It wouldn't be long before they reached Lupin's office, where the professor would become distracted by making tea. Harry accepted his teacup and settled into a chair across from Lupin's desk. He sipped his tea in silence, keeping his expression neutral, waiting for Lupin to speak first. Silence was a powerful tool for getting people to talk. As the seconds passed, Lupin shifted in his seat, growing increasingly uncomfortable. Harry couldn't help but hide a smirk. "How are your classes going?" Lupin finally asked. "Really? That's how you want to start?" "Well, thank you, sir." "Excellent. You're certainly one of the top students in my class, and I hear good things about you from the other teachers. It's wonderful to see you following in your mother's footsteps." He clearly wanted Harry to ask more about his mother, his father, or their time in school. While Harry wasn't particularly curious about James, he was intrigued by some of the others. He decided to take advantage of this moment, even as he relied on Occulmency to keep his feelings in check. "Could you tell me more about her, sir?" Harry asked. "Maybe this meeting wouldn't be a complete waste of time after all." "Of course," Lupin replied, visibly relieved. Harry stifled the urge to roll his eyes. "She was brilliant, your mum. Top of our class every year. Kind to everyone except bullies. The way my father tells it, you were near the top of your class yourself." Harry studied Lupin's face as it shifted through awkwardness, uncertainty, pride, and, strangely enough, guilt. "I was," Lupin admitted, "second in our year in nearly every class, though Severus bested everyone by a wide margin in potions, including Lily, every year, and Sirius outperformed me in transfiguration and defense during our 5th, 6th, and 7th years," Lupin said, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "Interesting," Harry replied, choosing his words carefully. "My father made it sound like Sirius wasn't a very good student." He was torn between wanting to learn more about his mother and Sirius Black, and he hoped to keep Lupin engaged in the conversation. Lupin smiled, though it was a strained but fond smile. Up until 5th year, that was true. He was a very talented wizard, intelligent, but he never really applied himself until Owl Year. Then it was as if he realized there was a world outside of school, one he should be preparing for. A shadow crossed his face. "I wonder if that's when they got to him, if we could have seen it coming." "You mean the Dark Lord's followers?" Harry asked. "Did you know which students supported him?" Lupin looked at him with a strange expression. Harry reflected on his question and found nothing wrong with it. "Yes," Lupin said slowly. "There were quite a few budding Death Eaters at Hogwarts. Sirius's brother Regulus was a Slytherin 4 years below us. Despite their differences, Sirius was always protective of him. Regulus became an open Death Eater after graduation. They might have influenced Sirius through him." Harry made sure to appear uncertain. He suspected Lupin was seeking some sort of absolution, feeling guilty for not noticing his close friend's betrayal, guilty about how Harry had been treated, and desperately hoping for forgiveness. "Well, he can't have changed that much, can he? If you didn't notice, was it just that he started working harder in school? Were there any other signs?" "In hindsight," Lupin toyed with his teacup, lost in thought. "Perhaps. Sirius, his family was unpleasant, very old and very nasty. He grew up hating his mother for her madness and his father for his callousness. But he also grew up entitled. There was very little that was denied the black heir. The moral code you learn as a black isn't really a moral code at all. It's more about not getting caught and eliminating threats before they have a chance to hurt you. Privately, Harry thought there was nothing inherently wrong with that being the foundation of one's moral code. It wasn't too different from his own. Sirius never did well with rules or limits, so I suppose we should have predicted that would lead him down dark paths, but we never imagined. Pain was etched across Lupin's features, and Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction at seeing it. But if he hated his family so much, why would he switch to their side of the war? Harry asked. He hated everything to do with them, Lupin replied, glaring at the tabletop. At least during our school years. After, when we were fighting. He shook his head. You'd be better off asking your father if you're curious about what drove Black to betray us. I had other tasks. I didn't fight on the same battlefields as they did. Interesting. Maybe as a spy or something? Okay. Thank you, Professor. It's hard not to wonder, you know, how it all happened, especially since I didn't grow up with any of this. He cautiously probed, testing the waters, giving Lupin the chance to bring up what Harry suspected he really wanted to discuss. Sure enough, Lupin's expression shifted slightly. Ah, I suppose that makes sense. Which reminds me, Harry, you're boggart. Hearing his first name in his godfather's voice grated on Harry's nerves like a live wire, but he held on to his irritation for now. No disrespect intended, sir, but my boggart is my private concern. You swore to keep it confidential. And of course I will, Lupin said, looking startled. It seemed he hadn't even considered using the knowledge of the boggart against any of the students. Incredible, but that was Gryffindor for you. I simply wondered, well, why? Why my greatest fear is a bruised, wandless version of myself, wearing nasty old muggle clothes, Harry finished, feeling the weight of the conversation shift. Clothes and broken glasses? Harry asked innocently, preparing the knife. Lupin winced. Yes. Was it real? Completely. Harry plunged the blade in, hiding his smile as Lupin's face seemed to age 10 years in an instant. The Dursleys, Harry continued. If Lupin wasn't going to drop the subject, then Harry was going to twist the knife a little deeper. It wasn't entirely his fault. I was locked in a cupboard under the stairs every night, sometimes for days on end. I was forced to cook and clean and do chores just to earn half as much food as I really needed, while my cousin got everything he asked for and more. I was called Freak so often that for a few years I thought it was my name. I was kept from having friends and was incessantly bullied and physically abused by my cousin and his gang, all while my aunt and uncle cheered him on. Lupin seemed to take every word like a punch. So yes, my greatest fear is being without magic and at their mercy again. Harry, Lupin whispered, I am more sorry than I can say that you had to endure that. Harry knew his expression was stony and didn't even try to soften it. You have to understand, I was in no position to accept guardianship of a child after the war. Lily and Peter were dead. Sirius had betrayed us all and was thrown in Azkaban, and I couldn't. The grief was too much. I left. Left and didn't come back. When Harry still didn't speak, Lupin continued, fumbling for words. I never imagined that you'd be in such a position. I thought... Did you know James was considering sending me to the Dursleys? Harry asked quietly. Lupin looked away. That was answer enough. I see, Harry said, rising to stand. Harry, please. Lupin held out a hand. Wait. Reluctantly, Harry sat back down. I knew he was considering sending you away until your accidental magic showed itself, Lupin said. I never met Lily's Muggle relatives, so I had no idea you might not be safe, Harry admitted. He was certain his mum must have complained about them. He knew James had been fully aware of the strained relationship between Lily and Petunia. After all, Petunia hadn't even attended the wedding, as the pictures in Potter Manor clearly showed. Lupin should have been able to piece that together. I understand why you did it, Harry said, watching as Lupin relaxed a bit. Harry wrestled with how much of his anger he should reveal. It would feel satisfying to throw all of this back in Lupin's face and make it clear that he would never forgive him for what he had done. But doing so would expose his vulnerability. If Lupin wanted to find some form of happiness from this conversation, that wasn't Harry's concern. He knew that understanding didn't equate to forgiveness, and he had come to realize that Remus Lupin had always rolled over whenever James Potter spoke. He was James's and Dumbledore's, never truly Harry's ally. Lupin had proven that time and again. Not to mention Lupin somehow managed to place the blame on himself rather than on James, blinded by loyalty to his friend's shortcomings. But Harry wouldn't say that either. "Thank you, Harry. I'll let you go study now," Lupin said, signaling the end of their conversation. Harry stood to leave. "Whenever you need me, my door is open," Lupin added. Harry paused at the threshold and looked back, feeling the urge for one last parting shot, just for his own satisfaction. "Professor, we've discussed this before. I must insist you don't call me Harry. I don't know you, and you are my teacher." Lupin looked as if he had been slapped in the face. "Thank you for the tea," Harry said, and left the room before his fragile Occulmency shields crumbled, risking an outburst of uncontrolled magic that could freeze the entire room. True to his resolution from the previous year, Harry remained firmly in the Slytherin dorms during the feast. Theo and Blaise promised to sneak down some jalebi and treacle tart, his favourite desserts, just for him. The dungeons were emptying as Harry settled into an armchair by the window, gazing out at the unseen depths of the Black Lake. He stroked Eris, who was curled comfortably in his lap, while he read a book titled Esoteric Incantations. Blaise had simply shrugged and summoned a house elf to fetch the book for him, and Harry had quickly decided he wanted a copy of his own. He planned to find one the next time he ventured into Nocturne Alley, a place known for rare, dangerous, and even illegal books, as his housemates had informed him. At first, Harry thought the book would delve into charms, but it turned out to focus more on theory, which he found utterly fascinating. As he immersed himself in the text, he caught sight of Malfoy, pausing to express his disdain about Muggles interfering with Harry's plans to visit Hogsmeade. Harry accepted the comment with a grim smile, relieved that Malfoy didn't seem to notice the tension lingering beneath the surface. With a quick wave, Malfoy hurried off to rejoin his friends, the Beefcakes, leaving Harry to ponder if perhaps Malfoy was beginning to grasp that Slytherin valued more than just ambition. Traits like subtlety, tact, cunning, and charm were equally important. If Malfoy could set aside his ego for just a moment and stop trying to bully others into following his family legacy, he might actually become a valuable asset to Slytherin. It would certainly make their teamwork on the Quidditch pitch easier, even if Malfoy's role as Seeker often meant he practiced separately. Harry silently thanked Merlin for that every practice. As the Slytherins began to trickle back into the dorms, Harry roused himself and cast a "Notice Me Not" charm on Eris, ensuring she could remain coiled in his lap, undisturbed. He nodded to Romilda Vane, Astoria Greengrass, and Vasily Sitch, all familiar faces from the dueling club, as the second years entered in a lively chatter. Harry watched them with interest, noting how his year and the first years seemed to have split into their own little groups. Since Tracy left and Daphne grew closer to Pansy, the dynamics among Theo, Harry and Blaise shifted. The balance of their third-year group transformed from a trio to an uneasy truce. The first years had relentlessly bullied Sitch until Greengrass and Vane stepped in, befriending him. Together, they showcased their dueling club skills, proving they could fight back. It seemed they had secured a measure of peace, especially with the Greengrass name protecting them from the two troublemakers in their year. Somehow, Ginny's group managed to stay clear of all the drama. Harry observed Finn Sullivan poking Ginny's ribs until she retaliated with a stinging hex. Sullivan dramatically leaped back, feigning pain, while Aria Cross and Natalie Nielsen laughed. Ginny then settled down with Alex Rowell and Evelyn Travers, while the other three continued their antics. They quickly started a game of exploding snap, and within minutes the rest of their class joined in. Not long after, Theo and Blaise entered and made a beeline for Harry. Theo pulled a parcel from his robes and tossed it over. "Treacle tart, pumpkin pie, and half a plate of jalebi, since you're one of the few at our table who actually enjoys it." "Thanks," Harry replied. It's still strange to see Ginny Weasley sitting with the children of 3 Death Eaters, plus 2 from families that sympathized with them. How did that happen? Probably the same way Fred and George Weasley ended up forging a terrifying friendship with Aaron Jigger and Noah Bowl. At this rate, they might burn the castle down before they end up killing each other, Blaise said with a sardonic smile. "Not all the Weasleys are idiots," Harry smirked. "Excellent point. By the way, thank you for this book, Blaise. It's fascinating. I need to get my hands on a copy as soon as possible." "What's so interesting?" Theo asked, leaning forward eagerly, clearly excited for a good academic discussion. "Remember the boggart?" "Spell?" Harry asked. "You know how Lupin said it's based on laughter?" "That seemed a bit silly," Theo replied. "We talked about this, didn't we? You and I both got some satisfaction from what we did to the boggart, but we didn't actually laugh." "Harry rarely laughs anyway," Blaise said lazily, draping himself over an armchair with a posture more fitting for an entitled young king than a 13-year-old wizard in training. He made it look both elegant and effortless. "That's not the point," Harry interjected. "I was curious. He mentioned it requires a certain frame of mind to cast. But according to this," he tapped the book titled Esoteric Incantations, "using a frame of mind to cast spells is more or less a crutch. The first thing McGonagall and Flitwick taught us in our first year was intent. You have to know what result your wand movements and incantation will produce, and at least have an idea of why if you want to maximize the spell's effect. Framing a spell with emotion like laughter can help, but technically you can learn to cast ridiculous and banish a boggart without using laughter or a funny image." "Brilliant," Theo said, his eyes gleaming. "It's fear, isn't it? Fear makes laughter nearly impossible to summon. But if you can force the boggart out of the shape that frightens you and into something that holds no power over you anymore, then it's done for. They feed off fear. Take that away." He snapped his fingers. Harry nodded. "Exactly." "Why'd Lupin teach it that way then?" Blaise asked. "Is he an idiot?" Theo suggested innocently. Harry shot him a look. Theo sighed dramatically. "Fine, he's not an idiot, but he also seems a bit of a coward. He practically grovels whenever Dumbledore walks by. You can see it all over his face." Harry began. "Any idea how to teach students who aren't Gryffindors? I had Hermione tell me what their class boggarts were, things like clowns, giant spiders and mummies." "That's probably why Lockhart didn't think to split us up," Harry said, a flash of insight crossing his face. His expression turned serious as he continued. Their fears are all, well, immature. Children's fears. It's likely that Slytherins have more complex fears. Because Slytherin traits tend to be cultivated in environments that force children to mature faster than usual, Blaise finished, nodding in agreement. Makes sense. I take it framing is mostly used for children then. It's much more difficult to turn an abstract fear like ours into something outright amusing. That's the thing, Harry replied, patting the cover of Esoteric Incantations. This book says yes. If you must start children on boggarts, use the framing approach. Then, once they have some experience, encourage them to force the boggart into different, amusing shapes, and eventually into things that aren't funny at all, but don't carry the same greatest fear connotations. Eventually, they won't need the framing and will work their way out of it without even realizing that's what they're doing. But the defense book doesn't mention any of that, and I checked 4 others in the library 2 days ago when I first started piecing this together. All the ministry-approved books have the framing approach and never mention that it's possible to banish boggarts with ridiculous alone. The bloody ministry can't get anything right, Theo remarked. Harry had to agree. He was becoming increasingly convinced that too much interaction between wizards and muggles was dangerous, but there were aspects of modern muggle democracies and republics that were undeniably better than wizarding Britain. 2 of those were the censorship of published research and the freedom of the press. "What other spells use framing?" Theo asked. Blaise tilted his head. "Some curses rely on the caster wanting the effects of the curse to be directed at the victim." "It comes back to intent, though," Theo argued. "Or it seems to. Take the Imperious Curse, for example. You have to genuinely want to control the person. There can't be a part of you that hesitates. But that's not about framing with emotion. It's about using intent to power the curse." "Imperious," Harry said. "That's one of the unforgivable curses, right?" "Sometimes I forget you're muggle-raised," Blaise muttered. Harry placed a hand over his heart. "Why, Blaise, that might be the nicest thing you've ever said to me." "Sod off, Potter," Blaise drawled. "Yes, it's an unforgivable," Theo said, watching Harry carefully. "Do you know the others?" "One kills people, and one is a torturing curse," Harry replied. "Beyond that, I can't learn more without breaking into the restricted section, and I haven't managed to get past the wards on it yet. Dumbledore himself set them, so unless I can find a passage that opens right into the middle of the restricted stacks, it's going to take a while. Or I could forge a pass, I suppose. Pince doesn't magically check signatures." "Or I could just tell you," Theo said acerbically, "if you're curious." Harry blinked at him. "Why wouldn't I be curious? They're extremely powerful spells." "Dark," Blaise pointed out. "Do they have side effects on the caster?" Harry asked. "Soul, mind, body, whatever?" Theo shrugged. "Not that I'm aware of." "Magic is magic," Harry said, speaking slowly to ensure he believed the words. "If nothing else, I might have to guard against one someday." "True enough. One's Avada Kedavra, the killing curse," Theo explained. He frowned slightly. "It leaves no trace, can't be blocked or deflected, only dodged. If it hits you, you're done, instantly." "That's what Jules survived," Harry said, "right?" Theo nodded. "Then the other is the Cruciatus curse, Crucio. You can literally drive people insane by putting them under for too long. It causes intense pain across the body without actually damaging any physical structures." Harry was reminded of the potions accident he'd caused the year before. "Sounds unpleasant," he said. "Very. And then Imperious. Imperio." Theo's frown deepened. It's the most insidious and some would argue the most harmful of the three. It allows the caster complete and utter control of the victim. Why is it the most harmful? Blaise asked, looking puzzled. I've never heard anyone make that point before. It depends, Theo replied. What do you think would be worse, to have your body tortured, or to have someone invade your mind, erase everything that makes you who you are, and force your consciousness into a tiny, fragmented corner of your skull, while they make you think, act, and say whatever they want? By the time Theo finished, Blaise looked as sick as Harry felt. Point taken, Blaise said quietly. Intent, Harry mused, lost in thought. Before he could delve deeper, a sudden commotion at the entrance caught everyone's attention. Seventh-year prefect Ava Pusey burst through a crowd of anxious students, holding her wand to her throat. "Everyone to the common room!" she shouted, her magically amplified voice echoing down the halls. Within half a minute, everyone who had made it back to their dormitories, there weren't many, returned. "We will all be sleeping in the Great Hall tonight," Pusey announced, standing on a table so everyone could see her. The expression on her face and the ice in her tone left no room for questions. "Fifth and seventh-year prefects will be escorting you up. Sixth-year prefects will be checking the dungeons for anyone left down there and bringing them up. Move." Confused, Harry stuffed Eris and esoteric incantations into his bag. "Why do I have to come?" Eris complained sleepily. "It's warm down here." "I might need you," Harry said. She closed her eyes and settled down on top of his books and the cloak he had packed. Harry conjured a warmth charm for her comfort. "Fine, but I expect a cockroach cluster in return." He smirked as he closed the bag. She truly was his familiar. He usually tried not to spoil her with too much candy, and of course she had resorted to extortion. The group of Slytherins moved cautiously towards the Great Hall, their demeanour subdued and wary. Wands were drawn everywhere Harry looked. Without a word being spoken, the youngest students were guided to the centre of the group, while the older students formed a protective perimeter at the front and back. Flora Carrow took charge, shepherding Ginny Weasley and Vasily Sitch, while Everett Kinney conducted a head count of the third years. He nodded when their eyes met, and Harry felt a sudden surge of pride for his house. Despite their internal issues, Slytherin looked out for its own. They made their way to the Great Hall without incident, but Harry blinked in surprise when they entered. The tables had vanished, replaced by hundreds of squashy purple sleeping bags covering the floor. "3 guesses who picked the colour for those," he whispered. Theo and Blaise exchanged smirks. Kinney, still nearby, snorted and shot Harry an approving glance. Harry maintained a neutral expression, but inside he was intrigued by this unexpected display of civility. Since Flint and Bletchley had pulled the Carrows, Montague and Kinney off him in second year, those who had once tried to attack him had largely ignored his existence. Choosing a sleeping bag nestled between Theo and Blaise, with Daphne and Pansy in the next row, he settled down so all 5 of them could huddle together. Only when they were comfortable did he release Eris from the bag. "I need to know what's going on," he said softly in Parseltongue. Theo and Pansy began arguing about trivial matters, presumably to mask the sound. "I'll cast a notice me not on you. Can you go find Dumbledore and shadow him? Remember where he—" Harry said, "If you need to get a message to me, send one of the other snakes back, but only if it's urgent. They won't be charmed and someone might see them." "I take it back," Eris replied, her tongue flickering with excitement. "This actually sounds really fun." Suppressing a grin, Harry cast a powerful "Notice Me Not" charm. Theo, Blaise, Daphne and Pansy layered their own charms on top, hoping it would be enough to keep Eris hidden. They watched as her tail disappeared into the shadows. "She's spying?" Theo whispered. Harry nodded. "I sent her after the headmaster. We'll see what she picks up." He pulled out a notebook, a disguised gel pen, and 3 books on runes and spellcrafting, spreading them out in the limited space between his sleeping bag and Theo's. Lying face down wasn't his favorite position, but sitting upright would attract too much attention, so he made it work. "What are you working on?" Theo asked, his voice low. Flipping through rune tables and examples of rune spells, Harry absently replied, "An invisibility spell for Eris." "Excellent plan," Blaise said. "I believe they're turning out the lights in half an hour." Harry glanced at the worried knot of prefects by the doors. Why didn't they do this during the troll disaster? "Because Dumbledore has no sense?" Daphne said, her tone implying Harry shouldn't have needed to ask. He sneered in her direction and returned to his work. By the time the call for lights out rippled through the assembled students, he had found a few leads and jotted down some relevant information and rune arrays he could possibly adapt for his purposes. With a sigh, he packed his things away and huddled down in his sleeping bag, wishing he knew more. The Slytherins didn't have enough information to speculate, and with the prefects stalking around, there was little chance of communicating with the Ravenclaws, or through them, with the other houses, to see if any of them had insights. Harry felt a mix of anxiety and determination. Before he could fully relax, he cast the strongest sound-cancelling and notice-me-not spells around himself. The last thing he needed was to wake up screaming in front of the entire school. He hoped that if nightmares came, the spells would keep Blaise and Theo from noticing. They were aware of his struggles with nightmares, though not the frequency. He also spent an extra 10 minutes on Occulmency, making sure his mind was calm and clear. "Master, Master, wake up," Eris urged. Harry blinked, instantly awake. Sleeping lightly had been a necessity during his time with the Dursleys. "Eris," he said, "did anyone see you?" "The smelly one might have, if not for your magic," she replied. Harry frowned. "Who is the smelly one?" "His class has the strange creatures." "Oh, you mean Lupin, the one with the tatty robes?" "I suppose." "What does he smell like?" Harry asked, intrigued. Eris paused, considering. "Strange, in the opposite way that the rat smelled strange. Something hides. He may not be human." Harry stared at her for a few seconds, processing her words. What else could he be? "I don't know," Eris admitted. "Mariko says snakes learn to distinguish different species by experience." "Is he dangerous?" "He could be. Many species are, from what you've told me." Harry tucked the mystery of Remus Lupin away for later. "Anything interesting? Do you know what happened?" Eris wriggled deeper into his sleeping bag, clearly seeking warmth. "The old beard man spoke to the greasy potions man." "Snape and Dumbledore," Harry corrected. For some reason, Eris struggled with human names. "The potions master suspects someone helped a human named Black into the castle." Harry gasped, biting down on his thumb as he looked around. Fortunately, the sound wards seemed to be holding. No one stirred. "Sirius Black was in Hogwarts?" "They're very confused about how he got in." Eris settled herself against Harry, soaking up his warmth. "No one seems to have a clue. The stinky man, who hates all the students, insists that Black couldn't have used a passage to get in. He went to Gryffindor Tower and tried to break in. He used a knife and attacked the painting that guards their den." The painting is shredded. Headmaster Dumbledore says he trusts the one potions master Snape thinks helped Black sneak in and out. Thanks, Harry said, scratching under her chin the way she liked. Eris leaned into his hand. It was a fun adventure. She cracked open an eye. But you're still giving me a cockroach cluster tomorrow. He grinned, as if I'd go back on my word. For days, all anyone at school could talk about was Sirius Black. It physically pained Harry every time he heard someone theorize that Black had gotten in and out via apparition or flu. Honestly, he hissed, glaring at Ravenclaw fourth-year Marietta Edgecombe. How thick can you get? Crab, Blaise responded instantly. Theo cackled and Harry smirked, but it didn't change the fact that a surprising number of his fellow students either didn't read, never paid attention, or were simply clueless. Hermione and Neville tried to hide it, but Harry could tell they were both unnerved by the attack. He figured they had a right to be concerned. It was their dormitory, after all. They complained endlessly about the irritating new painting guarding their common room. They wouldn't say his name, but according to Neville, he was an extremely irritating knight who tries to challenge you to a duel half the time when you just want to go to sleep. That would have been more than enough information if Harry had really wanted to find the Gryffindor common room. For his part, Harry didn't worry about Black much. He had been a Gryffindor, which meant finding the Slytherin common room would be much harder. Jules was the boy who lived. As long as he was around, Harry felt somewhat safe, especially with the Quidditch match looming ahead. Flint was pushing the Slytherin team harder than ever, determined to prove themselves as the weather took a turn for the worse. With all the training, classwork, dueling club and independent study, Harry had neither the energy nor the time to worry about a potential murderer in the school. The day before the match brought the worst weather yet. Harry thought about using a diffindo on Wood's book bag the next time he saw the Gryffindor captain in the halls for poking Flint's pride and forcing them to fly in these conditions. The gale battered against the windows, rain lashed the courtyard, and it was so dark that the house elves had to set out extra torches, lanterns, and conjured light balls. Determined to push aside his concerns about the weather, Harry pulled out his Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook and flipped to the chapter on Hinkypunks. Having already read it, he opened his Runic Rituals book to the chapter on Concealment Runes and began taking notes in the margins. He was so engrossed in his work that he only looked up when the connecting door to Lupin's office slammed shut. Startled, he glanced up to find not Lupin, but Snape, standing at the front of the classroom. Malfoy was smirking, and even Pansy and Daphne looked pleased. This was likely to be the best defense class they'd had all year. "It seems that Professor Lupin is woefully disorganized," Snape said, barely concealing his contempt. "He's left next to no record of what you've covered so far this year. If someone could enlighten me? Mr. Malfoy, perhaps?" "Of course, sir," Malfoy replied. "We've covered boggarts, redcaps, cappers, and grindylows." Snape's lip curled in disdain. "Disgraceful. Any competent teacher would have had you halfway through the textbook by now. It seems the task of catching you up will fall to me." "Mr. Potter, why do you have an Ancient Runes book open?" Harry bit his tongue, resisting the urge to respond with, "Because I'm reading it," a reply that would undoubtedly land him in detention. Instead, he tried to make his face and tone as innocent as possible. "To study, sir." "To study. And why, pray tell, are you not studying for this class?" Bulstrode looked delighted to see Harry getting grilled by Snape. Surprisingly, Malfoy wasn't gloating too much. I've already read the chapter on hinkypunks, sir, which is what we were due to begin next in Professor Lupin's class. Have you now? Snape drawled. Tell me, Mr. Potter, what is a hinkypunk's natural habitat? Swamps and bogs, Harry replied instantly, preferably those with a few small paths providing access for land travellers. And what danger do these travellers face from the hinkypunk? Harry reached for basic Occulmency to keep his irritation in check. Hinkypunks use magically conjured fire in their lanterns to lure travellers away from the path until they drown in the bog. If one is within range, hinkypunks can also shoot fire at people from their lanterns. Tell me how you would react should you be confronted with a hinkypunk and unable to apparate. The book recommends the Lumos Duo charm cast repeatedly, followed by a knockback jinx, Harry said. Snape folded his arms. I asked how you would react, not what the book says. Should he play dumb and stick to the book, or prove himself with what he was fairly certain was a better answer? Normally, Harry preferred to keep a low profile, but he had the distinct sense that Snape was testing him. In that split second, he decided to rise to the challenge. The Blaise charm, sir. Fulma. Unlike Lumos Duo, it would be powerful enough to disorient the hinkypunk with just one casting. The knockback jinx is a decent follow-up, but Reducto would be more efficient. Snape's expression was, "You will close your runes textbook, Mr. Potter, and focus on the material presented in class today, because we will not be discussing hinkypunks at all." "Yes, sir," Harry replied, closing runic rituals and pushing it aside. At least he hadn't lost any points. The class fell silent as Snape paced back to the front of the room and spun around, his robes billowing dramatically. "We will commence with werewolves. Open your books to chapter 11. Read and take notes." Werewolves? An interesting choice of topic. Harry worked at a slower pace than usual, his attention split between the task at hand and trying to figure out why Snape had chosen werewolves, of all things. Vampires were covered in chapter 13, and the various covens and lineages of Asia and the Middle East had far greater political and cultural significance than the scattered, fractious werewolf packs roaming Europe, Northern Asia, Australia, and the Americas. On the surface, it made little sense to pick werewolves over vampires, but Snape was a true Slytherin. He never acted without a reason. Throughout the class, Snape paced around, sneering at the quality of work that Lupin accepted, and generally being insufferable, if Harry was being honest. Not that he'd be so Gryffindor as to say it to Snape's face. In fact, he knew from Neville that while the Slytherins enjoyed a free period, the Gryffindors would be stuck finishing their day with Snape for defence next. 10 Galleon says Weasley's the first to get detention, Harry said as they were walking out the door. Theo shook his head. "I say the other Potter. We all know how much Snape hates your family." They glanced at Blaise, who looked down his nose at them. "I am a Zabini, and Zabinis do not engage in such crass behaviours as gambling." "Suit yourself," Theo replied. 30 seconds later, Blaise smirked. 5 galleons on Hermione. She absolutely cannot keep her mouth shut. "Shut up, Snape," Theo laughed. That evening in the Knights' Room, Neville and Hermione treated everyone to a 10-minute rant about the injustices of Snape teaching defence against the dark arts. 2 rolls of parchment, Neville moaned, on werewolves of all things. "Let me guess, he made fun of you for not knowing about werewolves?" Justin asked. "You should have seen Hermione biting her tongue," Neville said, grinning. Blaise nodded at Hermione. "Good job knowing when to stay quiet." "It's just frustrating," Hermione replied. "I know he would have found an excuse to take points off if I answered." Her eyes took on a determined edge. "I'm going to write 3 rolls of parchment, all of it worthy of an O." "That works," Harry said. "I bet Jules wasn't happy." "Definitely not," Hermione said. "Nor Ron, none of us really. Parvati just wouldn't stop asking him questions about Lupin. Ron defended her and ended up with detention. All 3 of them lost points. It was a disaster." Blaise made a face, and Theo subtly slumped back in his chair. Harry smirked. "Did you find out what happened to Lupin, at least?" Justin asked. "No one in my class was brave enough to ask," Hermione said. "Snape just said he was ill," she added. Daphne chose that moment to hurl her disguised pen at the wall. "Arithmancy is impossible," she hissed. "Need a hand?" Harry asked, smirking at her. Daphne glared at him. "No need to hold it over my head, Potter." "Why, Daphne," he said, sitting down next to her and grabbing her parchment. "I'm offended you think I would even consider such deplorable behavior." "Hilarious," Daphne deadpanned. "Explain example 8 for me." "Gladly, Your Highness." Harry laughed at the glare she shot him, and started working through the assigned arithmancy reading with her. Harry had never flown in worse weather, running down to the team's rooms under the pitch was a nightmare. Rain lashed sideways, drenching them within seconds of leaving the entrance hall. Harry pushed his way across the grounds, navigating between Bletchley and Malfoy. Once they reached the team locker room, everyone quickly stripped off their wet clothes and cast drying and warming charms on themselves. Flint instructed them to spread out their gear in front of the fire and then gather in the lounge for a quick pep talk. Harry hung back. He knew those wool sweaters would become unbearably heavy and cold in no time, especially in this downpour, unless he intervened. Once the others were out of sight, he placed one hand on his sweater and the other on Malfoy's, concentrating fiercely to channel warmth into the fabric. He had to ensure the magic would release slowly and steadily, providing lasting warmth instead of a quick burst of heat. The mental effort was more taxing than the magic itself. By the time he had enchanted all 7 sweaters, 7 pairs of Quidditch gloves, and everyone's boots, he felt a slight headache and had to blink himself out of intense focus. When he turned around, he froze. The entire Quidditch team was watching him from the lounge door. Bowl and Derek had their mouths hanging open, while the others looked a mix of shocked and suspicious. "Warming charms," Harry explained, deciding it was best to clear the air. "I can't figure out how to make them last as long with a wand or control the temperature as well. We'll still get soaked, but we won't freeze out there." "Potter," Flint said, finally finding his voice, "you just did wandless magic." "Really? I hadn't even noticed," Harry replied, folding his arms. Derek shook his head in disbelief. "And you kept this a secret?" "Wouldn't you?" Harry sneered. Bletchley suddenly chuckled. "Thank Merlin you're on our team." "Is that all you can do wandlessly?" Bowl asked, his curiosity piqued. Harry's green eyes met blue ones, the challenge clear between them. He lifted his chin defiantly. "Yes, it was a survival thing." That explanation seemed to resonate with the Slytherins. They understood necessity and the lengths one had to go to. Flint shrugged and called everyone into the lounge for a last-minute prep session, while the other students finished their breakfast and made their way downstairs. They had been studying Gryffindor tactics for months in preparation for this match, and there wasn't much left to discuss. Flint ensured everyone was wearing goggles and cast impervious charms to repel water from their faces and goggle lenses. Harry hated wearing goggles over his glasses. In fact, he thought it might be time to order goggles that could double as prescription lenses. But in this weather, He didn't have much of a choice. He clamped his palms over his ears for a few seconds, pushing warmth into them, then tugged on his gloves. He mounted his broom and lined up in their usual formation in the passage from the team rooms to the pitch. Silence enveloped them. No words were needed. They were united in their grim determination to win. As the 7 of them stalked onto the field, Harry squinted against the wind and rain that assaulted him the moment they broke free from the passage. It was a testament to the school's fanatic love for Quidditch that the stands were as full as ever. As expected, his wool sweater was almost completely soaked by the time they reached the centre of the pitch to face the Gryffindors, but at least he felt warm. Jules glared at Harry from across the divide between the teams. Harry simply smirked back and positioned his Nimbus 2001 alongside the rest of his team. Somewhere, Lee Jordan was announcing, but Harry could barely hear him over the storm. "Captains, shake hands," Madam Hooch bellowed. Wood and Flint stepped to the centre of the pitch, each looking as if they were trying to break the other's grip in the traditional display of dominance. "Mount your brooms," the call rang out as everyone prepared for takeoff. The whistle blew, and Harry shot into the sky, instantly swept away by the wind. It wouldn't have been so bad if it had been steady, but the gale whipped around unpredictably, changing direction and intensity every second. He had to constantly adjust to stay on course. From up here, Jordan's commentary was distorted by the wind, and Harry couldn't hear a thing. The Slytherin chasers sprang into action, but quickly lost possession to Katie Bell. Derek sent a bludger hurtling in her direction, forcing her to swerve. Still, she maintained her grip on the quaffle and shot off toward the Slytherin goals. Harry caught a glimpse of a hand signal from Flint before they were too far apart to see each other clearly. He yanked his broom upward, marking Alicia Spinnet so abruptly that she missed her position in the formation, allowing the Slytherins to regain possession. Harry looped around one of the spectator stands, knowing he could easily disappear in this rain and throw her off completely. Leaning forward, he shot off toward the Gryffindor goals. Pusey had possession, while Flint dodged a bludger. Harry moved into a support position to Pusey's left, evading Angelina Johnson. He batted the quaffle back and forth with Pusey 3 times before Pusey took aim. Wood blocked the shot, but when he tried to pass to Johnson, Harry intercepted, mostly by chance. The surprise gave him just enough time to slip past and score, putting Slytherin on the board with their first 10 points. After that, the game dissolved into a blur. Minutes felt like hours, and scoring became nearly impossible. Harry's hands ached from gripping his broom handle, and he wondered how much longer the warming charms would hold. He hadn't anticipated the game lasting this long. The sky was darkening, and just as Pusey signalled him, a sudden bolt of lightning lit up the horizon. Lightning cracked ominously across the darkening clouds. Harry landed hard in the mud alongside his teammates, huddling together for a moment of respite. "Gryffindor's called a time-out," Flint announced immediately. "How's everyone holding up?" "I can barely see," Malfoy replied. "At this point, whoever catches the snitch will probably just get smacked in the face by it." Bletchley grimaced, clearly not thrilled by the thought. "We're 30 points ahead," Flint reminded them. "But Malfoy, we need to catch the snitch soon, or we'll literally be out here all night. Got it?" Malfoy nodded, a determined look on his face. "Hold on," Harry interjected. He moved around the circle, resting his hands on his teammates' arms, channeling warmth into their sweaters. "This won't last all night, but it should hold for another 2 hours at most," he said, breathing heavily by the time he finished. Wandless magic took a toll, and with class earlier that day, he felt exhausted both physically and magically from the game. "Useful trick," Bowl muttered as Harry stepped back. Flint clapped his hands together. "All right, everyone, mount up. Let's win this." With renewed determination, Harry kicked off into the air. The team flew with newfound vigor, but the game had become chaotic. Visibility was so poor that it was impossible to manage fouls or execute complex chaser plays. Harry soon forgot what it felt like to be dry or still. He never stopped, never hesitated. The world around him narrowed to the quaffle, the storm, his broom, the keepers, and his fellow chasers. But then the warmth from his sweater began to fade. Harry faltered slightly, forcing himself to catch up to Spinet. He body-checked her just as she dropped the quaffle. Flint swooped in from below and caught it with ease. Harry went high while Pusey went low, ready to provide backup. But a corner of Harry's mind was distracted, wondering how they had only been back in the air for an hour. The magical warmth should have lasted at least 2 minutes. Harry was afraid they might never win this game. He felt as if everything would fall apart, and all of Slytherin would see him for what he truly was, pathetic and useless. Cold water seeped into his ears, shocking him back to reality. Frowning, he poured on the speed, barely managing to position himself to catch Flint's pass. He clutched the quaffle long enough to pass it to Pusey, who scored. But something felt off. An ominous mood settled over him. Harry's heart stuttered. He turned on his broom just as another wave of sickening despair crashed over him from above, stronger than before. It hit him like a truck. His Occulmency shields felt like leaves in the wind against the power of the Dementors. There must have been dozens of them circling overhead, eerie and lethal. Part of him was panicking, screaming, demanding he fly to the ground immediately, but he couldn't bring himself to care. What was the point? He couldn't remember why he should care, whether he lived or died. When he tried to think of people he should live for, only the Dursleys came to mind. The Dursleys who called him freak and boy, who told him he was a filthy waste of space. It seemed laughable to bother sinking his broom to the ground or doing much of anything at all. The rain faded away. Harry was dimly aware that he was tipping sideways off his broom when suddenly, "You conniving little scum! I know you've been stealing food again. How dare you take what belongs to our dudders?" Dudley was blubbering on the pavement. Harry, 10 feet away, was holding his glasses together, blood and pain stinging his nose, elbows, knees and palms. Bruises were forming under his shirt. He started it," Dudley wailed. "He attacked me." "I never," Harry protested as Uncle Vernon marched over and grabbed him by the arm. "I never, I swear. We all know what good your excuses are. Word is, boy, you won't see the outside of your cupboard for a week for this. Bread and water only, Petunia." Petunia's narrow, horsey face loomed over him, pinched and furious, with something else he couldn't quite name. Suddenly, the world went black. He held himself perfectly still as he began to wake up. No use letting anyone know just yet. A soothing female voice was speaking somewhere to his right in low tones, the words indistinguishable. He caught the sharp, clean scent of potions and cleaning charms, feeling the stiffness of freshly washed sheets against his legs and arms. Oh, right. Quidditch. Dementors. Hospital wing. Harry opened his eyes. Someone had left his glasses on this time, thank Merlin. Apparently, Pomfrey had learned from the time he woke up flailing and panicking after the bludger incident the previous year. He shifted his eyes left and right without moving his head. The Slytherin Quidditch team was gathered in a cluster of visitors' chairs not far away. Pansy was passed out on the bed next to him, leaning on Neville's shoulder, who looked like he was trying very hard not to disturb her. Blaise, Theo, Daphne, Hermione and Justin were also there. Harry felt a rush of affection. The Dementors had managed to make him forget all of them, his friends. They really were powerful. "Hey," he rasped. All of them snapped to attention. "Harry," Justin said, grinning. There was something strained about it, Harry thought. "Master," Eris hissed. Harry started and looked down. She was hidden neatly under the blankets along his right leg. "Who brought Eris?" he murmured, so the Quidditch team wouldn't hear. He was still keeping her a secret from the rest of his house. Theo managed a sarcastic wave. "Found her in your bed," he said quietly. "We figured it might be a comfort. She can't talk back, but she got the point. Blaise smuggled her in while we distracted Pomfrey." "Thanks," Harry replied. Harry repeated himself in Parseltongue, discreetly scratching Eris's chin. "Just once I'd like to play a Quidditch match without my day ending in the hospital wing." "How are you feeling?" Neville asked, gently nudging Pansy, who huffed a bit as she sat up. "A bit like I went through a meat grinder," Harry replied. "What happened?" Their faces darkened. "Dementors," Daphne spat. "I figured that part out for myself, funnily enough," Harry said, earning an icy glare from her. He smirked back. Hermione shivered slightly. "I've never seen Dumbledore so angry. He shot something silvery out of his wand at the Dementors and scared them off. Snape cast a resto momentum and caught you before you hit the ground, but you were unconscious. They brought you up here." "Match?" Harry asked. "The other Potter got the snitch," Pusey said darkly. Harry glanced to his left, noticing the Quidditch team approaching with grim expressions. He winced and closed his eyes. "This is my fault." "No," Flint spat. "If anything, it's Dumbledore's fault for letting those things near a school in the first place, and for apparently not warding the grounds strongly enough to keep them out." "There's no shame in having some nasty stuff in your past that they dredge up, Potter," Bletchley said bluntly. "Loads of older and stronger wizards have fallen to 3 Dementors, and you flew practically straight into almost 100 of them. If you expect to hold them off at 13, you're a bloody idiot." Oddly enough, his words were a comfort. Still, Harry struggled against the guilt and shame gnawing at him. He felt like he'd cost them the match. "We don't blame you," Pusey reassured him. Harry decided to believe them, especially since Bowl, Bletchley or Flint wouldn't have let that slide without a challenge if they disagreed. Even Malfoy wasn't glaring. Harry's frustration was palpable as he realized the situation. "My broom!" he exclaimed suddenly. "Did anyone think to get it?" There was a moment of hesitation among his friends. "Tell me it didn't disappear into the forest," he said, feeling his stomach drop. Not quite," Justin replied. Even Daphne's sympathetic expression was a clear sign that something was wrong. It sort of flew into the Whomping Willow," Hermione explained. "You know the willow," Bletchley added. "It hits back." Derek knelt down, picked up a bundle, and placed it gently on the bed. Harry opened it, already bracing himself for the worst. What he found was exactly what he had feared: shattered black wood, a silver piece of lettering reading Mbus 2, and a pile of twigs. That was all that remained of his beloved broom. Chapter 6. Magical Exploration. Adding insult to injury, the Nimbus Racing Broom Company had back orders of Nimbus 2001s from professional teams around the world. They weren't allowing anyone to place new orders until January. Harry managed to get a Nimbus 2000 from the Slytherin team stores, but he had to push himself to his limits and beyond just to keep up with Pusey and Flint during practice. He told himself it would make him a better flyer, and deep down he knew it was true. Still, That didn't do much to ease the frustration. The Gryffindors were unbearable. Jules wasn't too bad, but he didn't do anything to stop Ronald, Finnegan, and sometimes Thomas from dramatically reenacting Harry's fall off his broom on Monday. That was the day he was finally allowed to leave the hospital wing and rejoin his peers for breakfast. Harry resolutely ignored them, since he couldn't curse them from the opposite side of the Great Hall, and began plotting some payback. The twins beat him to it. When they all arrived for their potions lecture that evening, Harry was delighted to see all 4 Gryffindor troublemakers sporting full faces of clown makeup. He overheard Parvati telling Lavender that it would not wash off. He'd need to ask the twins for that spell later. Throughout the lecture, Snape spent at least 10 minutes making snide remarks about the boys' makeup. Jules went to Professor Lupin, Neville said on Friday, his voice barely rising above the bubbling cauldrons and the sounds of working knives. He felt it too, much more strongly than anyone else. Remember, I told you his boggart turned into a Dementor. The Dementors were distracted by you, and he practically flew into the snitch. There's some kind of charm Lupin's trying to teach him. The Patronus charm, Hermione chimed in, turning away from her own cauldron for a moment. Harry kept part of his attention on his cauldron, carefully monitoring his magic. Fortunately, Growth Potion was a fairly stable brew, and he could maintain it at this stage by stirring at a constant rate while listening to his friends. It's beyond Newt-level magic. I have no idea why he thinks Jules can learn it now, Hermione said. Magic is about necessity, Harry replied, making a mental note to lend Hermione esoteric incantations and discuss his and Theo's latest theory regarding spells and framing. If Jules needs it badly enough and wants it badly enough, he'll figure it out. Hermione shook her head as she turned back to her cauldron. Dementors around a school, she muttered. Dumbledore's mad. She's coming around, Neville said with a grin, returning to his own growth potion. Harry absently reminded him to relight the fire under his cauldron before starting the spiral stirs that would finalize the brew. Oh, one other thing. Jules is convinced Snape was trying to poison Lupin, Neville added. Lupin was ill, Harry pointed out. Snape probably brought him a potion to help him recover. That's what Hermione and I said, but Jules isn't exactly rational when it comes to Snape, Neville replied. Harry smirked. Understatement of the year. Neville grinned, and they returned to their brewing. But Harry's concentration wasn't as sharp as usual. The Patronus charm. Theo, Blaise, and even Harry's massive charms compendium all backed Hermione up. The Patronus charm was incredibly difficult and required a high skill level. The book also mentioned that it needed a happy memory to produce. That's ridiculous, Harry said. Dementors suck away your happy memories. How are you supposed to cast the charm when you're faced with one? Theo shrugged. Framing again. Are you going to learn it with the frame and then train yourself out of it, like Sitch said in Esoteric? Harry frowned. I don't think I have time. And even if I did, I really doubt that any of my memories is happy enough to power the charm. This book makes it sound like the memory has to be really strong. Intent will have to be enough. Good luck, Neville said. Blaise said, his tone unusually serious. You're going to need it. On Sunday, Harry settled down in the library to tackle Snape's essay on werewolves. He found himself unwillingly captivated by the subject. Most of the books he read portrayed werewolves as vicious beasts who lost all semblance of humanity after being bitten. Yet a few offered a different perspective, suggesting that werewolves were fundamentally humans cursed by their condition. They argued that the significant number of lycanthropes who turned to murder or crime stemmed less from a sudden moral decline and more from wizarding society's rejection of them. Interestingly, it seemed that Africa and the Americas were handling the treatment of werewolves much better than most of Europe and Asia. The books presenting this alternative viewpoint were all old editions, not officially banned by the ministry, but certainly looked down upon. They were shelved high up and tucked away. Fortunately, Harry was a skilled climber with plenty of experience exploring libraries. He dedicated a paragraph of his essay to discussing the apparent prejudice the ministry held against werewolves, and another to comparing the policies regarding lycanthropes across different magical governing bodies. He had to force himself to return to the more practical aspects of the topic before he got lost in a labyrinth of policy, history, and political theory. Lycanthropes are compelled to change form with the phases of the moon, his text stated. As the full moon approached, a lycanthrope's physical strength surged, while their grip on temper weakened. They are most dangerous during the 3 days leading up to the change. Although they retain their human reasoning, the beast within them is closer to the surface, eroding their humanity and morality. On the night of the full moon, lycanthropes will transform either when they see the moon itself or at the moon's zenith if they are indoors. No known form of concealment can separate a lycanthrope from the moon. Chains and silver bars may hold them, as can magically reinforced buildings and doors. Lycanthropes in their wolf form. Werewolves, in their feral forms, are often seen as rabid, inhuman monsters, devoid of conscience or mercy. However, the invention of the wolfsbane potion in 1983 altered some of the consequences of the werewolf curse. When taken in a full dose on the night of a full moon, just before transformation, the potion allows werewolves to retain a semblance of their humanity while in wolf form. Some evidence suggests that those who succumb to the beast and embrace the madness of the moon are either less affected by the potion or not affected at all. In contrast, those who resist the curse can take the potion and render themselves relatively harmless. Yet, brewing the potion is immensely complex. If not done correctly, it can emit large quantities of poisonous gas. Additionally, it requires several extremely rare and expensive ingredients, which complicates the potential benefits it offers. Few potions masters are skilled enough to attempt creating wolfsbane, and those who are often charge exorbitant prices, well beyond the means of most lycanthropes. Their affliction makes it exceedingly difficult for them to maintain steady employment. In the days immediately following their transformation, lycanthropes' bodies are weakened and susceptible to illness, a side effect that seems more pronounced among those who resist their curse. Unless they contract a more serious illness during this period of weakened immunity, most lycanthropes recover within 3 to 5 days, returning to their normal physical condition until the next full moon approaches. The toll of the moon cycle causes werewolves to appear to age more quickly than other wizards. Few lycanthropes manage to live within society long enough to die of natural causes, making it difficult to determine whether the lycanthropic affliction actually shortens a wizard's lifespan, or if their shorter average life expectancy is a result of societal factors. There are certain physical characteristics that can help distinguish a lycanthrope from a common wolf. Harry diligently took notes, recalling that he had heard somewhere that werewolves had sided with Voldemort in the last war. This thought struck him as odd. If Voldemort was so convinced that muggles were dirty beasts meant to be exterminated that he couldn't fathom witches and wizards cursed with lycanthropy being accepted. A recent study had examined werewolf packs across Europe, Africa, and North America, revealing that 67% of these packs consisted of muggles who had received accidental bites. But then again, Voldemort was a Slytherin, and Slytherins weren't known for standing on principle if it meant losing a battle. They were the house that did whatever it took to achieve their goals, even if that meant allying with those they deemed dirty or inferior. However, the werewolves couldn't all be fools. They might be sadists or criminals, but they were not idiots. They wouldn't have formed an alliance without some promise of gain, and a belief that Voldemort would keep his word once he emerged victorious. It couldn't have been about access to wolfsbane, since the potion hadn't even been invented during the war. That actually made less sense. If no one knew there was a way to partially neutralize werewolves, it would have been even harder to convince a cult of blood supremacist bigots to accept an alliance. The recipe for wolfsbane wasn't found in any textbooks. Harry forced himself to finish the 2 rolls of parchment before deciding to search for it in the potions section of the library. But there was nothing there either. He glanced at the restricted section, but there was no way to get past the wards without alerting the entire staff, not until he improved his runes skills significantly. Maybe he could find a book containing the recipe in Nocturne Alley over the summer. Harry might have asked Snape, but the potions master had a habit of accusing all potters of arrogance and foolhardiness. An interest in wolfsbane might be seen as a desire to brew it, which for a 13-year-old would certainly be arrogant and reckless. But Harry was simply eager to explore the process of such an intriguing and new potion. He doubted he could persuade Snape of that, though, so he added it to his mental list of books to buy in Nocturne Alley. Suddenly he wondered if Snape could brew the potion. Most likely. Snape was among the youngest wizards or witches to achieve a mastery in potions in the long history of the master-apprentice teaching system, which stretched back thousands of years. He was already responsible for brewing all the potions needed throughout the entire castle. Several students required medicinal potions for health issues like anemia, and Harry knew Madame Pomfrey only used Snape's creations in the hospital wing, rather than ordering potions from St. Mungo's or a third-party supplier. It seemed that Snape even delivered his brews directly to the staff, as Jules had mentioned seeing him bring a strange-looking potion to Lupin just the previous Friday. Harry frowned at the thought. Snape hated Lupin. He knew Snape well enough to understand that he was the type who would stubbornly refuse to brew a potion for Lupin unless specifically ordered to do so by the only person he had ever seen back down to, Dumbledore. It was odd that Snape would personally administer a potion rather than letting Madame Pomfrey handle it. To his knowledge, Snape usually brewed and delivered his potions to the hospital wing, while Madame Pomfrey managed their distribution and use. Suddenly, a thought flickered in Harry's mind, one he hesitated to acknowledge or voice, but he needed to investigate. He pulled out his planner and his astronomy lunar charts, reviewing the first few months of school. It took only 2 minutes to confirm his suspicions. Lupin's periodic illnesses, his tiredness, the bags under his eyes, his raspy voice, and that weary smile, aligned perfectly with the days following each full moon. He said that of it fit. His shabby robes indicated that he'd struggled to make a living, despite being a highly capable defense instructor and wizard, a fact even the Slytherins had to admit when they set aside their bias against anyone who didn't wear silver and green. He had been a friend of James Potter's, and could have enjoyed a good social standing after the war, but instead he had left to travel. Harry didn't buy the idea that he couldn't bear the pain of losing 2 good friends, one to death and the other to Azkaban. That loss should have driven Lupin to cling even more tightly to James, unless social pressure had pushed him away until he was desperate and Dumbledore needed a defense instructor. With a grim smile, Harry added Lupin to his mental list of people connected to Dumbledore: Hagrid, James, and the Weasleys. While the Weasleys weren't as closely tied to him as others, Harry knew Arthur held a great respect for Lupin, and half of their children, excluding the two eldest whom Harry had never met, were firmly convinced that Dumbledore was the source of all good in the world. But Lupin was different. He was like Hagrid, someone disadvantaged, someone Dumbledore could have saved and made respectable 12 years ago. Yet Dumbledore had left him out in the cold until he needed him, ensuring that his offer of a teaching position would come at just the right moment, making sure Lupin would see him as both saviour and sage. Just to be thorough, Harry checked that he was alone, cast a silencing ward, and opened his bag. "Eris, hey, wake up." The snake blinked up at him sleepily. She spent most of her time resting, usually in his bag, nestled in a cosy nest made from magically warmed, once-worn cotton shirts, because she said his scent was comforting. They enjoyed being together, but with her lethargy, it made little sense for her to continue hiding under Harry's robes, as she had all year. Eris was growing too. Harry suspected she would soon reach a point this summer where even notice me not charms wouldn't be strong enough to keep people from noticing he had a snake. Harry had a snake hidden under his robes, draped comfortably across his shoulders. But that was a problem for the summer. "Yes," Eris said, sounding a bit irritated. "Remember when you told me Lupin smelled strange?" "I've never scented anything like it," she replied. "Okay, but last summer I met a large dog on my way to the Leaky Cauldron. I told you about it. Did you happen to scent my clothes after that incident?" Eris paused. Yes. Oh, I see. Yes, if I think about it. There was something similar between them. Very little, but the strangeness about smelly Lupin resembles the dog scent more than any other I've encountered. "Lupin's a werewolf," Harry said, finally voicing what he'd suspected for about 10 minutes now. That revelation woke Eris up. "What? Werewolves are dangerous, are they not?" "In general, yes, but the books say they become more ill afterwards if they're the type of werewolf who fights their curse. He always looks horrible after the full moons. There's another one coming up over Christmas, and one in January. I can keep an eye on him and see if the pattern holds. Plus, he's taking wolfsbane from Snape, if I'm right, and he's done absolutely nothing harmful. He's actually one of the most mild-mannered professors." Now that Harry thought about it, that might be the result of years spent living with instincts that could turn his temper into dry tinder, just waiting for a spark. That would motivate anyone to learn self-control. "If he becomes dangerous, I shall give you my venom, and you can slip it in his meals," Eris declared. Harry smirked at her. "Your care for my well-being is appreciated." "You're my master," she said sleepily, wriggling deeper into the warmed clothes. "Of course I care." In the end, Harry decided to confide only in Theo, Neville, and Blaise. They were his closest friends, and the four of them trusted each other. Even so, Harry found himself spending half an hour talking through the details. Blaise was hesitant to go directly to Snape, his mother, the Prophet, or any combination of the three. Instead, he chose to focus on the book's hypotheses, which suggested that less dangerous werewolves experienced the side effects of their condition more acutely, and were even affected by wolfsbane. He pointed out that Snape was clearly aware of this and had accepted it, which helped to calm Blaise down. Theo and Blaise agreed to leave Lupin alone unless he started behaving strangely. Neville simply shrugged and remarked that Lupin was a decent guy who couldn't help turning into a wolf once a month. In that moment, Harry made a firm decision. No matter how challenging the Patronus charm became, he wouldn't follow Jules' example and seek Lupin's help. It wasn't because of the werewolf curse. It was because he was loyal to Dumbledore without question. The Patronus charm was undoubtedly the most difficult spell Harry had ever attempted. He quickly realized that his holly wand seemed more receptive to the charm, so he decided to start with it before moving on to mastering the spell with his ash wand as well. Even then, it took him 4 hours of concentrated effort to produce a faint puff of silvery white light from his wand. After 5 hours, he managed to hold the light steady in front of him, creating a kind of rippling, illuminated shield. A corporeal Patronus was supposed to take the shape of an animal. Harry thought of Jules' supposed lessons with Lupin and pushed himself harder than ever. His brother was getting guidance, but Harry didn't trust anyone enough to ask for help. He would have to figure it out on his own. Each time he cast the spell, it drained him, but he noticed it took slightly less energy than before. Harry was determined to master it, perhaps not this year, but as soon as he could. He couldn't control the fact that he had more painful memories than most of his peers, or that he reacted so strongly to the Dementors. Sometimes he still fell back into the mindset the Dursleys had instilled in him, that he deserved everything they had done. What he could control was finding whatever defense he needed to stand against them. Harry was determined to strengthen his defenses against the Dementors, focusing on mastering the Patronus charm. However, a new development distracted him from his practice, along with the stress of studying and the anticipation of the upcoming Hogsmeade weekend. The end of November was also fast approaching, bringing with it the crucial Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, a game that could determine whether Slytherin still had a chance at the cup. Last year, Harry had noticed that the older students on the Quidditch team often lingered in the team lounge after practice. He had never asked what they did there, or expressed a desire to join them, and they had never extended an invitation. But after the early November game, something changed. Bowl, with a seemingly casual demeanor, told Harry he could join them if he wanted. Intrigued, Harry shrugged and agreed. To his surprise, it turned out to be a mix of a study group, a dueling club, and a social gathering. The Carrow twins were frequent attendees, along with Everett Kinney and 7th years Simon Fentis and Luana Oakes. These were students who had previously targeted Harry, making him cautious around them. Initially, they were cool toward him, but as he demonstrated his skills, particularly in arithmancy and potions, they began to warm up to him. After narrowly defeating Kinney in a practice duel in mid-November, Harry felt as if he had passed some sort of unspoken test. For the most part, Harry adhered to Slytherin's social hierarchies, remaining quiet and listening to their discussions. He only chimed in when the conversation shifted to a class he was currently taking, a book he had recently read, or Quidditch. The rest of their exchanges were subtle hints, enough for him to piece together that the Carrows relied on the Knotts and Flints for their influence in the Wizengamot, and that Kinney's family had some kind of covert, unspoken agreement with Oakes. Many of them openly regarded Malfoy as an obnoxious brat, oblivious to what it truly meant to be a Slytherin. Malfoy hadn't even noticed when Harry stopped walking back up. Harry walked to the castle at the same time as Malfoy, and he realized he was getting a rare glimpse into a world he had previously been completely shut out of. He paid close attention, wondering if they were aware that they were sharing information that could be used against them by a political enemy. He also contemplated whether they knew that with every after-practice gathering, he felt less certain of his position as their adversary. If he was completely honest, the political opinions they casually expressed around him made sense. He hid his discomfort, choosing not to share these thoughts with his friends. Blaise, Neville and Theo had a general understanding of what transpired during those after-practice sessions. The others likely had an inkling as well, but they never asked, and Harry never volunteered any information. To his delight, during the match at the end of November, Ravenclaw's chasers dominated Gryffindor for 2.5 hours before the snitch was finally caught. Gryffindor won, but only by a 10-point margin. With the term nearly over, the Slytherin team flew with renewed determination. They still had a chance at the cup, as long as they could beat Hufflepuff and take down both Ravenclaw and Gryffindor next term. Fortunately, the schedule allowed for a Hogsmeade trip on the last weekend before the holiday break. Eris, Mariko, and the other Slytherins hadn't made much progress on figuring out the witch's incantation, but Harry had spent considerable time practicing rune and wand-based spells related to uncovering secrets and understanding the structure of other spells. He was confident that with a bit more work he could succeed, hopefully just in time to enjoy an hour or so in the village. His friends had no idea about the secret passage he had discovered. He fully intended to surprise them once they reached Hogsmeade. Whistling to himself, he strolled across the courtyard, exchanging a cordial nod with Malfoy as the blonde made his way down to the line of students waiting for Filch to sign them out. The Carrows were nearby, watching the scene unfold. Pusey, Kinney and Derek were making their way into the great hall for breakfast when Harry passed by and surprised them by acknowledging him. Most of them were indifferent, but Derek, always one of the friendliest on the team, actually smiled. Harry returned the grin. Finally, he was starting to earn some respect from the older students in his house. He took a back route to the 3rd floor that involved 3 secret passageways, 2 trick staircases, and a door that pretended to be a painting, except on Mondays from 1 to 3 p.m. The path was designed to confuse anyone who might be following him, though he didn't really believe anyone was. Harry just made it a habit to take precautions before breaking any rules. Slytherin rule number 2: never get caught. So, it came as a surprise when, barely 10 meters down the 3rd floor defense corridor, he heard the same secret passage he had just exited creak open again. Harry spun around, slipping into a practiced defensive stance, his holly wand springing to his hand. But it was just George and Fred strolling up to him with their hands in their pockets and identical mischievous grins on their faces. Harry lowered his wand and smirked back. "Quite a merry chase," George started. "You led us on, Harrykins," Fred finished. "We might almost think," George chimed in. "You didn't want our company," Fred added. "Which is impossible," they both said in unison. "We're delightful to have around," Fred grinned. Harry regarded them with a raised eyebrow. "How'd you follow me? I'm fairly certain at least one of those passages hadn't been used in years before I found it 2 months ago." "This way," George said, nodding his head. Curious, Harry followed. The one-eyed witch statue could wait. The twins led him to an abandoned classroom filled with broken dueling dummies. Fred boosted himself onto a desk while George leaned against it next to him. "We followed you using this," Fred said, pulling out a tattered piece of parchment with a flourish. Harry raised an eyebrow. "May I?" Harry handed over the parchment and murmured, "Specialis Revelio," tapping his wand against it. Instantly, black spidery lines began to scrawl across its surface. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs would like to inform the latest intruder to mind their own business. Harry's eyes widened as he looked up at the twins. "What is this?" "Go on, talk to it," George said, smirking. Harry sensed they were testing him somehow. Talk to a piece of parchment? "All right." "Who are you?" he asked. "Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs are the greatest mischief-makers to ever walk the hallowed halls of Hogwarts," the parchment replied. "I'm sitting across from a couple of twins who might give you a run for your money," Harry said, grinning at Fred and George, who stared back innocently. He didn't have a solid plan at that moment, which wasn't his favourite position to be in, but any decent Slytherin could improvise when necessary. Mr. Mooney finds himself curious whether this intruder is friends with those twins. "Yes," Harry said, "Fred and George are definitely my friends." "Oh, Harrykins, we're touched. Truly inspired." "Shut up, you two," he smirked, glancing back down at the map. "Mr. Wormtail thinks that the intruder has found himself some good friends. Mr. Prongs wonders if the intruder might reveal his name." "Should I?" Harry asked the twins. Fred shrugged. "We told it ours. Haven't been possessed or kidnapped by fairies." "Harry Potter," Harry stated for the map. It took noticeably longer to respond this time. "Mr. Padfoot suspects the hearing charms are faulty. Did the intruder say Harry Potter?" Harry replied, "Yeah." "Mr. Prongs would like to express his delight that the latest Potter is continuing the sacred tradition of rule-breaking." Harry frowned. "You know?" "Mr. Mooney remembers the Potters well," said one voice. "Mr. Wormtail considers James Potter to be a highly entertaining individual." Another voice chimed in. "Mr. Padfoot adds that James Potter was entirely too concerned with the state of his hair and with one Lily Evans." "Were you in school together?" Harry asked, fascinated. The idea that students had created a semi-sentient object and infused it with their personalities was astounding. But as he thought about it, it was also concerning. He recalled a certain diary that had contained a dangerous individual. Looking up at the twins, he asked, "Doesn't this remind you of a certain diary?" "It's harmless," George assured him. "We've been using it for years. You'll see." So the marauders were indeed in school at the same time as James Potter. "Marauders," Harry repeated. "A gang of mischief-makers, clearly skilled in magic and aware of the need for secrecy. Would I be wrong in assuming this is more than just a way for you to communicate with future pranksters?" "Mr. Mooney is delighted that Mr. Potter seems to be making far better use of his brain cells than James Potter ever did," came the response. "Mr. Padfoot seconds this and adds that Mr. Potter is entirely correct. Mr. Prongs would like to inform Mr. Potter that this parchment is an extremely useful tool." "Only useful for those who are up to no good," Mr. Wormtail clarified. There was a slight pause before those last 4 words wrote themselves on the page. Harry narrowed his eyes. So there was some kind of password, and he needed to figure it out. It felt like a riddle, and up to no good was part of it. "How do you know I'm not lying?" he challenged. "I might not be out to make mischief." "Mr. Wormtail is quite certain that if Mr. Potter has befriended Mr. Weasley and Mr. Weasley, he can most likely be trusted," came the reply. "Mr. Mooney agrees, but perhaps a solemn oath would be in order." "Oath," Harry mused, staring at the parchment. "Oath." He looked up at the twins, whose grins had widened. "I do swear that I am up to no good," he said, tapping the map. Nothing happened. He ran the conversation through his mind again. "Oh, duh. I do solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Suddenly the handwriting appeared again, tracing elegant lines across the surface of the parchment. The Marauder's map. Then, in a moment of wonder, it transformed from a single grubby piece of parchment into an elaborate set of interconnected sheets, folding and intersecting until it created an impossibly complex and beautiful map of Hogwarts Castle. And then there was movement. Harry leaned in closer and gasped. The map showed people. "Is it accurate?" he asked, astonished. 100%, one of the twins replied. "Never failed us yet," the other added. Harry tapped the third floor and the paper flipped. The corridor came into sharper focus. Sure enough, there stood Fred Weasley, George Weasley, and Hadrian Potter in an empty room along an otherwise deserted hall. Well, not entirely empty. Remus Lupin was in his office. Harry took a few steps to his right, and the label reading Hadrian Potter moved with him. "Incredible," he breathed. "How did you find this?" The twins snickered. "Well, when we were young and innocent, more innocent than we are now at least, Filch caught us for setting off dung bombs. He threatened us with the usual dismemberment, detention, and we couldn't help but notice a drawer labelled confiscated, dangerous. Fred set off another few dung bombs, and I managed to get the drawer open while Filch was distracted." Harry shook his head at their Gryffindorishness. It would have been much safer to simply go back later. Merlin knew Filch was somewhere between a squib and a weak wizard himself. It wouldn't have been difficult. Harry wondered how the Weasley twins managed to get through any wards they could cast, but since it had worked out, he kept his thoughts to himself. "So this is how you followed me?" he asked. "We were going to talk to you anyway," Fred shrugged, "but then we saw you sneaking away from the dungeons and the grand staircase." "So we followed," George chimed in. Harry sighed. "No wonder you've never gotten caught." "You're no slouch yourself, Harrykins," Fred replied. "We didn't actually know about that last passage," George added, "and neither did the map. It appeared right before we walked out into the corridor. Seems that if the user discovers anything new while using the map, it incorporates the new passage." "Whoever the marauders were, they were geniuses," Harry said earnestly. Just then he noticed movement on the map and looked down to see a section wiped blank for the marauders' words. "Mr. Mooney thanks Mr. Potter and notes that Mr. Mooney shall accept his compliment, as Mr. Mooney did nearly all the spell work," the map read. "Mr. Padfoot protests this declaration and states that he did a significant portion," the next line followed. "Mr. Mooney points out that he said nearly all the spell work," the map continued. "Mr. Wormtail adds that Messrs. Wormtail and Prongs were invaluable parts of the process as well," it stated. "Mr. Prongs protests this slander of his ability as a wizard," came the response. "Mr. Mooney acknowledges that the map would not have been possible without Messrs. Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs." Harry raised an eyebrow. It seemed Mr. Mooney rolled over too easily, but he figured that wasn't his problem. "Credit where credit is due," he said instead. "You lot are brilliant. How do I turn it off?" "Just tap it with your wand and say, 'Mischief managed,'" the twins instructed in unison. Harry followed their directions, tapping the map with his wand. It wiped itself blank, the clever folds and flaps disappearing until it once again looked grubby and ordinary. He shook his head in admiration. "Were you heading for the passage behind the one-eyed witch?" Fred asked. Harry nodded. "How'd you find out about it?" George inquired. "I had help," Harry replied with a grin. "Have you never noticed how many snakes live in this castle?" The twins blinked at him. "That's a little creepy," George admitted. Harry shrugged. "Useful for me. They like Eris. You two can save me a lot of time, though. How do I get it open? The snakes don't know the incantation." "Descendium," George answered. "It opens up in Honeyduke's cellar. Just be careful when you leave." "I'll cast a Notice Me Not," Harry assured them. "Are you seriously just giving this to me?" "We know," Fred replied. "Your royal Slytherin probably can't understand it." But we've learned what we need to, and it seems you have some things to teach the map anyway, George added. We reserve the right to ask for it back when we want or need it for certain pranks, Fred warned. Harry nodded. It was a perfectly reasonable condition. He would have shown off the map and then demanded a daily fee any time someone wanted to borrow it. But since his ideas for selling Muggle amenities to older students were already funding Fred and George's experimentation, he wasn't about to let them coerce him. "Done," he said. "Happy mischief-making, Harrykins," Fred chimed. "We'll see you in Hogsmeade," George said with a wink, and they slipped back out. Harry shook his head, checked the map again to ensure the corridor was still clear, wiped it, and set off for Hogsmeade. The tunnel was long and dark, but dry. Eris explored, often venturing out of Harry's wand light. Occasionally, she would slither back by his feet and hiss excitedly about a strange scent or a snake-sized gap in the wall she wanted to investigate later. Harry listened with a half-smile. Finally, the tunnel began to slope upward. He called Eris back to him, easing her into place across his shoulders and left arm. He cast a powerful "Notice me not," first on her and then on both of them. Harry lifted the trapdoor carefully. With only a few centimeters of space, it was hard to tell for sure, but it seemed Fred and George had spoken the truth. Boxes were piled around him, and the floor was made of dirt. "Is anyone there?" Eris slipped out of her collar and reached up toward the gap. Harry held the door open a little wider, and she disappeared into the darkness. "No humans," she hissed a few seconds later. Harry shoved the trapdoor aside and scrambled out of the tunnel, picking up Eris as he did. The trapdoor vanished into the dirt floor as soon as it closed. If he hadn't known it was there, he never would have noticed it. Keeping to the edges of the room, he crept toward the staircase. At the top, there was another door. Harry bit his lip, weighing his options. He could sneak up the staircase and risk being seen opening the door, or he could wait for someone to come down to the basement and slip out behind them. The first option had its drawbacks. The "notice me not" charm worked by guiding people's attention around you, as long as you didn't do anything to draw attention to yourself. A door suddenly opening on its own would definitely attract notice. The second option was risky too, as he had no idea how long he'd be waiting down here. After a moment of hesitation, Harry made up his mind and began up the stairs. If nothing else, he could pretend he'd been lost. At the top, he paused to listen, and heard the wordless background noise created by a crowd of children in one building. No specific voices nearby, just a general buzz. He decided to risk it. Harry turned the handle and slowly opened the door just a crack. He saw a round woman with her back to him, working the counter as several sixth years piled sweets onto it. Taking advantage of their distraction, he slipped through the door and darted around the counter into the crowd. Once he was in the main part of the shop, it felt easy. Harry didn't remove the charm. He technically wasn't allowed to be there, and it wouldn't do to have someone who knew that spot recognize him. Blackmail. But as he brushed shoulders with the other students, Harry felt just like any other face in the crowd. Nothing special, and their gazes seemed to skip right over him. A smirk crept onto his face. He could understand the appeal of invisibility. Harry took in the snowy rooftops, the vibrant signs, and the students in their robes mingling with adult wizards and witches going about their daily lives. It felt like Diagon Alley, but more peaceful and distinctly wintry. It wasn't perfect, he noticed that much. People bickered, one of the pubs looked dingy and run down, the snow on the cobbled street was dirty, and a man in an alleyway chased a stray dog away from his compost bin. But still, it was beautiful. He never wanted to leave the wizarding world. There was no sign of Blaise or Theo anywhere along Hogsmeade's main street. The side streets seemed to be residential, and Harry couldn't fathom why they would wander off to look at houses. He glanced around, wondering where else they might have gone. Then a flicker of movement caught his eye. He turned sharply toward the trees, but saw nothing unusual, nothing alive. It must have been a bird, he thought, and started to turn away when a signpost drew his attention. Oh, right. He remembered the ghost stories about the shrieking shack. Justin would be curious, Hermione would want to investigate out of sheer skepticism, and Blaise and Theo would be morbidly interested, trying to hide their excitement. It didn't surprise him at all to see a number of medium-sized footprints in the snow along the path leading where the signpost indicated. Snickering, Harry decided to follow them. He'd been walking for maybe 5 minutes when he heard voices coming from around a curve in the path. Harry cursed internally. There was no time to hide, and the notice me not charm wouldn't prevent them from spotting a single person walking in the snow in the opposite direction. He'd just have to bluff. "See that mangy mutt in town?" Finnegan's voice rang out. Harry recognized his accent and obnoxiousness instantly. "It looked greasier than Snape," another voice chimed in. "Too close to it," Jules said, disgusted. "It stank like it had been living in an unvanished garbage pile." "Probably has," Ronald replied as they turned the corner. Suddenly, smiles and laughter twisted into ugly scowls when the Gryffindor boys spotted Harry. "Jules," Harry said pleasantly. "Finnegan, Weasley. Would you mind telling me if anyone else was out by the shrieking shack? I'm looking for my friends." "As if you have any real friends," Ronald sneered, his face flushing an ugly shade of red. Harry stared at him. "I'd applaud you for branching out from slimy git and Slytherin filth, but honestly, that was pathetic and stupid. Of course I have friends. 2 of them are in your house." "Your whole lot's out there still," Jules interrupted, glaring at Harry. "Looking for ghosts. Probably your Death Eater pals want to recruit dark spirits." Harry resisted the urge to rub his temples. "In case you hadn't noticed, 2 of my friends are Muggle-born, and the Longbottoms are hardly on good terms with Voldemort's cronies. I don't think we're exactly Death Eater recruitment material. Please come up with better insults. Excuse me." He tried to step around them, done playing games with Gryffindors, but Finnegan grabbed his arm. "We know what you really think of Muggles," he spat. "We know you blew up your aunt last summer. Probably decided she deserved it just for being a great big filthy Muggle. You want to call my dad a filthy Muggle too? Tell me he's lower than dirt?" "Not sure what else I expected from Slytherin filth," Jules muttered. "A Potter in the snake house." "Do get over yourselves," Harry said, bored. Maybe he'd been too tight-lipped about his life at the Dursleys if people thought he'd blown up Marge for fun. "I had an outburst of accidental magic thanks to the aunt who greatly enjoyed adding 'attacked by her vicious dog' to—" Harry recalled the regular abuses the Dursleys were fond of. "Now, Finnegan, take your hand off me." He lowered his voice on the last 5 words and glared straight at Finnegan with all the intensity he could muster. Startled, the Gryffindor let go. Harry then shot them all a pleasant smile. His fingers twitched toward his wand, and hexes and curses lingered on the tip of his tongue, but he reminded himself he wasn't supposed to be out here. So he held his temper in check and walked past them. The skin on his back itched. Tension coursed through him as he prepared to dodge and retaliate if any of them aimed a hex at him, but none came. He relaxed slightly as he turned the corner. Eris poked her head out of his collar. "It's cold," she complained. "Can I go in your bag now?" "Of course," Harry replied. He pulled his bag off his shoulder and knelt in the snow, opening it so Eris could slither down his arm and into its depths. "I hate them," she said from inside. "They shouldn't be allowed to speak to you like that." "I know." Harry reached in and rubbed her belly gently. "I'll keep beating them at every turn, and eventually people will see I'm better." "Good," Eris murmured, clearly drifting off to sleep in the warmth of Harry's magically heated shirts. He shook his head, closed his bag and continued walking, trying not to dwell on Jules. Being back in Gryffindor clearly wasn't improving Jules' opinion of Harry. Or perhaps it was James. Harry had maintained fairly regular correspondence with his father, fairly regular being about once a month. Every letter he received was stilted and awkward. James clearly had no idea how to handle the son he had abandoned, especially now that Harry was back as a Slytherin and refusing to take any of the Potter nonsense. Each time he saw James's owl, Achilles, winging its way toward the Slytherin table, Harry felt increasingly frustrated with his father's attitude. "You're doing a terrible job of not fuming." Harry took a deep breath, practicing Occulmency just as the path opened into a clearing. There, Theo, Neville, Justin, Pansy and Daphne were engaged in an all-out snowball fight. Harry froze in place. Daphne, in a snowball fight. Off to the side, Blaise and Hermione were perched on a log. Hermione waved, while Blaise offered a smirk when they spotted him. Harry raised a finger to his lips, returning the smirk, and cautiously stepped into the clearing. Theo, Pansy and Neville had built a makeshift barricade of snow, using it as cover against Justin and Daphne. "Got you!" Neville shouted triumphantly as a snowball hit Justin square in the face. "Boomerang!" Theo yelled, celebrating as he nailed Daphne. Harry nearly choked on a laugh. He really needed to get Justin to stop teaching Theo incorrect Muggle slang. Daphne retaliated, unleashing a barrage of snowballs on their fort, forcing all three to duck. Harry pointed his wand at the snow. "Wingardium Leviosa," he whispered, focusing intently. A large clump of loose snow lifted from the ground and drifted forward. Justin and Daphne froze, eyes wide. "What?" Theo began, but before he could finish, Harry ended the spell. The snow collapsed on Theo, Neville and Pansy's heads, eliciting screams from all three. "Bravo," Blaise said, sauntering over with his hands in his pockets. "Masterful timing." "Why, thank you," Harry replied, tucking his wand away. Justin and Daphne jogged over from the other side of the clearing. "We didn't need your help," Daphne sniffed. "I never said you did," Harry shrugged. "I did it because I thought it'd be funny." "It was," Justin chimed in, grinning. Theo scrambled to his feet, brushing snow from his hair and shooting a glare at Harry. "Says you." "Yes, says me," Justin agreed, clearly enjoying Theo's frustration. Harry snickered at the expression on Theo's face. Neville, however, was more forgiving, taking a different approach. With a laugh, Pansy shook the snow out of her scarf, glaring at Harry with such intensity that he resolved to inspect his dinner for mild poisons that night. "So, Harry," Blaise said, "care to explain how you got here?" Harry cast a privacy charm. He had gotten quite good at these this year. While it wouldn't be difficult for someone else to break through, he'd know if anyone did, and until then, their group enjoyed a bubble of silence. He began to tell them about the Marauder's map. Hermione's eyes widened. "That's incredibly advanced magic, not to mention potentially dangerous. Remember what Mr. Weasley said last year? Never trust anything that can think for itself unless you know where it keeps its brain." "Fred and George have been using it for years," Harry replied. "They're fine. I need to do some research, but I think it's an adaptation of the spell that gives portraits a bit of their subject's personality and independence, but no free will, no true sentience." He paused, then added, "If I start acting strangely, take it away from me and hide it somewhere." "Deal," Theo said. "In the meantime, this is incredibly useful." Harry nodded vigorously. He and Theo had become quite adept at sneaking around after curfew, but now they wouldn't need the snake's help nearly as much. Still, he resolved to keep bribing them to scout. He was pretty sure at least a few of them genuinely enjoyed it, and having the castle snakes on his side could prove extremely beneficial in the future. He cancelled the privacy charm, and they began to make their way back toward Hogsmeade. "You're not worried about Black?" Justin asked. Harry shrugged. "I figure he's after Jules first, me second. If the Ministry story is true," Pansy finished, eyeing him shrewdly. "Has Mr. Weasley turned up anything interesting?" "Not that he's told me," Harry replied. "Or the twins. I checked with them last week." "But the fact that he hasn't found anything is interesting," Theo added. Harry pointed. "Got it in one," Harry said. "Plus the Dementors," Neville added. Blaise snorted. "Neville, Black has already gotten past them twice, and the Ministry has no clue how he did it either time. They're just pretending to know what they're doing, when in reality all they can do is pray to Merlin that the Dementors work this time." "While Dumbledore hopes his ridiculous decision to allow those things around a school doesn't come back to bite him," Daphne chimed in. "Did James—" Neville started, but he didn't need to finish the sentence. Harry let out a bitter laugh. "Oh, he sent a reprimand to the school governors, and he made sure to write me about how he was doing his best to ensure nothing like that ever happened again. Meanwhile, I found out from Draco Malfoy, of all people, that his father, who knows the duties of a governor inside and out, despite being kicked off the board after being accused of giving Megan Jorkins a dark artifact last year, told him it was just a token gesture at best, nothing with any real power behind it, which is strange because as Lord Potter, James could have unleashed hell on the school for letting Dementors in. I'm sure if it had been his precious boy who lived nearly falling to his death, he would have." There was a moment of silence. Harry frowned at the snow beneath his feet. He wanted to get back to Hogsmeade, visit the bookstore, the sweet shop, and have some fun to wipe these thoughts from his mind. "Harry, are you sure Malfoy wasn't just saying that to be a prat?" Justin asked. Harry shrugged. "I thought he might, so I took it to Noah Bowl. He owes me for helping him through his arithmancy mid-year exam. He took it to his older brother, and they both said Malfoy was telling the truth." "Your father's a git, and Dumbledore has no business running a school," Neville said finally. "Gran used to say that all the time when I was younger. I'll have to tell her I understand what she meant now." "About both of them now," Hermione said, shaking her head grimly. Harry knew that Blaise and Theo were eagerly anticipating their return home for Christmas. When Theo had suggested the possibility of staying over the holidays, Harry shot them both a glare until they reluctantly agreed to pass the list on without signing it. He didn't regret his decision, but it did mean he would be the only third year staying at school for Christmas. Ginny was staying too, along with the Carrow twins, Bletchley and Flint. What a happy family we'll be, Harry thought, glancing around the empty common room and taking note of who he had agreed to spend the holidays with. Hestia knew she would find Potter in the library. That was where he had spent at least 5 or 6 hours every day since break began. Last night he had been chatting with the Weasley twins in the Great Hall, claiming his schoolwork was finished, but that he had other things to do. They were organising a pick-up Quidditch game that included Bletchley, the Weasley twins, and one of the Gryffindor chasers. Hestia couldn't care less about Quidditch, but she was definitely interested in what Potter was up to in the library. She had been meaning to talk to him anyway, and figured she might as well see if she could uncover some of his closely guarded secrets while she was at it. As she cast a powerful and illegal detection spell on the hidden corner of the library that Potter favoured, her eyebrows shot up in surprise. Not only did he have 3 anti-intruder wards and a privacy charm, but the charm was 4th-year material. One of the wards was a basic run ward, while the other 2 had been 6th-year material before being banned as dark in the wave of spell-censoring legislation that followed the Statue of Secrecy. Potter was getting more intriguing every week. She had initially thought he was just another one of Dumbledore's brainwashed followers, mistakenly sorted into Slytherin. It had taken until this year, and the Quidditch team's intervention, for her to reluctantly admit she had been wrong. He was every bit a Slytherin, and he was highly skilled. Hestia had always thought of Harry as intelligent, but the rumours about his childhood held more truth than she expected. He was surprisingly open-minded when they occasionally tested him with ideological discussions in the Quidditch lounge. Now she had caught him using illegal warding spells in the Hogwarts library. "What are you hiding?" she wondered, preparing to cast a spell. Like Potter's wards, the spell she conjured was also illegal. It stripped away all 4 of his enchantments in one swift move. As she rounded the corner, a smirk played on her lips. "Potter!" In an instant, Harry was on his feet, wand drawn. His reflexes were impressive. "Caro," he replied. That's when Hestia noticed a viper coiled on the table, black with green markings around its head. It was about 2 feet long, likely Loharian, and poised to strike. Suddenly, her confidence wavered. She didn't know where to focus her attention, on the 3rd-year student with the killing curse green eyes, or the deadly snake waiting nearby. They stood frozen, forming a triangle of uncertainty, each waiting for the other to make the first move. What a mess, Hestia thought, forcing herself to lower her wand slowly. She was the aggressor here. As much as she hated the idea, she knew she had to back down first if she wanted to avoid a duel. She could probably defeat Potter in a fight, but the snake changed everything. "Illegal ward spells," she said, trying to regain her composure. "I'm impressed." "Yet they evidently posed you no challenge," he shot back. It had taken more power than she would ever admit to dismantle all his spell work at once. "Yes, well, you're skilled, but I've got 2 years on you, Potter. You're hardly the only student engaging in some independent study." She gestured toward the table, which, if you ignored the snake, was cluttered with rune books that were definitely outside their syllabus. Potter studied her intently. How had she never noticed just how green and how cold his eyes were? Had she really dismissed him to such a degree? Hestia took a deep breath, trying to shake off the tension. "I'm not here to hex you," she said, feeling a mix of annoyance and reluctance as she slowly tucked her wand into her pocket. "If that snake kills me, my sister knows where to find me." Flora had wanted to come along, but Hestia insisted that one of them needed to stay back. Since Flora dreaded talking to anyone who wasn't her twin, that left Hestia to face the Slytherin Potter. "She won't bite unless you move to hurt me," Potter replied, finally sliding his wand back into the holster on his forearm. He cautiously sat back down, eyeing her warily. If you're not here to hex me, have a seat, and let's talk like civilized people." Hestia caught the faint smirk on his face. He was well aware that sitting across from a parcel-mouth with his snake in between them hardly qualified as civilized conversation. Still, he correctly guessed that she had something to discuss, and he wouldn't call him out on it. She took a seat, feeling the weight of both Potter's gaze and that of the snake. "What's its name?" Hestia asked. Potter cocked his head, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Why should I tell you?" "Because I'm curious about how long you've been hiding a snake familiar," she countered, intrigued. This was turning out to be more interesting than she had anticipated. A snake familiar, a particularly deadly one at that. Dumbledore would never allow it, and James Potter would surely have a fit, which suggested that neither of them knew. He pondered her question for a moment. "Just this year," he finally replied. "I found her over the summer." "Impressive," Hestia said, genuinely impressed. "I assume your friends know?" Potter nodded slightly. His demeanour was unsettlingly calm for someone his age. Even the airs of Greengrass and Zabini struggled to match his composure. Witnessing it in full force was surprising yet again. "So you're close enough with Granger and Longbottom that a couple of Gryffindors keep this a secret," she remarked. "What a historic occasion." Speaking of which," he said, a glint in his eye, "you'll be keeping this a secret as well, Hestia." He grinned at her. "How do you know?" Hestia asked. "You'll be swearing an oath on your magic," he replied confidently, not arrogantly. Even she had never accused the Potter heir of arrogance. He was quiet and careful, only revealing his hand when he had the advantage. That made her wary of his intentions now. "You can't threaten me with your familiar," she countered. "If I die here, Flora will go straight to Snape, the headmaster, and our parents." Potter smirked and casually stroked the viper with one hand. "You ought to have taken care. This is a Loharian viper. I did some research, and just last weekend I learned that Loharians have two types of venom. One is lethal, and the other is a paralytic. If you refuse the oath, she'll take you out of commission, and I'll erase your memories of this encounter. I've only practiced Obliviate on school owls and Mrs. Norris, though, so I can't guarantee it won't leave any damage. On the other hand, you can take the oath and keep your memory." "Why would you even offer?" Hestia asked. "And what about Flora? Not everyone's twin is as much a prat as yours." "I'm aware," he said dryly. "I'm offering because I'd appreciate it if the two of you didn't consider me a walking target, shielded only by flint." He was hoping to strengthen the wary truce they had maintained for the last year and a half into a true alliance by letting her in on one of his secrets. Hestia could hardly fault him for taking precautions. "And if you vow to also make Flora swear such a vow before you tell her, then yes," Potter added. "Why not an unbreakable vow?" she asked, testing him. Potter raised an eyebrow. "I'm a third year. I highly doubt anyone below seventh could cast an unbreakable vow. Besides, we'd need a bonder, and I'm not willing to bring anyone else into this." Hestia grinned at him, regretting the loss of such a prime blackmail opportunity. An oath on her magic would mean losing her powers if she broke it, a clever move by Potter, knowing how terrifying that was to any witch worth her salt. However, unlike an unbreakable vow, this one bound her only to the letter, not the spirit. As long as he made her swear not to tell anyone, she could still show them. If he insisted on revealing it, it would be trickier, but she could always arrange for someone else to find out, ensuring the actual discovery came from them. "I accept the vow," she said. Potter drew his wand. You'll swear never to speak of or in any way reveal my serpent familiar's existence or any aspect of my actions connected to her to anyone who doesn't already know the secret. The exception is Flora Carrow, as long as she makes a verbatim oath on her magic to you before you reveal anything." Hestia touched the tip of her wand to his. "Vortus," he said, and she repeated the oath. Potter nodded and tucked his wand away. He spoke in a soft, hissing voice to his familiar, and Hestia couldn't help but flinch at the sound of Parseltongue. The snake relaxed, coiling up Potter's left arm to rest around his shoulders. He absently ran his fingers over the snake's abdomen. "Now that's out of the way, what did you really come here for?" he asked. Hestia paused to gather her thoughts. "It seems a bit trivial now," she replied with a smirk. "I was planning to extend an offer of alliance in exchange for your help with arithmancy. You're one of the top students in the class." "No need for flattery. I know my class rank perfectly well," Potter said, raising an eyebrow. "You'd be better off asking Justin Finch Fletchley. He's consistently better than I am, and would probably be a more patient teacher than Granger." He paused. "If, of course, you can bring yourself to work with a mudblood." Hestia recognized the test for what it was, irritation bubbling beneath the surface. Little brat. Two could play at this game. "Blood matters," she replied, keeping her gaze steady on him. "Ability matters more." If Potter understood the weight of her words, he didn't show it. He simply shrugged. "All right, I'll talk to him. Just remember, you'll need to be polite." "Finch Fletchley actually makes an effort to fit into wizarding culture," Hestia shot back icily. So many didn't, and it infuriated her. "He's doing even better this year. I assume the Zabinis gave him a wake-up call this summer before the wedding. I only reserve the title Mudblood for those who don't even try." For the first time, Potter's expression shifted slightly, a frown creasing his forehead. She didn't know what it meant, but she made a note of it for later. "See you around," she said with a grin, turning to leave. Hestia couldn't wait to get back to the dorms and share everything she'd just learned with Flora. Maybe she could even drop a hint to Miles that they had definitely been right about Potter. Chapter 7. An eventful Christmas holiday. Harry found himself replaying the strange conversation with Hestia throughout the day. Her discovery of Eris had thrown her off balance for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. The sharp-edged Slytherin revealed nothing more after that. It was one of the most unsettling and, if he was honest, engaging experiences of his life. He had gone toe-to-toe with one of Slytherin's most dangerous students and emerged, well, not exactly victorious, but certainly no worse off than before. They had both gained something from the encounter, and that was what mattered. He had been spending a lot of time with Ginny, Fred, and George, enjoying Quidditch or card games. When he wasn't with them, he was either reading or working on his rune spell. The day after his chat with Hestia, Bletchley and his friend Adelina Roll from Ravenclaw showed up at the Quidditch pitch and asked to join in. Fred and George hesitated for only a moment before agreeing. The older students were somewhat reserved, but engaged in the game, and afterward they occasionally dropped by when Harry and the Weasley siblings were hanging out in the common leisure rooms. They would offer to help Ginny with her potions homework, or casually teach a certain spell during a Quidditch pickup game. Harry noticed the types of spells they mentioned, all of them grey, and realized they were testing both the Weasleys and him. Fortunately, Fred, George, and Ginny didn't seem to react to the situation any differently than out of mere curiosity. Harry couldn't quite pinpoint the reason behind their sudden friendliness, but he was convinced it had something to do with Hestia Carrow. The timing felt too suspicious. In the 2 weeks leading up to Christmas, Theo and Harry exchanged a flurry of letters. They had discussed their plans before Theo went home, but neither of them could contact the goblins from Hogwarts without raising suspicion. This meant they had to wait until Theo was home to finalize their plans through coded letters. Harry had even taught Theo some Muggle codes, as wizards often overlooked the utility of such methods. They tended to overlook everything related to Muggles. By Christmas, most of their plans were already finalized. To his frustration, Harry still couldn't cast a corporeal Patronus, but he stubbornly continued to practice. Jules would almost certainly receive instruction on it over the holidays. On Christmas morning, Harry woke at his usual time. He had gotten out of bed and made it halfway to the bathroom when he suddenly realized what day it was. "Eris!" he called, sprinting back into his dorm. Christmas was the one day a year when Harry allowed himself to relax, to forget about Slytherin politics, family drama, and schemes. "Eris, wake up! Happy Christmas!" Eris poked her head out from the bed covers, looking quite irritable. The winter chill had firmly settled in the castle a week before Christmas, and she no longer wanted to ride around in his pack. At night she still enjoyed his body heat, but during the day she preferred to stay curled up in his trunk. And she certainly didn't appreciate being woken up. "I don't understand why you humans are so obsessed with giving each other things," she grumbled. "If you want something, just take it. There's no sense in waiting around and hoping someone will hand it to you." "It's fun," Harry replied. "Giving gifts is enjoyable because it makes your friends happy, and receiving them is great because it shows that people care." "I suppose," Eris said, flicking his arm with her tail. "Snakes keep it simple. I still think that's better." "Of course you do. You are one," Harry said, amusement evident in his voice. She hissed at him in annoyance before diving back into the blankets. Harry made sure to tuck the blankets in snugly, adding a bit of warmth before he left. Ginny always woke up early on Christmas. She had since she was little. In the burrow, it was a day filled with family, an abundance of food, and lots of love and laughter. The presents were a bonus, but they had always been practical and not the main focus of the day. She found that Slytherins did things a bit differently. Family remained important, along with laughter, connection, and friendship was important, but the act of giving and receiving gifts held a special significance. For some, it was an art form. Selecting the right gift for someone demonstrated how much you valued them and how well you understood their tastes. Pansy had spent 2 hours lecturing Ginny about the importance of gift-giving during her first year. It was considered crass to rely on expensive items to make up for a lack of thoughtful selection based on who the person was and what they meant to you. In the end, the amount spent was not the key factor. This realization had come as a relief to Ginny. Ever since she began assisting Fred and George with their smuggling and experiments to earn a little extra money, her budget had been tight. She loved the way Slytherins celebrated Christmas. The joy of selecting the perfect gifts and watching people open them, or seeing her friends enjoy them later, brought her so much happiness. However, being in the dungeons, curled up in an armchair waiting for Harry, made her feel sad. She wished she could be at home or with her brothers. Percy and Ron had been giving her the cold shoulder since her sorting, and her parents didn't know how to handle her outspoken nature. Bill wasn't around either. It was only the twins, but they often got sidetracked by teasing Ron and Percy. Half the time, Ginny found herself alone. She couldn't deny that she was glad to learn Harry would be staying over Christmas. It provided the perfect excuse for her to do the same. "Oh, Mum, you know I worry about him. He's so nice to all the younger students, but he doesn't have anywhere to go for the holidays. He's far too polite to ask to stay at someone's house. I'll miss you, of course, but I wouldn't feel right coming home and leaving him with just the upper-year Slytherins for company. Plus, Fred, George and Ron are staying too." Once, Ginny might have felt guilty for bending the truth to her mother, but now she couldn't bring herself to care. She was excited about spending time with Harry, Fred and George, playing Quidditch and avoiding her parents. Percy had been getting homework help from the older Slytherins, who seemed to be warming up to Harry lately, and by extension to her. Hopefully, Ron wouldn't find out about that. He was already making snide comments about Ginny spending time with Death Eater Spawn. Even Jules had joined in on the criticism. Ginny curled her lip, recalling their complaints from last August, when she had invited Evelyn over for the day. "I don't know how you used to have a crush on him," Evelyn had muttered, glancing at Jules. Ginny had to admit she felt the same way. That was the last time she invited one of her Slytherin friends over. After that she had gone to Luna's place, and so had Nat and Evelyn. Ginny wished she could be with them, but she couldn't blame them for going home. Both of them had families waiting for them, no matter how dysfunctional they might be. As for Ginny, well, she did have family, but she had enough of them during the summers, thank you very much. She had been sitting in the common room for a solid 2 hours when Harry finally emerged. His head was tilted back in a yawn, and his hair was tousled from sleep. For a moment he looked oddly like Jules. But then he tipped his head forward, and the light caught the silver frames of his glasses and the sharp edges of his smile, breaking the illusion. Ginny grinned at him. "Happy Christmas, Harry." "Happy Christmas." He flopped into a chair opposite her and pointed his wand at the tree, frowning. His pile of gifts lifted and floated over to where they were sitting. Ginny made a face. Evelyn had walked into the knight's room a few months ago and caught him practicing wordless magic, including the levitation charm. She, Ginny and Nat had confronted him a few days later. He had said flatly that controlling his accidental magic had been essential for his survival as a child, and that it had translated into a very limited ability to cast low-level spells without words. He was working on expanding that ability. He made it sound like a small thing, but it really wasn't. Ginny remembered 3 of her brothers struggling with wandless magic during their 6th years. Bill figured it out pretty quickly. Charlie took a more average pace, and Percy was a bit slower, which drove him mad and made Ginny snicker all through her first year. She and Harry got to work casting detection spells, uncovering 2 hexed packages in Harry's pile. His expression darkened as he levitated them into the fire, and then they eagerly tore into their gifts. Ginny was trying hard to adopt Slytherin manners, gradually turning her concentrated efforts into habit. Pansy had even mentioned that it was acceptable for younger students to toss their gifts out the window during holidays like Christmas, when they were in the privacy of the common room, and Ginny happily followed suit. In her pile, Ginny found cards from Pansy, Daphne and Blaise, a book of Quidditch manoeuvres from Demelza, an odd-looking but beautiful bracelet from Luna that hummed with strange magic and perfectly matched Ginny's eyes, yet came with no explanation. There was also a book titled The Lost Art of Practical Dueling from the twins, the usual sweater and food package from her mum, a pair of quality Quidditch goggles from Evelyn, and sweets from Arya and the boys. Lastly, there was a huge box of clothes from Nat, just like last year. Ginny frowned when she opened it. Inside were robes, dresses, trousers, boots, blouses, skirts and shorts. Fashionable, in tasteful colours, practical and useful, and, if she knew Nat, perfectly fitted. Most were in wizarding style, but some began to emulate Muggle fashion, since Nat had mentioned that 2 high-end designers had recently hired a Muggle-raised half-blood to spice up their ideas. "Why the frown?" Harry asked. "That's an excellent gift." "Nat's a good friend," Ginny replied with a sigh. She glanced at Harry suspiciously, recalling how she had gotten Fred and George to admit just how dreadful Harry's Muggle clothes had been when they rescued him after his first year. Maybe he would understand. At least he'd probably come closer than most of the other Slytherins. "It's just, last year, Nat did the same thing. When I went home for the summer wearing my new clothes, Ron, Charlie, and Mum went through the roof." "Why?" Harry asked, setting aside a set of books with old, cracked spines and indistinguishable titles. They looked like relics, probably grey or dark, just like both Slytherin House and Harry, as Ginny now knew. Surprisingly, that thought didn't unnerve her anymore. She shrugged, digging through the box a bit. Nat really did have excellent taste. Ron, you know him. "Let me guess, he went off on a rant about you thinking you're too good for them now," Harry said, a hint of distaste in his voice. "Nailed it." Ginny felt her cheeks flush with anger at the memory. "So, of course, I told him they were gifts and that it's not my fault I have better friends." "Ooh," Harry winced. "You could probably have exercised a bit more tact there." Her flush deepened, this time from embarrassment. "I know. I acted like a Gryffindor." "It's forgivable," he said, smirking. "You grew up in a house full of them. De-Gryffindorifying you might take a few years." She laughed. "Anyway, he got even more mad, and Charlie scolded me for accepting charity, while Mum yelled at me for being ungrateful and for wearing clothes that, well, aren't what Weasleys wear or some nonsense. I think she hated that I dressed more like a pureblood from a middling-income family," Harry said dryly. "Yeah, that. Is it charity, Harry?" "It's not. Nat's your friend, Ginny. It's not as if you didn't give her a gift in return that was chosen just as carefully for her as this was for you. It's not her fault her family has huge vaults and yours doesn't." She looked away, and Harry leaned forward, his eyes suddenly intense. "No, stop. Slytherins don't shy away from talking about this. This sort of thing is factual. The Nielsens are old and wealthy, while your family is old but not wealthy. Natalie probably noticed that you felt a bit out of place wearing second-hand robes, and she wanted to help you out." "I was the only one, though," Ginny replied. "Literally every single Slytherin upperclassman always had nice robes." Harry hesitated, and Ginny caught it. "What?" she asked. He smirked. "Observant. Maybe the de-Gryffindorifying will be easier than I thought. So, this isn't something we share with other houses, okay? It falls under rules 1 and 6, house unity and Slytherin secrets. When we have students who can't afford school supplies, books and decent robes, since the school scholarship funds only go to Muggle-borns and orphans," he rolled his eyes at this policy, "the 7th-year prefects are responsible for ensuring they have what they need and can dress and present themselves well, representing Slytherin House. We take care of our own. You know Ava Pusey, the current 7th-year prefect? She talked to me when I was a first-year and made sure I had access to the Potter vaults after my fight with James." A flash of disdain crossed his face at the mention of his father. Everett Kinney's paternal grandfather cut Kinney and his mum out of the will completely when she divorced Kinney's dad and took him to court for domestic abuse, and won. In his first year, The seventh years, especially those from wealthy families, helped him out. It wasn't a fortune, but it was enough to ensure he had a full new wardrobe in his size, along with new books and potion supplies, etc. By the time he finished speaking, Ginny was staring at him in undisguised shock. "So, if Nat hadn't blackmailed me into going through catalogues with her—" "Is that what happened?" Harry asked, laughing. "Remind me to compliment her when she comes back to school." "Yeah, if she hadn't, one of the prefects would have stepped in. Gotten the others together and made sure you had whatever else you needed." "Why didn't Pansy know about this?" Ginny asked. "It's not something that's openly discussed. The graduating prefects inform the rising seventh-year prefects about the tradition at the end of each year. Then, if any of the first years need help, they take care of it. Pansy wouldn't know about it because no one in our year needed assistance." "There's nothing wrong with having second-hand or used things," Ginny argued, feeling an unexpected urge to defend her family. Harry raised his eyebrows. "Of course not. Buying used items in good condition saves a lot of money and usually works just fine. But it's also important to look your best. It really boosts your confidence and helps make a good first impression. Is it really so bad that Slytherin wants to ensure all the snakes have that opportunity?" Ginny frowned. "I guess not." It did make a lot of sense, and if she was honest with herself, she had loved wearing the clothes Nat had given her last year. She enjoyed looking nice and wearing pretty clothes. Sure, she was a tomboy, but that didn't mean she didn't appreciate the occasional dress or a lovely set of robes. The reactions of her family over the summer had made her hesitate. "I grew up wearing my Muggle cousin's nasty, beat-up rags," Harry said. He would purposely tear them, stretch them, and grind them into the dirt, so by the time I got them they were horrid. Plus, he was about 3 times my size, so nothing fit. I got laughed at and mocked nearly every day. As soon as I found out about my trust vault, I made sure to buy a full wizarding wardrobe made of high-end materials. Not because I think inheriting money proves your worth, but because there's no shame in trying to protect yourself and present yourself well to the world. People can be cruel and irrational. I'd bet that if you hadn't worn Nat's gift, Ron would have turned around and mocked you for being the only Slytherin without fancy clothes," Harry pointed out. Ginny's frown deepened into a scowl. He was right. As much as she loved her brother, she wasn't feeling too fond of him lately. "Thanks," she muttered. Harry smirked. "Any time, Ginny." She turned back to her pile of gifts, but something under the tree caught her eye. Frowning, she said, "Wingardium Leviosa," and a long, thin, wrapped parcel floated into the air. She carefully levitated it over to their table. Harry barely looked up from a letter. "New broom?" he asked casually. "It's addressed to you," Ginny replied. "How'd you miss it?" That got his attention. He set the letter aside and squinted at the package. "I didn't see it," he admitted. "I take it you didn't order a new broom." "No," Ginny frowned at the package. "I hate to say this, but giving you a cursed broom would be a really good way to get you hurt." "Don't hate to say it," Harry said absently, casting a charm to detect any malevolent spells. It came up empty. "It's good to be cautious. I highly doubt Jules is clever or powerful enough to pull this off, but the Potters do have enemies." Ginny realized that Harry was stuck in a tough position regarding the Potters' enemies. On one hand, their enemies were his enemies too. On the other hand, he was somewhat estranged from his family, and maybe some of those enemies would go easy on him for that. It was a bit like how Malfoy hated Ron, but completely ignored Ginny. Harry continued casting all the detection spells he knew. Ginny was impressed. She hadn't paid attention earlier since she was focused on her own spells. But he clearly knew a lot more than she did, and still turned up nothing. "Go on, unwrap it," Ginny urged, leaning forward with curiosity. Nearby, Bletchley, the Carrows and Flint were sprawled out, seemingly oblivious to the excitement. Harry sat on a cluster of sofas across the common room and shot a curious look at Ginny. He peeled back the brown paper, opened the box, and froze. "What's—" Ginny's words trailed off. "What the bloody hell?" Harry whispered. "That's a firebolt," Ginny said in awe. "A firebolt, Harry? That's the fastest broom in the world. Even World Cup teams aren't buying them yet. Do you know how much that cost? Who would have bought you this? And can I fly on it?" "I have a feeling it's ridiculously expensive. I have no idea who sent it to me, and yes, you can fly on it as soon as I figure out it's not hexed to kill me," Harry replied grimly. Ginny winced. She had gotten so excited about the firebolt sitting just 2 feet away that she completely forgot it might be a trap. Harry stared at the broom, unable to laugh at the sheer awe and borderline worship on Ginny's face. There it was, a firebolt, in his common room, addressed to him. He grabbed it decisively and stood up, marching over to the upper years' seats. "Pot, oh, excellent, you've got a new broom," Flint said, eyeing the package. Harry hadn't taken the broom out of the box. He didn't want to touch it directly. "What model?" Flint asked. "I think someone sent it to me," Harry said. "I don't know who or why." "Probably because you broke yours," Hestia said nastily. Harry was too confused to engage in any verbal sparring with her. He just kept looking at Flint. "I suspect it's hexed," he said. Flint shook his head. "Potter, you're paranoid. It's no secret your broom was shattered, and anyone in Slytherin knows Lord Malfoy hasn't been able to get a replacement yet." "Shows money isn't everything," Bletchley muttered. "No, actually, I'm fairly sure I'm not being paranoid, because this is really... "That's weird," Harry said, as he placed the broom box down on the table. Flint stared at it, blinking in disbelief. "What the heck?" Bletchley shouted suddenly. Ginny drifted over, standing a bit behind Harry and watching intently. "That's a bloody firebolt," Flint breathed, his expression shifting from shock to suspicion. Harry nodded in agreement. "The only reason I can think of for someone sending me a firebolt is that they want me to get excited, forget it was anonymous, jump on for an immediate joyride, and end up in trouble. I think we all know my dad isn't about to spend more than a couple of knuts on a new broom for me." "And you want our help to make sure it's not about to turn into a murder weapon," Bletchley said. Harry shrugged. "I'm 13. I know a fair number of diagnostic spells, but I'm not naive enough to think whoever sent me this firebolt couldn't have put some malicious spell work on it that would evade a 3rd year." Hestia and Flint exchanged a glance. "It's Christmas," Flint said bluntly. "Why don't you bring it to us in a few hours? We'll take a look. If we can't find anything, you might want to run it by Snape before you ride it." As unpleasant as that idea sounded, Harry knew Flint had a solid point. "Thanks." During the holidays, the house tables went unused, so Harry took advantage of the feast to sit with Hermione, Ginny, Luna, Fred, George, and Anthony. Ronald, Jules, and some other Gryffindors ended up at the far end of the table. Thank Merlin for that. Harry couldn't even focus on the chaos of confetti, white mice, and loud bangs created by the wizard crackers. He leaned in and quietly shared the news about the firebolt with his friends. "Are you sure it was anonymous?" Hermione asked, her brow furrowed in concern. Harry shot her an annoyed look. "Yes, Hermione, I made sure to check all the packaging thoroughly, with detection and revealing charms, just like you wanted." "Then the Slytherin upper years went over it all again with more spells than I can count, and they found nothing," she said, a blush creeping across her cheeks. "I can't believe you took it to Snape without even checking it first," George muttered. "How very Gryffindor of you," Anthony remarked with a grin. "Harry's right. This is very strange. What if it's hexed?" "It's nearly impossible to curse a firebolt," Fred responded. "Nearly impossible," Harry echoed. "Not completely. Whoever sent this to me clearly has massive resources at their disposal. They could probably figure out how to curse a firebolt if they were motivated." Fred sighed. "You lot are too clever for your own good." "It's not paranoia if they're really out to get you," Hermione chimed in. "I'm glad you approached this intelligently, Harry." "Me too," Harry replied dryly. Luna blinked at him over her plate piled high with pumpkin pie, Caesar salad, and sushi. He decided not to question her choices. "Tell Professor Snape to check for an infestation of blibbering humdingers," she said seriously. Right. I'll do that," Harry said. "Thanks, Luna." She returned to her food. Harry tried to focus on the feast, but part of his mind lingered in Snape's office with his new broom. He really hoped there was another explanation for its origins, something that didn't involve someone's trying to kill Harry Potter, preferably one that would let him keep the broom. The day after Christmas, Harry finally set into motion a plan he'd been devising for 6 months, with Theo's help. Selling the basilisk parts from the Chamber of Secrets. There was another passage besides the one in the bathrooms, leading from the back end of the Slytherin dorms. It was extremely well concealed and accessible only through Parseltongue. Harry had avoided using it so far this year because the trip to the chamber and back meant he had to be absolutely certain he had no obligations for at least an hour. But over the holidays... The holiday break right after Christmas was the perfect opportunity for Harry to slip down to the Chamber of Secrets. It would have been even better if he could make the trip at night, but without the ability to cast a Patronus, the presence of Dementors made that impossible. The chamber looked just as he had left it. He reignited the wizard flame burning high above him, though the giant basilisk corpse somewhat diminished the warmth of the light. Over the summer, Harry had spent 2 weeks obsessively studying how to extract vital potion ingredients from dead snakes and mastering the skinning charm for valuable pelts. He strongly suspected that charm could also be used as a nasty curse in a duel, and he filed that idea away for future reference. Last June, he, Theo, Blaise, and Neville had spent 2 hours layering preservation charms over the basilisk until none of them had enough magic left to cast any more. A more complicated spell, like those used in the potions sections of their trunks, would have done the job in one go. But before they could cast such a spell, their magical cores needed to mature, stabilize, and strengthen. So they resorted to piling low-level preservation charms on top of one another and hoped for the best. It seemed they had been successful. The basilisk looked just as it had then. Wand in hand, Harry began carefully stripping the preservation charms away. The task took 30 minutes, but fortunately didn't require a lot of power. None of them had used spell modifications that would make the charms difficult to undo. He knew he couldn't ignore this. Leaving the spells in place while he worked could cause undesirable reactions with both old and new spells, as well as with the potent inherent magic of the basilisk's body and tissues. Once all the charms were down, he took a deep breath and set about his tasks. 4 gruesome hours later, Harry was finished. He had several jugs of basilisk blood, jars of venom he had collected the year before, a substantial amount of basilisk skin bundled into rolls, and a good-sized box of powdered ingredients ready for use. Harry collected a basilisk fang and a container of powdered bone, along with jars filled with its liver, kidneys, heart, stomach fluid, and cerebrospinal fluid. All of these could fetch high prices on the black market. He decided to keep 2 out of the 6 jars of venom for himself, along with a bundle of skin and smaller boxes of powdered fang and bone for personal use. Theo would receive 1 jar, a bundle, and 2 slightly smaller boxes. For now, he left everything in the chamber, including the butchered corpse, which he planned to deal with tomorrow. With a heavy sigh, Harry tossed a blanket over the items he needed to move, and glared at the pile. Well, if nothing else, I can practice my wandless magic, he thought. Still frowning, he concentrated on the pile and felt the strain as everything slowly lifted off the ground, still concealed beneath the blanket. This is ridiculous, he muttered to himself as he began the walk back up the tunnel to the Slytherin dorms. The tunnel let out at a small door tucked behind Slytherin's feet, and was thankfully much shorter than the pipe and dramatic door route from the second-floor bathroom. He paused to check the map at the exit. The Carrows, Bletchley, and Flint were all in the Great Hall. Ginny was on the 5th floor with Luna and Demelza, likely dueling while Luna watched, judging by Ginny and Demelza's positions and slight movements. Dumbledore was gone. Most of the professors were in their offices or quarters in the West Wing, and Pomona Sprout was out in the greenhouses. He'd have to be careful about her. All the other students were in the first-floor common spaces, their common rooms or the library, except for Fred, George, and Katie Bell, who were on the Quidditch pitch. Filch was roaming the 6th floor. Harry wished desperately that the map showed ghosts or Peeves, but he would have to manage without that information. "Open," he commanded the dead end of the passage. The stone dissolved into a grey mist. Harry stepped through, his levitated items trailing behind him. Harry moved swiftly through the dimly lit corridors, a pile of basilisk byproducts trailing behind him. As he walked, the wall behind him seamlessly reformed, leaving no trace of its existence. Out of curiosity, on the day he discovered the passage while exploring the chamber last year, he had cast every secret revealing spell he knew, but found nothing. The same happened when he repeated the experiment this fall, using even stronger spells. With the Marauder's map active and held firmly in his hands, he frequently paused in the shadows of the dungeons to check for anyone nearby. He took secret passages and back routes whenever possible, even if they took longer. He needed to avoid high-traffic areas where ghosts might spot him. Despite transporting a considerable amount of highly restricted, arguably dark potion ingredients from a corpse locked in a room he had convinced Dumbledore he couldn't access, his heartbeat remained steady. Harry wasn't one to worry. This was the best plan they had come up with, and he was confident it would work because he had the map, his wits, and his magic. Instead of exiting the dungeons near the entrance hall, which was the usual route for Slytherins, he took a lesser-known offshoot that led to one of Filch's many cleaning supply stashes. The cramped storage room was tidy and connected to a back hall on the 1st floor, where 4 unused, dusty rooms sat in silence, and a single service door to the grounds had been mostly forgotten. Harry disabled the locking enchantments with a few swift slashes of his wand and murmured incantations. The door had been designed for students and staff with permission, making it easier for him to bypass the spells as a recognized Hogwarts student. He slipped out into the grounds, knowing this was the most perilous part of his journey. The odds of anyone looking out the window and spotting him leaving the castle were low, but still a concern. He kept to the small patches of trees, moving quickly, his winter cloak pulled tight against the cold. Periodically, he flicked his wand and whispered the incantation for a gentle breeze, helping to cover his escape. Harry cast charms to erase his footprints as he moved. When he reached the edge of the grounds, he paused. He had done his homework. There were supposed to be wards along the perimeter of Hogwarts property. The forest surrounded the castle on 3 sides, stretching for miles in every direction. However, on the side facing Hogsmeade, the land that was magically and legally considered part of the castle grounds ended much closer to the castle itself. A low stone wall separated Hogwarts from the public property of Hogsmeade, but that wall wasn't the real obstacle. It simply served as a warning of where the wards were located. Fortunately for Harry, the wards were only concerned with things coming in, not with things going out. "Potter?" a quiet voice called out. "Yes," Harry replied, letting the pile of illegal potion ingredients settle onto the ground behind him. 2 figures appeared out of nowhere on the other side of the wall. 15 minutes to sundown," the wizard said tersely. He had an aggressively normal appearance, except for the jagged scar slicing horizontally across his forehead, which tugged both eyebrows into a permanently surprised expression. "Let's get this over with before the Dementors show up." Harry squinted around. The Dementors weren't allowed on Hogwarts' main grounds at all after the Quidditch incident, and they didn't patrol Hogsmeade until sundown. This area, a direct boundary between Hogwarts' inner lawn and Hogsmeade property, was safe. He didn't like cutting it this close, and neither did his contacts, but it was their best shot at avoiding discovery. Everyone in Hogsmeade would be hiding. "Password?" a gruff voice asked. Harry bowed to the goblin. Ever since his first year, he had made a point of behaving respectfully whenever he visited Gringotts, or had the occasion to communicate with them. "Well met, Stonemace. The agreed-upon passphrase is, 'Llamas in Paris.'" "Well met, Herr Potter," Stonemace replied, sneering. Harry had spoken with him several times over the past few years when Harry asked questions about the Potter accounts, his trust vault, and the banking laws. The goblin's sneer was as close as he ever came to a smile, reminiscent of a few Slytherins Harry could name. If goblins ever attended Hogwarts, he was certain most of them would end up wearing silver and green. The response phrase is, "Would be a very strange sight indeed," the goblin stated. Harry nodded, recalling that he and Theo had crafted the passphrases to be as random as possible. This also served as an identity check, since neither party knew the other well enough to cross property lines for a magical truth of identity check. "Are the terms still agreeable?" "They are indeed," the wizard replied, glancing at the blanket-covered pile. "As long as my friend here verifies the quality of the materials." Stonemace grinned. Harry and Theo had approached the goblins because they remained strictly neutral in any wizard conflicts. For a 10% cut of the profits as their fee, Gringotts would negotiate the agreement and create a binding magical contract, ensuring that Harry and Theo would actually receive payment from the potions smuggler Theo's family had connections with. Selling a large quantity of highly restricted basilisk byproducts on the legal market in the United Kingdom would raise suspicions. However, selling that same quantity overseas, where regulations were much less stringent, would yield the same price, or even higher, without the awkward questions. The goblin's involvement meant no one could trace the transactions back to Harry, as the contract required the smuggler to keep the names and descriptions of everyone involved confidential. Not that the smuggler was aware of Gringotts' cut. Theo had suggested telling him that Gringotts was charging a one-time fee for their intermediary services. Harry had smirked at that idea, knowing it would likely lead Stonemace to charge the smuggler as much as possible, especially if the smuggler proved to be rude, which he certainly seemed to be. Judging by Stonemace's expression, Harry felt confident their plan was unfolding perfectly. "I'm sure the verification process will go smoothly," Harry said. "Stonemace, if you would." "Of course." Stonemace pulled out a folio and snapped his fingers. The papers inside duplicated, one pile drifting towards Harry and the other floating over to the smuggler. "If you'll review the contract, I can begin the verification process." Harry focused intently. The jars of venom glided over the wall and landed at Stonemace's feet, just as Harry snatched the papers from the air. He added the powdered fang and bone to the pile before settling down to read the documents, illuminating the pages with a Lumos charm. He figured Stonemace would be occupied with the information he had already sent over for now. The contract appeared to be in order. Harry cross-checked the vault numbers with the notes Theo had given him after his meeting with Stonemace a week ago. 3 new vaults had been created to hold varying amounts from the transaction. Harry was set to receive 3/4, Theo an 1/8, and the remaining 1/8 would go to Ginny. Harry thought that perhaps Megan Jorkins deserved that last portion more than Ginny, and Jules certainly warranted a bigger share than Harry. However, since neither of the Slytherins had much affection for Jules or Megan, and considering Megan hadn't even returned to school this year, Harry and Theo were not overly concerned. Harry's contract included a footnote detailing the arrangement between him and Gringotts, signed separately to bind both parties to secrecy regarding the fee Harry was paying. The last paragraph addressed the actual price negotiations. Harry agreed to relinquish any say in the final price, leaving the negotiations to the Gringotts' representative. In turn, the smuggler agreed to negotiate within reason and respect the Gringotts' representative's valuation as fair. The Gringotts' representative, in turn, promised to assess the value of the goods to the best of their market knowledge. Harry smirked when he read that line. It gave Stonemace just enough leeway to name the highest price possible on the current market. "This looks good," Harry said, pulling out a Harry signed the contract with a flourish, using a disguised gel pen. The smuggler shrugged and went along with it, while Stonemace smiled again. "Excellent," he said, signing his own copy. With a snap of his fingers, duplicates of Harry's and the smuggler's contracts floated back to him. "For our records," he explained. "Mr. Potter, if you could send over the rest." Harry levitated the skin and jars filled with organs and bodily fluids toward the goblin. He and the smuggler waited in tense silence as Stonemace examined everything. "Incredible," Stonemace breathed when he finished. Harry checked his watch. 4 minutes left. "These ingredients are pristine. Mr. Potter, do you have any idea about the age of the basilisk?" "Centuries," Harry replied. Stonemace shook his head. "At the very least, I would guess 700 years or more since it hatched." "Try 1,000, Harry thought. "The heart and organs of a basilisk of this age are so rare they're nearly unheard of, and its venom is the most potent I have ever seen, having had centuries to concentrate and mature." "What's the value?" the smuggler snapped, impatience creeping into his voice. "We're short on time here." He shook his head, muttering goblins under his breath. Stonemace glared at him, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. 600,000, he stated in clipped tones. Harry struggled to keep his jaw from dropping. That amount was double what he and Theo had predicted, nearly as much as the contents of his trust vault. He could live comfortably, if not in luxury, for the rest of his life on that. The smuggler was outraged. 600,000! It's not worth half that. If you weren't a blithering fool, you'd see for yourself it's probably worth more, Stonemace sneered. "The market has never seen an influx of goods like this one. When you sell this lot, you can charge through the nose to various potions masters and make enough to recoup your loss by 400. Each of the other 2 vaults," Stonemace continued, "one for your companion Theo, and the other for your personal savings." Harry listened intently, his excitement building. "Are you saying that a total of 600,000 galleons will be in my name?" Harry asked, incredulous. "Exactly," Stonemace replied with a nod. "And that's just the beginning. The potential profit from those basilisk organs and fluids is substantial. But you must be cautious. Such wealth can attract unwanted attention." Harry nodded, aware of the implications. "I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for your assistance." "Of course. Just remember, the wizarding world is filled with those who would take advantage of your newfound fortune." With a deep breath, Harry acknowledged the weight of responsibility that came with such wealth. He was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Vaults 793 and 4 are respectively under the names of Theodore Frederick Burgess Nott and Hadrian Remus Potter, and they will be kept confidential according to the same laws. "Excellent," Harry replied. "Could you forward all the relevant paperwork for Vaults 792 and 4 to me? I'd prefer to use a 10-galleon disguise fee on the papers." Stonemace nodded. Theo had mentioned that he was the goblin assigned to many of Gringotts' more particular clients. He was likely accustomed to dealing with far stranger security measures than the standard enchantments to disguise bank papers from prying eyes. "Pleasure doing business with you, Herr Potter," Stonemace said. "You as well, sir. May your fortunes flow," Harry responded, invoking a somewhat traditional but commonly used goblin farewell. Stonemace looked taken aback by Harry's knowledge of goblin culture and bowed slightly in return. "And may your failures turn to success," he added. With a snap of his fingers, the goblin manifested what appeared to be an enchanted flying armchair encased in a beautifully delicate glass bubble. He stepped through the glass, settled into the armchair, and zipped away. Harry grinned as he watched him go. The plan had worked flawlessly. He would sit down with Ginny and explain that the account would be transferred to her with a 2,000 galleon yearly withdrawal limit until she turned 15. He would emphasize the need for her to be extremely subtle about any purchases to avoid raising suspicion. He also planned to suggest that she meet with the goblins when she turned 15, with Harry or one of the twins accompanying her as an older financial advisor to discuss investments. It wasn't enough to set her up for a life of average middle-class comfort, but it was a substantial nest egg that would keep her comfortable while she found her footing and searched for a job, especially if she made smart investments. And if Harry was right about her, if he had interpreted correctly, the ambition behind Ginny's eyes burned as bright as ever. Evelyn, Theo, Daphne, Miles Bletchley, the Carrow twins, Ginny would one day make 67,000 galleons look small. Meanwhile, he had plans for his own portion, plans that involved research, thoughts about the future, goblins, and possibly even a lawyer. But then again, why make plans at all? It wasn't like he was going anywhere. He didn't really believe he had any true talent or potential. He was just the cast-off Potter, the forgotten one, the one with no real friends. Useless. Harry instinctively kicked into his Occulmency exercises, shoving his emotions aside to reach for a calm, meditative state, a place where everything was clear, cool, and rational. He was only partially successful. Despair still howled at the edges of his calm. It wouldn't last. But he managed to get his breathing under control, lift his head, and draw his wand, realizing he had lingered too long. A Dementor was approaching. Happy memory, he thought, knowing that framing was a crutch for students, and he wasn't ready to cast a Patronus without it, especially not in front of a Dementor that was drifting ever closer. Happy memory. Winning at Quidditch, discovering he was a wizard, reading in the library, mastering his first spell, laughing with his friends. He knew he had experienced all those moments, but he couldn't picture any of them. All he could remember clearly was anger, bitterness, resentment toward those who had hurt him time and time again. Negative emotions, yes, but powerful ones. They replaced the Dementor's chill in his limbs with the equally cold but familiar grip of his anger. They reminded him why he hated anything that modified his mood, his mindset, or his emotions, anything that messed with him again. They reminded him that he wanted the Dementor gone. "Expecto Patronum!" Harry shouted, slashing his wand through the air and aiming it at the approaching Dementor. Harry reared back as a silvery cloud began to form at the end of his wand. It was more of a shield than anything else, stationary yet effective. It held the creature at bay. Panting, Harry retreated step by step toward the castle. The Dementor followed for a few moments, but eventually it reached the limit of its courage and backed off. As he walked backwards the rest of the way, wand at the ready, Harry's thoughts spun as he worked to reorder his mind. Thank Merlin he had the sense to learn Occulmency. He was still an amateur, but he had developed some basic shields and knew his mind well after countless hours of meditation. Once the Dementor was gone, Harry could clearly feel the edges of its forced despair, distinguishing it from his actual emotions. He sensed where it had amplified his negative feelings and suppressed the happy ones, allowing him to peel away its alterations. It was a slower process than eating chocolate, but far more satisfying. If he was right, it was also more effective at pushing back the Dementor's influence. He wondered if one day he would become skilled enough as an Occlumens to detect those differences even under the influence of a Dementor. As he slipped back through the service door, pulling out the map and casting Lumos, he pondered whether that would mean he wouldn't be affected by Dementors at all. If that were the case, what did they do when they had to imprison a Master Occlumens in Azkaban? Did they send in a powerful Legilimens to shatter their shields? Or perhaps use a potion or spell, or an anti-Occlumency coating on the cell's interior instead of on the prisoner? The map showed everyone still well out of his way, which was useful since all his snakes were hibernating or too lethargic to be of any use, thanks to the pervasive winter chill. Harry set off for the dungeons, still deep in thought. Mind magic was frowned upon by the Ministry as potentially dark, much like Parseltongue, though not to the same degree. Legilimency was considered worse than Occlumency because it was offensive rather than defensive. Clearly no one in the Ministry had ever heard the phrase, "The best defence is a strong offence." Harry recalled how Bletchley had shared this wisdom with the dueling club a few months ago, and it seemed to ring true in his experience. It made sense that those who pursued mind magic were often the kind of individuals who didn't quite follow the rules, which could lead them straight to Azkaban. The Ministry had to have some way of dealing with them, or perhaps Azkaban wasn't as dreadful as it was made out to be. Or maybe the sheer number of Dementors simply overwhelmed all but the strongest Occlumency shields. Harry noted that he would need to investigate this further, but he had to be cautious. He had managed to stay off Dumbledore's radar for the most part, and he didn't want to draw attention to himself by getting caught studying questionable topics. He was already hiding his actual skill levels in potions, transfiguration practicals, and arithmancy, and he suspected he would soon need to do the same in runes by the end of the school year, at the very latest by the end of 4th year. He was confident he would excel in the owls and newts, but for now he preferred to keep a low profile. As he crept into bed, he took out the one journal he owned, keyed to his blood and magic, and began to write down all his thoughts and observations from the day. He had started this journal after reading Esoteric Incantations to keep track of his notes, research, and questions about the things he wasn't supposed to be studying, including his still unfinished invisibility rune spell for Eris. It was incredibly helpful for organizing his thoughts, and he had noticed that his Occulmency exercises had become easier and more effective since he began using it. After jotting down his reflections, Harry spent some time on his Occulmency before mentally drafting letters to Theo, Blaise, and Hermione. He would need to tell Theo and Blaise that their theory on framing was correct, and he planned to send Hermione a copy of Esoteric Incantations, along with a letter explaining their theory. He flipped through the relevant pages, recalling his recent attempt at conjuring a non-framing crutch Patronus. The last thought that crossed his mind before he drifted off to sleep was a profound sense of bitterness. It struck him that he had no joyful memory strong enough to overcome the despair brought on by the Dementors and help him create a Patronus. He had suspected this all along, but it was still difficult to face the reality. Chapter 8. On and off the Quidditch pitch. The end of winter break left Harry feeling exhausted from the hours spent in the chamber. He had transfigured the remnants of the basilisk corpse into air, rested on a cushioning charm for 3 hours, and then thoroughly explored every inch of the space. In his explorations, he discovered 3 additional tunnels. One connected to a passage that the map indicated led to Honeydukes, another opened near the Great Hall, and the last one emerged in a corridor he suspected was linked to the kitchens, even if he hadn't yet figured out how to gain entry. Interestingly, the map didn't display the chamber or its connected passages, nor did it reveal the kitchen, which Fred and George knew about but refused to share. It seemed some locations were protected by more powerful, unplottable spells than even the marauders had been able to bypass. This made sense, considering they were brilliant but still just teenagers. By far the most captivating feature of the chamber was the library. Harry couldn't access most of the books since they were warded as tightly as a Gringotts vault, far beyond what a single student could handle. However, those he could open looked fascinating. Unfortunately, aside from a few written in Parseltongue, which he promptly took back to his room to add to his private library for later study, most were in Old Norse, Old English, Ancient Greek, Latin, or other ancient languages. Harry had a basic understanding of Greek and Latin, and a very rudimentary awareness of Old Norse and Old English. However, his studies had primarily focused on the characters and runes associated with those languages, rather than their grammar, syntax, or vocabulary. It wasn't a language class, after all. He sighed as he returned the books to their shelves and resolved to shift his focus in history of magic classes toward language study instead of political matters. After all, he had years ahead of him before he would be a political player. He would have to wait for James to either pass away or abdicate his Wizengamot rights to his heir, neither of which seemed likely to happen any time soon. To Harry, the languages felt far more important. With that in mind, he decided it was time to speak with Professor Babbling. She must be fluent in the languages of the rune system she taught. If Harry played the fascinated student card and put on his innocent face, he might convince her that understanding the languages would help him work better with runes. After all, many old rune magic texts hadn't been translated into modern English and despised translation charms. It would be incredibly helpful if he could learn the languages too. Yes, He had a good shot at this. He had learned a few things about being Slytherin's heir while in the castle. First, until another descendant came to school, discovered the chamber, understood their heritage, and accepted their lineage, he would control the chamber and the snakes of Hogwarts. Ancient magic tied any snake living in the castle, benefiting from Hogwarts' inherent magic, to the heir. Second, he could connect the blood of anyone he chose to the passages, allowing them to open for specific people, even without Parseltongue. Third, the castle would be fond of him. This was all written in Parseltongue, and Harry wasn't sure what, if anything, had been lost in translation, so he couldn't quite figure out what fond meant. Maybe the staircases would help him get to class on time instead of hindering him. That would be great. He supposed that someday they could use the chamber for dueling practice, or for working on really nasty spells or unstable brews, things no one wanted in the castle. It was definitely more secure than the Knight's room. For now, though, Harry decided it wasn't practical to come down here often. It took too much time, and they weren't doing anything that required the extra security. Still, it certainly didn't hurt to have access to such a place in the meantime, and the books on parcel magic and the history of parcel tongues were incredibly fascinating. Ginny? Ginny looked up from her textbook. "Oh, hey, Harry." He slid into a seat opposite her in the library. "What are you working on?" "Potions," she made a face. "Snape's been after me again." "Keep your temper," Harry advised. "He doesn't have a high opinion of Weasleys, and after Ronald's behaviour in his class, I can't say I blame him. Just try to stay ahead in the class, so you can anticipate any errors and tackle the theory questions he throws your way. I managed to go from being a target to sitting in his blind spot during my first year. You can probably do the same." "Thanks," Ginny said, setting down her quill slowly. "But you didn't come here to talk about Snape, did you?" "Observant," Harry replied. "No, I didn't." He drew his wand and cast two of the most powerful anti-eavesdropping and anti-attention spells he knew. Ginny's eyes widened. "Those spells aren't legal. I remember Dad talking about them." "Are you going to tattle?" Harry said with a smirk. "What? No, I want to learn them." "Well then, look at you, turning into quite the Slytherin," he teased. "Tut tut, what would dear old Mummy think?" "To hell with what she thinks," Ginny muttered. "If I can keep Ron from eavesdropping when I have friends over, it'll be worth it." "I'll teach you if you promise not to hex me for the next 5 minutes. Ginny immediately went on guard. "Why do you think I'm going to hex you?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Because I have something to tell you that I don't think you'll like." "Tell me." "Not until you promise not to hex me for 5 minutes." She scowled. "Fine, Pratt. I won't hex you for 5 minutes. Look, I'll even put my wand on the table, pointing towards me. Happy?" "I'll take it," Harry said, and he proceeded to explain the bare minimum of his holiday transaction. He had sold basilisk parts for a significant sum on the black market, and a portion of the profit was going to her. Ginny was left gaping like a fish when he finished. "What? Why me?" "Because you got caught in the crossfire," Harry replied. "Thought it was only fair. And no, Megan Jorkins and Jules won't see a penny of it." "I'm the one who got back into the chamber and did the work," she said. "So why would I hex you?" I can't think of what to say." "Because of the next bit," Harry replied. "Currently the account will be transferred to you only if you agree to a 2,000 galleon yearly withdrawal limit until you turn 15 and pass your OWLs." Her scowl returned full force, but she seemed at a loss for words. "You're probably grappling with irritation that I'm controlling your access, even though I'm only a year older than you and have no real authority over you." But at the same time, I'm giving you a huge gift, and you don't want to seem ungrateful or make me mad enough to take it back, Harry guessed. She nodded stiffly. First of all, I wouldn't take it back. This is a fair offer. It'll be transferred to you in full when you turn 15 and pass your OWLs anyway. The stipulation now is just whether you can access up to 2,000 galleons of it a year until then. Second, I'm the one giving you the money, and I can set the conditions as I see fit. The justification is that you're 12, and I'm an older student in your house. It's my responsibility, to some extent, to look after younger Slytherins. I need to make sure you're smart about it if I give you the money. Your parents can't access the account, affect your access, or even learn about it from anyone at Gringotts. But you'll have to be very careful with the money so no one wonders where it's coming from. He paused for a moment. I'd recommend buying one of the better trunks on Diagon Alley. They're incredibly useful, and you can pay extra to make it look like your old trunk on the outside. They could probably even configure one of the compartments to resemble the inside of your old trunk, keeping anyone you don't trust from seeing what else is in there. The point is, you have to be Slytherin about this. Oh, and I'd recommend sitting down with a financial advisor and you'll need to talk to the goblins about investments once you turn 15. I can handle it for you by proxy this summer if you'd like, but I doubt you'll be able to sneak away from home to do it yourself. Ginny stared at him in disbelief. Harry let her sit in silence for a moment to process what he had just said. Finally, she grabbed her wand. He reached for his, but she quickly tucked hers away. I'm not going to hex you, she said, scowling. I want to, but you'd wipe the floor with me in a duel, so it's not worth it. I see, Harry replied. So you understand, then? Yeah, she admitted. He pulled out a scroll from his bag. Excellent. Just sign this and the transfer will be completed. Ginny unrolled the scroll and grabbed her quill, ready to sign. Wait, Harry said, smirking. What does the scroll say? It says... Ginny's voice trailed off as she read the first line. Shock quickly morphed into horror, then anger. You tricked me. Unable to contain himself, Harry snickered. Trust me, I was tempted to let you sign that one. Watching you dance the hula on the table while singing the school song during breakfast would have been absolutely hilarious. But I'm not cruel. At least not to people I like. Why would you do this? Ginny shouted. Harry was grateful he had put up privacy wards. She definitely had the Weasley temper, though her Slytherin lessons were helping her control it. To teach you a lesson, he replied flatly, his playful demeanor replaced by a serious, icy stare. Ginny deflated slightly, watching him warily. You never sign a magically binding contract unless you know exactly what it says, even if you trust the person who gave it to you. The only side effect of that one would have been public humiliation. I could have bound you to me in a fealty oath akin to slavery, or made you sign an agreement that you owed me 1,000,000 galleons for saving you from the basilisk. Jules nailed it. It doesn't matter that we're minors. Laws about contracts mean nothing when it comes to magical ones. This is old magic, and it doesn't adhere to the Ministry's rules. Anyone with magic can sign one and be bound for life, or until both parties agree to nullify the contract. By the time he finished, Ginny was as pale as a ghost, her freckles standing out starkly. She was still glaring. I get it, she said. Read the magical contracts. Harry pulled the real contract from his bag and handed it to her. Including the fine print at the bottom, it says exactly what I just told you. But you should never take someone's word for it. Not everyone's intentions are as benign as a 13-year-old housemate. You? Benign? Ginny snapped. Harry allowed a sly Slytherin smile to creep across his face. "Trust me, I see the irony." She shook her head, reading the contract carefully, and signed when she was done. The scroll flashed. A copy appeared in front of Harry. Another would soon arrive on Stonemace's desk. "Congratulations, Miss Weasley," Harry said with a wicked grin, standing up with his wand already drawn to dispel the privacy spells and leave. "Harry?" He paused. "Yes?" Ginny hesitated.
"Ron said you couldn't get back down to the chamber last year because you're not descended from Slytherin, that you're a parcel-mouth because of dark magic side effects from when the Dark Lord vanished. But if you sold the basilisk parts, you must have lied to Dumbledore." Interesting theory. He wasn't going to confirm anything, but he was pleased she'd made the connection. Ginny took a deep breath. "Was all that air stuff true?" Harry let the damper on his eyes slip and grinned at her. "What do you think?" he asked, then slashed his wards away and left. Things soon settled back to normal. Neville told everyone he'd started talking to his gran about the wand situation and was cautiously hopeful. Meanwhile, Harry checked in with Snape. Harry received a cool response about the firebolt, indicating that he would be finished determining its safety by the end of January. He did his best to push it out of his mind and focus on his schoolwork. Professor Babbling readily agreed to teach him, and Theo, who wanted to join as soon as Harry explained his request for extra sessions, the old languages and rune systems. This meant sacrificing another 4 hours each week for language studies, which he took from his sleep. Dueling Club continued to be one of the highlights of his week. Everyone was steadily improving, and the first and second years they had brought in to help deal with bullies reported that after a few response hexes they were mostly left alone. Harry grinned as he started teaching them the slightly more advanced Bat Bogey hex. His Patronus remained formless, but he could hold it longer now, and the silver glow was brighter. Harry was determined to keep practicing, especially after hearing from Neville that Jules had had his first official training session with Lupin and had some success. Of course, Jules had led a charmed life. He would have a happy memory to draw from. Harry would just have to make do on his own. As the year progressed, the Knights' Room had grown progressively colder, and they had all become quite good at fire and heating charms. One morning in late January, Harry walked in to find 4 woodless wizard fires burning around the circle of chairs and tables that occupied the centre of the room. Neville and Theo were already there, working on an essay for Sprout. Hermione, Blaise and Pansy were bickering over a cauldron in the slowly expanding potions laboratory at one end of the room, while the twins were up to something that involved soot stains on their faces at the other. Justin and Daphne were reading quietly. Harry collapsed into a seat next to Daphne, pulled out a notebook, and retrieved the book that Babbling had recommended for him and Theo to learn Anglo-Saxon. They had each bought a new copy 3 weeks ago, and the first half of Harry's was already heavily annotated. He opened his notebook and began working on his assignments. "That should do it," Theo said, finishing his essay with a flourish as he rolled up the parchment. "If we don't get full marks on this, I'll eat my quill." "You think?" Neville replied, doubt creeping into his voice. Theo stared at him. "Neville, we almost always get full marks on our herbology work." "I know, but—" Theo kicked him lightly in the shin. "No buts. Have some confidence. You've beaten everyone in herbology the last 3 years, even Hermione." They both glanced over at Hermione, who was furiously stirring her cauldron. She had been working on her hair lately, after reluctantly admitting that learning hair charms from Pansy and Daphne made it much easier and less time-consuming. However, the steam from the cauldron had returned her hair to its natural state of crackling, bushy chaos. "Thank Merlin we talked her out of signing up for every class," Daphne muttered. "She'd be unbearable with nerves by now." Justin set aside his textbook. "She'd have to drop some. Arithmancy and divination are scheduled at the same time. Same with runes and care." Daphne hesitated. "There are ways around that." "What, extra tutoring?" Harry asked, recalling his lessons with Professor Babbling. "No, time-turners. The Ministry has been known to occasionally loan one to a dedicated student to help them get ahead in school." Harry's eyes widened as he processed the implications. "They give the power of time travel to students? You mean they would have given me one if I'd actually signed up for everything like I wanted?" Hermione chimed in, having slipped close enough to eavesdrop on the conversation. "Bugger," Justin muttered. Daphne rolled her eyes at Hermione's speculative tone. "Yes, probably, considering how careful you are to be McGonagall's favourite. She'd almost definitely write you the necessary letters." Hermione propped her hands on her hips. "Then why did you talk me out of it?" she demanded. "You're already taking arithmancy, runes, and Muggle studies for a reason none of us can determine, given that you are Muggle-born," Blaise said indifferently, stepping around her and propping down on an empty couch. "Imagine if you were also taking care of magical creatures and divination on top of that, keeping track of all your work, sneaking around to make sure your multiple selves never get spotted, showing up on time to classes, and having to go back in time just to take a nap." "Point taken," Hermione said grouchily as she sat down beside him. "It would be difficult." "Try impossible," Theo replied sharply. He set aside his herbology textbook. Harry had no idea why he even bothered with it. Both Theo and Neville adored herbology, and were far ahead enough not to need the books, and pulled out his Defense Against the Dark Arts book instead. "My cousin told me about an older Ravenclaw who tried this a few years back. She managed to get through her 3rd and 4th years before having a nervous breakdown, and was forced by the mind healers at St. Mungo's to take a year off." Hermione winced. "In that case, thank you for convincing me to stick with the more useful classes." Theo sat up straight, feigning exaggerated shock. Did Hermione Granger just admit to being wrong?" "We must engrave this occasion in stone for posterity," Harry said, trying to keep a straight face. Hermione shot glares at both of them. "I admit when I'm wrong." "Really?" Pansy chimed in, taking a seat next to Harry. "Like the time when Harry told us to use a silver knife instead of steel for the bubotubers in potions, and you insisted the book said steel. All our potions turned out better because of that. Or in charms, when we discussed carpe retractum, and you were convinced it wouldn't work on objects larger than the caster until Theo demonstrated it on Goyle. Or—" "Fine," Hermione snapped, blinking back tears. "Fine." There was a moment of silence. "There's no shame in being wrong from time to time," Neville said cautiously. "Hermione?" "Yes," she replied, her tone softening. She hissed, "There is." "We're all wrong, all the time," Daphne said. Hermione twisted her hands together. "And you lot are purebloods. You don't have to prove yourselves over and over to everyone in this castle." "We don't have to prove ourselves," Harry interjected, irritation creeping into his voice. He understood Hermione's viewpoint, but it wasn't as if the rest of them had a free pass. "How about me, in first year, having to brew the best potions in class just to keep Snape from picking on me? How about how half the school sees Slytherin ties and thinks evil? Do you really think we've got nothing to prove?" Hermione deflated a little. "I suppose not, but you don't understand. "She has a point," Justin chimed in, his expression unusually grim. "Even in Hufflepuff, well, supposedly we're the tolerant house." "Hermione, you're already better than all the Gryffindors in your year," Theo added. "You've topped our year in overall grades twice in a row now. I'd bet on you against almost any third or fourth year outside of the dueling club. You're already better than them." "But I can't slip," she replied, tension still evident in her voice. She seemed on the verge of a breakdown. Harry realized she had been on edge ever since they returned to school. Blaise must have come to the same conclusion. "Did your parents say something to you?" he asked quietly. Hermione looked down. "You can talk about it," Neville offered, "if you need to." It wasn't anything the Slytherins would have said, but when Hermione glanced around at their group, Harry knew she could sense that Neville was right. They would listen, and they would be willing to hex anyone who hurt her into pieces if she wouldn't or couldn't do it herself. He saw the moment she gave in. Her shoulders slumped, and her fierce expression crumpled, although no tears fell. "I can't. My old school, my parents, everyone always expected me to be the best, even as my classmates all. I hated it for that. I could never be wrong. Whenever I made a mistake, everyone made such a fuss. They joked about how I was slipping, losing my edge, suggesting maybe I wasn't such a prodigy after all. My teachers tried to comfort me, but I could tell they were disappointed deep down. And my parents didn't even try to hide it. Nothing less than 100% was good enough for them." "Break?" Neville said softly. Harry imagined he understood all too well the pressure of high family expectations. Actually, all of them did, to some extent. He glanced around and realized he was the only student here without a family pushing him. Hermione closed her eyes and continued. "Dad was asking me all these obscure history and biology questions, and he was definitely unhappy that I didn't know the answers. It doesn't help that I can't show them what I'm learning. I'm worried. I'm worried they might not let me come back if I don't get a proper education." She emphasized the last two words with a Slytherin-worthy sneer, which worried Harry more than anything else she had said. "As if Muggle subjects would be any more useful than what we learn here," Blaise remarked. "Do they even realize what a privilege—" "No," Hermione interrupted, "they don't. And I can't show them any magic. I can't even show them my textbooks." Harry sat up a little straighter as an idea struck him. "So buy Muggle books." Everyone stared at him. "Muggle textbooks," he insisted. "Study them over the summer. Start a year or two ahead of where you'd be in Muggle public schools. Learn enough to get by with your parents' questions. If it looks like you're getting a decent Muggle education—" Justin nodded along. "I can get you my brother's old books. Mum and Dad made him keep all of them for me, but, well, I won't be needing them now." Hermione frowned. "I suppose. That is, if you can bring yourself to only partially study something," Pansy smirked. "Of course, that's a challenge for you, isn't it?" "Of course I can," Hermione snapped. "Excellent," Blaise replied. "We can help you deceive your parents, and you'll get to stay at Hogwarts." Hermione bit her lip, considering. "Think of it as managing their expectations so you can study what you really want to," Daphne suggested. "Unless the idea of deceiving your parents offends your moral code." Hermione huffed, but her defiance seemed to fade. To everyone's surprise, Blaise leaned over and hugged her. She stiffened at first, but then returned the embrace with unexpected warmth. Harry watched them with a clinical eye. He could analyze the way people's arms moved during hugs, yet he never understood why it felt so comforting to them. To him, hugs always felt like being pinned down, trapped. He hated it. When Hermione finally let go, if she was wiping her eyes, no one mentioned it. They returned to their classwork, the conversation dwindling. Harry finished his runes homework, realizing he had been right about how learning the languages made the rune magic easier, even if tackling both at once was incredibly challenging. He pulled out the papers for his invisibility rune spell. Eris had been sleeping almost all the time lately and rarely left his trunk, so he didn't need it at the moment, but Harry knew he would definitely require it this summer. He and James had exchanged letters a few times over the break, and the final letter had arrived that morning. Harry would be going to Potter Manor for the summer, supposedly after returning to the Dursleys for a few weeks. He planned to refuse that, though he hadn't yet told his father or Dumbledore. He was looking forward to possibly patching things up with Jules, to the point where they could be brothers on mutually acceptable terms, even if Harry doubted he could ever feel anything but intense dislike for his father. No matter what happened, he would have to keep Eris well hidden. The real challenge would be figuring out what to do with himself during those first few weeks. Harry's current plan was to go to the Dursleys, ensuring that anyone watching at the station would see him leave with them. Then Theo and his father would come to pick him up, so he could wait it out at Nott Manor until it was time to head to the Potters. The alternative was to go with Justin and disappear into the Muggle world for a while. But after weighing the options, Harry decided that the Nott family's reputation was worth more than being unable to do magic at home for a few weeks. Fred and George finally wrapped up their project in the corner and rejoined the group, identical mischievous smirks on their faces. Pansy and Daphne made them use cleaning charms to scrub the soot off their faces and robes before they could sit down. "Has anyone finished the defense essay yet?" Neville asked after a moment. That section on vampire social orders was really complex. "As complex as Slytherin's social orders?" Justin chimed in. Blaise sniffed dismissively. "I doubt it." "I've done it," Harry said, pulling his essay from his bag and tossing the scroll to Neville. "Maybe he'll give you some actual house points for the explanation." "Since we all know he never will for Slytherin," Theo muttered. Hermione glanced between them. "Is he really that bad towards you?" "He's not as tough on us as Snape is on you lot," Blaise replied, "but definitely worse than the others. How many points have we earned from him?" 10, Harry said, feeling his expression darken but not caring. He was with friends. He didn't have to hide how he felt. "I keep track. 10 points." "Each?" Fred asked, raising an eyebrow. Harry let out a bitter laugh. "No, 10 total." "That's ridiculous," George said, shaking his head. "We know," Daphne replied. Harry turned a page in his runes reference book, battling his anger. The man's so far in Dumbledore's pocket that he probably wouldn't give Slytherin more than 5 points for taking down the second coming of Grindelwald. "It's not fair," Justin said, looking indignant. "Snape goes after Gryffindor worse than anything Lupin's." "Done," Hermione said. "And all the other teachers are half as likely to award Slytherin points as they are to reward the other houses," Theo countered, "including Dumbledore. Or have you forgotten that appalling display at the end of our first year?" "We fought off you-know-who," Hermione replied, her voice steady. This statement drew no surprise. The others had long since developed the kind of trust that allowed them to discuss the truth behind that first-year disaster. Instead, they were met with indignation. "That was staged," Theo said angrily. "The gauntlet of traps? Please. It was more of a gauntlet of tests." "What do you mean, staged?" Hermione asked, crossing her arms defiantly. "The whole thing was a trap for you-know-who." "And how was it supposed to trap him exactly?" Blaise interjected. None of the obstacles was designed to catch anyone. Finnegan got out easily enough when he went back for help. Clearly, getting in was hard, but getting back out was a breeze. And if the mirror would only let someone who didn't want to use the stone take it, did no one consider that the Dark Lord might have had a hostage? Oh, wait, that's exactly what happened. And even if he didn't have a hostage, he could have simply stolen the mirror. Hermione's eyes widened as she processed this. They all fell silent, waiting for her reaction. "What are you saying?" Fred asked finally. Theo glanced at Harry, who shrugged. Might as well tell them. The whole thing was arranged so the other Potter could face off with the Dark Lord, Theo explained. It's the only thing that makes any sense. Fred and George looked utterly thunderstruck. Hermione opened her mouth, righteous indignation already brewing, but then she shut it again. "You see it," Daphne said. "I do," Hermione admitted grudgingly. "But Dumbledore wouldn't—"
"Yes, he would," Neville said firmly. Everyone turned to stare at him. He met their curiosity with a stubbornly raised chin. "My family's not much fonder of him than you lot," he said, gesturing toward the Slytherins. "He's a manipulative old man riding on his fame, and he has far too much power in our world for anyone's comfort." "Why didn't you say something?" George asked. "Especially since most of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff seem to worship the ground Dumbledore walks on," Justin muttered. Neville stared at Hermione and the twins, incredulous. "Are you mad? With the way Jules, Ron and Seamus go after anyone who disagrees with them. Dean just keeps his head down. I've tried to be friends with him, but the other three don't like me for being friends with Harry, and Slytherins in general. So Dean avoids me like the plague and never stands up to them. I have to ward my bed at night. If I went around saying what I really think about Dumbledore—" Hermione looked flawed. "Neville, I had no idea it was that bad for you." "I'm dealing with it," Neville said uncomfortably, glancing at the floor. Harry made a mental note to loan Neville his book of ward spells. Most of them were still beyond Harry's current power level, but there were several effective low-power spells that would definitely counter anything Jules could throw at them. He would just need to warn Neville which spells were illegal versus those that were merely discouraged. Slytherins wouldn't turn on each other for illegal spells because they would all be in trouble together, but Gryffindors would do it in a heartbeat. "What were you saying about Lupin?" Fred asked. Harry wasn't sure if they should be discussing this in front of the twins. A glance at Theo confirmed his best friend felt the same way. But it was too late now. "Dumbledore collects people," Theo said, "manipulates them. Take Hagrid. He could have argued for Hagrid to keep his wand rights, or even to keep them while going into exile, back when Hagrid was framed for opening the chamber. Hagrid would have been perfectly happy never returning to England, travelling the world and studying magical creatures that no one else." "Can he even survive an encounter with Dumbledore?" Harry asked. "Instead, he's blindly loyal to him, convinced that only Dumbledore can give him a home and a life. He's entirely dependent. In his second year, Dumbledore could have warned Hagrid before the minister arrested him. He could have sent Hagrid off to live in the Forbidden Forest until the whole thing blew over. But he didn't. He let Hagrid be sent to Azkaban as soon as Hagrid became a public relations liability instead of an asset. "Lupin's the same," Harry said darkly. It was even more obvious now that he knew Lupin was a werewolf. No wonder he had disappeared after the last war. No wonder he seemed so poor. Dumbledore just left him to his own devices for ages. Judging by the state of his robes, he hasn't been doing well. But he was supposedly a loyal member of Dumbledore's side in the war, best friends with James Potter. Yet Dumbledore forgot about him until he needed a professor. Now Lupin is just another blindly loyal figure who rolls over at the first sign of resistance from James or Dumbledore. He probably reports back to Dumbledore about all of us in class, continuing the grand old tradition of Slytherin bias. He paused for a moment. I suspect they were hoping to bring me back into the fold, so to speak, if I bonded with my godfather. Harry sneered. As if. He's a cowardly, pathetic excuse for a teacher. Well, George began. Never thought about it that way, Fred finished. Hermione closed her eyes, deep in thought. Harry could tell she was considering all the angles, probably searching for a solid counter-argument. He was fairly certain she wouldn't find one.
I can't argue, she admitted reluctantly.
No one in Hufflepuff thinks like this, Justin muttered. I mean, I don't think the Dumbledore worship is quite as bad as in Gryffindor. Just think critically, Neville said. That I can do, Justin replied with a grin. Fred and George looked pensive, lost in their thoughts, and didn't say anything more. Harry noticed Hermione was deeply engrossed in her Transfiguration essay, making sure it was not only perfect, but also longer than required. He decided to pretend to be busy at his potions station while the others filtered out one by one. As Theo left, he shot Harry a knowing smirk. Once they were alone, Harry dropped the act and sat across from Hermione, reaching out to tap her essay. She looked up, a hint of irritation in her eyes. What? I need to finish this before curfew. Did you read fiction growing up, he asked, or just non-fiction? Fiction, she replied slowly. Fair amount. Ever read Leviathan? Not Hobbes. It's a young adult fiction novel. No, Harry shrugged. It's a good book. Marge's dog shredded my copy, so I can't loan it to you, but it's an interesting alternate history about World War I. I mention it because the main character has this line that stuck with me. The fastest way to remedy ignorance is to admit it. Hermione bit her lip, considering his words. Good night, Hermione, Harry said, as he gathered his things and stood to leave. As he walked away, he thought about Remus being at the manor during the holidays. Remus had mentioned Harry was curious about Black. It made sense. Sometimes Harry seemed unaware of the stories surrounding them. To answer his unspoken question about how they hadn't seen things coming, Remus hadn't. Peter and Harry had sensed something, but Remus, with his job during the war, had been deeply involved in undercover work. They had even suspected him of being the spy at one point, which was hard to admit. In school, Sirius had despised dark magic as much as they all did. His family was steeped in it, and he wanted nothing to do with them. He had run away at 16, spending holidays and summers at Harry's house. But during the war, things changed. Sirius began to dabble in the very spells their enemies were using. Not often, but Harry had caught him at it a few times. Albus was worried, but he didn't want to say anything. He knew how close we were. I wish he had spoken up. Maybe if we'd both realized we were concerned about what Sirius was becoming, things would have turned out differently. I'll never know, and that guilt will always weigh on me. I understand you were asking Remus for stories about our school years, but it's painful for me to reflect on that time. Sirius was like a brother to me, and he betrayed us. I promised to share some stories this summer when you visit the manor. You mentioned you were looking for a new broom, but Jules says he hasn't seen one delivered yet. Do you need help choosing? I'd recommend a Nimbus 2000, or the new Clean Sweep if Nimbus is still facing production issues. I hear even the Slytherin team's sponsor can't pressure the company into sending him another 2001. It's nice to see Malfoy getting put in his place. If you're having trouble in Slytherin, if you want to leave, I'm sure we could ask Dumbledore to make an exception and move you to Gryffindor with your brother. That's where Potters belong, James. Harry glared at the letter, feeling deeply suspicious of this sudden willingness to make amends. The offer to move him to Gryffindor felt so presumptuous. Did James really think he hated Slytherin and wanted out? Did he assume Harry needed help finding a new broom, when he had just helped Slytherin trounce Ravenclaw on a borrowed one? James was acting as if the Sorting Hat had been wrong, as if he could simply leverage his famous surname to persuade Dumbledore to transfer Harry from one house to another. It was infuriating, every bit as arrogant as Lucius Malfoy. In fact, that comparison was a spectacular insult. Harry filed it away for the next time James made a comment like this, which was almost guaranteed to happen at the Manor over the summer. James would lose it if he were compared to Lucius Malfoy. Now that Harry thought about it, James's letters had been... Harry felt a sense of calm this year. His father had been making an effort, albeit a bit awkward, to mend their relationship. Jules, on the other hand, was a different story. He had become even more antagonistic. Perhaps the memory of Black's betrayal was making him more suspicious of Harry. That could explain why James was suddenly trying so hard. He wanted to ensure that Harry wouldn't turn against them out of hatred for Jules. Harry snorted as he looked at the parchment. He didn't hate Jules, not really. He just thought Jules was an arrogant, lazy, fame-addicted bully, not worth his time unless he started a fight. The information about Black, however, piqued his interest. If Black had been dabbling in dark magic during the war, but was still fighting against the same enemies, why was James so worried? It seemed a bit ridiculous to care about the kind of magic someone used, as long as they were on the same side. And Harry would bet anything that Lupin hadn't been undercover, just for show, spying on werewolf packs. He remembered how Voldemort had tried to recruit werewolves, giants, Dementors, and merpeople to his cause. Lupin was probably one of the few werewolves fighting for Dumbledore and the Potters' side. Harry scoffed. So much for the tolerance of the light. He skimmed the letter one last time, realizing he could take advantage of his father's desire to keep things amicable with his heir, if it meant getting access to the Potter library over the summer. He set the letter aside. He had schoolwork, language lessons with Theo and babbling, dueling club, Quidditch practice, and independent studying to tackle, not to mention mastering the Patronus charm. Sirius Black wasn't his problem. He didn't need any more excitement. Malfoy, it seemed, disagreed. He spent most of January making snide comments about Hagrid the Oaf and his terrible teaching abilities, Muggles, Gryffindors, or all three, in a crude manner. Malfoy was obviously trying to provoke any of the Gryffindor third years. Part of Harry was tempted to step in, but honestly, he didn't care enough about Hagrid to defend him. According to Blaise and Pansy, care of magical creatures was a bit of a disaster, and the insults aimed at Hagrid's teaching abilities weren't entirely unfounded. Besides, Hagrid had eagerly befriended Jules, Ronald, and Seamus while ignoring Harry, likely because of his house, or perhaps at Dumbledore's behest. Harry suspected it was a combination of both. Hagrid seemed nice enough to look beyond the colour of Harry's tie, but it was clearly in Dumbledore's interest to keep his loyal follower on good terms with the boy who lived. Just another opportunity to indoctrinate Jules. Dumbledore was extremely clever, yet Harry often wondered how no one else seemed to notice his manipulations, especially when a group of Slytherins had been onto him since first year. Perhaps the light supporters just went along with him for the greater good. Harry wasn't convinced. Unfortunately, most of Gryffindor adored Hagrid, making it all too easy for Malfoy to pick fights with Jules, Ronald, Seamus, and Hermione. Her fierce hatred of bullies
and her Gryffindor nature meant she rarely passed up a chance to defend Hagrid. The confrontations happened in potions, in the hallways, during meals, and any other time they crossed paths. "This can't go on," Neville muttered one day, as Jules and Malfoy exchanged barbs across the half-metre separating their potion stations. Harry tossed crushed beetles into his cauldron and gave it a stir. Most of the time in class, he didn't bother to sink into an Occulmency trance and truly immerse himself in the slow, ritual magic of brewing. After a year and a half of third-year potions, their classwork felt almost distressingly easy. The only entertaining moments came from listening to Snape's sarcastic remarks. The room was filled with insults and snickering aimed at Jules, Ronald and Seamus for their disastrous potions. Harry kept an eye on Neville, though that had become much easier after 3 years of working together outside of class. Neville would never be a potions master, but he had developed average competence with a cauldron. "I don't like Ronald much more than I like Malfoy," Harry said. "If they want to get into fights, that's not my problem." "They're dragging Hermione into it," Neville pointed out. Harry looked up and saw that Neville was right. Hermione was glaring at Malfoy, and though she hadn't joined the argument yet, it was only a matter of time. "Fine," Harry sighed. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching him, then reached out with his magic and dumped a double measure of doxy eggs into Malfoy's cauldron. Within seconds, the pewter cauldron melted into a thick sludge, oozing a sentient-looking gel directly toward Malfoy. Harry blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected that reaction. It seemed to have locked onto the magic of the brewer. Malfoy let out a shriek and scuttled backward. Just then, Snape swooped in and vanished the sludge. "Happy?" Snape asked, his tone sharp. "Not what I was going for," Neville muttered, rolling his eyes. "He'll stop bothering them now," Harry replied. He made a mental note to research the effects of doxy eggs on the pepper-up potion later. The ability to recreate a sentient, possibly malevolent gelatinous fluid tied to its brewer was a skill worth having. As Harry finished his potion, he ignored the mild chaos erupting at the front of the room. Neville's concentration slipped, but he still managed a passable result. After handing in his potion, Harry noticed that Jules and Ronald were looking entirely too smug. With a flick of his wand, he knocked their potion vials off the desk, watching them shatter on the floor. Neville shot him a glare. "Oops," Harry said, deadpan, falling in step with his friends as they made their way out. The door swung open, followed by Jules and Ronald's angry protests. "You are impossible," Neville grumbled. Blaise and Theo laughed. "I am sick of all this snow," Lavender Brown complained. "It's just so cold all the time." Harry tuned out the Gryffindor's ceaseless whining and focused on Dumbledore's latest ridiculous idea, an outdoor class for all the third-year students about school pride, kindness, and making sure no student gets left behind. Harry had cast a powerful "Notice Me Not" charm, successfully avoiding the old man's twinkling eyes from his spot behind the round, dumpy, and overly cheerful man who was rambling on about Smithers' 7 steps of conflict resolution. A few wandless warming charms, courtesy of Harry, kept him and his friends warm in their robes, while their classmates shivered. The group paid just enough attention to the drama to avoid getting scolded, spending the rest of their time arguing under their breaths about their upcoming essay on rare and undetectable poisons due Monday. They also debated whether Snape owned more than 2 identical robes that he just recycled. They were still bickering as they left the courtyard after what had been a useless and, frankly, quite boring talk. Harry was midway through his 3rd explanation of the stabilizing properties of ground bicorn horn when he was interrupted by Justin muttering, "Merlin, speak of the dungeon bat and he arrives." Harry glanced up. Professor Snape was waiting at the bottom of the stairs leading down to the dungeons, wearing his customary scowl. Harry had come to recognize his expressions well, and interpreted this one as vaguely irritated to be spending my time on this errand, but not particularly angry or homicidal. That was good, because it seemed he had been looking for Harry. "Sir," Harry said respectfully as Snape came to a halt in front of them. "Potter." Snape raked his gaze disdainfully over their group. "Come with me." "Yes, sir." Harry flicked his fingers in a goodbye gesture to his friends, and marched along in Snape's wake as his head of house led the way down. Harry followed Snape into the dungeons, the silence hanging heavily between them until they reached his office. Standing with his hands relaxed at his sides, Harry knew it was important to maintain a respectful yet easy posture. Snape moved around to the other side of his desk and reached beneath it. Harry's eyes widened slightly as Snape placed a firebolt on the desk. His fingers twitched, itching to grab it, but he held back. "Is it all right, sir?" Harry asked. "It is indeed," Snape replied. "I haven't the faintest idea who sent you this, but it appears they harbour you no ill will. Phileas and I spent considerable time ensuring it's safe to fly." He fixed Harry with a piercing glare. "I acknowledge that the circumstances leading to our earlier loss were beyond your control. You are now the owner of the best racing broom in the world. Make up for the ill luck that befell you." "Yes, sir," Harry said, unable to suppress a wide grin as he picked up the broom. It felt light in his hands, almost buzzing with potential. "I'll do that. Thank you, sir." Snape simply nodded, his expression as impassive as ever. Harry didn't have time to decipher the potions master's intentions. The firebolt was clean, and it was his. He checked the map, dashed back to the Slytherin dorms, and headed straight for the 7th-year boys' room. Marcus Flint had failed 3 newts and spent his 8th year either obsessively studying or practicing. The result was a very stressed young man who rarely socialized. Harry knocked on the door, and Simon Fentis answered. He curled his lip at the sight of Harry, and the feeling was mutual. Back in early 2nd year, before Harry had managed to gain a semblance of acceptance from the older students, Fentis had hexed him in the hallways. Harry had retaliated by getting into his things. It seemed Fentis remembered the incident just as vividly. Harry smiled innocently at Simon. "Sorry to bother you. Is Flint here?" He knew perfectly well that Flint was there, and if Fentis tried to lie, he didn't. "Marcus," Fentis called over his shoulder, "Potter's here for you." A few seconds later, Flint appeared, scowling. "What, Potter? I was in the middle of—" Harry held up the broom. Flint and Fentis's jaws dropped. "Merlin's balls," Fentis breathed. "Is that a firebolt?" "Got it back from Snape," Harry said, smirking. "No malevolent magic of any kind." "Can I?" Flint asked reverently, extending his hands. Harry passed him the broom. Flint turned it over, examining every inch, from the gleaming golden-brown handle to the silver fittings and footrests, which were a custom job. Harry had seen them done in bronze at Diagon Alley, so whoever sent it clearly knew he was in Slytherin. Flint admired the perfectly sleek and aerodynamic tail. "Practice tomorrow is going to be bloody brilliant," Flint said, passing the broom back with a maniacal smirk. "When you figure out who sent it, let me know. I want to give them flowers." "You're taking it out today, right?" "Right now," Harry replied. "I'd like to get the feel of it before practice." Flint nodded approvingly. "Take some friends. The black curfew thing is still in effect, but if you got company, you should be fine." "Noted," Harry said. He swung by his dormitory to pick up Blaise and Theo.
Neither of them was particularly fond of flying, but they enjoyed Quidditch games from the sidelines and cheered for Slytherin as fiercely as anyone else. Plus, this was a fireboat. Their excitement was enough to shake off their usual composure. As Harry gathered his friends, he noticed Malfoy greedily eyeing the broom. Deciding to be magnanimous, he invited the other boy along. Maybe if they got on better terms, he could find other ways to rein Malfoy in. Malfoy had been getting a bit tiresome with his constant sabotage of Harry's potions. It was becoming predictable, especially since it was clear Malfoy did it simply because he knew it was Harry's go-to way of getting back at him. They picked up Neville from the Great Hall, where dinner time was winding down. Harry didn't want to say the word fireboat in such a public place, so he waited outside until Neville walked out with Hermione and Justin. The trio stopped short when they saw Harry, flanked by Theo and Blaise, clearly hiding something behind his back, while Malfoy lingered awkwardly off to the side. "Harry," Neville said, eyeing Malfoy with caution. "What's up?" Harry grinned and shifted his stance, allowing the broom to peek out. All three of them were already in the loop. He'd told them the story of the broom the day he received it. Their eyes widened in surprise. "No way," Justin breathed. "That's why Snape wanted you. It's been cleared?" "Not a trace of malevolent magic on it," Harry replied, still smiling. Hermione shook her head in disbelief. "Someone really likes you." "I know," Harry said. "I'm going to test it out. Want to come?" "I've got Muggle studies homework," Hermione said, glancing at Malfoy with a look that suggested her excuse might be more of a provocation than the truth. Harry chose not to look at the blonde. "Have fun," he said. "You'll see me on it at the next match, anyway." "That I will," Hermione agreed. "Neville?" "I'm going with Harry," Neville said firmly. Justin nodded enthusiastically. "Me too." Hermione shook her head, but a smile crept onto her face. "You lot are ridiculous." The group started making their way down to the pitch. "Harry," Neville muttered, falling into step beside him. "Why's Malfoy here?" "I'm feeling nice," Harry replied. Neville shot him a sideways glance. "You're not nice." "Why, Neville," Harry said with a smirk, "I am." "No, you're not," Neville said, clearly unimpressed. Harry smirked at him. "He's here because if I don't antagonize him, I might be able to influence him a bit, in less obnoxious ways than sabotaging his potions. Don't you appreciate my efforts? I thought you didn't approve of what I did in class the other day." "I'm not sure this is any better," Neville muttered, but he seemed to have come to terms with it. Harry stopped at the edge of the pitch and hesitantly held the broom out at his side. "Go on," Theo encouraged. "Show us what it's like." With a deep breath, Harry let go of the broom. It floated effortlessly in the air, perfectly positioned for him to mount. He swung his leg over, and his hands naturally found the grip, slightly modified for his shorter stature. The broom trembled with anticipation, or maybe that was just Harry. He couldn't tell. He kicked off, and it was incredible. In an instant he left all his worries behind and yelled with pure joy as he soared into the sky faster than he had ever flown before. The firebolt responded to his every thought, turning on a dime and stopping so suddenly that it made his stomach lurch. It accelerated with such intensity that he struggled to catch his breath at first, but soon he adapted. He raced around the pitch, adrenaline coursing through his veins, completely lost in the speed, freedom, challenge, and thrill of it all. Harry dove the broom low, pulling up so sharply that his toes brushed the grass. He ascended in a dizzyingly tight corkscrew, weaving figure eights around the goalposts, so close that his hair brushed the stone.
He shot over his friends' heads and Malfoy's, upside down and hanging only by his knees, stretching his hands toward them. Once he was past, he grabbed the broom again, turned, and used the centripetal force to spin himself upright. With a grin, he whipped back around toward them and skidded to a sideways halt just half a meter from their faces, laughing with sheer exhilaration. "Merlin!" Malfoy exclaimed. "Harry, can I have a go?" Neville asked eagerly. Harry jumped off his broom and handed it over. In the end, everyone got a turn, even Malfoy. Blaise, Neville, Theo and Justin approached with caution. The broom's sensitivity posed a challenge, even for Harry, and they all had much less experience. Malfoy wasn't quite as daring as Harry had been, but he certainly pushed himself. By the time he landed, he had forgotten to act like the snobbish, pure-blood heir, and was simply a 13-year-old boy who loved Quidditch. They wandered back up to the castle as a delighted group, ignoring the chill and darkness, their voices overlapping in excitement about the firebolt. However, as soon as Justin and Neville headed off to their dorms and the Slytherins returned to the dungeons, Malfoy became increasingly awkward and aloof, slipping back into his usual sneering demeanor. Harry observed this change with a hint of regret. This had been his first true glimpse of what Malfoy might be like beneath the facade of nastiness and arrogance. He found he rather liked what he had seen, but if Malfoy couldn't move past his prattish behavior most of the time, that wasn't Harry's concern. The next day, there was some sort of drama in Gryffindor. Ronald was convinced that Hermione's cat had eaten his rat. "Good riddance," Theo remarked when Hermione shared the news. Ronald was loudly proclaiming to anyone who would listen in the common room that Crookshanks was a monster. Blaise offered to silence him, but Hermione simply shook her head grimly. Harry paid little attention to the commotion. He decided to take a break from his schoolwork and headed down to the pitch as soon as class ended. He muttered the password for the Slytherin locker rooms and dashed inside. He quickly pulled on his padded trousers, Quidditch sweater, and leather-padded gear. Harry quickly donned his harness, forearm guards, fingerless leather gloves, and goggles, faster than he'd ever suited up before. He headed straight out onto the pitch, where the rest of the team hadn't arrived yet. He knew the firebolt's sensitivity would take some getting used to, and he had no intention of embarrassing himself during practice by accidentally accelerating too quickly and crashing into a goalpost. He jumped on the broom and laughed again, reveling in the experience that was every bit as wonderful as he remembered from the day before. Harry spent an hour running solo chaser drills. He did crash into something, but thankfully it was just the wall surrounding the pitch and not a goalpost. By the time the rest of the team showed up, he was almost completely comfortable on the broom. Between Malfoy and Flint, everyone had heard plenty about the firebolt, but they still crowded around to spend a good 10 minutes in the locker room, discussing its various enchantments, materials, and statistics. Bletchley pointed out something Harry had noticed too. The fittings on this broom were customized in silver instead of the standard gold, indicating whoever sent it to him knew he was a Slytherin. Surprisingly, the silver complemented the gold-brown handle and the dark brown, gleaming tail twigs perfectly. It turned out to be one of the team's best practices. Harry had previously kept up with Pusey and Flint, but now he matched them easily in speed and maneuverability. They worked feverishly on modifying their plays and timing to take advantage of the speed difference between Pusey and Flint's brooms and Harry's. Harry knew it was his responsibility to ensure he didn't outpace them during joint plays, while they could also create opportunities for individual dashes up the pitch and at the goalposts, manoeuvres that were only possible with a broom as fast as his. He wasn't entirely sure how he felt about being the lead chaser, a role usually reserved for Pusey, but he had to admit he enjoyed the chance to show off in front of the team. The thought of soaring over the entire school on this broom felt exhilarating, especially with Jules watching. Harry paused, realizing that Jules might not even know yet, unless Neville had spilled the beans. If he hadn't, Harry decided he would tell Neville and Hermione at dinner, urging them to keep it quiet. If the secret was still under wraps, he wanted to maintain that until Slytherin's next match. However, the upcoming game was Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw. Harry joined the rest of the school to watch, and soon Neville, Hermione, Justin, and a pleasantly surprising Hannah found him. Together, they made their way to the stands, joining Theo, Blaise, Daphne, and Pansy. Hermione and Neville cheered for Gryffindor by default. Harry grinned at them, shooting blue and bronze sparks from his wand. Hermione rolled her eyes, while Neville, after a moment of concentration, managed to conjure some red and gold sparks. Justin laughed and stayed out of the spark-throwing contest. As Harry scanned the crowd, he frowned. It was strange. Malfoy was missing. So were Crabbe, Goyle, and Bulstrode. Normally, Malfoy would never skip a Quidditch game. Shaking off the thought, he turned his attention to the field as the Ravenclaw and Gryffindor teams were announced and the match kicked off. The Ravenclaw seeker, Cho Chang, was impressive on her broom. Jules had the edge with his Nimbus 2000 over her Comet 260, but she was skilled at marking him so closely that their knees kept bumping, leaving him no real advantage. Harry grinned. It was a clever tactic, and he enjoyed the mounting frustration evident on Jules's face. Suddenly, just seconds after Gryffindor scored, Jules and Chang lunged for the snitch at the same moment. A wave of excitement rippled through the stands. Harry leaned forward, watching intently. But then, out of nowhere, a Ravenclaw beater slammed a bludger in Jules' direction at the last second, forcing both him and Chang to veer off course. The snitch was lost. "Yes, Ravenclaw!" Theo shouted, and Harry joined in with a whoop of excitement. The chaser play was brilliant, and Harry watched eagerly, mentally noting Ravenclaw's maneuvers and Gryffindor's instincts. Every team had its secret plays, favourite tactics and responses, and with careful observation over time, you could pick them up. The Gryffindor chasers were quite good. In Harry's completely biased opinion, they weren't as skilled as the Slytherin lineup, but they were still impressive. Ravenclaw, on the other hand, was lacking. The Gryffindor keeper was truly blessed by Merlin to fly a broom. Unfortunately, so was Jules, but Chang blocked him out of nowhere as he shot after the snitch again. Harry made a mental note to congratulate her on her impressive flying later. Gryffindor scored once more. Harry continued to cheer for Ravenclaw, but it was becoming increasingly clear who was going to win this match. The crowd's excitement spiked. Harry tore his eyes away from a clever talon strike executed by two Ravenclaw chasers. Jules had spotted the snitch again, and Chang couldn't hope to match his speed. "Oh!" Chang screamed, pointing. Harry followed her gaze. No, they weren't Dementors, but they were earthbound and the wrong size. If you didn't look closely, you might mistake them for Dementors. Jules whipped out his wand. He was too far away for Harry to hear the incantation, but a cloud of something silvery shot from his wand toward the three fake Dementors. It was indistinct and cloudy, but it moved. 10 seconds later, Jules had caught the snitch, and Harry had the unfortunate luck of seeing Bulstrode struggle to free herself from one of the cloaks on the ground. The other two were still tangled in a disastrous mess. "Oh, Merlin," he sighed, as a strong feeling washed over him. He suspected Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle were under the other cloaks. McGonagall was bearing down on them with fury. Slytherin Seeker was surrounded in the middle of the pitch, and everyone was laughing at Malfoy's misfortune. "That idiot," Blaise hissed. Around them most of the Slytherins muttered angrily. Malfoy wasn't despised. His name commanded a certain respect among the older students, but this situation was pushing it too far. It was just too crude, especially since he had actually been caught. The atmosphere in Slytherin that night was thick with sullen, roiling anger. Malfoy, along with his muscle-bound friends and Bulstrode, headed straight to their dorms, fully aware that the lost points and general humiliation meant they would be targets for a while. Harry was even more upset than the rest of his house. Jules, it seemed, could cast a Patronus that moved. It didn't matter that he had an instructor or that he received help from adults. Harry felt he had to be better. So he sneaked out of the dorms and practiced until he could no longer cast spells, using both his ash and holly wands. Chapter 9. Rivalries. The next day, Ronald Weasley somehow managed to usurp Jules's popularity in Gryffindor. Harry glanced across the great hall and saw Weasley holding court at his end of the table. Honestly, he had no subtlety at all, and he seemed to be in the midst of recounting some dramatic tale. "Anyone know what's up with Weasley?" Theo asked, buttering his toast while casting a wary eye at his least favourite fellow third-year across the hall. Blaise turned to look over his shoulder. "He certainly seems full of himself this morning." Harry discreetly let the still sleepy Eris reach out from his left sleeve to snap up some bits of egg white. He examined the shifting currents of attention at the Gryffindor table and smirked. "My brother's none too happy about it. Look." Jules was sitting just a metre away from Ronald, eating his breakfast sullenly and occasionally glaring at the people surrounding Weasley. Harry couldn't blame him. Sycophants were irritating, and Ronald's newfound popularity was probably based on something ridiculous, like stealing a bottle of fire whiskey from an upper year and doing something foolish. But Harry strongly suspected that Jules' anger stemmed mostly from someone else getting more attention than he was. "This should be entertaining," Blaise remarked. "Don't we have a joint potions lecture this evening?" "Yes," Daphne replied, her gaze fixed on the Gryffindor table like a hawk. "Yes, we do." The five of them intercepted Neville and Hermione on their way down to the dungeons. Their Gryffindor friends recounted, with an air of great weariness, a story about Sirius Black and passwords that had been stolen from a first-year who had written them all down because he could never remember them. They also mentioned an attack on Ronald Weasley, who had woken up to find Black standing over him with a knife. "That makes no sense," Harry interjected when they finished. "At all. Surely Black would know better than to choose the wrong bed. And if he's this horrific... Honestly, if he's the murderer everyone thinks he is, he would have killed Ronald before he even had a chance to shout," Hermione frowned. "He did break into a dormitory holding a knife. That doesn't exactly paint a positive picture of his intentions or his mental state," she added. "The bloke was in Azkaban for 12 years, Neville chimed in. "I'm surprised he's sane enough to even be here." "And of course now Ronald is even less bearable than usual," Hermione continued. She had picked up on Harry's habit of using Weasley's full name. Weasley felt too formal after spending so much time with him during the early summers Harry had spent as a wizard. Plus, with so many Weasleys around, he had more or less been forced to drop the habit while staying at the Burrow. His Slytherin friends still called Ronald by his last name, usually with a tone of sneering disdain that made it clear who they were referring to. Neville looked particularly harassed. "He's going around retelling the story to anyone who will listen, like he did something heroic. All he did was sit up and scream. It's not that big a deal." "I expect he's usually jealous of Jules," Hermione said tiredly. "Now he's had a taste of attention and doesn't want to lose it. Meanwhile, he's still furious with me over Crookshanks. I keep trying to tell him that's just what cats do. No gossiping in the corridors, Miss Granger, Snape said icily, having opened his classroom door to glare at them. If you're going to arrive to class early, you might as well come in and prepare your potion stations. Thank you, sir, Blaise said. Harry discreetly stepped on Hermione's foot under their robes to keep her quiet. This year, Snape had taken to using Finnegan, Ronald and Jules as scapegoats for deducting endless points from Gryffindor, letting Neville and Hermione slide by with little more than sneering comments. It wouldn't do for Hermione to blow a gasket and upset the balance. Snape glared at them all. Eris stalked back up to her desk at the front of the classroom, leaving the others to quietly file in. They began setting out cauldrons and ingredients. Hermione, Daphne and Pansy claimed one of the few tables large enough for their group. However, discussing anything other than potions was completely off the table. "Can you get into the Gryffindor dorms?" Harry asked Eris once class was over. She shot him a glare. "Of course. Can you go check it out? See what you can smell?" "That does sound like an interesting prospect. Just don't get caught. You know how the Gryffindors are. They'd probably try to kill you." Eris flicked him on the nose with her tail. "I'm hardly that careless." 4 hours later she returned. "Did anyone see you?" Harry asked, curling up around her in bed. He'd been more worried than he cared to admit while she was gone. His familiar wasn't particularly talkative most of the time. After all, she was a snake, a lethargic breed that preferred to spend her days dozing in his pack or under his robes. But her presence was always reassuring. "Of course not." Eris nestled down into the warm blankets with a satisfied hiss. "I have the man's scent. It was very odd." "Odd how?" "He's hungry, unhealthy, and I can't quite put my finger on what was strange about his scent. But something was definitely off." Eris shook her head in frustration, an oddly human gesture. "But I'll remember." "It's nothing to worry about," Harry assured her, returning to a book on the runic bases of cleaning charms. "We'll figure it out in time, or we won't, I suppose." Harry fell asleep with the book resting on his chest and one hand lightly placed on Eris's back. The following weekend, Harry sneaked out to Hogsmeade again, ignoring Hermione's anxious whispers that it might not be safe. He counted that James had caved and allowed Jules to go, and if it was safe for the Gryffindor Potter, it would definitely be safe for him too. Harry knew he needed to be safe, especially as a Potter twin with common sense. Hermione had grimaced at his plans, but decided to let it go. He slipped out of Honeyduke's cellar, cloaked under a strong "Notice Me Not" charm, missing Eris, who had been with him the last time he pulled this off. She stubbornly refused to join him outside, or even around the castle most days. The shop was just as bustling as he remembered, and Harry blended into the crowd, just another student with nothing to worry about. He found his friends about halfway down the street and joined them. Once he had their attention, the charm wore off, and he was fully visible, absorbed into the middle of the group. To anyone else, he remained unremarkable and unworthy of notice. While the charm wasn't as effective as true invisibility for evading detection, a well-applied "Notice Me Not" could be more powerful than Jules' invisibility cloak. Technically, the cloak should belong to Harry, but he was content to let it stay with Jules for now, mostly because he had no good way to claim his birthright. And it wasn't just the cloak. Harry pushed aside his dark and vindictive thoughts about his family, focusing instead on enjoying a decent day out with his friends. However, returning to the castle proved trickier than he anticipated. Someone was waiting for him, not by the one-eyed witch's statue, thank Merlin, but leaning against the wall in the entrance hall, closely watching the students passing through. As Harry stepped off the grand staircase, it was too late to change course. "Ah, Harry," Lupin said, walking over to him. "Just who I was looking for. Come along, wouldn't you?" Faced with the teacher, Harry had little choice but to follow. Lupin paused in an empty room on the first floor. "Harry, I've just received the strangest report from Jules and Ron Weasley. Now, as I understand it, you're not permitted to go to Hogsmeade, correct?" "Yes, sir." Harry wanted to hit his head against the wall and then go find his brother to unleash some hexes. "Interesting," Lupin remarked. "It seems they believe they saw you in Hogsmeade not once, but twice, during the second weekend visit, and now this one." "They must be mistaken," Harry replied calmly. He was confident in his ability to lie convincingly, even in more stressful situations than this. His heartbeat remained steady. Lupin shook his head, a hint of sorrow in his expression. "Unfortunately, I have to investigate their claims. Sneaking out to Hogsmeade at a time like this, it simply won't do."
"Sir, I'd like to speak to my head of house," Harry said. "Professor Snape is in charge of disciplinary action for Slytherins." Lupin grimaced, as if he had just caught a whiff of something unpleasant. "That may be true, but the report was made to me. It's my responsibility to determine if a rule was actually broken. Now, please turn out your pockets, Mr. Potter." Harry fought the urge to roll his eyes. It was so obvious. As if he hadn't been clever enough to give Theo and Blaise the books and sweets he'd bought to carry back to the castle. All he had in his pockets were a few quills, 3 scraps of parchment, the blank Marauder's map, his day planner, and a half-eaten package of chocolate frogs, none of which was particularly incriminating. But when Lupin's gaze landed on the map, his eyes widened slightly. It was a subtle reaction, likely passing for discretion among Gryffindors, but Harry noticed and instantly felt on guard. "I'm afraid I'm going to have to confiscate this," Lupin said, eyeing the items in Harry's hands, "just to ensure nothing has been enchanted to disguise it. You understand?" "Yes, sir," Harry replied, his anger and wariness growing. Lupin knew about the map, somehow. "Will that be all?" Yes, of course," Lupin said, but he was watching Harry with keen interest. It reminded Harry that this man, though he may have been a coward, still posed a threat, was also much smarter than James Potter. "I'll see you in class," Harry said as he left the room. He headed straight to Snape's office to report that Professor Lupin had overstepped his bounds by searching and confiscating a student's personal belongings based on nothing more than rumours. Snape steepled his fingers and looked at Harry from across his desk. "You realize, I'm sure, that Professor Lupin will likely receive nothing more than a slap on the wrist from the headmaster." "A slap on the wrist is better than nothing at all," Harry replied, allowing himself a small smirk. "Besides, he keeps calling me Harry. I doubt he'll be pleased to find out I trusted you, of all people, with my problem. Will he?" Snape's expression shifted to what Harry had come to think of as his pleased face, somewhat vicious and threatening, yet more neutral than most of the potions master's usual expressions. "No, I suppose he will not," Snape said. "You may go, Mr. Potter." "Thank you, sir," Harry said with a grin as he left the office. The next day he received his belongings back along with a formal apology. Harry accepted it graciously, concealing his anger from Lupin, Snape, and Dumbledore. The Marauder's map was still missing, and he couldn't make a fuss over a single piece of parchment. Even if he did, Lupin would just hand him something else that wasn't the map. The satisfaction that Lupin barely managed to hide only stung more. That night, Harry successfully cast a mobile Patronus for the first time. It was still incorporeal, but it was progress. The security measures put in place after Black's second break-in made it much harder than usual to sneak away to the Knight's room.
As a result, Harry decided to suspend the dueling club for the foreseeable future and limited its use to just his friends. From Hermione and Neville, he learned that Hagrid was apparently under investigation by the Ministry for exposing students to dangerous creatures in uncontrolled circumstances. Harry was feeling distraught. Blaise and Pansy believed his feelings were entirely justified. Hermione, with a determined look on her face, asked if she could interview them about their classes for a case she was preparing for Hogwarts. It was her way of ensuring Harry could at least keep his job. Then came the day Harry returned to the common room and found Malfoy sprawled on a couch, moaning about a broken nose. "It's only a bit bloody," Flint said with disgust, cuffing Malfoy upside the head as he walked by. "Get over yourself." "The mudblood hit me," Malfoy whined. Flint spotted Harry and marched over, looking grim. Ava Pusey followed closely behind. "Get him in line," Pusey said bluntly. "He has no idea what it means to be a Slytherin, and we're all sick of his whining and moping. If you don't handle it, we will." Harry blinked in surprise. Several things struck him at once. First, they considered him the one to keep Malfoy in check. Second, they were actually irritated enough with Malfoy to take action. Third, they felt it was serious enough to intervene themselves if Harry didn't step up. He was also acutely aware that his own standing in Slytherin now depended on whether he could handle this situation. "Got it," Harry replied. Pusey nodded sharply and walked away, Flint following her. Resisting the urge to sigh, Harry glanced around the common room. Theo and Blaise were over by the windows. He would have preferred Daphne, but Theo would do. Harry sat down with them. "What was that?" Blaise asked, nodding toward the prefect and Quidditch captain. Harry looked at Theo. "I've been tasked with getting Malfoy in line." In unison, they all turned to look at the blonde. He was slumped back against the couch, still complaining about his nose, while Bulstrode nodded in agreement. Harry was only half listening to Malfoy, while the other half of his attention was focused on a graphic novel. "I see their point," Blaise said, not wasting any time on why Harry was in this situation. They all already knew the answer. "I take it you're planning already?" "Yes," Harry replied grimly, "and my plan involves you. Theo, I think it would go over better if you or Daphne are with me." He knew that Theo and Daphne came from old, pure-blood families with ties to the Death Eaters, which meant Malfoy would respect them more than he would respect Harry, the half-blood Potter who had fought for every scrap of recognition on the Slytherin political ladder. They all understood this without needing to say it. Theo nodded immediately. "Ideas?" The three of them spent the next 30 minutes discussing how Theo and Harry would approach the situation, all while keeping their books open, making it appear as if they were simply discussing their assigned readings. Harry knew their approach couldn't be too abrasive, but it needed to be firm enough to reach Malfoy, who had an impressive knack for tuning out anything he deemed irrelevant. He also left some room for improvisation, trusting that Theo might bring up points that could influence Malfoy without Harry needing to explicitly state them. Just then, Bulstrode yawned widely and interrupted Malfoy mid-rant. "I'm going to bed," she announced. The beefcakes were likely still at dinner, stuffing themselves with dessert. Harry raised an eyebrow at Theo. It was the perfect opportunity. Theo and Harry stood up and casually made their way over to Malfoy's couch. They sat down across from him and opened their books. After a few minutes of silence, Malfoy couldn't stand it any longer. He leaned forward, ready to talk, just as Harry had anticipated. "Can you believe the mudblood hit me?" he exclaimed. "Yes," Theo replied. "I know, it's What?" Harry raised an eyebrow. He said yes, Malfoy. Can't you hear? Malfoy practically bristled with indignation. If he became an animagus, Harry suspected he'd turn into a peacock. But, Rule 1. Rule 1 doesn't apply in the common room, Theo interjected. It definitely doesn't stop me from thinking of you as crass, spoiled, entitled, and breathtakingly narrow-minded. Malfoy puffed himself up. Don't you speak to me like that, he snarled. My father will hear about this. Oh, look, you've perfectly proved our point, Harry replied, his voice steady. You have no idea what it is to be a Slytherin or a Malfoy. All you do is throw your family name and money around, trying to bully others into submission. You lack any sense of tact or subtlety, and you're so stubborn that you refuse to see when someone is better than you. She's a mudblood, Malfoy insisted. Beats you on every exam, both theory and practice, Theo interrupted. Finch Fletchley does much the same. Lily Potter was a muggle born. She had more newts than you can even dream of, and I can't think of a single exam you've outscored Harry on. He smiled cruelly. Not to mention, the Dark Lord recruited her. Malfoy's expression twisted between rage, confusion, and horror. They were getting through to him. Malfoy was the sort of person who wouldn't respond to subtlety. He needed a blunt approach, maybe even a few hard hits. So what do you want me to do? Malfoy sneered, crossing his arms. Stop antagonizing Granger, for one, Harry said. Try to think about your actions. Handle things on your own instead of relying on Daddy. I wonder how long Lucius Malfoy's patience for being dragged into schoolyard squabbles will last. And try to understand that being sorted into Slytherin doesn't automatically make you great. It means you have the potential to be great if you work for it. Like you've done? Malfoy scoffed. Harry hadn't wanted to resort to this, but if fear was what it took to keep Malfoy in line, then fear was what he would use. He reached for his wand. Malfoy noticed the movement and tried to draw his own, but Harry was quicker. Duro, he whispered, concentrating fiercely. Malfoy's clothing transformed into stone, and he yelped, suddenly immobile. Potter, what are you— Silencio, Theo added. Malfoy's mouth opened and closed without making a sound. Theo smirked, leaned forward and plucked Malfoy's wand from his hand, tossing it contemptuously into Malfoy's lap. Listen, you git, Theo said. You can sit here until someone with enough magical skill to reverse that spell comes along and takes pity on you, Harry said, his voice icy. It didn't matter what he'd told Neville. Malfoy had been an irritant for a long time, but more than that, Harry honestly believed the other boy had a lot of potential. And while you wait, think about how Theo and I are both able to cast spells from the 5th-year curriculum. If you come up with any method that doesn't involve working very, very hard on our casting for several years, let me know, and I'd be happy to prove you wrong. He studied Malfoy for a few seconds, then decided his point had been made. In an instant, he switched his expression from cold anger to a warm, friendly smile. A trick he knew from experience tended to unnerve people. Malfoy flinched back slightly, his composure shattered. He looked uncomfortable, afraid, angry, and embarrassed all at once. "See you later, Malfoy," Harry said kindly, patting the other boy on the hand. They stood up and walked away, leaving him sitting there, staring after them. "I really wish I could just set Eris on him," Harry muttered as soon as they were out of earshot. Were out of Malfoy's earshot when Theo snickered. "I'd love to see that, but you know, she might actually kill him, and then we'd have Lucius Malfoy breathing down our necks." "Yeah, best we keep her secret for now." That evening, as Harry returned to the dorm from the bathroom down the hall, he heard a voice up ahead, distinctly Malfoy's. He paused, having long since buried any guilt about eavesdropping. If there was ever a part of him that felt remorseful, he couldn't remember it now. He pointed his wand at his head and whispered a charm he had been practicing for a while. It was a 5th-year spell, but incredibly useful. Amplius Audi. As always, a wave of sharp sounds crashed into his brain, causing him pain. Harry gritted his teeth, battling the sensory overload with a mix of Occulmency and sheer determination. He focused intently on their conversation, tuning out the other distracting noises that threatened to unravel his concentration. He had practiced the spell on mice at first, accidentally frying 2 of their brains before finally mastering it. The first few attempts on himself had resulted in horrible migraines, but he eventually adapted to the mental strain. Thank Merlin for Occlumency. Leaning against the wall, he listened intently. "Understand Potter's issue with me," Malfoy said. "He's a Potter, but you not. What would your father say if he knew you were defending mudbloods and blood traitors?" There was a scuffle and a thud. "He'd say what your father should have taught you as a child instead of letting you turn into a spoiled disaster," Theo hissed. "Blood matters. Ability matters more. How many times is Granger going to have to kick your skinny ass before you accept that she's not cheating? It's not a fluke. She's just smarter and better at magic. And don't even get me started on the differences between you and Harry." "Potter is weak," Malfoy snapped, but Harry could detect the uncertainty in his voice. The hesitation made him smile. "He doesn't belong here. If you really think it's a clever plan to attach your standing to his. Your head is so far up your ass, I'm surprised you can see straight," Theo growled. "First of all, Harry is my friend. Second, if you're that bad at recognizing where the power lies, I'd argue you don't belong in this house." "He's more Slytherin than you, Malfoy." Another scuffle erupted, accompanied by the scrape of feet as someone walked away. Harry ended the spell and slipped backwards, ducking into a shadowy corner of the hallway. Thanks to his insomnia, he knew the hidden places and quiet nooks around the castle and the dorms better than almost anyone else. Malfoy didn't even glance in his direction as he passed, heading for the bathroom. Once Malfoy was gone, Harry stepped out and made his way back to the dorm. He gave no indication of what he'd overheard, but he lay awake for a long time thinking about it. He hadn't realized until that moment that others viewed him as a leading figure among his year. Pusey, Flint, and now Theo. He wasn't sure which was more surprising. Part of Harry felt suspicious. Were Theo, Blaise, Pansy and Daphne only his friends because they thought he'd become the power player in Slytherin in a few years? No, he couldn't allow himself to think like that. He needed to believe he had a few people he could trust. Theo had stuck by Harry since that first day in the bookstore, despite family differences, Malfoy's influence, and Harry's initially shaky social standing in their house. Blaise had also become a friend early on. Harry could trust them, if he could trust anyone in the world, aside from Neville, who was far too kind to even consider faking a friendship for social standing, let alone actually doing it. As for Pansy, she might have interpreted Harry's willingness to bargain as a sign that he possessed enough cunning to advance in the house. As a result, she started distancing herself from Malfoy. Later, Daphne had become a friend too, but now they were real friends. For a moment, Harry hated that he had to think this way. Then he realized that this was just how people operated. There would always be those around him trying to use him and take advantage of him, regardless of which house he belonged to. More than anything, he was grateful for being in Slytherin. At least here there were no illusions, no lies. You learned the game early, or you lost. Harry wouldn't graduate as a Hufflepuff, never having to worry about his housemates hexing him in the night, undercutting his friendships, or using him in a power grab. He'd be prepared, and if nothing else,
he'd have Eris. He could feel her sleeping, draped across his stomach, always there, always loyal. Harry grinned at the runes essay on the combinations of Anglo-Saxon, Futhark, and Chinese runes that Professor Babbling had just handed back. The Chinese runes were challenging, but his studies in Old Norse, Anglo-Saxon, Gaelic, Ancient Greek, Latin and Arabic were paying off. He could make some limited sense of a few of the books from the Slytherin library, and knowing those languages made his classwork much easier. "Excellent work," Babbling murmured as she stopped by his desk with a wink. "Thank you, ma'am," Harry replied respectfully. He liked Babbling, mostly because, like Vector, her enthusiasm was contagious. Unlike some other teachers, she was immune to house favoritism. A few minutes later, the class was dismissed. Harry had gotten sidetracked reading the next section of the textbook and was one of the last to leave the room. He started to hurry to catch up with his friends when he heard a voice call out, "Potter!" He turned and immediately went on guard. "Caro," he replied, tension creeping into his voice. Eris stirred beneath his robes, poking her head out of his collar. Hestia had expected Eris to be there, so the notice me not charm failed. The older girl paled slightly at the sight of Eris. Hestia hissed at her, but quickly gathered herself. She fell into step beside Harry. "Top of the class again, I see." Harry simply nodded. In Slytherin, false modesty and deferring compliments were seen as weaknesses, something that earned you nothing but disrespect. If you were the best, there was no shame in admitting it. "You've already helped me with arithmancy. Are you hoping to add runes tutoring?" Harry replied with a smirk. "Justin says you're a delight to work with." In truth, Justin had called Hestia cold and somewhat frightening, albeit polite. Harry injected just enough sarcasm into his tone for Hestia to know he wasn't being entirely sincere. She probably didn't mind intimidating a third-year Hufflepuff. In fact, she was likely doing it on purpose. Hestia smirked back, looking every bit as unapologetic as Harry had expected. "Hardly. I only scored 2 points fewer than you on that essay. Here." Harry eyed the book she was holding with suspicion before meeting her gaze. For a moment he weighed the risk of potentially offending her by casting a few detection spells against the risk of accepting something from someone who might not like him. "It smells of old magic," Eris whispered, "but nothing dangerous." With others around, if the book were cursed, everyone would have seen her hand it to him. He took it, and nothing terrible happened. Harry read the title, flipped it open to the table of contents, and then the first page, his eyebrows lifting higher with each turn. Thankfully, he had good situational awareness, and managed to keep walking without bumping into anyone while he skimmed. Hestia had given him an old edition of a book Babbling had mentioned in class, an edition that hadn't been edited by the Ministry for Runes and Rune Arrays, considered dark, dangerous, or both. It was also illegal. "You arranged tutoring for me," Hestia said. "My sister suggested I ought to do something for you." "You have good taste in books," Harry remarked, a smirk tugging at his lips. "Yes, I know," Hestia replied, then turned and walked away to join her sister. Harry took a moment to reflect before sharing his findings about Lupin with Theo, Blaise and Neville. It took 30 minutes of heated debate to convince Blaise and Theo that Lupin wasn't a threat. After all, Dumbledore wouldn't be foolish enough to hire a dangerous beast as a teacher, especially when his condition was widely known, especially since Snape had been brewing potions for him. Harry had spied on them several times with the help of the snakes, confirming that Snape was indeed preparing what could only be wolfsbane to give to Lupin on full moons. The snakes avoided Lupin's office on those nights, claiming it smelled dangerous, which felt like confirmation enough.
Neville shrugged, adding that Lupin hadn't harmed anyone yet. As spring approached, the excitement for the Quidditch Cup final grew. Gryffindor was set to face Slytherin in mid-May, and tensions between the houses reached a boiling point. An unusual triangle formed between Harry, Malfoy, and Jules. Jules harboured a deep hatred for both Slytherin boys. His disdain for Malfoy was simple, while his rivalry with Harry was far more complex. Malfoy, of course, reciprocated Jules' animosity. Harry struggled to hate his brother outright, but the constant hexes and curses from Gryffindor did little to ease the tension. Fred and George had made it clear to Harry that while they wouldn't cast any spells at him, they couldn't stop the others from doing so. Harry shrugged, deciding to extend the same courtesy to the rest of the team. Bletchley and the twins seemed to be easing up on each other as well, especially after Bletchley had spent some time flying with them and Harry over Christmas. Still, it was far from a ceasefire. Students were racking up detentions and ending up in the hospital wing in record numbers for using magic in the hallways. Ronald Weasley and Seamus Finnegan, often accompanied by Jules, had taken to following Harry and Malfoy around the castle. Harry usually kept Eris tucked away in his bag or trunk, just in case the "Notice Me Not" charm failed and she accidentally got spotted. Malfoy had been unusually quiet since Harry and Theo confronted him, and they had formed an uneasy alliance. More than once Harry found himself defending Malfoy, or being defended by him against hostile spells. Meanwhile, Theo, Blaise, Pansy and Daphne made it their mission to never leave Harry alone. Theo even insisted on accompanying Harry to the bathroom during class breaks. At first Harry thought this was ridiculous, until Toby Pritchard and Ben Creed ambushed him and Theo on their way to the greenhouses halfway through March. They left the two Gryffindors groaning in the mud after a flurry of hexes and curses. "What was this one?" Harry asked, nudging Pritchard with his toe. The boy's skin had turned pale, dry and flaky. Theo grinned wickedly. "Modified scale charm." "Teach me later," Harry replied, shooting a stinger at Creed when the Gryffindor fourth year reached for his wand. "Of course." They cast a pair of incontinence jinxes at the Gryffindors for good measure and strolled off to the greenhouses. The night before the match, the silence in the common room was heavy. Theo and Blaise were engaged in a game of wizard's chess, and under normal circumstances, Harry would have been right there with them, watching and analysing every move. But he couldn't bring himself to think about chess, or much of anything, really. He simply sat there, lost in thought. Harry immersed himself in reading The Hobbit, trying to escape into the Muggle interpretation of magic and wizards. It proved to be quite a challenge. When Flint finally stood up and ordered the team to bed, Harry felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. His dreams that night were unusually chaotic, but when he woke at 4 in the morning, he couldn't remember a single one. Despite feeling far from rested, his mind refused to let him drift back to sleep. By dawn, he found himself already dressed in his padded trousers, flying boots, and a green and grey sweater, sitting bleary-eyed and grumpy at the Slytherin table. "How many cups of coffee have you had?" Theo asked, eyeing the half-empty mug that Harry was still cradling when he and Blaise finally joined him for breakfast. Harry looked down, trying to recall. 2.5. "Should I be worried?" Blaise raised an eyebrow. "Worry about anyone who ticks me off," Harry replied darkly. He took a moment to compose himself as the rest of the school started trickling in, determined to appear cool and reserved, hiding any signs of pressure or tension. "Good front," Pansy commented as she arrived at the table with Daphne. Harry raised an eyebrow at her. "Please, we all saw how tense you were in the common room last night," Daphne said, "and by all, I mean the four of us and no one else, because we know you." "Reassuring," Harry muttered. Theo kicked him under the table. "Ingest something other than coffee." Eggs, bacon, toast and jam had never looked less appetizing, but years of sneaking half his meals had made Harry acutely aware of his body's energy needs. He forced himself to clean his plate. Quidditch wasn't exactly a low-impact activity. He stayed out of the conversation, periodically glancing over at the Gryffindor table, where Jules looked somewhere between sick and resolute, barely touching his food. Harry smirked. So Jules' arrogance wasn't bulletproof after all. That was satisfying. Wood led the Gryffindor team out first, drawing applause from their table and much of Hufflepuff. Flint deliberately waited a few more minutes before standing up himself. The rest of the Slytherin team took his cue, stalking out of the great hall with determined expressions. Harry found himself at the back, walking alongside Malfoy. The applause from Slytherin and Ravenclaw was more subdued than Gryffindor's, but it was no less genuine. Flint lingered at the entrance to the corridor leading to the Slytherin locker rooms, using a supersensory charm. "Wood's going over the conditions," he reported, keeping his voice low so as not to overwhelm his hypersensitive senses. "Good weather, clear skies. He's warning the Gryffindors about sun glare. The ground is firm, so our kickoffs will be solid." He paused for a moment. "They're heading to their locker rooms. The rest of the school is coming down." The team retreated to the locker room, and Harry quickly donned his leather protective gear, gloves and goggles. He reached for his Occulmency exercises. While he knew he wasn't yet skilled enough to slip into a perfect trance on command, he could still still his mind and push aside any extraneous thoughts and emotions with a minute's focus. Harry allowed only his nerves and his burning desire to win to remain, dismissing everything else as irrelevant. Everyone suited up in record time, holding their brooms as they waited in the locker room. Harry absent-mindedly ran his fingers over the inlaid silver letters spelling Firebolt. No one outside Slytherin knew about his broom yet, and he couldn't wait to see Jules' reaction. "We know their team," Flint said sharply. "We know each other. We know how to play Quidditch. We have our strategies for today. We know we're the best team in this bloody school." He looked around at each of them in turn, and Harry understood that Flint would. Harry found nothing but iron resolve in the faces around him. "Let's go prove it," he said. They formed up in the corridor, and Harry kept his Occlumency shields high, maintaining their strength to support the weight of everything he didn't want to feel or think about right now, blocking out all that was unnecessary. Flint started walking, and the rest followed, Bletchley flanked by Pusey and Harry, then Derek and Bowl, with Malfoy bringing up the rear. Their brooms were propped on their shoulders, confidence evident in every stride. As they emerged onto the field, the crowd erupted into cheers, along with jeers, mainly from Gryffindor. Harry soaked in the excitement, letting it push his tension to a fever pitch. "Captains, shake hands," Madam Hooch ordered. Wood and Flint complied as usual, seeming to try to break each other's fingers. Somewhere, Lee Jordan was making derisive and horribly biased commentary, but Harry ignored him, as he always did. "Mount your brooms," Hooch called, looking around as she held her whistle at the ready. 3, 2, 1. The whistle was lost in the roar of the crowd. 14 brooms shot into the air. Harry tore straight for the quaffle, just as they had planned. His broom was the fastest out there, and he beat Spinnet to the quaffle by 2 full seconds, shooting out of the knot of Gryffindor chasers and beaters toward the Gryffindor goal posts. Wood wasn't even halfway there yet. Flint and Pusey were already on their way, having anticipated that Harry would get the quaffle. The Slytherin chasers faced no opposition except Wood as they hurtled straight for the goalposts. "I don't believe it! The Slytherin Potter appears to be riding a firebolt!" Harry grinned like a maniac. Wood blocked Pusey's shot and then Harry's, but then Marcus slammed one in and Bold sent a bludger straight into Wood's stomach. They scored twice more before the rest of the Gryffindor team could react. The Gryffindor team struggled to find their rhythm as Slytherin launched into a fast start. It wasn't until the score reached 60-0 that Gryffindor began to rally. Harry flew in circles around the Slytherin players with the quaffle, sometimes for tactical advantage, other times just to rattle them. He brushed off Jordan's not-so-subtle suggestions that Slytherin's success stemmed from Harry's superior broom, as if that was the only reason. Slytherin was dominating because they knew how to leverage their strengths. Their tactics were sharp, and their teamwork was impressive. But Gryffindor was a well-oiled machine, and they finally found their footing 30 minutes into the match. The score climbed to 150, but the elusive snitch remained stubbornly hidden. Harry immersed himself in the game, soaring up and down the pitch in perfect sync with Flint and Pusey. He dodged bludgers. Fred and George were targeting him, which slowed him down a bit, and revelled in the wind whipping through his hair and the crowd's enthusiastic cheers. He endured a hard shoulder tackle from Bell, passed the quaffle to Pusey, and narrowly avoided a bludger. Outpacing Spinnet, he received a pass from Flint and launched the quaffle toward the left hoop. Wood blocked it and quickly passed to Johnson. With Pusey in a better position to mark her, Harry took off to cover Bell. The Gryffindor player shot him an angry glare as he positioned himself to cut her off from the play she was trying to set up. Harry couldn't help but smirk at her frustration. When he could, he glanced over at the Seekers. Unfortunately, Jules was proving to be better on a broom than Malfoy. Gryffindor needed to maintain at least a 50-point lead if they wanted to win the cup by catching the snitch. The score stood at 120-60, and Jules was doing her best to keep Malfoy at bay. Harry caught glimpses of their aerial battle, unfolding high above the pitch. Malfoy had anticipated this scenario. The Slytherins were determined to run the score up as high as they could. Gryffindor found themselves in a tough spot, unable to pull far enough ahead. Jules managed to fake Malfoy out once, and everyone in the stadium noticed. Even the chaser play paused for a moment, with only Wood and Flint focused solely on their own tasks. Jules darted toward the Slytherin goalposts, with Malfoy hot on his heels. Just before reaching the posts, Jules pulled up and threw a taunt Malfoy's way. Harry shook his head, trying to refocus on the game. Malfoy needed to get smarter about his moves. As Jules attempted to fake Malfoy out again, Malfoy didn't bite. Instead, he scanned the sky for the snitch. The entire stadium held its breath when Malfoy suddenly locked onto his broom and shot off. Jules was still far from the snitch, but he was a better flyer. Malfoy, though impressive for a 13-year-old, was closing in. Jules wouldn't be able to close that gap. Harry could almost taste victory. It felt so close, even as he received a pass from Pusey and scored while Wood panicked. Fred sent a bludger flying down the pitch, clipping Malfoy's knee and sending him wildly off course. The snitch vanished from sight, eliciting a collective groan from the Slytherin stands. The game resumed, but it quickly became the dirtiest match Harry had ever played. The Gryffindors were getting frustrated and desperate, and the Slytherins were more than happy to match their intensity. Flint took a penalty shot, followed by Spinnet, then Harry, and finally Bell. Flint and Spinnet scored, while Harry and Bell missed. As the clock ticked over to 4 hours of gameplay, the score stood at 190-100. Either Jules was successfully keeping Malfoy away from the snitch, or it was stubbornly remaining out of sight. The chaser plays grew increasingly complex. Harry felt exhausted. Games rarely dragged on this long anymore. Thankfully, his flying hadn't begun to falter yet. He was still driven by adrenaline. Harry felt his stubbornness and spite beginning to wane. If this match dragged on for another hour, he would surely start to tire. Fortunately, he knew everyone else would too. He glanced over at the Seekers. Jules was marking Malfoy as closely as the rules allowed, and sometimes even closer when Madame Hooch was distracted by the chasers. "Get out of it, Potter!" Spinette yelled angrily as Harry intercepted her pass. He looped around her, accidentally kicking her broom handle as he went by, sending her spinning aside and clearing the way for another go. The score was now 200 to 110. Lee Jordan's commentary had grown rather listless. It seemed he had even tired of insulting the Slytherins now that they were thoroughly trouncing Gryffindor. Harry smirked at Jordan as he zipped past the announcer's booth, lining up for a Gryffindor penalty shot. The crowd erupted as someone yelled in excitement. Harry took a pass and shot it off to Flint. He began moving into position, while Flint and Pusey kept the quaffle blurring between them. In a quick glance, he noticed Malfoy tearing off toward one of the student stands, with Jules hot on his heels. Despite Malfoy's superior broom, Jules was somehow coaxing more speed out of his Nimbus 2000. He began to gain on Malfoy just as Pusey put the quaffle through the Gryffindor hoops again. Malfoy stretched his arm out, reaching and straining. Jules threw himself forward and knocked Malfoy's arm aside, then pulled up with both fists raised in the air. The crowd erupted in cheers. 260 points to 210, Jordan yelled. Gryffindor wins the match. McGonagall muttered something grumpily in response. And the Quidditch Cup goes to Slytherin House. Jordan's tone was far less enthusiastic than it had been for his previous announcement. Harry sank to the ground, joining his team's huddle, as Slytherin students flooded the field, cheering wildly. They had won, but they had also lost. The Gryffindors surged onto the field, lifting Jules and Wood onto their shoulders in celebration. Not to be outdone, the entire Slytherin team was hoisted into the air as well, buoyed by featherlight charms and other spells that eased their weight. Amid the excitement, Hagrid could be seen, covered in red rosettes as he waded through the jubilant Gryffindor crowd. Ginny and her friends were decked out in green and silver, while Luna Lovegood had somehow managed to charm a large papier-mâché snake to coil around her head like a twisted flower crown. Then there was Professor Snape, looking smugly satisfied as he passed the Quidditch Cup trophy to Flint. As Flint lifted the trophy high above his head, the cheers from Slytherins, Ravenclaws, and even some Hufflepuffs filled the air. But when Harry glanced across the field and locked eyes with Jules, who was simmering with resentment and jealousy, it didn't feel like a victory at all. Chapter 10. Revelations. The unexpected Quidditch result created a strange tension within the castle. Harry tried his best to tune it all out and concentrate on his exams, which were just a week away. Gryffindor was parading around loudly, claiming that Slytherin only excelled in the chaser play because Harry was a spoiled brat with an expensive broom, while Jules insisted that Gryffindor had outmatched Slytherin in talent. 4 days after the match, Harry finally snapped outside potions. Jules had been loudly boasting about his Quidditch superiority for 10 minutes as they waited for Snape to open the doors. Malfoy's anger was escalating, and Harry wanted to intervene before the blonde lost control and said something crude. "I'm not sure why you're calling me a spoiled brat, Julian," Harry said, his calm tone cutting through Jules' monologue like a knife. "Given that you're the famous favoured child and I'm the heir who isn't even welcome home for the holidays," Jules squared up to him. "You just think you're better than me." "I wouldn't know," Harry replied. "You're a seeker. I play chaser. But if we compare our chasers to yours—" "You lot only did well because you've got a fancy broom," Ron interjected, crossing his arms and stepping up beside Jules. To Harry's surprise, it was not Theo or Pansy who stepped in, but Malfoy. "Please," the blonde said derisively. "You seem to think the firebolt flies itself. Harry only scored a quarter of our goals out there, Weasley. Slytherin outflew you at every turn." Malfoy then turned his back on the Gryffindors and struck up a surprisingly civil conversation with Daphne about an upcoming gala at the Greengrass Manor in early July. Harry kept a watchful eye on the Gryffindors, his hand close to his wand, but none of them made a move. Except for Neville, who rounded the corner, slow to take in the palpable tension, and very deliberately, Theo walked over to Harry. "How's your reviewing going?" he asked Neville. Harry had to stifle a smirk at the expressions on Ronald, Finnegan and Jules' faces as he allowed himself to get pulled into a conversation with his actual friends. It was almost a relief when exams started the following Monday. No one had time to worry about Quidditch anymore. Harry breezed through potions and runes, thought he might earn an E in charms, and was confident he'd score high O's in arithmancy and transfiguration. He expected decent to high marks in history, astronomy and herbology as well. He couldn't wait for the owls to be over so he could drop history and astronomy. It was far easier to buy a moving model of the sky for any spells or plants that relied on celestial movements. He hated wasting time studying Ulfric the Oddball, Wendelin the Weird, and the Goblin Wars from 7 centuries ago, when he could be reading about politics and history from the last 200 years, subjects that actually mattered to wizards. Lupin's exam was definitely the strangest Harry had ever taken. There was a standard written portion, like usual, and Harry knew he'd done well on it, even if creatures weren't his favourite topic. But the practical portion was an obstacle course set up on the grounds. "Merlin's balls," Theo exclaimed. Daphne shot him a glare. "Language?" "I'll speak correctly when I'm with people who aren't friends," Theo replied haughtily. Pansy frowned at the obstacle course. "I'm going to get mud all over these shoes. I just bought them." "Let me see," Harry said. With a hint of doubt, Pansy hitched up her robe slightly to show him her shoes. They were rose gold flats, with a subtle and almost definitely enchanted shimmer. Pretty enough, Harry thought. He flicked his wand, concentrating fiercely. "Did you just cast Impervious silently?" Theo asked, eyes wide. "I don't know, did I?" Harry replied innocently. They stared at him for a moment, a mix of surprise and admiration on their faces. Harry stared blankly for a few seconds. "I hate you sometimes," Blaise said. As the last Slytherin to take the test, Harry faced several challenges. He successfully dealt with a Grindylow, navigated past redcaps lurking in the potholes, and outsmarted 4 hinkypunks in an artificial bog. But the final part of the test gave him pause. Lupin raised an eyebrow as Harry hesitated outside a large trunk that almost certainly contained a boggart. "Everything all right, Mr. Potter?" Harry met Lupin's gaze, trying to maintain a bland expression, one as flavourless as unseasoned rice pudding. After all, he was in Slytherin for a reason. "Yes, thank you, sir." Determined, he climbed into the trunk. He conjured a small light in his left hand, keeping his wand free to cast the boggart spell. The trunk felt cramped, and before him loomed a formless cloud of black smoke. With a crack, it transformed into the familiar image of a desperate Harry, dependent on the Dursleys and clutching a broken wand. This figure had haunted his nightmares since he first encountered it in defense class last autumn. Harry glared at the apparition. "Ridiculous!" he hissed, focusing all his willpower on it. This time he wasn't aiming for humor. It had to become something that didn't scare him, or it would be destroyed. The boggart cracked and reshaped itself into James Potter, thin, with greasy hair reminiscent of Snape's, cowering away from Harry's wand. All of James's arrogance and bravado were stripped away. For one overwhelming moment, Harry forgot this was just a boggart and not reality. Incantations danced on his tongue, and he longed to unleash a jinx or a curse while he had his father at his mercy. Fake, he reminded himself, pulling on his Occulmency shields. False. A second later, he stepped out of the trunk, composed and victorious. Lupin looked disappointed as he tried to hide it, and against a Gryffindor he might have succeeded. But he wasn't subtle enough to fool a Slytherin. "Full marks," the professor said. "Thank you, sir," Harry replied politely, managing to wait until he was out of sight before destroying several small rocks scattered along the path leading back to the castle. Hermione immediately sat down to reconstruct every one of her exams, just like she did every year. Daphne traded her a favour for copies of the exams and then promptly sold them to the second years. Ginny, who had been dressing as nicely as her peers and carrying herself with much more confidence since Christmas, bought a set of the exams for herself, giving Harry a wink as she did. He smirked back at her. At breakfast, just before the exams, Ginny had told him she mentioned the vault to Nat and Evelyn and was planning to go shopping with them in Diagon Alley. Apparently her parents thought she was going with the Lovegoods, which, to be fair, she was. She'd just, coincidentally, run into her Slytherin friends while she was there. "How Slytherin of you," Harry had teased with a grin. Defence on Thursday morning marked Harry's last exam. Afterward, he happily headed out to the grounds, finding his friend's favourite spot by the lake. None of his friends had taken divination, the last third-year class to be tested. Justin found them, followed by Hermione. "Where's Neville?" Theo asked. Hermione shrugged, bent over the notebook she was using to transcribe every question from the defence-written exam in order. Harry still didn't know how she managed to do it. "He was looking for something in the dorms," she said vaguely. "I'm sure he'll show up." They left her to it and lay back, lazily discussing their exams and summer plans. 30 minutes later, Neville arrived, explaining that someone had hidden his shoes in the common room. "I'm pretty sure it was Seamus and Ron," he said. "They're angry because I did a decent job on the exam. Potions exam, and they probably failed. Their confusing concoctions were completely the wrong colour and consistency." "Don't let them walk all over you, Neville," Blaise advised. Neville grinned. "I'm not. I hexed all their trunks shut. Harry, that book of wards you loaned me is incredibly useful. It should take them at least an hour to break the wards. They're pretty unusual. Some of the first ones in the book, though." Harry interpreted that to mean Neville had used the relatively benign and still legal spells from the first chapter or two, which was reassuring. Theo glanced up at Harry. "Glad to hear it," Harry said, nodding slightly as soon as Neville looked away. Theo raised his eyebrows, probably surprised that Harry had loaned Neville a book containing 3/4 banned spells. Harry had been testing Neville much like Theo had tested him back in first year, and Neville hadn't responded the way a Gryffindor might be expected to.
As Harry, Theo, and Blaise walked out of the great hall after dinner, feeling full and content, Neville suddenly approached them, looking very worried. "It's Hermione," he said. The Slytherins instantly shook off their drowsiness. Hermione was a friend, one of theirs. "What's wrong?" Harry asked. "Ronald," Neville replied, his voice tense. Harry had never seen him this angry. "Ronald is what's wrong. He's still furious about Crookshanks supposedly eating his rat. He yelled some really nasty things at her. Jules joined in, and then Seamus. She ran off crying, I think to Hagrid's. Will you come?" "Of course," Harry said. "Will Hagrid be okay with seeing us?" "I'm coming," Neville insisted. "If he doesn't like the colour of your tie, he can deal with it." Theo tilted his head. "Gryffindor is really bringing out your spine, Nev." Neville shoved open a side door and marched out onto the grounds. "It surprised my gran, too," he said, his voice trailing off as he continued forward. "I don't think it's Gryffindor so much as Jules, Ron and Seamus. And you all helped," Neville said. "We're flattered," Blaise drawled, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Harry snickered, but he could feel icy rage flickering at his fingertips. He had to fight to keep it at bay. Hermione would need emotional support, something he wasn't exactly equipped to provide. But Blaise was actually pretty good at that sort of thing, and Harry being there would hopefully help her. Either way, he'd have to hold off on getting furious with Ronald and Jules until later. Neville led them across the grounds, their shadows stretching long in the light of the setting sun. Eris slipped off Harry's shoulder and into the grass to hunt, promising to meet him back in the dorms later. Hagrid's hut loomed near the tree line, puffing cheerful curls of smoke. A sprawling, messy but well-loved garden stretched along one side. It was small and a bit run down. Neville knocked loudly. The door creaked open a moment later. "Neville!" Hagrid exclaimed, clearly relieved, but paused suspiciously when he noticed the Slytherins. "Good evening, Professor Hagrid," Harry said politely. For some reason Hagrid flinched. Harry frowned slightly before catching himself, smoothing his expression. He and Hagrid had barely spoken before. His eyes were dimmed to a non-unsettling shade of green that matched the pictures he'd seen of his mother. He knew his appearance was put together, clean-lined and composed, so why was he startling an enormous man who could crush him with ease? "They're with me," Neville said, crossing his arms. Who is it?" Hermione's quiet, unsteady voice made Theo and Blaise tense. Neville leaned closer to Hagrid. "I brought Theo, Blaise and Harry." "Hagrid, let them in. They're friends," Hermione urged. Hagrid stepped aside, allowing the four of them to enter. Harry stepped into Hagrid's hut, taking in the familiar surroundings. It looked much the same as he remembered, cramped and cluttered, yet clearly loved and lived in. A home. At Hagrid's table, Hermione sat with puffy red eyes. In front of her was a pile of tissues, a mug of tea, and an untouched plate of rock cake. "Thank you," she said, trying to muster a smile. "Go ahead and sit," Hagrid said gruffly, pulling out an oversized chair and settling into it himself. Harry, Theo, Blaise and Neville followed suit. "What did they say?" Blaise asked, his tone gentler than Harry had ever heard from him. Theo shifted uncomfortably as Hermione sniffled and wiped her tears. He felt just as out of place as Harry in this emotional moment. They both tended to be sharp-edged, more likely to cut than to heal. Thank Merlin for Blaise and Neville. Blaise had managed to get Hermione talking, while Neville sat beside her, his arm wrapped around her shoulders. "They called me a selfish idiot," Hermione said, her voice trembling, "for not caring about Ronald's rat. They said I only try to make them feel stupid. that I don't deserve my grades or my reputation, that I'm probably cheating or being corrupted by Slytherins or something foolish, and I've just been so tired, and it was too much. She hexed the living daylights out of them before she took off, Neville added helpfully. Hermione smiled a bit tearfully at the memory. I suppose I did. Good job, Theo said, grinning. This was a situation he could handle. Which spells? Incontinence jinx for Ronald, Hermione replied. A couple of stingers and a body bind on Seamus. Jules is surprisingly good at dueling. He blocked my first few spells, but then I nailed him with a furunculus and then anti-oculatia. He ran off with Seamus dragging Ron. I'm sure they didn't mean it, Hagrid said, trying to offer some comfort. You know those two, Hermione. They never think before they speak, Harry said. They should, Theo added. It's no excuse to be bullies. Hagrid looked taken aback. Bullies? Don't you think that's a bit harsh? Harry met his beetle-black eyes flatly. No. Once again Hagrid wore that strange expression. Uncertainty, not fear, but discomfort, and definitely dislike. But that wasn't Harry's concern. He was here for Hermione, not Hagrid. Hagrid, could we make some tea? Neville asked. Of course. Here, let me grab... Hagrid reached for a pitcher of water, a ceramic jar of tea bags, and 4 chipped mugs which he passed around. Blaise quietly cast several cleaning charms on the mugs while Hagrid wasn't looking before handing them to Theo and Harry. Hermione sniffled, took out her wand, and used a boil charm to heat the water in Hagrid's jug. Blaise picked up the ceramic jar of tea bags, pulled off the lid, and dropped it with a yell. The jar shattered, spilling tea bags and a scrawny, sickly rat onto the table. Scabbers? Hermione exclaimed. Neville was the quickest to react. He lunged to grab the rat. It dodged, but Harry snapped out of his surprise and managed to catch it by the tail before it could escape. Well, Theo said, that was unexpected. Do you often have rodents in with your tea bags? Blaise asked Hagrid, his tone icy. Hermione stared at the rat in genuine shock. How... Doesn't matter how, Neville interrupted, taking the rat from Harry, who was more than happy to let go of the rather nasty-looking creature. We'll take him back up to the castle and make Ron apologize. I want to see that, Theo said. Harry smirked. As do I. Let's all go. He's probably still in the Great Hall, stuffing himself with pie. Thanks, Hagrid, Hermione said, smiling at him. His face softened as he returned her smile back, though it was difficult to see behind the beard. Of course, Hermione. You're welcome any time. Harry nodded politely to Hagrid before making his way out of the house. He didn't want to linger. Neville tucked Scabbers into his pocket. I can't wait to see Ron's face, he said with a grin. Hermione stood up a little straighter as they walked, her tears fading into a sense of grim satisfaction. Me neither. But just then, a giant black dog hurtled out of nowhere and knocked Neville to the ground. Hermione screamed. Harry instantly reached for his wand, and Theo and Blaise did the same. Neville hit the ground with a cry as the dog lunged for Theo, sending him crashing into Blaise and Harry, tangling them all together. Harry struggled to break free. "Fulmer!" he shouted, and a burst of light illuminated the area. There was the dog. It looked strangely familiar, dragging Neville backward toward a tree. "Come on," Theo shouted, already running, with Harry, Blaise and Hermione right behind him. The tree shuddered to life. "Arresto momentum!" Hermione shrieked, and all 3 boys were yanked to a halt just a heartbeat before a massive branch crashed into the ground where they would have been if they hadn't stopped.
They scrambled backward, out of reach of the whomping willow as it swung around for another attempt. Neville was fighting and shouting. He couldn't reach his wand. The dog had a strong grip, slowly dragging him down into a tunnel at the base of the willow that Harry had seen on the map before. He dove forward, trying to fight his way through the tree, but it was impossible. He might have been able to do it on his firebolt, but he highly doubted it now. The branches were too dense and too quick. "We need help," Blaise said. "No time," Harry replied. "That thing broke Neville's leg. It'll eat him or kill him before anyone gets here." "You go," Theo said to Blaise. "Find Snape. Tell him—" Blaise hesitated for just a moment before he nodded and dashed off toward the castle. "We'll never make it without help," Hermione exclaimed, dodging another branch as she tried to navigate her way to the trunk. Suddenly, a flash of movement caught her eye. "Crookshanks," Hermione said, her voice filled with disbelief. Her cat slipped beneath the branches with ease and pressed his paw against a knot at the base of the trunk. In an instant, the whomping willow froze. Harry didn't stop to ponder the tree's sudden weakness. "Let's go," he urged, sprinting forward before the temporary reprieve could end. He was the first to enter the tunnel, casting the strongest Protego spell he could muster, which wasn't very strong, but better than nothing, and holding the shield in front of him as he slid down the earthy slope. The descent ended abruptly, and he barely managed to keep his footing, staggering forward, but the shield held firm. No threats, nothing moved. Harry summoned a ball of white light above his head, just as Hermione and then Theo tumbled out of the passage behind him. He cancelled the shield spell to conserve his strength, and remained alert as they climbed to their feet. "Where does it go?" Hermione asked, glancing around nervously. "I don't know," Harry replied, setting off down the tunnel. Fortunately, there was only one direction they could go. He bitterly wished for Eris to be with him, but he had no way to find or contact his familiar. "I saw it on the map, but it leads off the grounds in the direction of Hogsmeade." They fell silent after that, jogging along in an awkward half-crouch due to the low ceiling. There was nothing more to say. Eventually, the tunnel began to slope upward, then twisted abruptly. Crookshanks was nowhere to be seen, but a faint light filtered through a small opening above their heads. Harry and Theo exchanged a glance before Harry sent his ball of conjured light through the opening. Silence enveloped them. "Homenum revelio," Theo murmured, pausing to wait for the spell's response. "There's no one in that room," Harry said, scanning the area. "Excellent," he added, as he moved forward, ready to cast a shield, counterjinx or curse at a moment's notice. Nothing stirred in the cluttered, chaotic space, which was horrendously dusty. The windows were boarded up from the outside, the old wood slats rendered grey and lifeless by the harsh white light of the wizarding world. I think we're in the Shrieking Shack," Hermione whispered. Harry's gaze fell on a chair with two of its legs torn off and gouges marring its seat. Theo voiced what they were all thinking. Ghosts didn't do that. The smart move would have been to retreat and get help. After all, they were just 3 13-year-olds, not exactly the best option for dealing with whatever might be lurking here. But Blaise had gone for help, and that was Neville up there, a friend, as close as Harry had ever had. "Be ready," he said softly. "We'll hold off the dog until help gets here. There's 3 of us, 4 if Neville's conscious, and we all know a few good curses. Some of which are illegal," Theo pointed out, ignoring the way Hermione choked slightly at the mention. Harry set his jaw firmly. "If we need to use illegal curses to keep ourselves alive, we will, and then we'll burn the body so there's no evidence." "Priori incantatem," Theo reminded him. We'll just have to act convincingly traumatized so they don't get suspicious enough to check, Harry replied. A wand is your property. They need a warrant to check it, don't they? Yes, Hermione said, though her voice was a bit weak. Still, she seemed to be handling this casual discussion of dark curses as well as could be expected. Harry nodded and led the way through a small door into a dusty hallway. A creak echoed overhead, and Hermione grabbed onto Harry's arm tightly enough to hurt. He raised an eyebrow at her. She released him, biting her lip but keeping her wand steady. They crept up the crumbling staircase, and Theo pointed to a stripe on the ground where the dust had been cleaned off. They heard the sound of something large and heavy being dragged. Harry nodded, realizing it was Neville. He extinguished his light at the top of the stairs. Halfway down the first-floor hallway, a single door stood ajar, and sounds emanated from within, a loud purring and a faint groan. "This is too easy," Theo whispered, and Harry couldn't help but agree. Every instinct in him was on high alert. "That's Neville in there," Hermione said suddenly, and without hesitation she dashed down the hallway. Theo cursed under his breath, and he and Harry hurried after her. They couldn't let her go alone. She burst through the threshold, calling out, "Neville!" Harry and Theo stepped into the doorway just in time to see Hermione rushing to where Neville lay half-conscious on the bed. Cautiously, they crept further inside, turning to keep their backs to each other, scanning the room as they advanced. 1 step, 2, 3. "Trap!" Neville gasped, and in that instant Theo shouted, "Homenum Revelio!" just as Harry reached for the door. But he was too late. The man in the shadows slammed it shut and unleashed a powerful disarming charm at them using Neville's wand. Harry felt his holly wand slip from his grasp, and the man caught it, along with Theo and Hermione's wands, before stepping out of the shadows. "Sirius Black," Theo said, stunned. The pieces began to fall into place for Harry. "Animagi," he breathed, realization dawning. Black paused, his expression shifting. "You and my dad. I thought you might be Animagi. Merdin, that dog I saw last summer. No wonder you seemed familiar just now." "What dog?" Theo asked, confusion etched on his face. Black's grin twisted into something sinister. He looked malnourished and dirty, his sickly, yellowish skin stretched tightly over the bones of his face, giving him the appearance of a freshly reanimated corpse. His sunken dark eyes gleamed with something unsettling, while his lank, greasy hair and torn robes only added to the eerie impression. "I see you inherited your mother's brains, Harry," he taunted. "I met his animagus form last summer," Harry replied, his mind racing as he took in Black's dishevelled appearance. "When I left the Dursleys, I thought he was a stray. I gave him some food and then he ran off," Black said. "We were right then," Theo replied. "You're not trying to kill Harry, are you?" Black paused, his expression unreadable. "Not Harry." "Then you are trying to kill someone?" Hermione asked, standing firmly beside Neville. Harry kept his gaze locked on Black, ready to reclaim his wand at any moment, but he could sense Hermione's mix of curiosity and loyalty battling her fear. "Yes," Black hissed, glaring at Neville with an intensity that sent chills down Harry's spine. "I've waited 12 years for my revenge." "Neville Longbottom?" Theo interjected, trying to keep Black talking. "Good," Harry thought. Black seemed momentarily distracted, staring at Neville almost hungrily. Taking advantage of the moment, Harry began to edge toward the door. "The traitor," Black breathed, his voice filled with venom. "The true traitor. Oh, how I've longed for this." Just as he lifted the hand holding Neville's wand, Harry sprang into action. He might have been shorter and skinnier than Jules, a result of a malnourished childhood, but Quidditch and regular meals at Hogwarts had added muscle to his frame. With a sudden burst of energy, he slammed into Black's stomach, the force of the blow knocking the weakened convict off his feet. Harry rolled over and snatched the wands from Black's hands. Wands were crucial. Magic was the great equalizer, and he wasn't about to reveal his wandless magic skills unless he had no other choice. Black shouted, attempting to tackle Harry again, but Hermione appeared out of nowhere and kicked him in the face. Harry scrambled back, putting distance between himself and Black. He tossed Theo and Hermione their wands, threw Neville's onto the bedspread, and aimed his wand at Black as he finally got to his feet. "Going to kill me, Harry?" Black panted. "Hardly," Harry replied, his voice resolute. "I want the truth." Black laughed cruelly. "The truth?" "Yes," Harry insisted, clenching his left hand tightly. "That night Jules defeated Voldemort. Something doesn't add up. I want to know. Tell me what happened in your own words. Then I'll decide if I want to drag you up and watch the Dementors kiss you or not." Black was silent for a long moment, though he wasn't still. His entire body trembled. Crookshanks climbed onto his thin chest and settled down, purring loudly. Black opened his mouth to speak, but Hermione shouted, "Protego!" Just in time, a shield charm appeared, deflecting a disarming charm from, of all people, Remus Lupin. "Blaise went to you?" Harry blurted out before he could stop himself. Lupin stared at him, confused. "Mr. Zabini? Hardly." Harry could sense a stalemate. 3 wands were aimed at Lupin. Neville had managed to pull himself into a painful sitting position, his wand aimed at Black, who lay on the floor, defenseless. "Where is he, Sirius?" Lupin asked. Black glared at him for several long seconds before slowly pointing at Neville. "But why didn't he show himself?" Lupin wondered aloud, almost as if he were speaking to himself. He seemed to have forgotten about the students in the room. Harry narrowed his eyes, piecing everything together. Unless you switched without telling me?" Very slowly, Black nodded. The timeline. No arrest records. It all clicked for Harry just before Theo caught on. "The secret keeper," Theo said. Lupin jumped, turning to look at him as if surprised to find him still there. Black grinned that twisted, horrible smile again. "You traded as a decoy." "I do remember hearing Pettigrew wasn't much of a wizard," Harry said. Black struggled into a sitting position. "Peter's clever. Not the strongest, but skilled. Canny. Dangerous in a fight, mostly because he'd outsmart you." "Why didn't you tell me?" Lupin asked hoarsely. Black scooted back until his back was against the wall for support. "We thought—" "You were the spy," Harry said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "That's what spying on the werewolves gets you. So much for the tolerance of the light." His words shocked both Lupin and Hermione. "Harry," Lupin replied, his tone serious. "We're not idiots," Hermione added firmly. "I figured it out when Snape assigned the essay." "So did I," Harry interjected. "I told the rest in the spring. You said yourself that during the war you were doing things that kept you out of touch with your friends. It wasn't much of a leap to assume you were trying to infiltrate the werewolves allied with Voldemort." Lupin looked astonished. "You've known? This entire time?" "A few months," Theo chimed in. Neville gasped in pain, but managed to sit up. "What? You thought they'd tell everyone, just to spite you?" "Well, he's been unfairly biased against Slytherin all year," Harry replied coldly, "so I can see why he'd be worried about some kind of payback." Lupin frowned at him reprovingly. "Harry." "I asked you not to call me that," Harry snapped, feeling that enough was enough. Black struggled to his feet, leaning against the wall for support. Crookshanks wound around his ankles for a moment before wandering back to Hermione, sitting at her feet with a smug expression only a cat could manage. "So, if you're an animagus," Hermione said slowly, her gaze half terrified, half curious as she looked at Black. "James Potter?" Lupin nodded. "If you didn't see Blaise, how did you know we were here?" Harry asked. "The map," Lupin replied. "I had it open on my desk." "You know how to work it?" Harry asked, surprised. Lupin seemed far too uptight to convince the spirits of several pranksters to reveal their secrets. "Of course I do," Lupin said. "I helped make it." Harry blinked in disbelief. "What?" "I saw 4 of you go down to Hagrid's hut," Lupin explained, "and I saw who you met there. Hermione, Hagrid, and one more person," Harry mused, piecing together the puzzle of the Marauders' map. "Animagi, 4 people who wrote the map. I can guess Moony was Lupin, werewolves, moons, and Padfoot is probably Black for the paws. That leaves Wormtail or Prongs as my father and the 4th Marauder." James Potter was far too enamoured with himself to go by the nickname Wormtail, which means that has to be the mysterious 4th person. "Pettigrew," Harry said, his voice firm. "He was your friend too. The 4th writer of the map, Mr. Wormtail." Theo stiffened. "Also an animagus, I take it?" Hermione glanced down at Crookshanks and then over at Neville, who was propped against the headboard, still aiming his trembling wand at Black and gripping the rat tightly. Suddenly, Severus Snape burst through the door, disarming everyone with a single, wordless spell. Fantastic, Harry thought, irritation bubbling beneath the surface. "I've told the headmaster time and again that you are helping your old friend Black into the castle, Lupin, and here's the proof at last," Snape snarled.
"Not even I imagined you'd dare use this old place as your hideout." "Severus," Lupin began, but Snape cut him off. "2 more for Azkaban tonight," Snape declared, his eyes gleaming with malice. Harry's mind raced. If Black and Lupin were telling the truth, it would be simple to use Veritaserum on them. But he wasn't sure if they were Occulmens, which left him wondering, could they somehow prove the rat was Pettigrew? "Professor Snape," Harry interjected, but Snape didn't even glance in his direction. "Quiet, Potter," Snape snapped. "How did you know how to get into the tunnel?" Harry pressed. "I assume Blaise told you where we'd gone." "You have loyal friends," Snape replied with a sneer. "I had to threaten Mr. Zabini with a stunning spell before he agreed to return to the dormitories. And to answer your question, I know all about this tunnel." He turned his gaze back to Lupin, a mocking expression on his face. "Would you care to share the story?" He was breaking. "No, go on," Snape said. "Tell them what happened. Tell them about how 2 students conspired to murder a 3rd on the grounds of Hogwarts, and how it was all covered up." Harry glanced at Lupin, his eyes hard. Theo, Neville, and Hermione were staring at him too, judging. He slumped, feeling the weight of their gaze. Lupin appeared very little like a teacher in that moment. "We became animagi to help our old friend," Black said harshly. Snape seemed to loathe him even more than he did Lupin. The pure malevolence glowing in Snape's eyes when he looked at Black was the most frightening part of this entire violent tableau. "We figured out in 2nd year that he was a werewolf." "They let a werewolf come here?" Theo asked incredulously.
Technically, it wasn't legal to allow a bitten child into Hogwarts, Lupin said heavily. Dumbledore made an exception. I owe him my childhood, my education. Theo's lips twisted in disbelief. Harry barely managed to suppress an eye roll. Once a month, I was smuggled out of the castle to the Shrieking Shack, where I could transform in peace. The villagers thought it was haunted by violent spirits, a rumour Dumbledore encouraged. I could only come up with so many excuses before my friends caught on.
And to my shock, they didn't turn their backs on me when they learned the truth. It was quite the opposite, really. We started on the transformation in second year, Black rasped, and achieved it in fifth. We never registered ourselves, made it easy, you see, to sneak out on full moon nights. Under our influence, Lupin's wolf was quieter. The four of us roamed Hogwarts grounds on those nights. "But that was dangerous," Hermione exclaimed. "What if you'd bitten someone?" "A thought that haunts me to this day," Lupin said heavily. "We were reckless, foolish." "And worse," Snape interrupted. "Get to the point." Lupin glared at him. "Patient as ever, I see, Severus. Very well." Harry thought he could see the years weighing on Lupin. He tried not to take any pleasure in it, but it made him wonder just how terrible the story was if it had this kind of effect on his supposed godfather. One night, in our 6th year, Sirius played a trick on Severus that nearly cost him his life. Snape saw me crossing the grounds with Madame Pomfrey. Sirius thought it would be amusing to reveal the secret of getting past the willow. James found out what Sirius had done, and he rushed down the tunnel to pull Snape back at the last second, but Snape caught a glimpse of me. Dumbledore swore him to secrecy. Harry frowned. He couldn't understand why this story weighed so heavily on Lupin. The werewolf curse was terrible, but it wasn't Lupin's fault. If anything, Lupin should have been furious with Black for using him like that. "Professor?" Hermione said tentatively. Both Lupin and Snape turned to her, then shot glares at each other again. "I'm as much a professor as you are, Severus. Don't give me that look," Lupin said. "Not hardly," Harry sneered. Lupin flinched slightly. "What is it, Miss Granger?" Snape asked testily. They seem to think that Peter Pettigrew is still alive," Hermione said. "Please, can we just see—" "They've lied to you, Miss Granger," Snape spat. "Werewolves can't be trusted, and Black was capable of murder at the age of 16. Are you really going to take his word for it? He's easily deranged enough to kill his friend." "Sir, if you would just consider the timeline," Harry tried to interject. "He tried to murder me," Snape howled, shifting his focus from Lupin to Black. "I'll see justice for it." "I was forced to," Black bellowed in response, then suddenly doubled over, groaning in agony and clutching his stomach. Dry heaves shook his thin frame. The room fell silent as everyone froze in place. Lupin looked utterly shocked, while Snape was caught in a whirlwind of suspicion, disbelief, and fury. Harry was reeling from the revelation, and his friends appeared to share his turmoil. This tangled mess of old grudges, fresh truths, and buried secrets was overwhelming. "Explain," Snape hissed. Black slowly straightened up, still clutching his stomach as if in pain. "They made me," he rasped. "Mulciber, Avery. They threatened Regulus's place in Slytherin. My little brother," he added, glancing at the students. "We weren't close. I had already run away from home by then, but he was still family. They told me to do my worst to you, Severus, and swore me to an oath on my wand never to speak of it. Thank Merlin, none of them was strong enough to bind an unbreakable."
By this point, Snape had joined Lupin in the state of shock, rendered speechless. So Harry asked the next logical question. Why did they want Professor Snape dead? I doubt they wanted him dead, Black replied, his mouth twisting in thought. I got the distinct impression they were trying to make him hate us so much that he'd fully commit to the Death Eater cause. Mulciber, Avery, Rosier, they were already on board by then, he smirked. They underestimated what my worst would be. If James hadn't interfered... Your wand's done for now then, Snape said, his voice devoid of emotion. It took me 4 hours in Ollivander's to find it, Black said raggedly. Something about the dissonance between me and my family, me and my nature. I wasn't going to give it up, not when I might not find another. But between that and Azkaban, I'll take losing the wand. So you do have a modicum of sense in that disgusting head of yours, Snape remarked, though this time there was less vitriol in his tone. He seemed too shocked to be angry. That's hateful, Lupin said. If you weren't the secret keeper, then Pettigrew was a diversion, I take it. In that case, how did he come to be dead, or presumed dead? I went to Godric's Hollow, Sirius replied. I found Harry and Jules in the rubble, their curse scars still glowing with energy. Wait, Harry interrupted. My scar is a curse scar too. Black looked startled. I would imagine so. I know what dark magic feels like, my family and all. Yours was smaller. The curse rebounded, the Dark Lord died, and some of the energy touched you as well. Harry instinctively reached for his forehead. His scar was indeed smaller than Jules. It seemed to fit. He had never understood where his scar had come from. James had said it was from falling rubble, but that never made sense to Harry. What then? Lupin asked. Black took a breath. Then Hagrid came. I told him I was taking the boys to James. Hagrid said he had orders from Dumbledore to take them himself, that I wasn't to be allowed near them. I should have seen it then. Seen what? Harry felt an idea taking shape, a nasty one, and he didn't want to acknowledge it. But I was furious and grief-stricken. Your mum was one of my best friends, Black continued, looking directly at Harry. As close as James by that point, maybe even closer. So I went after Peter. Not my best decision, I admit. I cornered him 2 days later. He yelled for the whole street to hear how I'd murdered Lily Potter, blew up the street with his wand behind his back, cut off his finger, and escaped into the drains with the other rats. By the time I woke up, the auras were on site. Theo stepped in again. Professor Snape, their story makes some logical sense. Whoever betrayed the Potters did so mere days before they were killed, weeks after they went under the Fidelius. But the history books say Black was a traitor for years. Why would he have waited weeks to reveal the secret to the Dark Lord? Lord? Some lingering loyalty to friendship, if not his cause, Snape replied. Theo was unwavering. Veritaserum, then. Snape turned to Black. Occulmency? I was taught from childhood, Black responded tightly. Family policy. It works against Dementors, a bit, Harry added. That's how you were able to survive Azkaban without going, well, completely insane. Black coughed. Yes, well, it helped that I could change shape. My feelings were less complicated as a dog. I could transform, curl up in the corner. Between that and my Occlumency shields, I managed to retain a bit of my mind. It also helped that remembering Peter's betrayal was not a happy memory. The Dementors couldn't take that from me. Why did you choose now to escape? Snape demanded. The minister, Black said, looking weaker by the moment in Harry's eyes. He came last spring for a routine checkup. He handed me a paper, and there was a picture on the cover. The Weasleys and their brood, and sitting on the youngest son's shoulder was Peter. I'd know him anywhere. I realized he was perfectly placed at Hogwarts, ready to kill my godson and his twin if he caught even a whisper of the Dark Lord's return. "You're not Harry's godfather anymore," Lupin said. "James replaced you with me."
"Oh," Black replied, "that makes so much sense. Let's put the man with no steady job and a once-a-month deadly curse in charge of a child." Lupin made a sudden movement towards Black. Harry watched with interest, noticing the cracks in the foundation of their friendship. And those cracks went deeper than this little exchange. "Trial scripts," he murmured under his breath. "They weren't lost, were they?" "Trial scripts," Black echoed angrily. "I never had a trial. James stood up and told the Wizengamot how dangerous I'd become. Dumbledore pulled some strings, and they threw me straight into Azkaban." "Wait," Harry interjected. He couldn't believe it, even about his father. He just couldn't. But there it was, a hulking, ugly thought. If James testified," Hermione said hesitantly, you were his secret keeper, so how could he not know you didn't betray them?" "Clever girl," Black said, his haunted, burning gaze shifting to Lupin. Lupin actually took a step back, even though Black was wandless and barely able to stand. "He knew. My best friend, my brother, he knew I was innocent, and he helped lock me up anyway." There was an emptiness in his voice, a bottomless pit laid bare in his face. Harry recognized it as a distorted reflection of a similar scar in his own psyche. Betrayal of a kind you can never forgive, from someone who never should have betrayed you. James Potter had betrayed them both, his friend, no, his brother, and his son. "No," Lupin said, a flat denial. "Yes," Black sneered, "your precious Dumbledore and your best friend James thought it'd be for the greater good to get me out of the picture. Peter was dead. What did it matter if he was remembered as a hero or a villain? But me—" "You were dangerous," Lupin interrupted, "out of control. James told me what he'd seen you do." "He saw me fight Death Eaters," Black shot back, "just like him. He saw me save his life time and time again. And because some of those spells I used weren't spells he approved of, he thought I was going mad and locked me up." Harry felt like his knees might actually give out. It was too much. "If we can't use Veritaserum on him, is there a way to force an animagus back to human form?" Theo asked. Black looked at Snape. "There is a spell. It requires both casters to know the identity of the human wizard and recognize the animagus form." "You are not getting your wands back," Snape said firmly. "Sir, give us ours," Harry pleaded. "If you want to even the odds, we're young, but if they try to escape, we can slow them down for you." "And why should I trust your word?" Snape replied, his tone icy. Harry's expression hardened. "I'm not letting the betrayer of my family escape, sir. Whoever it is deserves the blame for my miserable childhood." Lupin looked away, clearly uncomfortable. Black opened his mouth, possibly to interject, but Snape cut him off. "Very well." He separated the wands and tossed them back to their respective owners, saving Lupin and Black for last. Neville waved off his wand for Black to use again. "I'm useless anyway," he said, his teeth clenched in pain. His entire body seemed tense, braced against the discomfort. Harry nodded at Neville, trying his best to offer encouragement.
Hermione gripped Neville's hand tightly and aimed her wand at Lupin. "Neville," Lupin said, "the rat, please." Scabbers began to twist and squeak frantically as Neville dragged him out of his pocket by the tail. The rat struggled with surprising strength, tearing and pulling away. Lupin grasped it firmly, holding it out over the floor. He and Black both pointed their wands at the rat. 2 flashes of yellow-green light connected with its small body. Then, in an instant, the rat's body was no longer small. It began to grow, twisting and warping unnaturally. Harry stepped back, momentarily forgetting to focus on Black and Lupin. It was over. Crookshanks snarled viciously from his place at Hermione's feet. A scrawny, short man with unhealthy skin and unkempt hair, exhibiting a distinctly rodent-like demeanour, slowly uncurled from the fetal position on the floor. Chapter 11. Ugly Reality. Harry watched in shock and horror as Snape's and his friend's expressions mirrored his own. "Hello, Peter," Lupin said casually. "Long time no see." Pettigrew's eyes darted around the room, filled with wariness. "Remus, Sirius, my old friends." "We've been discussing the night Lily died," Lupin continued. "You might have missed some details while you were hiding in Neville's pocket." "Remus," Pettigrew gasped. "He tried to kill me, Remus. You wouldn't believe him, would you?" "We'd like to clarify a few things with you, Pettigrew," Snape said coldly. "Or perhaps I should call you Wormtail." "Severus!" Pettigrew flinched violently, finally noticing Snape. This shift allowed him to take in the rest of the room, and he shrank back when he saw 3 more wands aimed at him. But... "Yes," Snape replied. "I'm aware that there's no love lost between me and your old friends. However," he knelt down and pressed his wand against Pettigrew's throat, "I think we both understand how interested I would be to learn that the one truly responsible for Lily Evans' death has been walking free all these years," he breathed. Evans. Snape had used Harry's mother's maiden name. Oh, Merlin, he had been in school with them, hadn't he? With James, Lupin, Black and Pettigrew, but also with Lily Evans. Was some of the animosity between Snape and James Potter over a girl? "No," Pettigrew stammered. "I was hiding from him." He pointed at Black. Harry noticed he used his middle finger as the index was missing. "I knew he'd come back to kill me." "You knew he'd escape Azkaban?" Theo said derisively, "when no one's ever done it before?" "We all saw him," Pettigrew insisted, "using dark magic in his fights." "Grey magic at worst," Black interjected, though his voice wavered, revealing his weakness. Lupin didn't catch it, but Snape, along with Harry and Theo, certainly did. Harry exchanged a glance with his best and oldest friend, intrigued. It was fascinating to learn that the Gryffindor Golden Boy's closest ally had resorted to dark magic during the war. It wasn't merely a fabrication of James Potter. James. Harry couldn't begin to fathom how much Black must loathe him now, probably as much, if not more, than Harry himself did. Legally, Lupin was still Harry's godfather, the one who would be granted custody if James were found negligent or incapable of fulfilling his parental duties. But if Black were proven innocent, Harry pushed those thoughts aside for later. "Were worse magic than you should even have known," Pettigrew stammered. Surprisingly, he was a decent debater for someone who hadn't held a conversation in 12 years. "The Dark Lord must have taught you all his tricks, enough to escape Azkaban." "Voldemort, teach me tricks?" Black laughed, a harsh sound that made Pettigrew flinch.
Black stepped forward, looking like he had clawed his way back from hell, animated only by vengeance and hate. There was nothing kind or merciful in his expression. "Scared to hear your old master's name, are you? You haven't been hiding from me for 12 years, Peter. You've been hiding from the Death Eaters. I heard them, you know. In Azkaban, sleep-talking is common. It's the dreams. Well, nightmares, really. Seems a lot of them think the double-crosser double-crossed them. Voldemort went to Godric's Hollow that night, thanks to your information, and he died." Harry wondered if and when they should tell Black that Voldemort wasn't actually fully dead. Probably later. He was hardly a model of mental stability at that moment. They want your head for it, and plenty of them were never caught. Plenty of them are still out there, pretending they were coerced or reformed. If they get wind that you're alive—
Remus, surely you don't believe this, Remus? Pettigrew turned to Lupin, but the werewolf stepped back. "I admit I have difficulty understanding why an innocent man would spend 12 years as a rat," Lupin said mildly. "Innocent but scared," Pettigrew shot back, his voice rising. "Of the spy, Sirius Black." Harry couldn't help but admire Pettigrew's ability to lie. His story had more holes than any of Harry's old clothes from Dudley, but it was an impressive recovery after spending 12 years pretending to be an animal and speaking to no one. "How dare you call me a spy?" Black snarled. His wand hand rose, but he took a deep breath and quickly brought it back down. He was probably worried that if he had Pettigrew at wand point, he might actually kill him. Harry had kept his wand at his side for the same reason. I, a spy for Voldemort? I would have died rather than betray my friends, died rather than do what you did, or what James did. But I should have seen it sooner.
He shook his head in disgust. "You always liked having allies who were bigger and stronger. It used to be us." "Me? A spy? I never. You're out of your mind." Pettigrew's eyes darted around nervously, and the shaking in his limbs was growing worse. "They only made you secret keeper because I suggested it," Black hissed, venom lacing his words. "I thought it was the perfect bluff. It was no secret you were clever, but an ungifted wizard. Of course everyone would assume Lily and James would make me the secret keeper and leave you alone. It must have been the best moment of your life to tell Voldemort you could hand him the Potters." Pettigrew shrank back, fear evident in his eyes. "But why—" Neville leaned forward, trying to get a better look. Neville gasped in pain, and then he cut off. Snape murmured something under his breath and pointed his wand at Neville. Instantly, relief washed over Neville's face as the pain receded a little. "Thank you," he said. Why wouldn't Pettigrew just kill Jules? He's been in the same dormitory for 3 years, he's been with the Weasleys for ages, and Jules spent half his childhood there." "There," Pettigrew exclaimed, sitting upright again. "That's it exactly." "I'll tell you," Black snarled, his voice taking on a dog-like growl, "because you never did anything unless you saw what was in it for yourself. You wouldn't dare commit murder under the watch of James Potter and Albus Dumbledore for a washed-up wizard everyone thinks is dead. You picked a wizarding family close to the Potters, the son who was never around them, Percy Weasley, so James wouldn't recognize you. You were just keeping your ear out for news, I suppose. Too bad for you they plastered that family picture on the front page of the Prophet. And luckily for me, the Dementors can hardly sense me in my animagus form. They barely noticed when I slipped past them." "He saw me," Harry interjected, addressing those who had missed that part of the conversation. "Last July in Little Whinging, the night I ran away from the Dursleys." He recounted the story for Lupin and Snape, who looked at him with astonishment and fury. "He didn't make a move to attack. He left me completely alone.
I had my wand in its holster, and I was sitting right next to him. He could have torn my throat out if he wanted to. Snape slowly straightened up to his full height. Black seized the front of Pettigrew's robes. "You sold Lily and James to Voldemort," he said sharply. "Do you deny it?" Pettigrew's eyes filled with tears, but to Harry they looked insincere. "Sirius, Sirius, what could I have done? The Dark Lord, you have no idea. He has power like you've never seen." "I can't imagine. I was so scared. I was never brave like you and Remus." "Oh, flattery. Nice touch." "I never meant for it to happen. The Dark Lord forced me." "Don't lie," Black bellowed. "You fed him information for almost 2 years before Lily died. You were his spy." He was taking over everywhere," Pettigrew gasped. "There was no sense resisting." "No sense," Black repeated. "No sense, except saving lives." Saving lives. Harry realized suddenly that he'd never actually heard the numbers from the last war. He would need to look up casualty lists at some point. "You don't understand," Pettigrew said, silent tears running down his sallow skin. "I had no choice." "There is always a choice," Black said, raising his wand. "And this one is mine to make. I've waited so long for this." "No." Harry stepped between Black and Pettigrew. Pettigrew clutched at Harry's robes. "So kind, so good. I knew you wouldn't let them hurt me, Harry." In a flash, Harry hit him with a bludgeoning curse that threw Pettigrew back across the floor, moaning and clutching a shattered elbow. "I don't give a shit about you," he snarled, turning back to Black. Lupin stared at Harry in shock, a hint of horror in his eyes. Snape remained impassive. "We need him alive to prove your innocence," Harry told Black. "And I need you innocent so I can escape the Dursleys' custody and get away from James and Lupin." "They don't accept pensive memories from minors in court," Neville piped up. "But they would take Professor Snape's and Professor Lupin's." He collapsed back onto the bed. Theo finished his analysis, smirking in satisfaction. "We have a confession in memory form, 2 copies actually. The Ministry Unspeakables will confirm no tampering." Snape gripped his wand tightly, looking like Eris when she was coiled and ready to spring. "Stupefy," he said. Whispering, he pointed his wand. A jet of red light shot from the tip, striking Pettigrew square in the face. He slumped to the ground, unconscious. Theo, just a step away, moved forward, shifted his weight, and drove his heel down, breaking Pettigrew's nose with a sickening crack. Blood sprayed everywhere. Lupin made a sudden movement. "Theo," Harry said sharply. "What?" Theo replied, unrepentant. "He deserved that." Snape looked slightly amused. "Regardless, it was ill-mannered. Mr. Longbottom, I will need to set and splint your leg before we move you. It's likely to be quite painful. I can render you unconscious for the procedure and the transportation back to the castle if you prefer." Neville glanced uncertainly at Harry. "Dealing with pain to act tough is foolish, not brave," Harry said firmly. "All right," Neville whispered, closing his eyes. A minute later he was floating on a conjured stretcher being levitated by Lupin, who led the way out of the room with Neville suspended in front of him. "Levi corpus," Snape said, pointing his wand at Pettigrew. The traitor drifted slowly into the air, hanging limply at wand point. Snape followed Lupin. Harry noticed Black staring at him intently and deliberately hung back. Theo caught on and pulled Hermione out of the room next. "Lupin's got good hearing," Black said hoarsely as they trailed behind the group. "I just wanted to make sure. Harry, I have a sense, but I need to be sure. Can you tell me about your life, up until now?" Harry examined him. He knew almost nothing about this man, except that he had been a Gryffindor willing to resort to dark magic to get the job done, that he hated James Potter and Peter Pettigrew, that he was intelligent and not a good liar, and that he was fiercely loyal. The scorned heir of the Black family, imprisoned on false charges by Dumbledore for supposedly turning... It was dark. A child from an abusive home who had undoubtedly clung to the Potters like a barnacle when they offered him love and affection. The man before Harry was a walking contradiction, wrapped in irony and desperation. Surprisingly, Harry knew quite a bit about him, especially for someone who had only recently met him. He believed that Black could be a better guardian than James Potter, Remus Lupin, or the Dursleys. He was convinced that Black would fight James in court if it came to that, and he would have to, since legally Lupin was Harry's godfather and next in line for custody. Harry already had some ideas on how to tackle this issue, but he planned to consult his friends and a lawyer before taking any action. "Yes," he said quietly, "I didn't have a good childhood to start with, as you might have noticed. The Dursleys, that night you saw me in Little Whinging." Black nodded, and Harry began to recount the abuse he had endured, describing the horrors of living with Vernon, Petunia, and Dudley Dursley. Then he shifted to his introduction to the wizarding world, his sorting. He noticed Black's eyes flicker down to his Slytherin tie, perhaps seeing it for the first time, and shared the events of the last 3 years, his ongoing drama with James and Jules, the disaster in the Chamber of Secrets, Quidditch matches, fights at Potter Manor and the Burrow, and his rescue from the Dursleys before his 2nd year. He even touched on his determination not to return to that life before 3rd year. He paused. "The firebolt," Harry said, realizing they must be nearing the end of the tunnel back to school. "You sent it, didn't you?" "I did," Black replied, a cautiously hopeful smile spreading across his face. "Do you like it?" "Like it?" Harry echoed. "It's incredible. But how did you afford it?" Black glanced up the tunnel at the flickering light Hermione had cast to illuminate their path. "Harry, I'm the Lord of House Black. Not officially, according to the Ministry, but—" "The goblins are neutral," Black said. "I walked into Gringotts under a glamour charm using a stolen wand. I requested a private room and went from there. The Blacks have been saving money for centuries. Our vaults have enough to buy 1,000 firebolts." "Oh," Harry replied, trying to sound intelligent. "Well, thanks." Black looked about as comfortable as Harry felt, which wasn't very comfortable at all. "Yes, well, consider it 13 years' worth of birthday and Christmas presents that I should have been there for. Speaking of which," he took a deep breath, glancing away from Harry, "I have failed my task as your godfather. James—" His face twisted, as if the name left a foul taste in his mouth. "He may have changed it to Remus legally, but it was originally me. James has clearly been negligent as a father. If you want, I mean to say, you could live with me." Harry's heart raced. "Yes, please." "I appreciate the offer," he said carefully, "but it'll be difficult, legally. Dumbledore, I think he wanted me under his thumb, easily controllable. So, the Dursleys, and it'll be a horrendous blow to his image when it comes out that he had an innocent man knowingly imprisoned. He has allies in the Wizengamot. They'll fight the reassignment of custody from James to Remus. Then we have to find some kind of argument to make it you instead. I'm thinking we can point to Remus's lack of a steady job and his absence in my childhood as indicators of his negligence and unsuitability for the job." Black was staring at him, his expression shifting. I am starting to see why you were sorted into Slytherin. Which reminds me, Harry said, is my house going to be a problem? Reportedly, you don't like Slytherins much. I don't have great experiences with them, Black admitted reluctantly, as a whole. But no, it's not going to be a problem. Then we have an arrangement, Lord Black, Harry said, a hint of a smile on his face. Black winced.
No, it's serious, please. Harry considered this for a moment. Okay, then please call me Harry. Gladly. Black, Sirius, no. Harry decided he would stick with Black in his mind for now. Everything felt too strange. Up ahead, Snape was climbing out of the passage right on Lupin's heels. Hermione gave Theo a boost using a levitation charm, and then Harry followed suit. He and Theo turned to cast the charm on Black together, lifting him out from under the whomping willow. They regrouped and started across the grass. The group had only taken about 20 paces when the clouds drifted away from the moon. At first Harry didn't notice, except that it felt a bit easier to avoid tripping. But then he caught Black's horrified gasp, heard a thud, and looked up. Lupin's wand had fallen from his hand, and Neville had landed on the ground. Because Lupin was changing. "Run," Black urged. Harry couldn't leave, not with Neville there, not with Pettigrew out here. Pettigrew could not die. Lupin, half transformed, lunged at Snape, throwing him backward onto the ground. Snape's head hit a rock with a crack, and Pettigrew slumped to the ground. "Banish it!" Harry shouted. He snapped out his wand and cast the banishing charm, a spell above his year level, and not something he would typically reveal in front of his professors. But he was past caring. Theo and Hermione quickly followed his lead. Their combined spells slammed into the half-transformed werewolf, hurling him nearly 50 meters, where he crashed into the ground. "Go," Black said, and then he transformed too. It looked a lot less painful than the werewolf transformation. The vicious black dog tore off after Lupin's writhing form. Harry swiftly transfigured Neville's stretcher to be 3 times its original size, and used wandless magic to float Pettigrew and Snape onto it. "Wingardium Leviosa," Hermione said clearly. She was the best at charms like this one. The stretcher floated in front of her as she ran forward. The castle loomed ahead as she held her wand steady to maintain the spell. Harry and Theo followed closely behind. Suddenly, a yelp and a snarl echoed from behind them. Harry glanced over his shoulder and yelled as Theo tackled him aside, just in time for the werewolf to crash through the space Harry had just occupied. It slammed to the ground and spun around, snarling at them. Out of nowhere, Black skidded into place, positioning himself protectively in front of Harry and Theo, matching the werewolf's snarl with one of his own. Hermione hesitated for a moment. "Go!" Harry shouted urgently. "Get them inside! Hermione, go on! We've got Black!" Hermione nodded, her expression suddenly grim, and took off running again. The wolf began to turn its attention back to them. "Hey!" Theo yelled, waving his arms to distract it. The creature focused on them with renewed fury and began to advance. Black growled fiercely. The wolf lunged. As the dog and the wolf tumbled into a chaotic struggle, Harry and Theo sprinted away. "Tree," Theo gasped. "Climb." Harry understood the plan and veered toward the edge of the Black Lake, where the tall, sturdy trees stood. It was closer than the castle, if they could just get high enough. The wolf howled behind them, a high, furious sound, accompanied by the pounding of its paws against the ground. Harry and Theo dodged apart just in time. The wolf missed them both and turned around.
Harry glanced back. Black was limping, trying to reach them, but there was no way he'd make it in time. To hell with it. Harry aimed his wand. Os fractus, he hissed, a curse he had never dared to try before, one restricted to healers for specific medical procedures. Just then, Theo cast something Harry didn't recognize. Harry's spell struck the wolf's ribcage, sending it staggering back with a whine of pain. It struggled to its feet, disoriented and hurt. At least he hadn't broken Lupin's spine, only his ribs. Probably. Maybe even the left shoulder blade, judging by the way it limped. With a final growl, the wolf turned and bolted into the woods. Theo and Harry stood up, panting heavily. Black winced as he transformed back into his human form. "That was some impressive spell work," he said, glancing at both of them. "Not many third years could survive an encounter with a werewolf." "We wouldn't have if not for you," Harry replied. "The blinding curse?" Black asked, turning to Theo. Theo shrugged. "If it can't see, it'll have a hard time killing you." Harry thought about the basilisk and made a mental note to tell Theo that theory didn't hold up when it came to creatures with heightened senses of smell. "Fair enough," Black said. "Still, I wouldn't advertise that you know about that kind of magic." "Will he recover?" Theo asked. "I'm not sure if I did it right. I am pretty sure he could still see." "I'm reassured to hear you haven't been practicing that curse at your age," Black said dryly. "He should be fine. You probably didn't cast it fully. You're too young to manage dark curses like that one. And werewolves are extremely resistant to magic. Harry, you probably fractured at least a couple of ribs. He'll heal by morning, but he'll be very sore." Harry frowned. "Will he remember?" Black shook his head. "I doubt it. He never comes out of those transformations with more than half-formed memories. Those wounds could easily have come from fighting me." This was a relief. It was also comforting that Black didn't seem overly concerned about the fact that Harry and Theo had just cast dark curses on the grounds of Hogwarts. He frowned, rubbing his arms. "Does it seem a bit cold?" Harry looked up. "Oh no," he said. "Merlin, help us," Theo rasped. At least a dozen Dementors were approaching from all sides, their attention fixed on Black. Harry turned to his godfather. Black collapsed. Harry realized he must have some horrific memories weighing him down, and he was too weak for his Occulmency to be effective. Harry felt the same way. His mental shields were already buckling under the crushing weight of the despair and hopelessness that was closing in on them. Happy memories were slipping away, like water through his fingers. Harry suddenly realized he was on his knees, wand clutched tightly in his hand. A few feet away, Theo mirrored his position, staring blankly back at him. And then there was Black, curled on the ground, moaning, "No, no, please." I should help him, Harry thought vaguely. "Harry! Harry!" With a great effort, Harry turned his head and looked down. Ah, Eris. Familiar. The snake coiled around his leg, shouting as loudly as she could, but Harry couldn't bring himself to care about what she was saying. The Dementors were closing in, he noticed distantly. They were very close now. One was leaning over Black, while another had a hand on Theo's shoulder. A sudden, sharp pain shot through his leg, pulling him back to reality, if only a little. He fought against the despair, focusing all his mental strength on clearing just one tiny corner of his mind, just enough to realize he needed to cast a Patronus, and he had to do it now. The Dementor leaned down toward Black. In an instant it would kiss him, and Harry's best hope for escape would be gone. The pain spread up his leg and down, burning like cold fire. He clung to it. It was not a pleasant feeling, but the Dementors couldn't take it from him. They couldn't steal the memories of the Dursleys' abuse, the very thing he needed to escape from. They couldn't diminish his desire to protect his friend and his godfather. "Expecto Patronum!" he shouted. A massive silver shape burst from the end of his wand. The crippling cold receded just a bit. The silver figure lunged forward. The Dementor hovering over Sirius fell back, as did the one that had been pulling Theo into position. Then the three that had been coming for Harry, his Patronus, loped around them in circles, chasing the Dementors away. One by one, the foul creatures retreated into the night. His Patronus stopped and paced nearby, standing guard. Harry slowly backed away, trying to make sense of the figure before him. But just as he began to grasp its shape, his strength faltered, and it vanished from sight. He fell forward, barely catching himself with one hand. "Harry!" Eris exclaimed, her voice nearly frantic. With the Dementors gone, Harry regained a flicker of control over his body and his Occulmency shields. He pushed the Dementor's influence away, but the burning sensation in his leg intensified, creeping up into his stomach. "Eris!" "I had to," the snake replied, sounding desperate. "I had to wake you up. You made the potion that counters my venom, remember? It's in your bag, always with you." She was right. The anti-venin. Harry needed it. He reached for his bag, but his fingers felt clumsy and uncoordinated. They slipped off the buckle once, twice, 3 times. "Theo," he choked out, crawling over to his friend's body. He shook him vigorously. "Theo, come on, wake up! Theo!" Theo stirred and moaned. "Please, wake up!" Theo blinked his eyes open, staring blearily at Harry. What's gone on?" "Anti-venin," Harry said, struggling to keep his focus. "Bag." Then everything went black. When Harry regained consciousness, he found himself in the hospital wing, a place that was becoming all too familiar. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter," Madame Pomfrey said, her voice soothing. Harry blinked his eyes open and was relieved to find his glasses still on his face. "How are you feeling?"
"A bit like a tractor ran me over," Harry croaked. He focused on her expression, noticing her confusion, and grimaced. Sorry, muggle thing. Big, heavy, rolling piece of farm equipment. How long?" "Ah," she replied, her tone understanding. "That's somewhat to be expected. You did fight a werewolf, and according to Mr. Nott's report, you both got tossed around a bit. I believe it was the after-effects of the Dementors that caused you to lose consciousness. This all happened last night. It's 4 p.m. on Friday," Harry said, managing to organize his scattered thoughts. "Right," he added, feeling relieved that Madame Pomfrey hadn't noticed the snake bite or the anti-venin in his system. She was a nurse, not a full healer, and likely hadn't spent time on comprehensive diagnostic spells. It was also reassuring to know he hadn't lost more than a day. With some effort, he turned his head. Theo was in the bed next to him, sitting up and holding half a bar of chocolate. "Glad you're up," Theo said quietly. Harry grinned weakly at him. "Yeah, me too." Then he glanced past Theo and his eyes widened. Sirius Black was lying on a bed 2 down from Theo, restrained. "No," Harry said, struggling to sit up. "He's innocent. Find Hermione and Snape. They were there." "Calm yourself, Mr. Potter," a voice interrupted. Harry obeyed without thinking, clearing his mind and closing his mouth. He looked around to see Snape standing by a hospital bed across the room, devoid of his usual billowing cloak and looking quite annoyed about it. "Mr. Black is restrained only as a matter of procedure," Snape said. "I believe several law enforcement officials are on their way for a meeting, including Andromeda Tonks, Madame Bones, head of the DMLE,
Minister Fudge, and Albus Dumbledore. Of course, Lords Potter and Nott are coming as well, and I fully expect Remus Lupin to insist upon being here. Madame Pomfrey looked furious. This is an infirmary, not a courtroom. My patients need rest. This issue, unfortunately, needs to be cleared up as soon as possible, Snape replied. I'm all right, Harry said. He had managed to sit upright and made an effort to flatten his hair. Pomfrey stuffed some chocolate into his hand and bustled over to check on the still sleeping Neville, muttering about batty headmasters. Snape's lips twitched. Sir, Harry began, if Dumbledore put an innocent man in Azkaban. I cannot begin to predict the consequences, Snape replied, his voice low. Pomfrey seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. But they will almost certainly include him losing his position as Chief Warlock and Supreme Mugwump, and possibly the revocation of his Order of Merlin. Not anything else? Theo asked, concern etched on his face. Snape's mouth thinned, reminiscent of Professor McGonagall when she was angry. Do not underestimate the amount of power Albus Dumbledore wields, Mr. Nott, he said softly. Many have made that mistake, and their lives have been the worse for it. With that cryptic warning, he swept out of the room, managing to create a dramatic exit even without his cloak. Harry closed his eyes and focused on his Occulmency, working to peel back the lingering effects of the Dementors while he absently munched on chocolate. The sweet treat helped dispel the cold from his limbs, but he knew the mental clarity came more effectively from Occulmency than from candy. At its core, Occulmency was about knowing one's own mind well enough to differentiate between what was native to it and what was foreign, what belonged to him and what didn't. Dementors were insidious, but they were distinctly not human, which made their effects easier to identify in the aftermath compared to those of a human legilimens. At least that's what Harry believed. He was fairly certain neither Snape nor Dumbledore had ever attempted active legilimency on him before. As for passive legilimency, he couldn't rule it out completely, but he thought it unlikely. Wary of eavesdroppers, Harry paused to plan his question. "Where's my bag?" he asked Theo, subtly resting a hand over the still aching snake bite on his thigh. "Safe," Theo replied, raising an eyebrow. "Blaise got it and took it down to the common room." So, Eris was safely out of the way. Harry could have used the comfort her presence brought, but he knew it was too risky to have his snake nearby. Harry found himself in a room with his father, several ministry officials, including the minister himself, and Dumbledore. "Is he awake?" Harry asked, nodding toward Black. Theo glanced over his shoulder. "No, he's magically sedated. Also, you might want to try a hair charm before they get here. It's worse than your brother's." Harry winced and reached for his wand, which was waiting on the table by his bed. After 3 hastily applied hair charms, Theo shrugged, declaring it as good as it was going to get. Just then, they heard voices outside the door. They exchanged a glance and quickly moved to sit at the edges of their beds, determined not to look like invalids. Dumbledore was the first to enter. The usual twinkle in his eyes was absent, reminding Harry that this was the man who had defeated Gellert Grindelwald and had temporarily outmaneuvered Voldemort. Behind him walked Snape, his indifference chilling as James Potter loomed close, radiating rage. Lupin trailed behind James, looking profoundly uncomfortable. Following them were Minister Fudge, 2 women Harry assumed were Madame Bones and Madame Tonks, and finally a powerfully built man of average height. He had silver hair and a sharp expression reminiscent of Theo's, dressed in the finest robes and exuding complete confidence. Lord Nott, then. And behind him, Professor McGonagall, which Harry supposed he should have expected, considering Neville was one of her students, and Black had been, once. Madame Pomfrey puffed herself up, clearly furious. "Is this a hospital wing or not?" she shouted. "Poppy, please," Dumbledore interjected. "We do need a word with these students as soon as possible." "We've eaten our chocolate," Harry assured her, doing his best to maintain a composed demeanour as he slid off his bed to face the adults. Theo stepped up to his shoulder. "We can handle it," Theo added. "The headmaster is right. This needs to—" "Very well," Pomfrey said angrily. "I shall be in my office." She stalked away, but no one seemed to pay her much attention. Fudge anxiously glanced between the bed holding Black, Harry, Theo, Madame Bones, and Dumbledore. James looked like an odd combination of sick and furious. Harry suspected that Black was right. James must have known something. Snape, and the woman Harry thought was Andromeda Tonks, remained impassive. And Dumbledore was simply angry. "Harry, my boy," Fudge said uneasily, "if you would, we need to see if your version of events matches that of Severus and the Granger girl. And of course there are some things only you two were privy to." "Of course, Minister," Harry replied, beginning his account. He kept his tone steady, sticking to the facts and remaining concise. Theo jumped in at a few points, adding details that Harry had forgotten. He concluded with, "The last thing I remember was the Dementors leaving. I woke up just as Harry passed out from core strain," Theo added, referencing the phenomenon where a young wizard casts a spell beyond their usual capability due to intense stress, often resulting in severe muscle soreness for days without the benefit of gaining strength. It was a clever cover for the effects of deadly snake venom. "I put a mild glamour charm on Black and levitated him and Harry up here." "I don't understand how the Dementors were driven away," Madame Bones said, her voice firm and commanding. She seemed the type to get what she wanted, one way or another. Tall and fit-looking, she was starting to go grey at the temples and wore conservative robes of deep wine purple, the colour of the Wizengamot. "I cast a Patronus, madam," Harry said. The adults all stared at him in disbelief. Even Dumbledore showed a hint of surprise. "My boy," Fudge said with an unsettled laugh, "the Patronus charm is magic of the most advanced." Harry twirled his wand around his fingers, ready to explain further. "Expecto Patronum." The spell took more out of Harry than he'd have liked, but it worked. A silver animal sprang forth, landing on the floor of the hospital wing to a chorus of gasps. For the first time, Harry got a good look at his Patronus. It was a wolf, a large one. It stood as tall at the shoulder as Harry's waist. Its head was angular, its jaws powerful, and cunning eyes peered out at everyone. The Patronus paced a quick circle before sitting down at Harry's feet. "A third year," McGonagall breathed. James looked sick, much to Harry's internal delight. "But how?" Bones asked. "I have a lot of rather nasty memories for the Dementors to draw on," Harry replied, glancing deliberately at James. "They affected me worse than my peers, and I set myself to learning the Patronus charm. This evening marks the first time I managed a corporeal one, rather than just a simple shield." "Simple?" McGonagall exclaimed. "Mr. Potter, most adult wizards have great difficulty learning this spell. I find it hard to believe you did it all on your own." Harry shrugged. "I was motivated." "If you don't mind me asking, Harry, what memory did you use?" Lupin inquired. Harry met his eyes coldly.
I believe I've asked you to call me Mr. Potter, Professor, and I don't have any memories happy enough to overcome the Dementor's effects and power the spell. I can cast it because I was stubborn enough to keep practicing without relying on a crutch. They were all taken aback. He revelled in their shock for a moment before Lupin regained his composure. "Very impressive, I must say," he remarked. "Jules is quite close to accomplishing a corporeal Patronus. He can manage a shield much like yours." "How long has he been working with you again?" Theo asked innocently. Harry had to stifle a laugh at the look of outright fury on James's and Dumbledore's faces. "Well," Madame Bones said, "your testimony aligns perfectly with that of Professor Snape and Miss Granger. The fact that Pettigrew's death was faked is compelling evidence. Not to mention, the trial records for Sirius Black have mysteriously vanished from the Ministry archives, which certainly suggests a cover-up. Wouldn't you agree, Minister?" "Yes, quite," Fudge stammered. Only one thing to do then. No choice about it." Bones turned to Dumbledore, a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. "Albus Dumbledore, as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, I hereby suspend you indefinitely from the Wizengamot, pending a full investigation into your actions regarding Sirius Black. I also declare Sirius Black cleared of all charges based on Pettigrew's confession, which has been recorded and reviewed in pensive form by 2 adult wizards in good standing with the law, alongside the many glaring inconsistencies that have come to my attention regarding this case." With a wave of her wand, Black's restraints vanished. "Dumbledore will need to speak in your office. Minister?" Fudge twitched. "Oh, yes, and you'll be losing your Order of Merlin," he said, his tone laced with anger. Harry suspected that once the initial shock wore off, Fudge would be secretly pleased. It was no secret that he feared Dumbledore might try to take his position as minister away from him. He would relish the chance to bring Dumbledore down a few pegs. It was almost comforting to see Dumbledore's other enemies doing Harry's work for him. "You will regret this, Fudge," Dumbledore said coldly. "No, I don't think I will," Fudge replied. "Your office." Dumbledore swept out of the hospital wing, with Madame Bones and Minister Fudge following closely behind. As the doors closed, Lord Nott stepped forward and laid a hand on Theo's shoulder. "Are you all right?" he asked, his expression impassive. "I'm fine, Father." Theo showed no visible affection in return. Lord Nott nodded, and now Harry noticed the warmth and concern hidden in Lord Nott's eyes, but only because he was standing right next to Theo. Lord Nott turned to Harry. "By all reports, you have been a good friend to my son, and tonight you have saved him from a fate many consider worse than death. House Nott offers you its gratitude and friendship, Mr. Potter." Having spent 3 years observing the Slytherin's high society manners, Harry simply nodded, accepting the gratitude as his due. James glared at Lord Nott before rounding on Harry and Theo. "What are you playing at?" Harry instinctively shrank back a little before catching himself. Yelling men. It wasn't the easiest situation for him. "You will refrain from threatening my son, Lord Potter," Nott said firmly. "We're not playing at anything," Theo added with a sneer that could rival Snape's. "You know, Black said you knew about it as well. I don't see how you couldn't have. It was your secret he was keeping." "You will drag our family's name through the mud," James snarled, glaring at Harry. "See, that's the thing," Harry replied. "Since you seem to have forgotten this the moment I was sorted, I'm also named Potter, so it won't be our family name getting dragged through the mud. Just yours." James opened his mouth to respond, but McGonagall intervened sharply. "James Potter, that is enough." James flinched back, staring at her with wide eyes. It was then that Black chose to cough and awaken, his attention snapping straight to Harry. "Harry, you're all right?" "I'll be fine," Harry assured him. "Core overload. Patronus." Black's eyes widened in surprise. "You cast a Patronus?" "He saved all three of us from the Dementors," Theo confirmed. "He shouldn't even have been practicing that kind of magic on his own," James said through gritted teeth. "Clearly I should have," Harry replied lazily, causing James to bite his tongue in frustration. Finally, Black turned his attention to the rest of the room. "Oh, look," he said, taking in the scene. "Dromedar. Long time no see. Were you in on this?" "And Lord Nott. I believe we were trying to kill each other the last time we met." "I was imperious," Lord Nott said smoothly. "Aha," Black replied. "Professor McGonagall, you're looking well." "Thank you, Sirius," McGonagall said crisply. "I must say it is an enormous pleasure to learn of your innocence. My sincerest condolences for your experiences." Black waved this away. "It was hardly your fault, Snape." Snape nodded curtly. "You're a lot saner than I expected," Lord Nott remarked, eyeing Black. Black smiled grimly. "I knew I was innocent. It wasn't a happy memory. The monsters couldn't take it." Lord Nott nodded slowly. "Father," Theo said, "he saved me from the werewolf as well." Lupin flinched. "Yes," Lord Nott agreed. "Forgive me the lapse. Lord Black, I extend to you the same courtesy I offered Heir Potter. House Nott offers you gratitude and friendship." Black looked a bit startled, but managed to nod. "I accept." James stepped between Harry and Lord Nott, his back to the other lord. "Harry, I want you to stay away from this boy." "He is my friend," Harry said icily. James crossed his arms. "He is a bad influence." "Watch your tongue," Lord Nott said, his tone colder this time. "You do not wish to start a feud with my family." "I already have a feud with your family," James hissed, rounding on him. Lord Nott's hand drifted near his wand. "Death Eater! As if I'd be happy letting my son associate with you." Harry smirked at James. "Excuse me, James, you've slipped up again. You're not my guardian. You can't do anything. It's legally Vernon and Petunia, remember? The magic-hating, abusive disasters who managed to butcher my childhood by the time I was 4. "Oh, honestly, Harry," James said, irritation lacing his voice. "You need to stop exaggerating this story. It wasn't that bad." For a moment Harry could only stare at him, left speechless by the sheer audacity. Snape, Theo and McGonagall appeared equally taken aback. Even Lord Nott, who usually wore an amused expression, seemed surprised. It took all of Harry's restraint not to unleash every curse he knew on his father. "How dare you?" Sirius said, struggling to his feet. He swayed beside his bed, looking like a walking corpse. Indoor lighting only accentuated his sickly complexion. "How dare—" "Sirius," Tonks interrupted, "sit down, we can talk about this." "Don't tell me you're defending him, Dromedar," Sirius shot back incredulously. Tonks folded her hands in front of her. "We all saw you in the last year of the war, Sirius. We all witnessed you resorting to questionable magic." "I did what I had to do," Sirius insisted, "to protect the only family I had left. Lily, James, Peter, Remus, you, Dromedar. Except it turns out you weren't actually family, because family doesn't do what you did to me." He pointed angrily at Tonks, Lupin and James. In that moment, Harry was grateful they had taken Neville's wand back. "I would have died for you, all of you, and I would have done it gladly." "You were dangerous," Tonks replied, "out of control." "I was perfectly in control," Sirius retorted, "just not under Dumbledore's control." "I won't hear you speak about Albus like that," James warned, drawing his wand threateningly.
He is a great man and my friend." "Oh, perfect. Both of the little backstabbers in one basket," Sirius snarled. Lord Nott, standing out of everyone's line of sight except for Harry, Theo and Sirius, offered a fleeting smile. McGonagall looked shocked. "Sirius?" "Apologies, Professor." Sirius didn't appear very sorry. There was practically a tension-filled silence in the room. A live wire of hate crackled between him and his former best friend. Harry watched the scene unfold with a mix of fascination and a hint of delight. Snape, too, struggled to hide his glee as the marauders began to unravel. Harry wasn't entirely sure what their relationship had been like at school, but it was clear it had been anything but good. "These boys need rest," McGonagall declared, her voice laced with anger. "Poppy was right on that count. James, Sirius, Remus, you can sort out your differences later." "I have been asked to perform a legilimency examination on Mr. Black to ensure his mental stability," Snape interjected smoothly. Theo caught Harry's eye, and they shared a knowing look, both amused by Snape's flair for the dramatic. Harry had to quickly look away to stifle a laugh. "You won't go near him, Snivelus," James shouted. "Oh, now he cares about Black's welfare," Theo muttered, earning a smirk from Harry. McGonagall stepped between them, facing off with James, who surprisingly took a step back. "If I hear you use that abominable nickname one more time, I will hex you and damn the consequences," she hissed. "And you will not like where I aim." James paled. Merlin, Harry thought. I see why the Gryffindors are all so terrified of her. "Sirius, only if it's all right with you," McGonagall said, stepping aside once she saw James had been sufficiently cowed. "I understand there's no love lost between you." "It's acceptable," Black replied, glaring at Snape. There was still hatred in his expression, but also a hint of an olive branch. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Harry had predicted this during that long walk through the tunnel back to the castle, and he was still taken aback by it. Even Snape looked momentarily stunned before he masked it. "How shocking," Snape said, moving closer to Black's hospital bed. "You seem to have sprouted some common sense while you were compromised. Don't be tempted to dig around where you shouldn't." "I'm an Occulmency," Black said flatly. James opened his mouth to respond, but McGonagall shot him a glare that made him close it again. "In case you've forgotten," Black added. "As if I could forget," Snape retorted. "By all rights, you should be a gibbering mess right now. Legilimens." "I can't believe this," James hissed, his frustration mounting. McGonagall, overseeing the legilimency examination, didn't seem to hear him. "He's letting Snivelus into his head." "He hates us that much now," Lupin replied, sounding utterly miserable. James crossed his arms defiantly. "He'll have to get over it." "Get over it?" Harry stared at his father, realizing that James Potter didn't truly understand what it meant to hate. Not if he thought Black could simply move on. "We need Dumbledore," James continued. "You know who will be back, and there's no one else who can hold him off until Jules comes into his powers. No one else who can guide Jules and the rest of us." Harry couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the notion of Jules as some kind of chosen one hero. A mediocre wizard who spent his time lounging with friends, rarely studying, and getting more drunk on fame each year, as if that made him special. Snape lowered his wand and took a step back. "As stable as can be expected, given the unfortunate circumstances," he sneered, clearly not ready to set aside their troubled history so easily. Black took a deep breath, blinking hard and wincing slightly, but he didn't explode. Harry interpreted this as a sign that Snape hadn't ventured into the more sensitive areas of Black's mind. Madame Pomfrey reappeared, looking absolutely irate. "This has gone on long enough. Severus, I'll need more restorative draft by morning. Possibly Skelligrow. That was a nasty break Mr. Longbottom had. And I expect a write-up if you've completed the mental examination." "Of course," Snape said. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Nott, I believe your friends will be around to visit in the morning. Good evening, Lord Nott. Minerva." He left the room, completely ignoring Tonks, James and Lupin. Pomfrey began ushering the adults out. "I cannot believe him," James said, lingering in the doorway. "How you can put up with him as your head, Harry." "You know what's funny?" Harry replied, his voice quiet but firm. He removed the dampener from his eyes and glared at his father. "He's treated me better than you have." James's face flushed, but he turned on his heel and caught up to Lupin before he could explode. Harry waited until they were all out of the room before collapsing onto his bed, burying his head in his hands. Someone sat down on his right. Theo. And then someone else on his left. Harry lifted his head and found Sirius Black sitting beside him, looking both awkward and sincere, his expression laced with worry. It was such a rare experience to have an adult genuinely concerned about Harry's well-being, especially without any official obligation to do so. His instinct was to distrust it, but Black didn't seem like a liar. "I'm sorry you had to see all that," Black said, his hands trembling slightly. "It was entertaining," Theo chimed in. Harry kicked Theo's ankle lightly. "What? It was? I don't like your father much, Harry." Black's lips twitched at that. "Fair enough," Harry shrugged. "I've been fighting with James off and on for 3 years now. This is nothing new." "I still can't believe what he did to you," Black whispered. "That's not the friend I knew. Not the man I knew." "Seems you weren't the only one to misjudge him," Theo remarked. "Will he face criminal charges?" Harry asked. Theo shook his head. "The father of the boy who lived? I doubt it, especially with Dumbledore pulling for him. He'll probably say he was frightened of Black. Or something, which would have the double effect of making Black look like a poor candidate for guardianship." "We'll need to counter that," Harry mused, contemplating his next steps. "Harry, I know I'm probably not your first choice for a guardian," Black said, swallowing hard. "Merlin knows I'm not in the best position to take care of a child. If you want to figure something else out, that's fine. I'll help you however you need me to." Harry considered what he knew about Black. "I think living with you would be like paradise compared to the other homes I've had," he replied, "though we do have some legal issues." "We'll handle them," Black said, displaying a determination that Harry recognized as Gryffindor stubbornness. It was oddly comforting. He had seen the same trait in Hermione and sometimes in Neville. A principal had been offended, and Black was determined to make things right. "Thank you," Theo said, breaking the moment, "for last night." "Any friend of Harry's is all right by me," Black replied, his voice still raspy and hoarse. "I won't try to control your friends, Harry. If we work out the guardianship thing, my parents did it to my brother and me, James would clearly love to do it to you." Harry, feeling a bit uncertain about what to do in this situation, cautiously reached out. He wasn't sure if this was appropriate, but he wasn't going to resort to hugging. Instead, he laid his hand on Black's shoulder. Black glanced at Harry's hand and then returned the gesture. It turned into an odd sort of imitation hug, but Harry could work with it. "We can sort out the details later," Black said. "I need sleep." He looked quite shaky. Theo sat beside Harry, and they both waited until Black appeared to be sound asleep, his chest rising and falling with steady, slow breaths. "He seems all right," Theo said quietly. Harry hummed in agreement. "It won't be easy. If nothing else, he seems to know some interesting magic," Theo remarked, a ghost of the wicked smile Harry had seen before appearing on his face. "True. Speaking of—"
"Which spell was that you used on Lupin?" Harry asked. "Ad ferro caecus." Theo demonstrated the wand movement with a flick of his finger. Harry felt the words resonate with a dark magic. He was intrigued and wanted to try the spell himself. "It's mostly irreversible," Theo continued. "A few months of intensive care at St. Mungo's can help repair some of the damage. Sometimes." Harry whistled, impressed. "That's a nasty spell. Where did you learn it?" "Where do you think?" Theo replied with a smirk. "Dear old Dad." "Your father seems—" Harry hesitated, searching for the right word. "Dangerous." "He is that," Theo said, still smirking. "Not to me, don't worry. But to people who cross him?" He mimicked blasting someone with a wand. Harry nodded, understanding that sentiment. There was a brief pause before Theo added quietly, He's more of a father when we're at home." "I figured," Harry said. Lord Nott had been surprisingly cold and distant for a father whose son had just faced a werewolf and then been kissed by a Dementor in the company of a convicted murderer. "On the bright side," Theo said, "if Black ends up being your guardian, you might actually be able to come over to my house for a bit. You're going to love our library." Harry grinned at the thought. "Sounds fantastic." They sat in silence for a moment, slowly eating chocolate while lost in their thoughts. Harry was still trying to process everything that had just happened. Behind him, someone stirred. Theo and Harry turned around to see Neville sitting up, blinking sleep from his eyes. "Theo? Harry? Is that Black? What's going on?" He paused. "What day is it?" Theo and Harry exchanged glances. "You explain," Theo said. "It's your family drama." "I hate you," Harry replied playfully, then climbed over to Neville's bed to share the story. Chapter 12. Harry was up early the next morning, dressed and pacing the room. Madame Pomfrey had insisted that he stay until that evening, and he was going stir-crazy. It didn't help that Black had been taken to St. Mungo's to begin repairing the damage done to his body and mind after 12 long years in one of the worst places wizards had ever created. Harry had no idea how long it would be until he heard the verdict. "Harry," Theo said, grabbing another handful of Bertie Bott's every-flavour beans that Hermione had sent the day before. "Sit down, you're driving me mad." "I'm going mad," Harry replied. Neville threw a bean at Harry's head. Harry caught it mid-air and tossed it back. "No throwing food," Madame Pomfrey scolded as she walked by. Harry lowered his head, feeling ashamed. "Sorry, Madame Pomfrey," he said. "It's all right, dear," she replied, her tone softening as she returned to her office. "Nice," Theo said with a grin. "Why, thank you," Harry said, bowing playfully. Suddenly someone knocked at the door. Madame Pomfrey went over to answer it. "Yes?" she asked. "We're here to visit Neville, Harry, and Theo," a familiar voice responded. "Of course." Madame Pomfrey stepped aside, holding the door open. "But you must be quiet. They need rest." "Yes, ma'am," Blaise said, leading the way into the room. He grinned when he saw them. "Oh, good, you're up." "I was going to pour water on you if not," Daphne joked. Madame Pomfrey shot her a glare. "She was joking," Justin assured the nurse. Madame Pomfrey sniffed. "Very well,
I shall be in my office." Blaise, Daphne, Pansy, Hermione and Justin gathered around the 3 beds. "How are you feeling?" Hermione asked. "Fine," Harry replied. "I want out of here." Neville carefully unwrapped a chocolate frog card. "Dumbledore," he complained, glaring at the card. "Figures." Harry looked at Hermione. "You caught them up on what happened?"
"Yes," she confirmed. "I can't believe Sirius Black is innocent," Blaise said, lounging across Theo's bed. "Lupin resigned," Pansy chimed in sweetly, helping herself to some of Neville's sweets. Harry settled onto his own bed. "Good." "Most of the parents bombarded Dumbledore with letters complaining about a werewolf teaching their children," Daphne added. "What?" Theo sat up straight, his eyes wide. "Who told them?" "One of the Hufflepuffs overheard Dumbledore talking to Lupin and your father yesterday morning when they brought him in," Pansy explained. "It spread throughout the school by dinner time. Letters started coming in at breakfast this morning. They'll announce his resignation over dinner." Harry raised an eyebrow. "How do you know about it, then?" She smiled innocently. "People like me." "Merlin knows why," Theo remarked. "It probably helps that I don't have a face like yours," she shot back. Harry tuned out their bickering. "Do people know about Black yet?"
"Has there been any news about Pettigrew's trial?" "Nothing so far," Blaise replied. "Hermione says he seemed more or less sane." "More or less," Neville confirmed. Theo shrugged. "Definitely some loose ends upstairs, but fewer than you'd think. He mentioned it was a mix of Occulmency and, the fact that he's an illegal animagus." "I expect that will come up in Pettigrew's trial," Hermione said. Harry suddenly laughed. "If they call Black on it, they'll have to go after my dad, too. Honestly, that should protect him. Speaking of which, I need a good lawyer." "My father owns a firm," Daphne offered, "one of the best." "I thought your family owned a clothing business," Neville said, looking puzzled. Daphne shrugged. "That's my mother's domain. Equally as profitable as my father's practice, I can assure you." Harry pointed at her. "Perfect. Would you mind writing to him and telling him I'd like to become a client?" "Not at all. I'm sure he'll contact you within a few days." That was excellent news. Harry knew he needed to act quickly. There were several things that had to happen within the next week before they were sent home. Running away was not an option. It would look terrible and damage his chances of gaining sympathy from whoever judged the case. "Pansy," he said, considering the best approach, "it was essential to spread the news about Black's innocence swiftly. If public opinion shifted in Black's favour, the ministry would be more inclined to transfer Harry to Black's care. I suspect the staff are trying to cover this all up. It would be a shame if their efforts went to waste, and people found out that Albus Dumbledore and James Potter conspired to imprison an innocent man in Azkaban for 12 years just to hide their own mistakes. And of course how Black risked his life to return and save Harry and Jules from the true traitor, Peter Pettigrew," Blaise added with a smirk. Hermione nodded, her eyes narrowing. "The rumour mill here is insane," Justin chimed in, catching on. "It might even spread across all the houses by dinner." "Just in time for some evening owl post," Theo finished. Pansy's smile was slow and more than a little unsettling. "That would be quite the shame." Harry could hardly wait for breakfast the next morning. Pomfrey finally released him and Theo right before dinner. They scrambled into clean robes, Harry attempted to tame his hair, and together they made their way down to the great hall. Whispers erupted as soon as Harry walked in. He ignored them, held his head high, and took his place at the Slytherin table between Blaise and Daphne, trying not to show that he noticed anything unusual. "What happened?" Malfoy asked immediately. "Is it true that Black's innocent, and you and Snape were there to prove it?" "I can't believe we had a werewolf teaching us all year," Anita Strickland exclaimed, her voice shrill. "I have no idea what the headmaster was thinking."
"Clearly he wasn't," Noah Bowl remarked. Harry sighed heavily and shared a condensed version of the story with Malfoy, Bulstrode, the beefy guys, and the fourth years. The second years were eavesdropping, along with any Ravenclaws within earshot, so he chose his words carefully. It only took a few minutes. "I never would have dreamed," Bowl said. "Black, innocent," Strickland agreed. The conversation quickly turned to Black, Pettigrew, and conspiracies, so Harry did his best to tune it all out and focus on his food. As he had anticipated, breakfast the next morning was a chaotic mess. The reasons for the chaos unfolded in unexpected ways. On one hand, a flood of letters arrived in the Great Hall from parents expressing disbelief about Black's innocence. On the other, the news was accompanied by a rumour that Pettigrew had escaped. Harry first caught wind of it as whispers among the Ravenclaws, and then a paper airplane landed on his plate from the older Slytherins. He unfolded it with hands that he refused to let shake. "My aunt's in the ministry. The rumour's true." It was signed Bletchley. The message dissolved as soon as he finished reading. Harry stared blankly at his plate. "Harry," Theo said. "He escaped," Harry replied numbly. "Daphne cast a spell. Those blithering fools! How could they let this happen?" He felt a strong urge to grab his holly wand, or better yet, the ash one, which was much more effective with destructive curses, and smash the table. Or maybe a boulder, or a few trees. "You done?" Blaise asked casually. Harry took a deep breath and leaned back on his Occulmency until he felt ready to return to his meal. "Yeah." Daphne lifted the silencing spell she had cast. "Thanks," Harry said, and she nodded slightly before returning to her porridge. "Escaped," Harry muttered. "Merlin's balls," he muttered. With special permission from the headmaster, and under the watchful eye of his head of house, Harry headed to Hogsmeade on Monday to meet with his lawyer. Lord Greengrass had quickly responded to Daphne's letter, reaching out to Harry directly that very morning. He assured them both that he would connect Harry with a capable attorney. As Harry walked into the Three Broomsticks, he nodded to Madame Rosmerta. "A private room, please," Snape requested. Rosmerta snapped her fingers, signalling one of the waitresses to lead them to a well-decorated private parlour on the second floor. Harry pulled out a chair and sat down, doing his best to hide his nervousness. Snape took a seat beside him, maintaining his usual impassive demeanour. "I apologize for taking up your time today, Professor," Harry said. "I am the head of Slytherin, Mr. Potter," Snape replied dryly. "This is hardly the first time I've been called upon to accompany one of my charges to a meeting with a lawyer or a member of the press." Harry nodded in acknowledgement. A few minutes later, the lawyer arrived. She appeared to be in her mid-30s, with a smile as sharp as cut glass. "Heir Potter, I presume?" she said, introducing herself. "Vanessa Tate." Harry stood and shook her hand. "A pleasure, Ms. Tate." She took a seat across the table from him and unfurled a scroll. "This is the legal contract," she explained. "Essentially, it outlines my hourly rates, the typical confidentiality arrangement, and so on." "May I take a moment to read it over?" Harry asked. "By all means." He studied each line carefully, ensuring there were no loopholes. It seemed that Greengrass, Tate, and Morris were dealing honestly with him. "This all looks acceptable," he said, returning the contract to her. "Very good. Here you are. Tate handed him a blood-red quill, the kind used for signing legally binding agreements. Harry placed it to the paper and signed his name, feeling an unusual sense of gravity as he did so. The quill pinched as it infused a bit of magic into Harry's signature. After he finished, Tate signed her name below his. For a brief moment, the parchment glowed with a white light before it faded away. "A copy has been placed in our files," she explained, sliding the contract over to Harry. "Here you are." Harry rolled up the scroll and tucked it into his bag as Tate set out a fresh piece of parchment and a dicta-quill. "It'll transcribe our conversation," she said, glancing at him. Harry nodded in acknowledgement. "Now, I understand you're on a schedule to return to the castle, so I'll get straight to business," she said briskly. "Lord Greengrass provided me with some limited information from his daughter. I presume you intend to petition for a change in guardianship from your Muggle aunt to Lord Black?" "I do," Harry replied. She nodded, her expression serious. "I'll need to ask a few questions to confirm your current situation. Firstly, the Muggles are your current guardians?" Harry nodded again. Tate's lip curled slightly. Deplorable circumstances. "And Remus Lupin is still your legal godfather?" "He is," Harry confirmed, "but Black was my godfather first and only replaced when he was imprisoned." Tate jotted down a note with a regular quill, adding it to the dicta-quill's script. "The paperwork to register a change in godparent with the Ministry requires a rationale. No one really reads it in the Ministry, but they don't make that fact public. I'll pull the records from the archive. If Lord Potter justified the switch due to Black turning traitor and going to prison, it should be fairly easy to overturn in court. It'll also help that we can get Lupin declared unfit for guardianship of a minor without much pushback considering his condition." Harry found himself liking her more and more. "The more difficult aspect will be getting your father declared unfit for your custody," Tate said bluntly, meeting his gaze. "Our first step needs to be reinstating Black as your godfather. After that, you'll need to prove that the Muggles are unsuitable guardians, and then do the same for Lord Potter. For that, we need evidence," Tate said. "Pensive memories and full-body magical scans at St. Mungo's. I can file an emergency protection order and arrange for you to be placed in someone else's custody temporarily, so you don't have to return to your Muggle relatives. I understand you left on bad terms last year." "Distinctly," Harry replied. "There's a complication," he continued. He had been debating whether to share this information for some time, but the confidentiality clause gave him the courage to proceed. She was magically bound not to reveal anything he said. "My mother sacrificed her life to protect my brother and me. Dumbledore managed to take the blood magic from that sacrifice and create powerful wards bound to a blood relative, in this case my Muggle aunt, as long as either Julian or I spends a certain amount of time living with them each year." He hesitated. His words were, "calling it home. I left in a dramatic manner last summer. I'm not sure what state the wards are in, but if they're still active, Dumbledore might argue that I have to stay in their custody to maintain it as a backup safe haven for the boy who lived." Tate's expression turned grim. "Fascinating. Mr. Potter, if the wards remain active and the court rules against you—" "I will run," Harry said flatly. "I have contingency plans. I'm not going back there. I don't care if the wards fail. It seems unlikely that a Muggle home with blood wards offers better protection than centuries-old wards at Potter Manor, or even Hogwarts, if it comes to that." "Fair point," Tate acknowledged, making another note. "I'll keep that in mind, and perhaps send someone to verify the state of the wards.
Perhaps I could do that, Snape suggested. Harry stared at him. Sir? An excellent plan, Tate said, smiling like a shark. If you could send me a written analysis. Certainly, Snape replied. Harry blinked in surprise. Don't gape, Potter, Snape added. Harry resisted the urge to protest that he hadn't been gaping. I am willing to go to significant lengths to disrupt James Potter's arrogant self-assurance. I've noticed, Harry replied dryly. Was that a faint smile he had just caught? It was hastily wiped away, but it was there. He quickly shoved his sense of triumph into a deep, dark, mental hole and focused back on Tate.
Once we have those results, we can move forward. I'll begin the process of restoring Black to your godfather right away, Tate said. If you could write and ask him to add me to the visitor list. As I understand it, St. Mungo's only allows visitors approved by the patient and the mind healer to the mental ward. That seemed like a good policy. I'll do so right away. Excellent. Tate stood briskly, packing away her dictaquill and notes. It was a pleasure working with you, Mr. Potter. You as well, Miss Tate, Harry said, shaking her hand again before she vanished with as much force as she had arrived. Snape raised an eyebrow as he and Harry prepared to follow. She likes you? Harry tilted his head. Have you met her? We were in school together, Snape replied after a moment, each word seemingly dragged out against its will. Harry found it highly amusing that James Potter was the stick that had finally managed to get Snape over his badly concealed dislike of him. She is a Slytherin graduate. That explained a lot. They walked back up to the school in silence. Harry wasn't naive. Snape was willing to work with him to annoy James. He was still the cold, distant potions master who clearly preferred research over teaching and had little patience for children. But Harry would take what he could get. Do you really need to sneak out the first night back from the hospital? Neville asked. Pomfrey said you need rest. I also want my property back, Harry replied grimly. I can rest for a whole week after this. Neville shook his head. And what do you need me for? Gryffindor already won the cup, Harry said, irritation creeping into his voice. It had been extremely frustrating to witness yet another year of favoritism in action. So points, they aren't a problem. Honestly, they're going to go easier on a Gryffindor out of bed than a Slytherin if one of us gets caught. Which we already explained, Theo replied. After dinner, when you agreed to this. I know, Neville said, nervously squinting down a dark corridor as they passed it. I still don't like it. Eris is scouting, Harry assured him. Our chances of getting caught are really very low. I'd feel better if you said they were 0. Harry grinned at Neville. Now, would you want me to lie to you, Nev? Neville made a face at him. You know what I meant. Snickering, Harry continued through the quiet, dark halls. All 3 boys wore silenced shoes, and Eris, Mariko, and a recent arrival named Izzy were scouting ahead and behind. Harry wasn't particularly worried. The castle was still recovering from the end-of-term weekend celebrations, though he wouldn't have said no to Jules' invisibility cloak if it had been offered to him. They paused outside the door they needed. It's locked, Neville said. Not surprising, Harry replied, pulling out his ash wand. It was better suited for sneaking around than his holly wand, and had the added benefit of being unknown to the castle. If anyone checked his wand with the Priori Incantatem spell, they wouldn't find anything. Not that he'd shared this with Theo or Neville. They didn't know about his second wand, and Harry intended to keep it that way for a while. He started on the spells he'd spent an hour studying. The second one got the door open. That wasn't legal, Neville said, at all. I saw it in that book you loaned me.
"Nope," Theo agreed, leaning unconcernedly against a wall as Harry opened the door with a simple aperiportus, just in case there was some kind of booby trap. "Nothing." "Let's do this," Harry said. Neville waited just inside the door, keeping it ajar with a piece of wood he had transfigured. Harry and Theo crept through the rows of empty desks, each step echoing softly in the stillness of the classroom. They had spent countless hours here during their 3 years at Hogwarts, but at night, alone, the space felt dark, eerie, and entirely unfamiliar. Theo was the first to ascend the stairs at the back of the room, with Harry close behind, gripping his wand tightly. "What if he's already packed everything up?" Theo whispered nervously as Harry raised his wand and aimed it at the door. Harry arched an eyebrow at his friend. "Bit late to be worrying about that, isn't it?" He had already considered this possibility and felt confident they could find a way around it. Theo merely shrugged in response. Harry took a deep breath and began casting his spell. The door resisted the first 2 attempts. "Third try," he said, determination in his voice. "Hopefully this works. It's the most powerful one I know. Ich bin Dementor fane arcere." As he incanted, he levelled his wand at the door. A loud cracking noise echoed through the room, and suddenly the door flew open, slamming against the inner wall with a resounding bang. "All good?" Neville called softly from behind them. "Yeah, sorry," Theo replied, stepping aside to let Harry lead the way into Professor Lupin's office. "Harry," Eris said, her voice a soft whisper in the dark. "Lumos," Harry cast, illuminating the room before switching to Parseltongue. "Where are you? Ah, got you. Find anything interesting?" "Lots of magical smells," Eris replied, her tone thoughtful. "I can't pinpoint the scent of the paper alone. There are too many other enchanted things around." "Ah, well, it was worth a shot," Harry said, extending his arm. She climbed up and settled across his shoulders, her tail winding around his left arm and her head resting by his right ear in her preferred position. "She didn't get it?" Theo asked, glancing at Harry. Harry shook his head. "One more shot. Accio Marauder's map." Nothing happened. Theo stepped forward, hoping his skills with the summoning charm would yield better results. Again, nothing. "He must have spelled the room so summoners don't work," Theo speculated. "Father does the same thing in his study." "Not unreasonable," Harry agreed. "You take the desk, I'll check the shelves." "Fair enough." After 10 minutes of searching, Neville, feeling bored by the door, decided to join in and help. Another 30 minutes passed, leaving them staring helplessly at 2 half-packed trunks sitting under the window. "Damn," Theo muttered. "At least he left them open," Harry replied. They began sorting through the trunks, layer by layer. It was slow work. Theo sat down to sketch a top-down view of where everything was, while Neville and Harry carefully removed items one at a time, sorting through them as they went. Harry rummaged through the pockets of every cloak, pair of trousers, vest and jacket that belonged to Lupin. Meanwhile, Neville flipped through the pages of every book they found. Harry and Theo took turns casting powerful revealing charms on the items that emerged from the trunks. "Harry, hold up," Theo said suddenly. Harry glanced over, having been inspecting an odd pamphlet written entirely in what appeared to be a variant of Egyptian hieroglyphs. He saw Theo holding a book, one of its pages glowing softly. "Specialis Revelio," Harry repeated, and the same glow appeared on the page, slowly fading again. He looked at Theo and Neville. "We're short on time. Should we spell it out or just take the book?"
"You two work on repacking the other trunk," Theo said, turning to the desk with a focused expression. "I'll see if I can get this thing back." Harry and Neville followed Theo's diagrams and began putting things back into the trunk that didn't contain the enchanted book, meticulously arranging everything in its proper place. "Got it!" Theo exclaimed triumphantly. Harry spun around immediately. "Yes, let me check. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," he said, prodding the marauder's map with his wand. The map swirled to life, vibrant and active as always, and he grinned before wiping it clean and shoving it into his pocket. "Great work, Theo." "I know," Theo said with a smirk, and he helped them finish repacking the trunks. Harry was the last one out of the office. He took a moment to check that everything was back in its rightful place before leaving. Let Lupin think he just forgot to lock his office. The boys had no idea what spell he used to keep it shut, or if there was a password, so fixing the damage was out of the question. Eris slipped into the hallway and returned with a nod, confirming it was all clear, a fact Harry verified with the map. They quietly slipped out and jogged back to the great hall. Harry kept his wand lit, his eyes glued to the map as they moved. There was Filch on the 4th floor, heading away from the grand staircase, and 2 prefects patrolling the 2nd floor. Harry and Theo would need to dodge them on their way down. Maybe the passage behind the Lancelot tapestry would work. They could take that down to the 1st floor, and then through the tunnel under the staircase, which led near the potions classroom. "Bye, guys," Neville whispered, grinning at them. "See you tomorrow." "Bye, Nev," Theo replied, and Harry smiled back at his friend, showing Neville the map one last time. The Gryffindor studied it for a few seconds before nodding and heading up the stairs. Harry and Theo made it back to Slytherin without any trouble. The map showed that Neville reached his common room safely too. Once back, Harry made sure to stow the map and his ash wand securely in the secret compartment of his trunk before collapsing onto his bed. "Jules!" Harry's twin turned around, looking as always like a slightly distorted reflection of him. "Harry," he said, glancing sideways at Ronald. Hi." "Can we talk?" Harry asked, fighting the urge to shove his hands in his pockets or pull out his wand to spin it around his fingers. The first would reveal his nervousness, and the second might make Jules think he was about to hex him. Jules shrugged. "Sure, I guess." No one moved. Harry raised an eyebrow at Ronald. "Anything you have to say, you can say to both of us," Jules said, jutting out his chin. Oh, fantastic. He was already on the defensive, just how Harry wanted to start this conversation. He held in a sigh. I just wanted to ask how you're doing," Harry said. That makes no sense," Jules replied. "You're the one who just got out of the hospital wing yesterday evening." "Yeah, but..." Harry hesitated, feeling a wave of frustration. Why was it so hard to have a sincere conversation with his brother? He'd faced down a werewolf and a man he thought was a convicted murderer without stuttering once. He took a deep breath and said, "Look, I know we've had our differences, but you're still my brother, and I know you're close with James and Dumbledore. It can't be easy to hear that your father and role model put an innocent man in prison for 12 years, Jules finished for him, his frown deepening. "What do you care whether it's easy for him to hear?" Ronald chimed in. "I'm his brother," Harry insisted, feeling the tension in the air. This whole conversation felt so stilted and awkward. He really just wanted to leave. Why had he thought this was a good idea? Oh, right. He had hoped that a crack in James's perfect image might help bridge the gap between himself and Jules. He didn't want to feel completely alienated from the only blood relative he had left. Ignoring Ronald, Harry focused on Jules, watching the emotions play across his brother's face: wariness, uncertainty, sadness, and resolution. He hoped for a breakthrough.
They did what they thought was necessary, Jules finally said. And just like that, Harry's hope crumbled into ashes. What? I mean, Jules shifted uncomfortably, as if part of him realized how foolish the lies he was repeating sounded. From what I've heard, Black was all wild and using dark magic in the war. He wasn't acting like someone from the light, okay? I can see why they thought it was him, and why they thought he was dangerous enough to be locked up. Dad's told me the stories, all right, before this year. It's not my fault you were a prat and never stuck around long enough to hear them. Oh, so now you're blaming me for the fact that our father is such a selfish, narrow-minded... Harry trailed off, frustration bubbling inside him. An egotistical jerk who hasn't welcomed me home in 3 years. Harry rolled his eyes. That makes so much sense. Come off it, Ronald shot back angrily. It's obvious why he didn't want you home. You're a right prat. Be quiet, Ronald. I'm talking to my brother, not you, Harry replied lazily. Jules, honestly, you're going to defend them for throwing an innocent wizard into Azkaban for 12 years. Jules threw up his hands. They had reasons, good reasons. That doesn't make it right, but I understand, and I don't blame them. Too bad the rest of Wizarding Britain will. No, Jules said stubbornly. They'll get off. People will understand. You'll see. Harry studied him for a long moment. Jules shifted uncomfortably beneath Harry's even, unemotional gaze. He was looking for any sign that he could convince his brother, any indication that this was salvageable. But he found none. Right, Harry said finally. Good talk. Thanks for clearing up your bigotry, brother dear. Just 3 steps away, he heard someone shout, "Furunculus!" It was too late to dodge. Harry staggered as the jinx hit him in the back, hissing in pain as hot, stabbing boils erupted over his lower back, spreading up his spine and shoulders and down the backs of his legs. He whipped around, his wand already moving. Amplius Ori, Tarantallegra, Gardus, Invesicae, Vexo. The string of spells flew from his wand as he shifted and dodged. Jules staggered back, hands clamped over his ears, his wand forgotten amid the overwhelming onslaught of sound he had no practice coping with. The dancing curse hit his stomach, taking him out of commission. Harry blocked one of Ronald's hexes and retaliated with an incontinence jinx, followed by a hurling hex that sent Ronald flying through the air to land on his back a meter away. Harry glanced down, noticing the dark stains spreading across his trousers. He was breathing heavily, his gaze fixed on Ronald, who lay moaning on the ground. Nearby, Jules thrashed on the ground, his legs kicking wildly, while his hands remained clamped to his ears. With determination, Harry turned his wand on himself, casting the Furunculus counter-jinx, followed by a basic healing charm to rid himself of the boils. Once satisfied, he walked away. Snape delivered an impressive lecture on sportsmanship and the responsible handling of disputes with other students. He assigned 3 feet of parchment on the responsible uses of magic as a summer assignment, and somehow managed to convey that he wasn't truly angry. Harry listened without expression, leaving without a word. Sirius, I hope St. Mungo's is treating you well. I've heard mixed reviews about the food. Pansy mentioned that her uncle works as a mind healer there. He promised to ensure you get better meal options. How is your treatment coming along? Do you have any idea when you'll be released? I'd love to visit once the term is over. Earlier this week I met with a lawyer named Vanessa Tate from Greengrass, Tate and Morris. Snape knows her from his time at Hogwarts. Maybe you remember her. She seems like quite a force of nature. I don't envy James. We discussed the process of reinstating you as my godfather and the steps needed to get a court to transfer custody to you. She wants to come by and talk with you about the legal aspects. Can you add her to the approved visitors list? Oh, and Miss Tate filed an emergency protection order with the ministry. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley have agreed to take custody of me until we sort this out, as the EPO contested the Dursleys, Jameses, and Lupin's right to be my guardian. The Weasleys wouldn't have been my first choice, but Tate insisted I needed someone James couldn't argue with. He won't. He likes them too much. I should only be there for a few weeks at most. That arrangement only worked because Snape visited the Dursleys' house and confirmed that my dramatic exit last year destroyed the blood wards. Jules could have salvaged them, but if Dumbledore thinks the boy who lived would tolerate living like a muggle for 3 weeks, he's a lot dumber than I thought. I can't thank you enough for being willing to take me in. After everything you've been through, no one would blame you for just holing up somewhere to recover. It really means a lot to me. In other news, Dumbledore is set to go on trial for gross misconduct and abuse of authority in mid-July. Tate believes your testimony could get him removed from the Wizengamot permanently, if you're recovered enough to be involved. If not, don't worry, the odds are still good. Let me know if there's anything you need. Harry sighed, his thoughts interrupted by Ava Pusey. Potter? The headmaster wants to see you, she said, irritation clear in her voice. Sorry, what? Harry replied, pulling his attention away from his book. The headmaster, she repeated, exasperated. He said to tell you lemon drop, and that he wants you as soon as possible. Damn it, Harry muttered, closing his book. The nasty old man? Eris chimed in. What does he want? Probably to scold me for the wards, Harry said, turning toward the wall as he packed up his things, wanting to keep his thoughts private. So much for a quiet afternoon in the common room. You'll have to stay here. I don't trust notice-me-not charms around him, he added. I can sneak in and bite his ankles, Eris suggested. Harry smirked and scratched under Eris's chin. Maybe someday. You do have a nasty bite. I'm sorry, Eris said, hanging her head. I never meant to hurt you. No, stop that, Harry reassured her, running his hand down her back. She'd grown to just over 2 feet long. You saved my life, and Theo's, and Black's. You did what you had to. I'm not supposed to hurt you at all, Eris grumbled. It was hard to do. Interesting. Harry realized he should probably look more into the bond between a familiar and a wizard. Harry had assumed it was just a formality, but Electa was nowhere near the level of his beloved falcon, Eris. He had a special bond with her, one that went beyond mere companionship, rooted in magic and a connection he hadn't fully recognized until now. I'm still glad you did, he said to Eris, but you need to stay here. And no biting the headmaster for a while. Grumbling in response, Eris agreed and settled into a corner of the common room while Harry gathered his books. He stopped by his room to stash away a few items of questionable content, replacing them with dull, ministry-approved charms and history texts. With that done, he made his way to the headmaster's office. Lemon drop, he told the gargoyles, and they leaped aside, allowing him to step onto the spiral staircase. Enter, called the familiar voice of Dumbledore. Harry stepped inside, determined to maintain a facade of polite openness. You wished to see me, sir? Indeed I did, Dumbledore replied, his eyes twinkling. Take a seat, dear boy, take a seat. Lemon drop? No, thank you, sir, Harry said, sitting up straight in one of the chairs in front of the headmaster's desk. It was unfamiliar and designed to be uncomfortable, typical of Dumbledore. Dumbledore steepled his fingers under his chin. I expect Severus has informed you that the blood wards around your home have failed. He did, sir, Harry responded, the words laced with a tinge of defiance. Take that, you manipulative bastard. I'm sure I do not need to tell you that I am rather disappointed in you, Harry. I explained the importance of maintaining those wards. You did, sir, Harry replied meekly, choosing his words carefully. The silence that followed was palpable, stretching on for almost a full minute before Dumbledore sighed and leaned back in his chair. Some of the blame is mine, I must admit. I apologize, dear boy, for not taking precautions last summer. Dumbledore paused, and Harry sensed the weight of the moment. He was waiting for some form of absolution, a simple, "No problem, I'm sorry," or "It's not your fault." If that was what he hoped for, he would be waiting a long time. Dumbledore studied Harry for several more minutes. There was something pensive, almost cautious in his expression if you looked closely. Harry couldn't help but wonder why. After all, he was just 13. Dumbledore had no reason to be cautious around him. "Do you have any plans for this summer?" Dumbledore finally asked. "Regarding your guardianship, I understand you and James are unfortunately not on the best of terms." "I have some plans," Harry replied. "Luckily for me, none of them involve going back to an abusive home." The headmaster looked at him sternly over his glasses. "Harry, really, it does you no good to exaggerate your experiences like this." "It's Mr. Potter, headmaster," Harry said, feeling a bit of stiffness creep into his tone. He fought to keep it in check. "Pardon my lapse." Dumbledore didn't seem apologetic at all. "You remind me so much of your brother sometimes." How bizarre, Harry thought. It's not like we're twins or anything. "If you need any assistance with legal matters, you only have to ask," Dumbledore continued, the twinkle returning to his eyes along with a genial smile. Harry didn't trust either. "I am, of course, available as a resource for all my students." "Of course, sir," Harry said. "That means a lot to me." He tried on a smile. His jaw ached, and he wanted to grind his teeth together, but he managed to maintain a veneer of politeness, gratitude, and sincerity for the 2 minutes it took to get safely out of that office and out of sight. Then he stopped trying and began hurling curses at the wall. "Harry, the hospital is definitely a nice change. I haven't met Healer Parkinson, but the food has been excellent, so if I do, I'll be sure to thank him. They tell me I'll be released the same day the Hogwarts term ends. I can't take you back to I haven't been to the family home yet, but I'll swing by the station to say hello before you head off with the Weasleys. I only have a vague memory of Molly and Arthur from the war. It wasn't easy to get news back then, as you can probably imagine. The picture in the Prophet was the first I'd seen of them since. What are their kids like? Are you on good terms with the parents? They'll treat you well, right? I get the impression they're in Dumbledore's camp." "Vanessa Tate. That's a name I haven't heard in ages. I remember her quite vividly. She was 2 years ahead of me. I once asked her out on a date, and she laughed before hexing my hair blonde. I think I had a crush on her for a year after that incident. You could do worse than having her as a lawyer. I assume by force of nature you mean bloody terrifying." "She stopped by yesterday and mentioned they're in the final stages of nullifying the change of godparent. Apparently, it's unprecedented and not quite legal, but Fudge is out for blood, and it wasn't hard to convince whoever is acting as Chief Warlock now. I didn't recognize the name. It's good to hear the wards came down. You'll have to tell me about your exit in more detail later, especially if it was dramatic enough to shatter blood wards that strong. I'm going to testify at Dumbledore's trial, even if I have to show up in a wheelchair. Anyone who knows me would laugh at the idea of Sirius Black willingly appearing in public like that. I'm cringing just thinking about it. but it's worth it to see that smug bastard get taken down a few pegs. Not to mention... Anyway, this all depends on the healers declaring me mentally stable enough to participate and for my testimony to actually mean something. I'm pretty sure they will. Just between us, I'm faking some of it, but I know it will come back in time. Don't ever thank me, Harry. Looking after you was supposed to be my job if James couldn't, and I failed spectacularly. I know it wasn't. I know it's my fault I wasn't there for you, but the truth is, I wasn't. I should be thanking you for giving me a chance to make it up to you, and I'm more than willing to do whatever it takes to get you out of that house, even if it means pretending to be a rabid Potter fan and kidnapping you. I'm not sure if James or Remus mentioned this, but my mum, she was not pleasant. I'd rather go back to Azkaban than let you return to that house, or to James's for that matter, especially after what I witnessed at Hogwarts. Looking forward to seeing you. Sirius. Harry read the letter for what felt like the 100th time. The parchment was soft and creased from being folded and unfolded so many times, carrying the wear of being tucked in his pocket. "We're almost at the station," Hermione said, glancing out the window. "I better change out of my robes." "Me too," Justin added, standing up alongside her. Neville sighed unhappily. "I'd better go collect my trunk." One by one, Harry's friends left the compartment, until only the Slytherins remained. "Who's going to the trial?" Blaise asked. "They're opening it to public viewing." He didn't need to specify which trial. The thought of Albus Dumbledore facing charges was enough to spark endless gossip, especially with the recent developments surrounding Sirius Black's unexpected pardon and the revelation of Peter Pettigrew's guilt. The Ministry's reputation had taken a hit since the truth came out, and Fudge was desperate to be seen as taking action. He had latched onto Dumbledore as a way to regain some credibility. "Definitely me," Pansy declared. "I don't know if my dad will let me go," Theo replied, frowning. "He says the public section will be a madhouse, and he doesn't trust people to leave the Notts alone." "Does he have a pensieve?" Blaise asked. "We can send you a copy of the memories." Theo's eyes lit up. "Please do." Harry read the letter again. "Harry," Blaise said, "are you doing all right?" Pansy nudged Harry's ankle with her foot. "We know you didn't want things to end like this," Pansy said. "What, with details about my childhood plastered on the front page of the Prophet for all of Wizarding Britain to read?" Harry replied, his voice tinged with frustration. Pansy winced slightly. "Yes, that." Harry closed his eyes for a moment. He hadn't liked sending pensieve memories of the Dursleys to Tate, nor the written testimonies, or the diagnostic report done by a healer who had flood in from St. Mungo's. The thought of those things being discussed while a Daily Prophet reporter sat in on the hearing he wasn't allowed to attend made his stomach churn. "I can deal with it," he said, testing the words to see if they rang true. "The public sympathy is good. It'll help in Dumbledore's trial." "Has Jules made any kind of public appearance about all this?" Blaise asked. Harry shook his head. "He shows up at book signings, parties, store openings, and other public relations events in the summer, but no one's going to take the word of a 10- or 11-year-old seriously when it comes to politics." "He's getting to an age where his opinions will carry some weight," Pansy warned. "Still pretty young because of the whole boy who lived thing, but you might want to be careful about that." "Yeah," Harry said, considering her words. It would be an unusually clever move for Jules and James to give an interview in the Prophet, but Dumbledore was a highly dangerous adversary and would certainly think of something like that. As they prepared to leave the compartment, Theo caught Harry's eye. Harry pretended to tie his shoe, lingering so that they were the last two remaining. "Emergency port key," Theo said quietly, handing Harry a plain silver ring. Harry weighed it in his hand as Theo explained, "Say, needing out now, and you, along with anything you're holding, including Eris, will be transported to Nott Manor, but no one else can touch you." Harry slid the ring onto his right index finger. It glowed for a moment before shrinking to fit him perfectly. "Thanks," he said, feeling a mix of gratitude and apprehension. Harry nodded, grabbed his trunk, and took off after his friends. The whole exchange had taken barely 10 seconds. He tapped his trunk to shrink it, tucked it into his pack along with Eris and a few books, and joined the group. As soon as they left the compartment, they all adopted their reserved, self-contained manners. None of them was willing to reveal too much in such a public setting. Harry waved at Hermione and Justin, who were pushing their trolleys toward the barrier. They waved back before disappearing into the Muggle world. He spotted Neville hugging his Gran, who smiled at him, and Neville smiled back. Then there was Jules, embracing James and chattering excitedly. Harry managed to keep his frown in check. Of course, they had to be standing next to the Weasleys. But on the other hand, Black was there too, standing stiffly on the opposite side of the bustling ginger Weasley clan from the Potters. Harry murmured quick goodbyes to his friends. They had already said their real farewells on the train, and headed decisively for Black. The man looked better already. He was still underweight, with skin that was a bit sallow, but it no longer had that yellowish-grey tone, and his eyes weren't as sunken. His hair was washed and stylishly cut, and his robes were clean and of good quality. Harry smirked for a moment. Seemed Black hadn't lost the vanity and appreciation for the finer things that his family had instilled in him. "Hello, Godfather," Harry said with a slight smile. Black jumped and turned to him, clearly not having noticed Harry approach. "Harry, hello, godson," he said, grinning back. It was a bit stiff and nervous, but sincere. Harry felt the letter in his pocket. His godfather. Tate had sent the news only 2 days ago. It still didn't feel real. Cared. He had to keep reminding himself of that. For the first time in Harry's life, he had an adult who, so far, hadn't done anything to indicate that his concern for Harry was anything less than genuine. But it felt genuine. It might still turn out to be a lie, so he'd remain cautious for a while. But then, Harry smiled wider and allowed his godfather to pull him in for a hug. He could try. Even though Harry still hated hugs, his body went rigid, and a large part of his mind screamed about feeling trapped. Memories that made him shudder at physical contact pressed against the lids he kept on them. But he could do this for his godfather's sake. He lifted his arms and did his best to return the gesture. "Not a hugger?" Black observed shrewdly. Harry thought carefully about how to respond. "Not much for people touching me in general, really." By the way Black's mouth tightened, Harry could guess why. He wished he could transfer Black's understanding to Jules and Dumbledore, making all their lives a lot easier. "Noted," Black replied. "Harry, dear," Molly Weasley said, joining their conversation. She smiled tightly at both of them, and Harry felt a small prick of sadness. Was he starting to lose Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, too? "We really must be off. The chickens need feeding and all." "Yes, of course, Mrs. Weasley," he said, smiling apologetically. "Sorry to hold you up." He told himself it didn't matter that he was letting the word sorry cross his lips. It wasn't sincere. It didn't mean anything. He wasn't weak. "Mr. Black," Molly said, daring to meet Black's eyes. Harry noticed Ginny wince slightly as her mother left off the title Lord. "Arthur and I were pleased that you found justice." "As am I," Black replied with a brittle smile. Harry imagined Black remembering how people like the Weasleys had fought for him, yet never seemed to question how odd it was that Sirius Black had betrayed his best friend and brother. None of them noticed the glaring inconsistencies in Dumbledore's story. Mr. Weasley coughed as he stepped up to flank his... Ginny found herself caught between them, with Molly gripping her shoulder as if it were a lifeline. The twins sidled up next to their dad, shooting Harry identical smirks of greeting. Ron had retreated to hover with Jules and James, the three of them casting poorly concealed, disapproving glares at the standoff unfolding between the Weasley, Potter, Black trio. It was quite a shock when young Harry brought some issues in the narrative to my attention last fall, Mr. Weasley said, nervously twisting a handkerchief around his fingers. I don't think I made much progress, really, but, well, something felt off, and I'm glad it got sorted out. We'll take good care of Harry, Molly chimed in, her tone laced with an unspoken challenge. Unlike Harry's Slytherin friends, when Black grimaced, it was obvious to everyone with half-decent vision. I appreciate your concern for my godson's welfare, he replied. I was rather hoping you would grant him permission to visit me in Diagon Alley. That request caught Harry off guard, but sparked a wave of happiness within him. Slytherin had taught him to improvise and adapt, along with being cunning. He made sure his expression shifted to one of cautious hope, channeling the image of a poor, lost child, estranged from his only living parent, desperate for love and adult affection. "Oh, all right," Molly said, slightly flustered. "I don't see why not." "Maybe because he's dangerous and shouldn't be trusted around children," James interjected, his voice sharp. Black opened his mouth to respond, but Harry stepped on his godfather's foot and shot a mischievous smile at his father. "Well, then it's a good thing you're not my guardian, isn't it?" he quipped, determined that James never would be if he had any say in the matter. James had been furious about the ministry's interference in determining Harry's godfather, even going so far as to send a howler. Harry had cast a 6th-year stasis charm on it, letting it shriek itself out in the safety of the chamber, with invectives and dire warnings about going dark. Harry chose not to respond. James's face twisted with anger, but at a sharp word from Arthur, he stormed off, Jules trailing behind him without a word of goodbye. "Sorry about that," Black said to the Weasleys, though he didn't sound particularly remorseful. "He, hasn't taken it well." "I should bloody well think not," George replied. "Conspired with Dumbledore to—" Fred added, but their mother quickly intervened. "Fred, George, I won't hear any more from you." Both twins fell silent, glowering a bit. Ginny looked pained, and Harry observed them, wondering if these rifts in the Weasley family would continue to grow. He actually hoped they would. It was interesting to watch. "See you soon," Black said, and with one last grin, he let Harry be whisked away with the Weasleys. Fortunately, Ronald had the good sense to walk on the other side of the group and keep quiet in front of his parents. Harry ignored him and made his way past the twins to their parents. "Thank you for agreeing to take me in again," he said, his voice a picture of gratitude, humility, and slight embarrassment. It means a lot to me." "Of course, Harry dear, of course," Molly replied with a smile, but there was a tightness in her eyes that hadn't been there before. Damn. Mr. Weasley, at least, seemed oblivious. "Yes, quite. I was wondering, I've managed to get hold of a Fellitone." "Telephone?" Harry said, concealing his distaste. "Yes, that. Telephone. Merlin. Only I have no idea how the thing works," Mr. Weasley said excitedly. "You wouldn't mind showing me, would you?" "Yes, actually, I would." "Certainly not," Harry replied, forcing his charming expression, even as it began to hurt his face. It's always a pleasure to see a wizard taking an interest in muggle things. That was all it took for Arthur to launch into a discussion about his latest gadget acquisitions. He made interested noises at the right moments, and observed how Ron walked stiffly beside his mother, both avoiding Ginny's gaze. The twins lurked behind Percy, their eyes glinting with mischief, while Percy fussed about the school budget, stressing that it focused too much on scholarships and not enough on teacher salaries. Ginny struggled to hide her irritation at his self-importance. Meanwhile, he was already drafting letters in his mind to his closest friends, thinking about Tate, Dumbledore, legal jungle gyms, and Wizengamot hearings. There was a lot of work to tackle this summer.